As the young prince of the bloodline, Carlos Brandt tumbled out of his coffin into a world rampant with monsters for the very first time. Upon opening his eyes, he was immediately struck by Rengoku Kyojuro, who mistook him for a demon. With elegance, he raised his wand and declared, "I am a noble vampire. I do not consume humans." The Demon Slayer Corps was taken aback. Are vampires not demons? Then why do you drink blood, fear the heat, and wield magic? Carlos felt aggrieved. We vampires are graceful and long-lived, consuming but a small cup of blood each day, and we have even battled the sun god. He became an auxiliary force alongside the Rengoku family across 3 generations, effortlessly rescuing the future Hashira and extending the life of a frail lady. It was not until Muzan Kibutsuji made his appearance that Carlos suddenly realized. Why do the demons in this world resemble the long-lost, distant relatives of the bloodline? Years later, Rengoku Kyojuro reunited with the unchanged visage of the vampire prince during a mission. Carlos waved his wand with a light chuckle. "It has been a long time, Kyojuro. Shall we fight side by side this time?" Chapter 1. A Vampire Falls from the Sky. Carlos Brandt felt the wind howling past his ears as he plummeted rapidly, utterly bewildered. Wasn't I resting in my coffin? Could it be that the magic I learned today has gone awry? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could someone as astute as I possibly make a mistake? Alas, I must find a place to land. While I may not perish from the fall, I cannot allow my garments to become soiled. In midair, a boy of approximately 10 years shifted from horizontal to a vertical position. When will I grow wings? Carlos Brandt pondered as he searched for a place to land. Suddenly, a bright yellow figure dashed toward him. Carlos Brandt felt an additional arm at his back and the crook of his leg. A shadow fell over him. Raising his gaze, he was met with fiery red hair, and above that, a pair of bright eyes reflecting the sunlight. Rengoku Kyojuro smiled warmly at Carlos Brandt. What a comforting sensation, as Carlos gazed at Kyojoro's chin, quietly nestled in his embrace. After a few leaps, Rengoku Kyojuro landed steadily with Carlos in tow. "Young man, how did you fall from the sky? That is terribly dangerous." Rengoku Kyojuro affectionately ruffled Carlos Brandt's hair and crouched down to meet the boy's gaze. Carlos Brandt regarded the man before him. He resembles an owl. With golden hair, fiery red tips, and piercing eyes, he radiated warmth and fervor. "Thank you, kind sir, but I can land safely on my own." Carlos Brandt raised his right hand and traced a circle in front of him, stepping back with his right foot, then placed his right hand over his chest and bowed slightly to Rengoku Kyojuro. Rengoku Kyojuro chuckled heartily as he patted Carlos Brandt's shoulder. "Young man, boasting is not the behavior of a good child." He scrutinized the young boy closely. He was immediately captivated by the boy's sky-blue eyes, clearer than the heavens, and his short, silver-white hair, followed by the bright yellow gem earring on his left ear that reflected sunlight. And those pointed ears? Rengoku Kyojuro fixated on the boy's unusually pointed ears. "I did not boast." Carlos Brandt glared at Rengoku, revealing his 2 sharp fangs in the process. Rengoku Kyojuro swiftly retreated, his hand firmly grasping the hilt of his sword. Was a demon? Yet he stood beneath the sun. Moreover, could such a diminutive creature truly be a demon? Nevertheless, its ears were quite peculiar, and it possessed sharp fangs. Rengoku Kyojoro's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Carlos Brandt tilted his head, gazing quizzically at the suddenly alert man. "Young man, who are you?" Rengoku Kyojuro inquired in a deep voice. "Carlos Brandt, a human. In light of the fact that you have made a favorable impression upon me, you may refer to me as His Highness Carlos." Rengoku Kyojuro observed the young boy as he meticulously adjusted his ornate attire, elegantly introducing himself. "Human? You are not human." Rengoku Kyojuro drew his sword from its sheath, declaring, "Breath of flames, first form, unknowing fire." In an instant, Rengoku Kyojoro's blade, engulfed in dazzling flames, was poised before Carlos Brandt. Carlos Brandt narrowly evaded the attack, reaching into the intricacies of his collar to retrieve a silver collar, tapered at one end and thicker at the other. Rengoku Kyojuro watched as the collar spontaneously transformed from a curve into a straight line, an instinctive sense of foreboding washing over him, followed by a swift move of flame of 10,000 forms. Weapon dropped. No sooner had he spoken than Rengoku Kyojuro felt an unexpected loss of strength in his hand, rendering his strike ineffective. I actually managed to hold on. Carlos Brand was astonished by his own first misfire. Unbeknownst to him, it was a ruse devised by his kin to motivate him in practicing magic. The moment he relaxed his grip, the wand fell, requiring no theatrics. Yet, despite being human, Rengoku Kyojuro was undeniably a formidable individual. Unable to move, Carlos Brand, intrigued, cast yet another spell. Rengoku Kyojuro felt as though his feet were glued to the ground, utterly immobile, though his upper body retained some freedom of movement. Human, you are quite remarkable. What is your name? Carlos Brand wished to know the name of this impressive human. Rengoku Kyojuro frowned, struggling, and upon realizing the futility of his efforts, he gripped his sword with both hands, warily eyeing Carlos Brand. Rengoku Kyojuro. The man uttered his name. Such a peculiar name. Carlos Brand mused internally. Mr. Kyojuro, could you enlighten me as to why you attempted to attack me? He found a large stone, cleared it off, and settled down to observe Rengoku Kyojuro. Carlos Brand had only encountered servants and members of the knightly order within the estate, and this was his first encounter with a human even more formidable than the captain of the knights. He resolved to overlook the other's offense. Rengoku Kyojuro remained vigilant, his gaze following Carlos Brand's every movement. I suspect you are a demon. Rengoku Kyojuro fixed his stare upon Carlos Brand, channeling his breathing techniques in an attempt to break free from this bizarre constraint. Demon? What is that? Carlos Brand tilted his head to one side, raising a finger to poke at his temple, gazing at Rengoku Kyojuro with a look of confusion. Rengoku Kyojuro perceived no deceit in the boy's expression and spoke. Demons are man-eating monsters. They are ageless, immortal, and possess immense strength. The more they consume, the stronger they become, wreaking havoc upon humanity. Such a despicable race. Carlos Brand grimaced in disdain, finding the concept of immortality paired with cannibalism rather revolting. Young man, if you refer to me as human, then what are you? Carlos Brand once again met Rengoku Kyojoro's gaze, which encompassed his two favorite colors, resembling two blazing flames. After observing for a while, Carlos Brand leaped down from the stone and approached Rengoku Kyojuro. Carlos Brand dispelled the spell binding Rengoku Kyojuro, declaring, I am of noble blood. I am not the demon you described. Mr. Kyojuro, you are quite remarkable. Would you consider becoming my knight? With that, he extended a hand toward Rengoku Kyojuro, waiting for a gesture of fealty, for becoming a knight of the bloodline was a coveted honor among humans. Rengoku Kyojuro was unfamiliar with the concept of the bloodline and contemplated asking his master, who was well versed in such matters, later on. Observing the pale hand before him, a wave of guilt washed over him. How reckless it was to have attacked such a young boy. It was truly shameful. Assuming the boy wished to shake hands, Rengoku Kyojuro reached out and grasped the small hand. So cold. The temperature startled Rengoku Kyojuro, prompting him to switch to a more encompassing grip, his warm palm enveloping the boy's small hand. He then took hold of Carlos Brand's other hand, cradling both of the boy's hands within his own, squatting down to gaze tenderly at Carlos Brand. Your Highness Carlos, I was indeed reckless earlier. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Carlos Brand felt a continuous warmth radiating from their joined hands. Though it was a pity to have been refused, he thought nothing of it. After all, he was still young, and if he desired, Yggdrasil would surely find him the mightiest of knights. Very well, I forgive you. Carlos Brand gazed at Rengoku Kyojuro as he enveloped his hand. He must be like the sun, delighting in all things warm. Carlos Brand's eyes squinted with joy. Chapter 2. The Unfamiliar. Carlos eagerly ventured forth as if he had unlocked the gateway to an entirely new realm, exploring this and that with childlike wonder. For centuries, he had remained confined within the estate, as Yuglika always insisted they would wait until the prince was older to venture outside. Thus, this was his inaugural encounter with the world beyond, and everything appeared remarkably novel to him. Your Highness, where is your home? Allow me to escort you back, suggested the enigmatic reincarnation Kyojuro, observing the youth as he became entranced and rooted to the spot. With a sigh, he grasped the princess' wrist and guided him along the path. Arundel Manor, Carlos answered casually, his attention drawn to a long queue of people. Curiosity piqued. He tugged at Kyojoro's sleeve to investigate further. What is this? Ah, Arundel Manor? Kotaro pondered the significance of this place, when suddenly he was yanked off balance by the prince's insistence. What strength? This is Sakura Machi. Would you like to try some? The delicate pink confectionery appeared delightful, and upon seeing Carlos nod, Kotaro led him to the end of the line. What are we doing? Carlos inquired, perplexed. We are queuing, Kotaro explained. Why must we queue? Because they arrived first, and we came after. But Yuglika said that whatever this prince desires, he shall have. Memories of emerald green eyes flashed in Carlos's mind, recalling Yuglika kneeling before him, pressing his hand to his forehead and proclaiming, my prince. You are the most noble of the bloodline. Is there not a passage of time between your wanting and obtaining? Kotaro crouched before Carlos, a smile gracing his lips. Kotaro recognized that the youth before him undoubtedly hailed from a prestigious lineage within the bloodline, the title of prince suggesting an upbringing steeped in luxury. Aside from his lord and the somewhat unfamiliar brother of Yuri, he had encountered few other prominent figures. Yet, he sensed that this well-mannered child was not one to assert his status over others. Perhaps, Carlos recalled a time when he had desired the sun, and the next day, Yuglika gifted him a glowing orb, his very own little sun. This waiting period is akin to our queue. We are all in a state of anticipation. Kotaro observed the thoughtful nod of the boy, wishing to tousle his hair, but refraining from doing so. How beautiful! Carlos exclaimed, lifting the Sakura Machi towards the sun, examining it from every angle, unable to part with it. Are you not going to eat it? Kotaro asked, holding his own machi while guiding Carlos. Noticing how the boy inspected the treat, yet did not take a bite. Reluctantly, Carlos took one last longing glance at the Sakura Machi before opening his mouth to take a bite. The taste was bland, utterly disappointing. Having only consumed blood prior, Carlos felt a wave of disillusionment wash over him. I remember Sakura Machi being sweet. Is yours not sweet? Kotaro recalled the fear of being overwhelmed by overly saccharine confections in the past. Surely, it cannot be flavorless. Has it been altered? Kotaro grabbed a machi for himself, devouring it in one bite. As he chewed, he suddenly pounded his chest, struggling to swallow, feeling as if sweetness was suffocating him. Seeing Kotaro's reaction, Carlos skeptically took another bite, but it remained tasteless. He looked at Kotaro, who nodded affirmatively. Kotaro hesitated to share the unfortunate news that the boy might lack taste perception. I have not heard of Arundel Manor. Do you know of any other houses or streets nearby? He grasped Carlos's hand once more, attempting to shift the topic. Your Highness. I do not know, Carlos replied, having never left the manor to be aware of his surroundings. Would you like to stay at my home for a few days? Kotaro suggested, considering Carlos's abilities, it would be prudent to settle him before escorting him home. Tomorrow, I shall visit my lord and inquire about Arundel Manor. Very well. Carlos acquiesced eagerly. This is my wife, Reincarnation Mihoko. A gentle woman greeted Carlos. Hey, do you all have the surname Reincarnation? Carlos questioned, sensing something amiss upon hearing Kotaro's introduction. Not quite. My wife is Mihoko. I am Kotaro. Reincarnation is the family name, Kotaro clarified, perplexed. Ah, I was rude earlier. Mr. Reincarnation. Carlos thought of how he had referred to Kotaro as Mr. Reincarnation all the way here, wishing to retreat to his coffin and close the lid. Carlos introduced himself. I am Prince Carlos Brandt, and I apologize for intruding these past few days. Mihoko intended to affectionately ruffle the boy's hair to show warmth, but upon seeing this, Carlos gently lifted her hand and placed a kiss upon her fingertips. The couple stood momentarily stunned, and Carlos, meeting their bewildered gazes, mused, is this not a customary gesture? No, Kotaro shook his head. Carlos felt a sense of exasperation. His first attempt at a respectful gesture towards Kotaro's wife had ended in failure. Once Carlos's room was arranged, the meal was prepared. He observed that everything was unlike what he was accustomed to. No chairs, no coffins, and the house lacked opulence. As he gazed at the steaming bowl of miso soup before him, an unsettling fear gripped him. Is it not to your liking? Mihoko inquired gently. No, my lady, Carlos replied, shaking his head, feeling an instinctive warning that he should not touch it. Something was amiss. Having swallowed his food with delight, Kotaro queried, do bloodlines not consume this? He lifted his own bowl, blowing on it before taking a sip. We only drink blood, we do not consume such fare. Carlos sampled other dishes, only to find them lacking in flavor. Kotaro pulled Mihoko behind him, his hand instinctively reaching for his waist, noting the absence of a blade. His demeanor turning wary as he regarded Carlos. Mr. Reincarnation, what troubles you? Carlos raised his eyes, once again meeting Kotaro's vigilant expression, reminiscent of a moment just prior to an imminent conflict. You drink blood, Kotaro stated emphatically. You humans eat this, and we bloodlines drink blood? Is there a problem? Carlos sensed something was amiss and knocked all 3 bowls of miso soup off the table, rising and drawing his wand, positioning himself across the table from Kotaro. Mihoko, step back, Kotaro instructed his wife, turning to face Carlos. Chapter 3, The Bloodline. I have warned you. Demons consume humans, Kotaro spoke in a low voice. I have insisted. I am not a demon. Our bloodline does not consume humans. Carlos felt offended to be compared to demons by Kotaro. To avert yet another meaningless confrontation, Carlos raised his wand and cast a spell, rendering Kotaro immobile. Mr. Reincarnation, I believe you require some composure. Let us converse amicably. Kotaro struggled in vain. What blood do you consume? I do not know. It is all provided by Yuglika. How do you drink it? In a cup, of course. Carlos shot a sidelong glance at Kotaro, as if to say, is that even a question? And how much do you, Prince Carlos, typically drink? Kotaro mused, realizing that bloodlines and demons were indeed dissimilar. At the very least, demons did not dine with such grace. 1 cup a day. Yuglika insists that I must drink more as I am still growing. Carlos confessed, feeling no hunger himself, but complying for Yuglika's peace of mind. Do the adult vampires of your kind abstain from drinking blood? The inquisitive purgatory Kotaro was taken aback by the quantity mentioned. It appears to be of no concern after all. Perhaps, just a modest amount, 5 or 6 cups a month, Carlos conjectured, absent-mindedly adjusting the earring dangling from his left ear. After all, he had never experienced hunger himself, nor had he kept track of the blood consumption of other vampires. And so he arrived at this figure based solely on his intuition. Your Highness Carlos, I again apologize for my skepticism. If you would be so kind, might you indulge me in a discussion about your kind? Purgatory Kotaro, unable to move his legs, bowed deeply in sincerity, seeking Carlos's forgiveness. Carlos accepted his apology, promising it would not be held against him. Although they had known each other for less than a day, Carlos was acutely aware of Purgatory Kotaro's profound disdain. No, it was more accurately described as hatred towards beings of his kind. Nevertheless, Carlos possessed a temperament of his own, and in light of the fact that Purgatory Kotaro intrigued him, he resolved to refrain from lifting the curse, opting instead to allow it to dissipate naturally when his magical energy waned, serving as a mild reprimand to Purgatory Kotaro. With a wave of his hand, Carlos restored the dining table to its pristine condition, were it not for the empty bowls. One might have been led to believe that the meal had simply concluded and that the previous chaos was but a fleeting illusion. Is this the magic of the divine? Purgatory Kotaro found himself astonished once more. Each time Carlos uttered those ancient and intricate words, remarkable effects ensued, rendering him unable to grasp the knife, to lift his feet. And now, to witness the disorder being tidied away, Purgatory Kotaro felt as though he were in the presence of divine power. This is sorcery, Carlos murmured, caressing his wand softly. Such formidable magic, and Carlos was already capable of subduing him at such a young age. Purgatory Kotaro dared not imagine the extent of the power possessed by the adult vampires of his kind. Indeed, it is wondrous magic. Carlos recalled the thrill of his first successful ambush on Professor Zeno, using the spell to induce slumber and subsequently skipping class. Although he was later apprehended by Yuglika, Zeno had slumbered for nearly 2 centuries, allowing Carlos to miss a literature and history lesson that had him feeling like a fledgling chick pecking at grains. He wondered if Zeno had awakened yet. I often hear you mention Yuglika. Is he a member of your family? Purgatory Kotaro mused, recalling the name Carlos frequently spoke of. Yes, he is a family member of great importance, Carlos affirmed with a solemn nod. The visage of the golden-haired, azure-eyed Yuglika surfaced in his mind. The man who had cared for him since his earliest memories. Then his magic must be formidable, Purgatory Kotaro presumed, assuming that Carlos's abilities were imparted by Yuglika. Yuglika does not wield magic. Carlos gently shook his head. Purgatory Kotaro expressed surprise. The likelihood of a vampire possessing magical abilities increases with the purity of their lineage. Carlos began to recount the tales of his kind. Wands are companions to vampires. Possessing a wand signifies the potential to learn magic. Vampires enjoy eternal life. And throughout this vast expanse of time, they find themselves captivated by the brief and vibrant lives of humans, who live but a century at most. Many vampires fall in love with humans, yet as they witness their beloved grow old, they devised a new form of magic. Thus, a new taboo was added to the arsenal of vampire magic, a spell that could bestow a portion of a vampire's eternal lifespan upon their loved ones and descendants. Yuglika, several generations removed, was of pure blood, but so many generations had passed that he could no longer learn magic. Carlos's tone grew somber. He was uncertain how much longer Yuglika would be able to accompany him. I see. Your Highness Carlos, may I inquire your age? Purgatory Kotaro's curiosity was piqued upon learning that vampires also possess eternal life. I am nearly 500 years old, Carlos calculated, counting on his fingers. Even with Purgatory Kotaro's mental preparation, he was still taken aback by this number. Your parents must both be vampires, he deduced. Combining Carlos's previous statements with his noble status, concluding that Carlos's lineage must indeed be pure. Yes, Carlos nodded, recalling one of Zeno's lessons. Are you familiar with the human legend of vampires, Your Highness? Suddenly prompted, Carlos jolted, his drowsiness dissipating as he looked up into Zeno's crystalline purple eyes. I do not know, Carlos replied, shaking his head, musing softly about why Professor Zeno had not been as immersive in his teaching today, only to feel the onset of sleep once more. Chapter 4, Brand. Zeno Brand and Aelin Brand are the last remaining progenitors of the vampire race. Zeno traverses the globe, enchanted by the cultural histories of various nations. Carlos had once visited Zeno's chamber, which was cluttered with an array of materials, papers, leathers, bamboo, and stones. Each item bore inscriptions, and even amidst the clutter, the coffins were relegated to a small corner. Carlos had heard from Professor Aelin that Zeno's pale violet eyes were cultivated through the practice of levitation. Otherwise, they would have remained a deep blue forever. The strength of a vampire can often be discerned by the hue of their eyes. A vampire capable of magic is born with blue eyes, which deepen in color as their power intensifies, from blue to deep blue, to light purple, dark purple, and ultimately to blood red. Moreover, even when casting the same spell, the effectiveness varies dramatically based on the caster's strength and proficiency. For instance, the spell that immobilizes a target, when cast by Carlos, merely renders them stationary. Whereas the same incantation, if performed by Aelin, whose eyes are dark purple, could even halt the flow of blood. Furthermore, Zeno is unmatched in his mastery of levitation. No other vampire can wield this spell with such finesse. Others may only lift single objects or individuals, but Zeno can manipulate multiple items simultaneously, even arranging them in intricate formations. Carlos's mother once remarked that magic is wondrous, brimming with infinite possibilities. However, when assessing strength by mere sight, one must exclude Zeno from consideration, for his light purple eyes are the result of his training in levitation, and he is virtually unfamiliar with other spells. Thus, any blue-eyed vampire, simply by casting a control spell, could easily subdue Zeno. Eternity has rendered Zeno a living relic. Each time he learns of a civilization's demise, he grieves as though losing an old friend. He possesses vast knowledge, but Carlos finds it uninteresting and often succumbs to drowsiness. Fortunately, Zeno usually immerses himself in his own world during lessons, allowing Carlos to engage in his own pursuits. This vampire refers specifically to our bloodline, Zeno remarked, observing Carlos, who appeared on the verge of slumber, with a mix of disappointment and exasperation. Why is it called a vampire? The term is quite unappealing, Carlos replied. His curiosity piqued as he looked at Zeno with eager anticipation. Do share the tale of our bloodline with His Highness, Zeno reminisced, reflecting on his two sovereigns. Zeno himself was unsure how long he had lived, but he recognized that without his two monarchs, he would never have had the opportunity for those unforgettable journeys. Upon opening his eyes, Zeno beheld Queen Nora, who appeared as a young maiden. Then, a blue-haired figure emerged beside her. King Eamon poked Zeno's face and turned to Nora, saying, "This is the last one, right?" Nora nodded, squeezing Zeno's hand gently, and warmly welcomed him, saying, "Welcome, Zeno, our new member." Later, Zeno learned that Queen Nora and King Eamon were born together and had shared several millennia of companionship. Nora was both exceptionally gifted and diligently studious. After a sparring session with Eamon, a flicker of red glinted in her deep purple eyes, as though she sensed something profound, compelling her to lead Eamon back to the basement of their home. Before them stood a pitch-black coffin, exuding an aura of mystery. This was the birthplace of Nora and Eamon. The two individuals beheld a coffin emanating a gentle glow, and as the radiance faded, they approached to find Yalwyn waving his small hand at them. From that moment on, whenever a new life was about to emerge, Nora would experience a premonition. This continued until Zeno, marking the birth of all 10 original vampires. The tale of the vampires recounts an incident where Zeno ventured out one night and was injured by a stranger. The onlooker, astonished to see Zeno unfazed by the blows, witnessed the wound quickly heal, which terrified him into waking. Once the injury had fully mended, Zeno found himself suddenly famished and fed upon the stranger for a brief moment. When he recounted this incident to Nora, she was heartbroken, considering they had 8 children at home, and aside from Zeno, those who did not use magic had either mastered it effortlessly or sprouted wings, momentarily stunned and unable to utilize their magic effectively, resorting instead to flight. And no one had ever sustained an injury. Consequently, Nora diligently researched the simplest spell to date, steel and iron, which she taught to Zeno before allowing him to play outside. Upon hearing this tale, Rainbrand ventured out at night to find a stranger. But Zeno could hardly recall the man's appearance. Rhine, in turn, drained the blood of anyone he encountered on the way, instilling widespread fear until no one dared to venture out at night. Thus, the legend of the vampires was born. As Zeno matured, his daytime drowsiness and nighttime exuberance began to wane, prompting a curiosity to witness the world in daylight. However, upon reaching the threshold, he found the sunlight painfully blinding, causing his eyes to ache, and he had to retreat a few steps to recover. Standing in the shadows, he gazed at the sunlit area, feeling an overwhelming chill and a shiver in his soul. Zeno dashed to the training room, pushed the door open, and, as expected, found Nora inside. He leaped into her embrace, exclaiming, "Nora, the daylight is terrifying." Nora gently patted Zeno's head, reassuring him, "Zeno, we cannot endure the sun. If you wish to stay awake during the day, you must remain in the shadows and be cautious, understood?" Zeno nodded and squatted in the shadow, watching the outside world. Feeling a sense of boredom, Zeno could not pinpoint when it began, but he noticed Eamon had suddenly taken a serious interest in learning magic. Before long, Eamon's eyes turned blood red, and the two of them diligently studied the sun, ultimately attracting the attention of the sun god. The deity, impressed by their prowess, decided to allow the rays of the sun to grace this exceptional lineage. Henceforth, the bloodline could stand beneath the sun, while others ventured out to play. Nora remained engrossed in her magical studies, now accompanied by Eamon. The world during the day differed immensely from that of the night, as everyone experienced numerous wonders. They began to perceive Nora and Eamon as akin to the kings of humanity, protecting their kin with strength and greatness. Thus, they began to refer to Nora as Queen Nora and Eamon as King Eamon. With the sun no longer an obstacle, Rhine became even more audacious, specifically learning swordsmanship and engaging in battles. Rhine refrained from using magic, relishing each swing of his sword. He had ample time to hone his skills and study various tactics. Eventually, Rhine ascended to the position of a general in a dynasty. However, during his coronation, due to an act of disrespect towards the king, he was sentenced to the guillotine. Curious about the execution device, Rhine did not resist. With a swift stroke, he was beheaded. Rhine stood up, awaiting the slow regeneration of his head, causing the crowd to flee in terror. Rhine cherished the battlefield, ultimately remaining there. An arrow struck his heart, and he felt a sharp pain as his body transformed into shimmering stardust, dissipating into the world. In his final moments, he expended all his magical energy to cast his most proficient spell, a message to his kin. The heart is our ultimate vulnerability. At that time, Zeno, who had settled hundreds of miles away for centuries, was preparing to return from the distant eastern lands with the Brand family caravan. It was Zeno's first time flying at such speed. Before his wings sprouted, he had anticipated it, but soon discovered he could not control it and ceased to try. He often felt inadequate, unable to master magic and incapable of flying despite having wings. Yet, everyone insisted that his ability to levitate effortlessly was an astonishing feat. Rhine had once remarked that when he first wielded a sword, he found it considerably heavier than a wand. But it mattered not, for they had all the time in eternity, and everything could unfold gradually. Rhine also spoke of his passions, which were the great pillars of human spirit, declaring himself to be exceptional. Throughout the journey, Zeno felt profound regret for venturing so far from home, wishing he could return and play with Rhine as before. Remembering Rhine clad in armor, majestic and formidable, Zeno flapped his wings and accelerated once more. Perhaps due to Rhine's sword training, he was the most robust among the bloodline. Everyone enjoyed playfully squeezing his muscles, especially Yalowin, who even requested sword lessons from Rhine. Over time, he grew considerably stronger. However, aside from his beloved sword, nothing remained to prove Rhine's existence. His body faded, and his wand vanished. In the subsequent years, the original bloodline gradually departed due to the spell of shared lifespan, leaving only the two monarchs, Yalowin and Zeno. Nora's pregnancy was the sole joyful occurrence amid heavy losses. Soon, Carlos was born, and while Nora and Eamon were researching spatial magic, a flash of light enveloped them, causing them to disappear. Chapter 5. The Malevolent Spirit. The afterglow spread across the rooftops as Carlos swung his legs in midair, gazing at the tangerine sky alongside the infernal light Taro. Observing the encroaching dusk, Infernal Light Taro apologized to Carlos, stating that the spirits would emerge at night, and he needed to patrol. Rising to retrieve his weapon, Carlos stood as well, expressing his desire to accompany him. Infernal Light Taro pondered Carlos's abilities, but ultimately declined without hesitation. He feared the risks of bringing someone along. If they encountered a powerful spirit, what would happen to Carlos? And what if they faced two spirits, overwhelmed and unable to respond? Carlos pouted, his beautiful eyes twinkling mischievously, thinking, without Yuglica, no one can catch me if I slip away. In the past, Carlos had often sneaked out, yet curiously, Yuglica, despite lacking magical prowess, always managed to capture him. Unable to escape, Carlos resigned himself to staying at the manor, waiting for the day Yuglica mentioned he had grown up. Sighing in feigned disappointment, Carlos acquiesced, while secretly contemplating whether to stealthily follow Infernal Light Taro or venture alone. A spell of invisibility flickered beneath Carlos's feet as he watched Infernal Light Taro depart. He skillfully cast a spell he had personally devised to sneak out of the manor, one that had never failed to elude the magical bloodline and even earned praise from Yaluan, the strongest among them, for its untraceable nature. Yet, it had also led to his capture by Yuglika on multiple occasions. Carlos trailed Infernal Light Taro, darting from south to north and east to west, exerting more energy in one night than he had accumulated over centuries. Observing Infernal Light Taro continue forward, Carlos, feeling fatigued, was reluctant to follow any longer. "It seems I won't encounter any spirits tonight," he lamented. Suddenly, a crackling sound broke through the evening breeze, and recalling Infernal Light Taro's warnings about spirits consuming humans, Carlos realized he was in for a thrill. Excited, he noticed Infernal Light Taro running in the opposite direction and quickly followed suit, dispelling his invisibility spell. Carlos raced alongside Infernal Light Taro, exclaiming, "I think I hear the sound of spirits devouring humans." Indeed, after an afternoon of conversation, Carlos and Infernal Light Taro had become friends who could call each other by name. As the flames of the underworld flickered, Kyojuro observed Carlos, who seemed poised to utter a request for a return home. However, upon hearing the ominous news, he could no longer afford to hesitate. "Take me there," he implored. Carlos sprinted ahead, covering several hundred meters in haste. The pungent scent of blood grew increasingly intense, prompting Kyojuro to marvel at Carlos's acute senses. Suddenly, Carlos halted, crouching aside as if his very soul had departed. Kyojuro found himself bereft of Carlos's presence. Yet his gaze fell upon a horrific sight not far off, one he fervently wished never to witness again in his lifetime. The breath of flame. Fourth form, serpent of the blazing inferno. The firelight tore through the nocturnal shroud. Dismembered limbs, including an arm and a severed calf, lay strewn upon the ground. It was Carlos's first encounter with such a gruesome spectacle. Beneath the soft moonlight, the earth was stained crimson, a grotesque figure, cloaked in a ghastly hue. Gnawed upon the severed limb. Their eyes met, revealing a visage marred by blood, half a face distorted in terror, with bulging eyeballs. Nearby lay the dismembered hands and another leg, the torso nearly devoured, exposing entrails in a gruesome display, thick, sanguine, and horrifying. Carlos's legs buckled, and he sank to the ground. As he regained his senses, he witnessed the severed arm of the demon swiftly regenerating. How rapidly it grew back. Carlos was taken aback by this astonishing rate of growth. He grasped his wand, but found himself immobilized. The demon's assault momentarily faltered, allowing Kyojuro to seize the opportunity. Yet, the demon soon broke free from its bindings. Though it had lost both arms in the struggle, Carlos was once again astonished by the demon's formidable power. Crouching behind a tree, he cast a shield spell, Steel Skin, providing at least some measure of protection. Carlos's repertoire of spells was limited. Otherwise, those azure eyes would not remain so vibrant, especially against such a potent foe. However, that was of little consequence. In a duel, the greatest fear is, of course, interference, especially interference that does not inadvertently harm one's allies. As consciousness began to fade, Carlos found himself unable to move, caught in a cycle of alternating assaults. Though the demon could swiftly extricate itself, a momentary lapse in skill could prove fatal. Amidst Carlos's relentless disruptions, Kyojuro successfully severed the demon's head. Carlos watched as the demon disintegrated into ashes, dissipating into the air. How reminiscent this is. Carlos increasingly perceived the unsettling similarities between this demon and the Bloodkin. As long as their weaknesses remained unscathed, both Bloodkin and demons could regenerate. The Bloodkin's vulnerability lay in the heart, while it appeared that miso soup was also a factor. The demon's weakness resided in the head. It required the sun blade to strike, and it feared wisteria. The Bloodkin are ageless and immortal, just as demons are. Bloodkin once feared the sun, as did demons. Bloodkin consume blood, while demons feast upon flesh and blood. Bloodkin wield magic, and formidable demons possess blood magic. Upon death, Bloodkin transform into motes of light, while demons turn to ash. Alas, Master Zeno, I regret not paying closer attention in class. Carlos surmised that this demon might be a lowly Bloodkin with an exceedingly diluted lineage. Zeno, no, young prince. I am equally uncertain of this species. After Kyojuro buried the mutilated corpse, he approached the tree to find Carlos deep in contemplation. Carlos, I am immensely grateful for your assistance, but it is exceedingly dangerous to venture out like this. Please do not let it happen again. Carlos lifted his gaze to Kyojuro, pledging that it would not occur again. Just as he prepared to rise, his eyes flickered back to the earlier scene. Though it had been cleansed, the blood remained, and the horrific tableau resurfaced in his mind, causing his legs to weaken. Fortunately, Kiraku Kataru caught him, preventing a fall. "Are you unwell?" Kiraku Kataru inquired, squatting down to regard Carlos. Yes, it was quite terrifying. Carlos nodded in agreement. Thus, children should refrain from venturing outside. Kiraku Kataru chided gently, ruffling Carlos's hair. He then removed his haori and turned to kneel before Carlos, glancing back at him. "I'm covered in blood, but my back is relatively clean. Allow me to carry you home," he declared cheerfully. Looking at the broad, warm back, Carlos took a step forward, suddenly recalling something. "You weren't injured, were you?" "Just a few minor wounds. It's nothing to worry about," Kiraku Kataru assured him, aware that Carlos must have cast a protective spell on him. Otherwise, facing such a powerful demon, merely achieving a one-for-one exchange would have been a divine blessing. Due to Zenu's precedent, Steel Skin is the first spell every blood-kin child learns, and one must master it to the point where even a sword cannot pierce it. And arrows cause no harm to be deemed proficient. Thus, it was the most adept spell Carlos currently commanded. Carlos nestled against Kiraku Kataru's back. As dawn broke, sunlight enveloped him, combined with Kiraku Kataru's warm back, causing Carlos to gradually succumb to slumber. Kiraku Kataru listened to Carlos's steady breathing, slowing his pace. Upon returning home, he quietly greeted Rengoku Mako and tucked Carlos in before leaving the room. To assuage his wife's worries, he briefly recounted the previous night's battle. After preparing himself and having a meal, Kiraku Kataru set off to meet his lord. Chapter 6. The Demon Slayer Core. As the fragrance of wisteria wafted through the air, Kiraku Kataru's heavy heart began to lighten. Rengoku Uemi supported Rengoku Hayaki as they entered the room. "You've worked hard," Hayaki said, patting his wife's hand. To which Uemi gently responded with her own touch. After rising to greet Kiraku Kataru, she closed the door behind her as she departed. Kiraku Kataru saluted his lord, inquiring about his health as per custom, and subsequently detailed the events of the previous night's battle, highlighting Carlos's pivotal role. "The bloodkin Carlos Brand?" Rengoku Hayaki pondered. "Kiraku, may I meet that child?" Hayaki's dimmed eyes locked onto Kiraku Kataru with precision. "I shall certainly convey your message." Kiraku Kataru's resonant voice echoed in the room. "I apologize for the inconvenience. It is truly impolite not to visit in person." Hayaki coughed a few times. "No, your health is of utmost importance." Kiraku Kataru's tone softened. "Are you familiar with Arendelle Manor?" Carlos claimed that is where he resides. Arendelle Manor, Hayaki mused, revealing no recollection of the place. He shook his head gently, fatigue evident in his demeanor. "I shall assist you back to your quarters for some rest." Observing this condition, Kiraku Kataru promptly rose, gently aiding Rengoku Hayaki back to his room. Upon returning home, Rengoku Mako urged him to rest. Complying, Kiraku Kataru retreated to his quarters. As the postponed lunch hour arrived, Mako first went to awaken Kiraku Kataru before proceeding to Carlos's room. Kiraku, that child won't awaken." Moments later, Mako rushed back to her husband in a panic. Kiraku Kataru was contemplating whether Carlos would drink animal blood when he heard her words and hurried to Carlos's room. In the brightly lit room, Carlos lay perfectly still, his tranquil visage evoking an overwhelming sense of adoration. "Carlos, wake up!" Kiraku Kataru gently shook him, increasing the vigor of his efforts when there was no response. Carlos. Still, there was no answer. In a state of alarm, Kiraku Kataru checked for Carlos's breath, relieved to feel a steady stream of air. He then rose to inform his wife that he would fetch the physician. The physician examined Carlos, noting his dangerously low temperature and alarmingly slow heartbeat. He offered condolences to Kiraku Kataru before taking his leave. Kiraku Kataru was aware that Carlos typically had a low body temperature, but the slow heartbeat remained a cause for concern. However, contemplating Carlos's eternal life, one realizes that this long day of slumber for him might have merely spanned a few minutes. With this thought in mind, he reassured his wife to go and have her meal, though he understood that the inference should pose no issue. The sight of Carlos lying motionless still rendered Rengoku Kyojuro rather uneasy. In recent days, Rengoku Kyojuro had taken to remaining by Carlos's side whenever he found the time. Kenroji Mitsuri, aware of this, had even arranged for a physician, who typically attended to him, to examine Carlos. The doctor had never encountered such a sluggish heartbeat or such a low body temperature and was at a loss as to how to proceed. As Carlos gradually opened his eyes, he beheld Rengoku Kyojuro, who appeared somewhat haggard, by his side. "Kyojuro?" Carlos called out, rousing Kyojuro from his reverie. Their gazes locking onto each other, with Carlos's cerulean eyes shining brightly. "Carlos, you're awake. Is there anything amiss?" Kyojuro gripped Carlos's hand tightly, anxiety evident in his demeanor. "Not at all, why do you ask?" Carlos replied, somewhat perplexed. "You have been asleep for over 10 days, Kyojuro stated, his own calmness having diminished into worry over this duration, visibly taking a toll on him. but it hasn't been long at all. I used to sleep for decades at a time, Carlos mused, contemplating whether his lack of a coffin had led to such a brief slumber. Making deductions was one thing, particularly given this was his first experience, yet Kyojuro realized that his initial estimations had been overly conservative. Do you wish to eat something? Kyojuro changed the topic. Not hungry, but I would very much like something to drink. When I used to awaken, Yugaruka would always offer me a drink. I feel somewhat unaccustomed without it. The thought of Yugaruka brought a touch of melancholy to Carlos, as he longed to return home. You will certainly return, Kyojuro reassured him. I have a colleague from a prominent family. I shall inquire on your behalf. Carlos nodded in acknowledgement. Kyojuro poured some rabbit blood into a bowl and offered it to Carlos. Taking a sip, Carlos remarked, it resembles what I used to have, though the flavor is somewhat milder. Kyojuro grinned broadly. Carlos, my lord wishes to meet you. Would you be willing to visit the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters? If he wishes to see me, shouldn't he come to visit? Carlos set down the bowl, his tongue grazing his lips. My lord's health is fragile and he cannot venture out. He feels quite embarrassed about it, Kyojuro hurriedly explained. I shall not go, Carlos replied. Showing little interest in the affairs of the Demon Slayer Corps or its leader, Kyojuro was the sole individual he recognized, and all else felt irrelevant to him. Understood, Kyojuro said, somewhat disheartened, for it was a task assigned by his lord. In the following days, Carlos occasionally joined Kyojuro on patrol during the night, yet they encountered no formidable demons. During the day, they either strolled about or engaged in sparring. Tomorrow, I have invited a colleague to our home. He is a formidable warrior, and perhaps you both can spar as well, Kyojuro said as they sat in the corridor, conversing while enjoying the view of the courtyard. The Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps usually patrolled their respective regions, making it rare to encounter one another. Today, however, was a day for meetings, allowing them to gather. After the meeting concluded, Kyojuro sought a private conversation with his lord. Upon exiting, he noticed that Tsujikuni Yorichi had already departed. Spotting Tsujikuni Yorichi still present, Kyojuro inquired whether he knew of the Arundel Manor. Tsujikuni Yorichi was unaware, prompting Kyojuro to request that he ask Tsujikuni Yorichi about it. Tsujikuni Yorichi nodded in agreement. Kyojuro also wished for Tsujikuni Yorichi to observe his techniques and sought his guidance, asking if it would be convenient. Tsujikuni Yorichi stated he would visit the following day. Kyojuro spoke of Tsujikuni Yorichi with palpable excitement, revealing his admiration. Carlos, intrigued, pondered just how formidable a human being could elicit such a response from Kyojuro. Chapter 7, The Divine Clan. What a bother, Yorichi, you've come personally, Kyojuro's voice echoed even before he reached the backyard. No, I am simply delighted that you wish to spar with me. A serene voice responded, and Carlos discerned that the owner of this voice was indeed Kyojuro's colleague. Yorichi, you are truly remarkable. How can you harbor such a modest view of yourself? Kyojuro's voice, rare for its indignation, piqued Carlos's curiosity about this individual. I have failed to protect anything of value. I am worth little, Tsujikuni Yorichi replied, his demeanor languid and self-deprecating, leaving Kyojuro feeling quite helpless. Yorichi, you are undeniably exceptional. Your sun breathing has yet to be mastered by anyone, and you can slay demons with a mere blade. You have also taught everyone the breathing techniques. You are the most formidable warrior in the world. Though Kyojuro understood the futility of his praise, he nevertheless expressed his admiration as he always did. Just as Tsujikuni Yorichi prepared to counter, he suddenly tensed, gazing at Carlos basking in the sunlight. Not human, yet not a demon. What exactly is he? Tsujikuni Yorichi's eyes caught sight of Carlos's distinctly unusual bodily structure, with wisps of energy circulating and a small white vortex swirling around his heart. Kyojuro, Carlos called, extending a hand in greeting. Upon seeing Tsujikuni Yorichi, his expression shifted, and he rushed to the latter's side. Tsujikuni Yorichi, hearing the greeting, relaxed slightly, but became tense again as Carlos approached. Carlos circled around Tsujikuni Yorichi, asking, Are you of the Divine Clan? But isn't the Divine Clan solely comprised of Furairu? Carlos was puzzled, noting that the aura of this tall man closely resembled that of Furairu. Had he not seen him, Carlos might have overlooked this man entirely. He resembled a blade of grass or a flower in nature, utterly unnoticeable. I am no divine being. I am simply a worthless individual, Tsujikuni Yorichi replied, lowering his gaze upon Carlos and retracting his hand from the sword's hilt. Carlos, this is Tsujikuni Yorichi, the formidable colleague I introduced to you yesterday. Yorichi, this is Carlos Brand, the prince of the Blood Clan. Brand is his surname. Blood Clan? Tsujikuni Yorichi questioned, perplexed. Kyojuro briefly introduced the Blood Clan to Tsujikuni Yorichi. Oh, so he is related to the Arundel Manor. Tsujikuni Yorichi recalled Kyojuro's question. Indeed, that is the home of this child. Do you have any information? None. Even my elder brother is uncertain, Tsujikuni Yorichi replied, shaking his head. As their conversation drew to a close, they noticed Carlos lost in thought. Carlos, what troubles you? Kyojuro's voice brought Carlos back from his reverie about Furiru. It's nothing. Aren't you two about to spar? I would like to watch. Carlos beamed at them. Please, do instruct me. The two exchanged formalities and assumed their stances, preparing to engage. Flame breathing, fifth form, flame tiger. Kyojuro launched the first strike. His slash transforming into a mighty tiger engulfed in roaring flames, lunging towards Tsujikuni Yorichi. The heat distorted the surrounding air. Tsujikuni Yorichi moved with grace, deftly evading each attack. Kyojuro's onslaught intensified, flame breathing, second form, rising flame to the heavens. Flame breathing, fourth form, winding inferno. The backyard seemed to ignite into a sea of flames. Carlos felt the heat and quietly stepped back. Tsujikuni Yorichi still refrained from striking. Kyojuro's attacks repeatedly missed their mark, yet he remained undeterred, channeling his energy for successive assaults. When he deemed it time, Tsujikuni Yorichi, without drawing his blade, moved so swiftly that Carlos could barely perceive it. In the next moment, the scabbard rested against Kyojuro's chest. Kotaro's mastery of the breathing technique had improved significantly since their last encounter, praised Yorichi Tsujikuni. This advancement was largely due to Yorichi's guidance, enabling Kotaro to unleash his full potential. The ever-enthusiastic Kotaro expressed his delight in recognizing his own progress, mentioning that he had recently glimpsed the threshold of a formidable technique, albeit still in its nascent stages, promising to showcase it to Yorichi when it was perfected. Excellent. I await your demonstration with great anticipation, Yorichi replied, a smile gracing his lips as he observed the growing strength of the Demon Slayer core. Mr. Tsujikuni, may I spar with you? Carlos inquired, his pulse racing after witnessing the recent battle, more accurately, Kotaro's one-sided onslaught. Such a powerful individual, even more formidable than Teacher Allen. I wonder how I would fare against him. Of course, Yorichi replied without a hint of condescension towards the youth. Carlos, removing the silver collar from around his neck, felt a surge of anticipation. As Carlos initiated his attack, he was momentarily taken aback to find Yorichi standing immobile. For a fleeting moment, he believed he had succeeded. However, recalling Kotaro's ability to move even while engaged in combat, he instinctively retreated a few steps. With uncertainty, Carlos cast another spell, only to see Yorichi remain steadfast, as unyielding as a towering pine. The child, mumbling incantations, noticed tendrils of energy inching toward his arms. Yorichi, aware of Carlos's efforts, felt nothing amiss. As he contemplated waiting longer, a sudden intensity flickered in his gaze. Bloodburst. Carlos unleashed a powerful incantation he had yet to master, one that threatened to cause a violent eruption of blood. Recognizing the imminent danger, Yorichi swiftly closed the distance, striking Carlos firmly in the chest with the hilt of his sword, dispelling the threat. Carlos stumbled to the ground from the force of the blow, but Yorichi observed with relief as the swirling chaos at Carlos's heart stabilized. My apologies, that spell was rather potent, so I intervened, Yorichi said gently, helping Carlos back to his feet. Really? Carlos's face lit up with joy, thrilled that Yorichi deemed his efforts commendable. That must be the strongest technique from Teacher Allen. Determined, Carlos resolved to train diligently, intending to surprise his mentor one day. Kotaro approached, laughter bubbling forth at the sight of Carlos unharmed. See, I told you. Yorichi is incredibly strong, isn't? Indeed, he seems even more powerful than my teacher. Carlos nodded in agreement. Mr. Tsujikuni, I haven't yet seen you in action. May I witness your techniques? He asked, gazing up at Yorichi with eager anticipation. Yorichi nodded, then proceeded to a distant location. Kotaro guided Carlos down the corridor, remarking, thanks to you, today will be a sight to behold. Carlos felt a thrill of excitement, knowing Kotaro merely wanted him to observe closely. Radiant was the first word that sprang to Carlos's mind. Yorichi's techniques exuded a stark contrast to his unassuming presence. While he seemed to possess no remarkable aura, his movements were mesmerizing. As Yorichi wielded his sun-breathing techniques, he appeared to resonate with nature itself. The air shimmered with searing waves as his blade danced, enveloped in a fiery glow reminiscent of the rising sun. Leaves fell from above, igniting into ash midair, while the sound of slicing air mingled with the crackling flames, creating a symphony that echoed in Carlos's ears. In that moment, Yorichi transformed from a mere man into a divine entity, powerful, yet devoid of emotion, radiating an aura that inspired fear. Yet beneath that formidable exterior lay a compassion akin to the impartial judgment of a higher power. Carlos felt as though he had been transported to the sun's surface, inching back into the safety of the room. As Yorichi sheathed his blade, the clash of metal against scabbard erupted in a shower of golden sparks, leaving Carlos momentarily speechless. Kotaro, I wish to visit the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, Carlos expressed. His curiosity piqued about how such remarkable individuals dedicated themselves to this cause. Chapter 8. Eternity. The birth of Muzan Kibutsuji had cursed his lineage, condemning their children to brief lives. It was only through an alliance with the priestly family that they could extend their lifespans. Hahiko Kanroji narrated the intricate connection between the Kanroji clan and Muzan Kibutsuji to Carlos, explaining, "The curse of the Kanroji family seems to fulfill the Demon King's quest for eternity, exchanging your lifespan for his immortality." Carlos, reflecting on this, noted a striking similarity to the bloodline of vampires, where eternity was shared with loved ones, an unspoken taboo. Indeed, that is a plausible interpretation. Hahiko nodded in affirmation. So, the Demon King is a human transformed, while the other demons are born of his blood. Unlike us, the first vampires emerged from a maternal coffin, retaining the form of infants. Carlos stroked his chin thoughtfully. That settles it. They are indeed just distant relatives of poor taste. Their conversation came to a close as Hahiko, weary in spirit, began to withdraw. Carlos contemplated the reasons why most of the first vampires had met their demise at the hands of humans. During patrols, he had encountered demons several times, realizing the difficulty of their defeat. Even when evenly matched, demons could rapidly recover from injuries, while humans could not. The inevitable outcome favored the demons. Moreover, the more humans demons consumed, the stronger they became. Ordinary people, defenseless, were merely prey for the demons, while humans required years of rigorous training. The disparity in their paths to power was stark, leading Carlos to believe that defeating the Demon King was a foregone conclusion. Hahiko merely offered a gentle smile in response, asserting that the continuity of the human spirit did not hinge on individual immortality, but rather on the transmission of ideals. As long as even one person holds the conviction to eradicate evil, we shall one day triumph over Muzan Kibutsuji. Carlos gazed at Hahiko in astonishment. The dullness in his eyes belied a resolute strength, a tenacious spirit residing within a frail body. Generations may come and go, yet the mountains remain unchanged. Why should we not strive for equity? Carlos recalled a story from teacher Zeno that had once lulled him to sleep, realizing it might not merely be a tale. In the finite span of human life, the spirit burned like an everlasting flame, not the monuments that endure, but the strands that connect every heartbeat, woven into an eternal cord through the passage of time. Upon returning to Kotaro's home, Carlos was still lost in contemplation. "What's wrong, Carlos?" Kotaro waved his hand in front of him, trying to regain his attention. "Oh, it's nothing," Carlos replied, snapping back to reality as he beheld the bowl filled with vibrant crimson liquid. "Kotaro, I'm actually not hungry. That is unacceptable. A growing child must eat well to thrive." Kotaro's large hand ruffled Carlos's hair. Now, Kotaro had taken on the additional responsibility of hunting, catching rabbits, snaring chicks, and confronting fierce beasts. He was determined to care for his little vampire properly, strictly adhering to the daily quota of one bowl, ensuring Carlos wouldn't return home to complaints about being undernourished. Carlos sipped from his bowl at a leisurely pace, but before he had finished half, he observed Kotaro already starting his third bowl of food. Kotaro truly has an insatiable appetite. Carlos marveled at the sight of the man devouring his meal with astonishing speed. "Kotaro, could you take me to find Mr. Tsujikuni?" Carlos asked, setting down his bowl as he looked at Kotaro. "Of course. We just finished a meeting, and Yurichi will be resting for a few days before he departs. Otherwise, it would be difficult to find him," Kotaro remarked, reflecting on the vast responsibilities Yurichi bore, making him a rare sight outside of meetings. "How does one seek out Inagami-e?" Enyu Kataru was somewhat intrigued, for he had not observed much interaction between the two yesterday. "He bears a striking resemblance to an elder I am acquainted with," Carlos replied candidly. "I shall ensure your safe return home," Enyu Kataru declared, clenching his fists in determination. Indeed, Carlos nodded in agreement. "Elder brother. I am not worthy to be called the elder brother of the chosen one." As Enyu Kataru knocked on the door, Carlos heard Inagami-e's voice mingling with another. Upon the door being opened, they were greeted by a tall man clad in a purple robe. Carlos was taken aback. He recognized that this was not Inagami-e, yet the resemblance was uncanny. Aside from the subtle differences in the red markings upon his face, even their hair was identical. "The Moon Pillar," Enyu Kataru greeted the newcomer. Yet the man merely acknowledged him with a grunt before continuing on his way. "How rude," Carlos commented with a hint of disdain. "That is how the Moon Pillar is. His strength is formidable." Enyu Kataru dismissed the slight. "But how can he resemble Mr. Inagami so closely?" Carlos pondered in confusion. "Because they are twins," Enyu Kataru elucidated. Twins? Carlos had never encountered this term before. "It means they were born together. It is a rare occurrence," Enyu Kataru explained, having also encountered twins for the first time. "But Mr. Inagami was born from his mother's womb as well, was he not?" Carlos's eyes widened. As the resemblance between Inugami Ye and the elder he had in mind was too striking, he had assumed there was another divine being in the world. It appears that Mr. Inugami is not of divine origin, after all, considering that feel was the heart of the previous feel. Of course, all beings are born from their mothers. Inu Kataru laughed heartily. As they engaged in light banter, they entered the room where Inugami Ye was kneeling beside a small table, having prepared tea and awaiting the arrival of his guests. Carlos, still unaccustomed to this posture, sat cross-legged as usual. He apologized to Inugami Ye, stating, "I cannot partake in this tea, but I appreciate your hospitality." "Not a problem," Inugami Ye replied, not pressing further. "Is there a purpose for your visit, Kataru?" he inquired, turning his attention to Inu Kataru. "It is Carlos who wishes to seek you out," Inu Kataru said, glancing at Carlos, who met Inugami Ye's gaze with his striking blue eyes. "Mr. Inugami, may I stay with you for a few days?" Carlos asked, a thought that had arisen upon meeting Inugami Ye. Even after realizing he was not of divine lineage, he still desired this companionship. Carlos longed to return to the manor, missing Yggdrasil and his mentors, as well as the others of the Blood Clan, his coffin, and the splendid sunlit recliner in his favorite sunbathing spot. He also yearned for the vast sea of roses at the manor. To be beside Inugami Ye would at least provide him with a sense of familiarity. Chapter 9. The Journey. Inugami Ye furrowed his brow. "I must go slay demons. It would be inconvenient to bring you along. I can fight. I will not be a burden," Carlos insisted, striving to persuade him. Inugami Ye remained skeptical. He had observed Carlos's initial attempts yesterday, which had yielded no response. And while the final move was indeed powerful, it was evident to him that it would deplete a significant amount of Carlos's energy, likely leaving him unable to use it more than twice. Furthermore, if the demon reacted swiftly, it could easily counteract the attack by severing a part of its own body. Thus, Inugami Ye did not believe Carlos possessed the capability to confront a demon. "Ye, Carlos is truly impressive. I cannot defeat him," Inu Kataru interjected, understanding Carlos's desire to remain with Inugami Ye and assisting in persuading him. Inugami Ye looked at Inu Kataru in surprise. Kataru did not find this a matter of shame. Nodding earnestly, Inugami Ye, well aware of the nature of Inu Kataru, displayed a rare expression of astonishment, prompting Carlos to puff out his chest with pride. "Very well. I shall take him with me. I will bring him back during the next meeting." Upon learning that Carlos possessed the ability to engage in battle with demons, Inugami Ye acquiesced. "My gratitude, Ye," Inu Kataru continued, explaining Carlos's dietary needs. Carlos could consume human food, but could not savor its flavor. He required a bowl of fresh blood daily, adamantly refusing fish blood, which he claimed was excessively salty, while he preferred the blood of ferocious beasts. He could also drink that of rabbits and chickens. "As for the others, I have yet to try them, but they should pose no issue," Inu Kataru added, supplementing his explanation as Carlos listened, apprehensive that Inugami Ye might find him a nuisance and choose not to take him along. "If he falls asleep on the journey, simply leave him at the Wisteria family's abode. He can sleep for half a month, although he has only slept once so far." Inu Kataru leaned in to speak softly to Inugami Ye. "Ye, you travel extensively. Could you possibly encounter Arendelle Manor? This child yearns for home. He wishes to accompany you because you bear a striking resemblance to an elder he knows." At this moment, Inu Kataru had completely forgotten about Carlos's keen hearing, leading Carlos to experience a surge of emotion upon seeing the phantom of his parents for the second time. "Kataru, you shall undoubtedly become a splendid father," Inugami Ye assured him, causing Kataru to feel a rare shyness at the mention of his wife back home. "Safe travels." Inu Kataru waved goodbye to the two of them. Carlos energetically waved back, while Inugami Ye nodded to Inu Kataru, taking hold of Carlos's other hand as they gradually stepped out of Kataru's line of sight. "Mr. Inugami, where are we headed?" Carlos inquired, observing as they traversed the village shrouded in smoke and fireworks, gradually moving towards the desolate mountains, their surroundings becoming increasingly remote. "First, we must procure some sustenance," Inugami Ye remarked upon spotting a rabbit nearby, swiftly catching it by its ears. He instructed Carlos to pluck some leaves to craft a makeshift vessel, deftly extracting the blood. It was Carlos's first time witnessing the process of food preparation. He held the large leaf bowl and took a sip, exclaiming, "So this is rabbit's blood. Mr. Inugami, you need not prepare a bowl daily. I am not at all hungry." The daily requirement was merely a request from Yggdrasil. Carlos observed as he watched Inugami Ye skillfully handling the rabbit while seated upon a large stone. "That will not do. I promised Kataru to take good care of you," Inugami Ye replied, his hands working tirelessly as he met Carlos's gaze. "Oh," Carlos lamented his failed attempt to escape mealtime, squatting nearby to watch Inugami Ye process the rabbit. "Is there anything I can assist with?" Carlos asked, feeling somewhat bored. "Could you gather some twigs for me?" Inagami Ye requested gently, unsure how to relate to the child and opting for a softer approach. Of course, Carlos perked up at having a task, bouncing around energetically in search of twigs. Suspended in midair. Upon hearing the sound of footsteps, Inugami Ye looked up to see the already dense forest grow darker as a multitude of twigs soared towards him. Having never witnessed such a scene, Inugami Ye was momentarily taken aback as the twigs landed around him with a resounding thud, sending dust swirling. "Mr. Inugami, is this sufficient?" Carlos asked, holding his wand as he exchanged glances with Inugami Ye through the small mound of twigs. "It is adequate," Inugami Ye replied, somewhat resigned. He ignited a portion of the twigs and began to roast the rabbit. "Mr. Inugami, during our spar yesterday, why did you aim for my chest instead of attempting to disarm me?" Carlos felt an inexplicable sense of strangeness. In his previous sparring sessions with other humans, their first instinct had always been to disarm him. However, Kenichi Yuichi seemed to have discerned his vulnerabilities, launching directly at his vital points. Although the members of the Blood Clan were accustomed to fortifying themselves with layers of protection, particularly around their chests, the tremor caused by Yuichi yesterday made Carlos acutely aware that had it been the blade's tip rather than the hilt, his magical barriers would have proven utterly futile. "I can see it," Yuichi remarked, his gaze fixed upon Carlos as ethereal strands coursed through his body. "See what?" Carlos inquired, bewildered. "I perceive the essence beneath the corporeal facade. For instance, within you, there exists a luminous white energy that flows continuously, and at your chest. A vortex that serves as your core." As he spoke, Yuichi tore a piece of rabbit meat and offered it to Carlos, who waved his hand in refusal. "Impressive." Carlos gazed at Yuichi with admiration. The flickering flames outlined Yuichi's silhouette, casting shadows on his expressionless face. His eyes, deep and fathomless like an ancient well, were darker than the night itself, and the markings on his forehead became increasingly pronounced in the firelight. Even when receiving compliments, his gaze remained profoundly solitary. "This is hardly commendable," Yuichi shook his head. Carlos mused. Indeed, possessing such strength and composure bears a striking resemblance to Feral. After several days of interaction, Carlos discerned that Yuichi harbored a sense of inferiority. He did not perceive himself as anything extraordinary, merely an ordinary individual. Yet, Yuichi recognized Carlos's remarkable abilities and occasionally acquiesced to his requests for practice, observing him during battles. Each time Carlos wielded magic, Yuichi found himself astonished. It was indeed a wondrous talent, and although he could not perform it himself, he offered insights into the workings of magic, which accelerated Carlos's incantation speed. Henceforth, Carlos regarded Yuichi with starry-eyed admiration, addressing him as Teacher Yuichi instead of Mr. Kenichi. Chapter 10, Kibutsuji Muzan. What troubles you? You seem rather despondent. Yuichi remarked with concern as he observed Carlos, who appeared noticeably downcast, no longer the curious child scanning his surroundings, but instead, seemingly deflated. "I can't go home," Carlos confessed, tears beginning to stream down his cheeks uncontrollably. Yuichi, flustered, knelt down to wipe away the tears. "How could that be? We have yet to explore many places. I will take you home, but this is not my country." Today, they had arrived at the imperial city. Carlos surveyed the architecture, initially believing it to be a hallmark of the realm of Enma, but discovered that the architectural style was consistent throughout. Even the palace bore the same characteristics. The shops, previously overlooked due to Carlos's excitement and curiosity, now revealed their inscriptions. A sudden realization struck him. He recognized not a single character. Even if his knowledge of written language was limited, it was inconceivable that he could recognize none. Carlos recalled his mentor, Zeno, mentioning that each country possessed its own script. Yet he had no trouble conversing with the locals. Perhaps this is a talent inherent to our bloodline, Carlos pondered, remembering the unique script Zeno had shown him. So distinctive and square that it remained etched in his memory. "Not your country?" Yuichi failed to grasp the meaning behind Carlos's words. "The world is vast, filled with numerous nations," Carlos sniffled, finding a twig to inscribe his name upon. "This is my name." Yuichi took the twig and inscribed his own name beside it. The stark contrast in their writings was palpable. Plop! A small patch of earth became damp. "Zeno knows from where he began. He can find his way home. But I am lost, unaware of how I arrived here, or even the direction of home." Carlos's tears flowed freely. Yuichi was at a loss, merely sitting silently beside him, offering gentle pats on his back and wiping away tears intermittently. After a prolonged period of weeping, Carlos finally calmed down. "Carlos Brand, you possess eternal life. No matter how vast the world may be, you have all the time in the world to return home. Carlos, how did you come to be here?" Yuichi listened attentively as Carlos spoke, perplexed at his lack of knowledge regarding his arrival. "I don't know. I was peacefully slumbering in a coffin, and upon opening my eyes, I found myself falling from the sky. only to collide with Enma. Carlos shook his head. Yuichi, equally baffled, asked, "A coffin? You slept in a coffin?" "Yes. But our coffins are unlike yours," Carlos explained. Initially, he had felt quite uncomfortable upon awakening, prompting him to request Enma to procure a coffin for him, which had alarmed the latter. Carlos soon learned that, in human perception, coffins were reserved for the deceased. Enma even took Carlos to view a human coffin, which he found rather unadorned and lacking in splendor. Each Blood Clan member's coffin was grand and richly adorned, much like Carlos's, which was embedded with numerous rubies. Ah, Bailey. She adores communication magic and has even developed a spell for conversing through sound. If I have yet to awaken after a century, she will surely notice my absence. At that moment, she can send me a message, and I shall inquire with Zeno, thus discovering my path. Carlos's spirits lifted at the thought. A mere century seemed a fleeting moment. Seeing the child regain his joy, Yuichi affectionately ruffled Carlos's hair. "Indeed, you are but a child. Teacher Yuichi, I wish to explore," Carlos exclaimed, eager to wander the imperial city, which promised more vibrancy than any other place. "Go ahead," Yuichi replied, handing Carlos a pouch of coins. "But be cautious while using magic." In unison, they echoed the sentiment, sharing a smile. As they traversed the streets, Yuichi observed that although Carlos could not discern flavors, he was irresistibly drawn to visually appealing pastries, purchasing them without a second thought. Instead of carrying them, Carlos would levitate them beside him, startling passers-by who scurried away in fright. Yuichi advised Carlos to ensure that floating objects remained inconspicuous, so as not to alarm onlookers. Consequently, Carlos learned to elevate the pastries high into the air, rendering them mere black dots against the sky. As night fell, with shadows dancing through the bamboo, Carlos wandered the streets alone, unable to locate Yuichi. Reluctant to return to the wisteria house, he continued to meander along the paths. After all, they would reunite at the wisteria house in the morning, wouldn't they? This night was particularly tranquil, so much so that even Carlos, with his keen hearing, could detect not a single sound. Strolling leisurely, he suddenly spotted a man and a woman in the distance. The man faced away, clad in a dark top and white trousers, while the woman, her long hair elegantly styled, donned a purple kimono, exuding an aura of gentility. At that moment, Carlos was struck by an overwhelming scent of blood. Unlike the blood he had consumed, this scent was reminiscent of something rotten and putrid, akin to the blood of a demon. The odor emanating from the man was the most pungent he had ever encountered. Without hesitation, Carlos turned and fled. This man is dangerous. He moved swiftly, covering 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, he sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a long, slender object that appeared where he had just stood, smashing into the cobblestone path and sending debris flying. Unaccustomed to shielding himself during non-combat scenarios, Carlos bore a deep cut across his face. Carlos turned his head to look. The elongated object had been launched from the man's back. His gaze then met a pair of blood-red eyes. Blood burst. Carlos raised his wand, casting spells as he fled. Muzan Kibutsuji felt a surge of fear and swiftly severed a segment of the whip, only to witness that segment explode into a mist of blood before his eyes. The young boy had already vanished from his sight. Consumed by anger, Muzan took a few steps and swiftly pursued the fleeing Carlos. Carlos unleashed another blood burst. This time, Muzan, having gained some experience, merely severed a small section of the whip before countering the strange, terrifying technique. Countless whips surged towards Carlos from all directions, and in that moment of despair, he erupted with formidable power, rendering him immobile. Muzan discovered that his movements, even his blood, had been momentarily frozen, but he soon broke free from the constraint, and the whips continued to lunge at Carlos. Breath of the sun, in Carlos's terrified eyes. Through the dismembered form of Muzan Kibutsuji, he glimpsed Kanae Tsuyuri. Chapter 11. The Turn of Events. Kanae sensed an overwhelming aura and raced towards that location. Soon, he saw a man with his back to him attacking Carlos. Just the sight of that man's back sent a chill down Kanae's spine. He could see 5 brains and 7 hearts. In that instant, Kanae understood that his very existence was destined to defeat the man before him, the progenitor of demons, Muzan Kibutsuji. Without hesitation, Kanae unsheathed his blade. Breath of the sun. As he watched Muzan being sliced into pieces, Kanae realized that Muzan was not dead. Instead, he posed a question Kanae had long desired to ask. What does he regard life as? Becoming a demon, creating demons, feeding on humanity. What, indeed, does this source of all evil consider life to be? Muzan had no inclination to respond. He was horrified to find that his flesh could not regenerate and could only awkwardly support his slipping head with his hand. Kanae noticed a female demon approaching, and, as he prepared to act, he saw that upon witnessing Muzan's dire state, she not only showed no intention of aiding him, but seemed exhilarated at the prospect of delivering a final blow. Kanae dismissed her and was about to unleash the breath of the sun to extinguish Muzan's life when he heard the sound of Muzan's clenched teeth shattering. In an instant, the demon exploded into over 1,800 pieces of flesh, and Kanae swiftly swung his blade, managing to sever just over 1,500 fragments. Sheathing his sword, he estimated that the remaining pieces could roughly reassemble into a head. So close, so very close. He saw the female demon kneeling on the ground, weeping, having seemingly overcome her next vulnerability. Grasping her hair fiercely, she gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "Why won't you just die? That filthy man." Muzan Kibutsuji. Her expression was utterly grotesque. Kanae crouched beside her, and the female demon suddenly came to her senses, staring blankly at her hands, astonished that she was still alive. Kanae calmed her down, and once she regained her composure, she divulged much information about Muzan Kibutsuji, speculating that the demon likely would not reappear before Kanae passed away. Believing that she had escaped Muzan's control and seeing her intense hatred towards him, Kanae extended an invitation for her to assist in their endeavor to defeat Muzan. After a moment of hesitation, she agreed. Lifting her gaze to Kanae, she introduced herself. "My name is Tamayo, and I vow to slay Muzan Kibutsuji." At that moment, Kanae finally beheld Tamayo's face, her violet eyes brimming with profound sorrow, and he understood that she too bore a painful past. "Is that child all right? I'm a doctor. I can tend to him." Tamayo pointed to Carlos, who had collapsed on the ground, still dazed. Kanae approached and helped Carlos to his feet. "Carlos, are you all right?" Carlos snapped back to reality. "Why you on E?" I sob. He buried his head in Kanae's chest, having brushed perilously close to death, and fear gripped him. He was so close, just a hair's breadth away from dying. Tamayo stepped closer to Kanae, grasping Carlos's hand. Strange, this child's hand is so cold, and his pulse is nearly imperceptible. She realized that the child's body temperature was alarmingly low, almost on par with her own. "It's fine. He has always been like this," Kanae replied, lifting Carlos as he stood. "Miss Tamayo, we must take our leave now. Please be cautious on your journey." He nodded at Tamayo and began sprinting towards the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. As Tamayo watched them depart, she headed deeper into the bamboo grove. "Carlos, we must return to headquarters swiftly. This patrol must conclude early," Kanae declared, intent on informing the Corps about Muzan Kibutsuji. Carlos murmured softly, his head still nestled against Kanae's chest. The two traversed a journey of over a month, but Kanae managed to rush back to headquarters in just over half a month. Throughout the journey, Carlos remained unusually quiet. To hasten their pace, he was either held by Kanae or carried on his back. The silence was unsettling, and Kanae grew concerned. Yet Carlos insisted he was fine, leaving Kanae in a state of half-belief. During those weeks, Carlos contemplated his desire to grow stronger. While he had not been particularly diligent in practicing magic, after all, not all bloodlines aspired to wield such power, his encounters with demons had urged him to hone his skills. Initially, he merely wanted to test his abilities against demons, finding them quite repulsive. However, the more he interacted with humans, coupled with the knowledge that his bloodline could marry humans, the more he loathed the man-eating demons. And Muzan Kibutsuji, aside from Kanae, was a force that few could contend with. Carlos pondered, what if he returned home one day, sound asleep, and Muzan came after him again? Without Kanae to protect him, he could not bear to experience that suffocating brush with death once more. He had never yearned so fervently to become a Red Eye. "I'll take you back to the Kyojuro family first," Kanae said as he looked down at Carlos. "Yuan-e, I want to go with you." Carlos clung tightly to Kanae's neck. With a sigh of resignation, Kanae carried him to headquarters. "I'll explain everything to the master later." "Kanae." Carlos had never heard Kyojoro's voice so filled with fury. In the next instant, Kyojuro appeared before Kanae, yanking Carlos from his embrace and placing him on the ground. Then, with both hands, he gripped Kanae's shoulders tightly. "Do you know what your brother has done? He has become a demon, and he killed the master." Kyojuro glared at him, unleashing the anger of an unbearable revelation. Kanae was momentarily stunned. "Brother, he has become a demon?" "Yes, Kanae, your brother has turned into a wretched demon. He even severed the master's head." Kyojuro seemed to lose all strength, his hands slipping from Kanae's shoulders to clutch at his clothing, leaning against him in anguish. Why? Tears streamed down his face. The once great master. Such a formidable Hashira. How could it come to this? Kanae too yearned to understand why. How could his esteemed brother have transformed into a demon? Chapter 12, Homecoming. The atmosphere in the conference room was weighed down by a palpable tension. Carlos glanced around, recognizing only Rengoku, Kyojuro, and Tanjiro Kamado, while the remaining 3 men and 1 boy were strangers to him. Sensing that Tanjiro Kamado was in a rather poor state, Carlos decisively chose to sit beside him. "Mr. Kamado, how is it that you have returned so swiftly? The team we dispatched has been gone but 2 days, began the small boy, his voice breaking the silence. Carlos turned his gaze towards him, marveling. He is so small, not even as tall as the altar, and yet he holds the title of the Demon Slayer Corps leader. I encountered Muzan Kibutsuji, and thus returned early to inform you. Esteemed leader, Tanjiro Kamado dropped this bombshell, causing the conference room to erupt into chaos. Did you not slay him? No, wait. Kibutsuji Muzan has only recently turned into a demon, and you failed to vanquish him? A fierce-looking man rose in anger, striding towards Tanjiro Kamado. As he reached out to grab him and pull him to his feet, Rengoku Kyojuro intervened swiftly. Mr. Shinjiro, while Mr. Kamado did not eliminate Muzan Kibutsuji, this also presents us with an opportunity to understand him better, interjected the 6-year-old Takuya Kanroji, embodying the essence of a leader, calm and composed. Indeed, esteemed leader, echoed Shinjiro Kyojuro, kneeling beside Tanjiro Kamado as Rengoku Kyojuro took a seat as well. Mr. Kamado, could you recount your confrontation with Muzan Kibutsuji? Takuya Kanroji's gentle gaze turned toward him, his youthful face untouched by the curse. Carlos noted the striking resemblance between Takuya Kanroji and his elder brother, Kanjiro Kanroji. Both exuded a calming aura. Muzan Kibutsuji possesses the ability to extend countless whips for attack, and he has overcome the weakness to decapitation. Tanjiro Kamado's voice was heavy with regret as he spoke, lamenting that had his blade been swifter, this era of demons could have been ended, preventing further innocents from becoming prey. Sensing Tanjiro Kamado's sorrow, Carlos reached out with his small hand, resting it upon Kamado's tightly clenched fist. In response, Tanjiro Kamado smiled, finding solace in Carlos' gesture. It seems that only sunlight can eradicate Muzan Kibutsuji, Carlos noted, prompting Takuya Kanroji to nod in agreement with a smile. No, the failure to slay Muzan Kibutsuji rests solely on my shoulders. Tanjiro Kamado bowed his head apologetically. Mr. Kamado, do you possess any further intelligence? Takuya Kanroji, familiar with Tanjiro Kamado's character, promptly shifted to the next topic. Tanjiro Kamado straightened up, sharing that he had also encountered a demon by the name of Tamayo, who had escaped Muzan Kibutsuji's control due to his diminished power. She harbors a deep-seated hatred for Muzan Kibutsuji, and I have invited her to join us in his demise. Before Shinjiro Kyojuro could react, the rock-solid stance of Shoyuta Kojima followed swiftly. You let a demon go free. Have you forgotten you are a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? His handsome visage twisted with fury as he confronted Tanjiro Kamado. Following closely, the Wind Hashira, Matsushita Hanada, landed a punch squarely on Tanjiro Kamado's face, while Kyojuro Shinjiro bowed deeply to Takuya Kanroji. Esteemed leader, Tanjiro Kamado ought to take his own life. He is unworthy of the title of Demon Slayer. The Corps cannot harbor someone who permits demons to escape. Rengoku Kyojuro had already whisked Carlos away from the tumultuous scene before Kojima should his arrival. Carlos stood bewildered, struggling to comprehend why Tanjiro Kamado was compelled to defeat Muzan Kibutsuji, or why they reacted so vehemently to the release of the demon Tamayo. Observing that Tanjiro Kamado showed no signs of resistance, Carlos chose not to dwell on it. He felt immobilized. Carlos had also honed his powers, capable of restraining 3 individuals of strength comparable to Rengoku Kyojuro, albeit only managing to immobilize their feet. Nevertheless, it sufficed for him to pull Tanjiro Kamado from the battlefield. Hey, you little brat of the Blood Clan, what business do you have meddling in adult matters? Kojima Shoyuta glared at Carlos, attempting to intimidate the child with a fierce gaze. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps were aware that Rengoku Kyojuro had taken in a child of the Blood Clan, and had heard Kyojuro speak of the child's formidable and peculiar abilities. Yet, having never witnessed it firsthand, they were astonished to see that he indeed possessed remarkable strength. The legs of the 3 Hashira remained immobile. Carlos, unfazed, retorted, "You are hardly taller than my knee. It's debatable who the real child is." He then shot a glance at Kyojuro Shinjiro. Why is it that slaying the Demon King is solely Mr. Kamado's responsibility? Are you incapable yourselves? Oh right. You lack the strength. Carlos shrugged in response to the furious gazes of the 3 men. Tanjiro Kamado furrowed his brow, placing a hand on Carlos' shoulder. However, Carlos swatted his hand away, continuing his tirade. Besides, have you not heard that the enemy of my enemy is my friend? Great achievers do not sweat the small stuff. What of the fact that she is a demon? She possesses vital information about the Demon King. While you know nothing, she is far more useful than you realize. As these words left his lips, Rengoku Kyojuro swiftly covered Carlos' mouth with his hand. Carlos pushed Kyujuro's hand away, continuing, "Do you even comprehend how formidable the Demon King is? If he were to confront you instead of Mr. Kamado, you would perish without knowing what he looked like or what abilities he possessed." Kyojuro Shinjiro attempted to respond, but was interrupted by Carlos' magic. Visions of the past resurfaced. The Hashira present no longer found themselves in the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, but rather in a serene bamboo grove. The bamboo swayed gently, revealing a man and a woman ahead. The group felt the dreadful pressure emanating from Muzan Kibutsuji, sensing Carlos' frantic escape. As they stepped into the gates of despair, through the fragmented flesh, they glimpsed Tanjiro Kamado. Carlos was once again struck by the overwhelming sight of Tanjiro Kamado unleashing over 1,500 strikes. A spectacle that left even the seasoned Hashira in awe. As Tanjiro Kamado sheathed his blade, the conference room reappeared before them. The group remained ensnared in the lingering sensation of having narrowly escaped death, particularly Shoyuta Kojima, who looked as if he had just emerged from water, his expression dazed. The spell Visions of the Past was invented by Xenu. After Rain departed, Xenu deeply missed him, often daydreaming while gazing at Rain's sword. Among the 10 original blood clans, Rain was the youngest, while Xenu was the eldest, and their bond was the strongest. Driven by nostalgia, Xenu devised Visions of the Past, a spell that extracts memories and brings them before one's eyes, allowing one to relive those moments as if they were occurring anew. Carlos had no recollection of his parents, but thanks to Xenu's memory, he experienced the sensation of being cradled in Nora's arms during infancy. Carlos could never forget the moment he opened his eyes to find her gaze, the color of wisteria flowers, and her silver hair cascading down, as she looked at him with gentle warmth. Following her was Eamon, with his sky-blue hair shimmering under the sunlight and his eyes crystalline purple, who playfully poked his face. Nora soon followed suit, bending down to embrace him. This scene was one Carlos often conjured through his magic to relive. Matsushita Hanada snapped back to reality. Kneeling before Takuya Kanroji, esteemed leader, I propose that Tanjiro Kamado be expelled from the Demon Slayer Corps. Takuya Kanroji, having listened to Rengoku Kyojuro's account of the events, desperately wished to share this experience with Carlos. However, noticing the Hashira were all somewhat drenched, he suppressed the thought, aware that his frail body might not withstand it. As the command for Takumi Ubuyashiki to expel Yorichi Tsujikuni was issued, Carlos found this conclusion rather acceptable. After all, Yorichi could slay demons regardless of his affiliation with the Demon Slayer Corps. With the matter resolved, Carlos suddenly sensed a distant call. Yorichi-sensei, Katru. It seems that I am to return home. The others turned to look, and in the next moment, Carlos vanished from their sight as if he had never existed, leaving behind only the remnants of his words hanging in the air. Thank you all. It has been a pleasure to meet you. Chapter 13. Arendelle Manor. Carlos opened his eyes to a pitch-black void, a familiar sensation jolting him upright. The coffin lid creaked open, revealing the small mountain of assorted gemstones that greeted his gaze. Ecstatic, Carlos dashed towards his treasures, burying himself amidst the gems and joyfully rolling around for a few moments. Soon after, he rushed outside, encountering several servants tending to the corridors of the manor. Upon seeing Carlos, they bowed and greeted him as Your Highness. Carlos paid them no mind, sprinting towards the gazebo amidst the sea of roses. As expected, he spotted Yggdrasil Cabran seated at a distance, engrossed in his tasks. Yggdrasil, Carlos shouted, and upon hearing his prince's voice, Yggdrasil turned around just in time to be collided with by a small projectile, causing him to stagger back a few steps, his waist encircled by a pair of arms. Your Highness, how is it that you awoke so soon? Yggdrasil gently stroked Carlos's hair with one hand while patting his back with the other. Yggdrasil, I suddenly found myself in another country, Carlos replied, his voice tinged with emotion as he continued. I thought I would never see you again. Having watched Carlos grow since childhood, Yggdrasil had seen the prince weep only once before, during a moment of nostalgia when he beheld King Nora and King Eamon. Alarmed, Yggdrasil pulled Carlos from his embrace, bending down to wipe away his tears, his green eyes reflecting concern. Your Highness, I have always been here. Please, tell me what happened. Carlos recounted his unusual experience to Yggdrasil, omitting only the part where he was pursued by the Demon King, nearly crossing into the realm of the dead. Yggdrasil held him tightly, examining him closely. You weren't harmed, were you? No, I am quite formidable, Carlos declared proudly, puffing out his small chest. Your Highness is incredibly brave. I truly wish to pay a visit to those two powerful humans, Yggdrasil remarked, ruffling Carlos's hair. Your eyes have darkened, I noticed. Upon a closer glance, Yggdrasil observed that Carlos's eyes had transformed to a deep blue, akin to the tumultuous depths of the ocean. Carlos, through Yggdrasil's eyes, recognized his own transformation. It was likely a result of his diligent practice of magic and the numerous battles he had fought in recent days. Touching his eyes, he felt a surge of joy. In recent years, several members of the vampire clan, who were known to be resting in coffins, inexplicably found themselves in distant lands, Lance, Bailey, and Lot, to name a few. However, they were not far from home, having returned on their own. Yggdrasil pondered, resting his hand on his chin. Could it be due to the spatial magic researched by King Nora and King Eamon? He resolved to discuss this with Orin and Frail at a later time. How did you return, I wonder? Did your magic deplete? Carlos began to contemplate the circumstances of his return, realizing that the oppressive presence of Muzan Kibutsuji demanded an immense amount of magic to replicate precisely. Once again, Carlos had cast spells on so many, exhausting his magical reserves entirely. Raising his right hand towards the sunlight, Carlos felt his magic nearly restored, a sensation he had not experienced during his rest at Kataru's home in hell. Returning home is truly delightful, Carlos exclaimed. Your Highness, let us first have something to eat, Yggdrasil suggested, taking Carlos's hand as they walked together, exchanging pleasantries. Carlos bubbled with joy at the thought of being with Lord Yggdrasil. As they descended into the basement, they were met with a chamber filled with solid ice, within which numerous ice pillars contained vibrant crimson blood. It was Carlos's first visit, and he curiously examined the surroundings, touching this and that. Yggdrasil explained, this basement has existed since the birth of King Nora. All the blood required by the vampire clan is stored here. It is believed to have come from the same mother coffin. The ice here never melts, and each ice pillar's blood is inexhaustible. Carlos watched as Yggdrasil picked up a beautiful glass cup. Your Highness has just awakened. It would be wise to start with something light, he suggested, to which Carlos nodded in agreement. Yggdrasil filled the cup with blood from the herbivorous labeled pillar, and then added some from the sweet-tasting pillar before handing it to Carlos. Upon tasting the sweet flavor, Carlos, intrigued, sampled some blood from the spicy pillar. Oh, so this is what spicy is, he exclaimed, sticking out his tongue. Yggdrasil, how are these blood types categorized? Carlos inquired, noting the different labels: sweet, spicy, sour, oceanic, herbivorous, and carnivorous. I'm not entirely sure. Orin and Zeno would likely know. Just then, Yggdrasil decided it was time to ask Zeno about it, leading Carlos to his room. Zeno is awake. Carlos felt a twinge of anxiety, moving hesitantly, signaling to Yggdrasil that he was reluctant to go. Your Highness must not be mischievous any longer. Yggdrasil gently nudged Carlos forward, aware of the circumstances, having previously assisted in moving Zeno back to his room. I was wrong, Carlos admitted, lowering his head and obediently following Yggdrasil towards Zeno's quarters. Let me think. To recognize one's mistakes and amend them is a virtue. Yggdrasil recalled a proverb Zeno had once shared with him. Your Highness, Zeno is an exceptionally learned individual. You can gain much knowledge from him, Yggdrasil emphasized earnestly. Zeno was a beloved conversational partner among the vampire clan across generations, known for his rich experiences and unique insights. Engaging in dialogue with Zeno was akin to the gentle flow of spring water over stones, soothing and delightful. I know. I enjoy listening to Zeno's stories as well, but I tend to feel drowsy during lessons, Carlos murmured, his voice diminishing as he scratched his head in embarrassment. Perhaps your Highness is still quite young, Yggdrasil remarked without further comment, knocking on the door before entering upon receiving permission. The room was filled with floating documents, each thin sheet representing a fragment of history. Zeno had preserved them well, maintaining the same appearance Carlos had first encountered. Navigating through the scattered antiques, Zeno's long green hair, flowing down to his ankles, remained strikingly captivating. Zeno-sensei, Carlos approached the organizing Zeno, calling out in a subdued tone. My young prince, what troubles you? Zeno feigned ignorance, playfully poking Carlos's cheek. I was wrong. It won't happen again. Carlos took a deep breath and met Zeno's smiling violet eyes, raising his voice. I know the young prince did not intend any harm, Zeno replied, squatting down to meet Carlos's gaze, a sense of pride swelling within him as he observed Carlos's diligent magic training. Indeed, Carlos nodded proudly, and Yggdrasil recounted Carlos's recent experiences to Zeno. That must have been the land of cherry blossoms. Zeno shared his own journey with them, even casting a spell to allow them to experience the sensation of seasickness. Carlos felt utterly unwell, and once he recovered, he recalled the unsettling flavor of the miso soup from Kataru's home. Zeno-sensei, the miso soup at Katara's place gave me a sense of dread. Carlos sat beside Zeno, idly playing with the jade ring on Zeno's finger as he spoke. We ought to refrain from touching hot objects. I, too, felt the tremors of the soul. The land of cherry blossoms is bearable, but in Huaxia, they have a penchant for hot food and tea. During my visits to the village, I dared not step outside when they were cooking, fearing that even the curling smoke could sear my skin. Zeno, recalling the days when he declined tea, felt a pang of frustration. Being a foreigner already made him an outsider, and not partaking in tea nearly left him without anyone to play chess with. Indeed, those centuries honed Zeno's chess skills, allowing him to engage with many grandmasters. Eventually, he devised a spell to cool objects instantaneously, which facilitated their interactions. To be on the safe side, Zeno taught Carlos the same cooling spell, preparing him for any eventuality of falling into other countries. Following this incident, Carlos grew increasingly earnest in his magical practice. Chapter 14. Elders, Immobility. Carlos observed the knights, who stood utterly still, and upon dispelling the spell, inquired about their sensations. Discovering that 27 were completely immobile, while 3 could only move their eyes, Carlos felt a sense of satisfaction. This was the first time he had incapacitated the strongest knight squad of the Brant family. As the onlookers bowed to him, addressing him as Lord Elon. Before Carlos could turn around, he was suddenly lifted into the air. Yuglika remarked that His Highness had made progress. Elon Brant caught Carlos in his arms, inspecting him closely. Deep blue. Quite impressive, he commented before tossing Carlos into the air once more. As Elon prepared for a third throw, Carlos seized a tuft of Elon's red hair. Teacher Elon, I'm not a child anymore, Carlos protested. In his younger days, he relished being tossed and caught by Elon, but having grown taller, he now felt a twinge of embarrassment and had refrained from requesting such antics. Nonetheless, Elon delighted in surprising Carlos whenever he approached from behind. In my eyes, Your Highness will forever remain a child, Elon quipped, gently pressing down on Carlos's head. Having just practiced, you ought to drink something, Elon declared, summoning 2 glasses filled with blood to hover steadily before them. Carlos accepted one, gazing at Elon with admiration, swearing to himself. I must learn to cast spells without incantations or wands. Teacher Elon, how is the blood divided in the basement? Carlos asked, recalling Yuglika's assertion that he and Zeno should know. Upon seeing Elon gulp down his drink, Carlos remembered he had forgotten to ask Zeno last time. This, Elon began, a smile breaking across his face as he recounted the tale, omitting certain details, only mentioning that Rain had tasted human blood and discovered that each person's flavor was distinct. Those who enjoy sweets have sweeter blood, while those fond of alcohol have a hint of wine. Oh, so the vampire refers to Rain, Carlos mused, recalling Zeno's mention of the vampire legends circulating in human society. Yes, during those nights, humans dared not venture outside. Elon became lost in that memory, a smile gracing his lips. Then why did he drink human blood? Carlos questioned, bewildered. Wasn't that basement established simultaneously with my parents? Shouldn't they have had enough to eat? Carlos pondered, perplexed. Well, you should ask Zeno if he is willing to enlighten you, Elon replied, gently patting Carlos's head with enough force to compel him to rub it. Casting a resentful glance at Elon, who laughed heartily. Lord Elon, a maid approached. Yuglika requests your presence in the drawing room. The divine lord has arrived. As she spoke, she closed her eyes, raised her index finger to her forehead, and then placed her palm over her heart. This gesture signified the blessing of the divine lord, as devotees would kneel before him, one hand over their heart to receive his grace. I understand, Elon nodded, turning to Carlos. Your Highness, you should accompany me. Elon and Carlos proceeded to the drawing room together. Upon entering, Elon swiftly directed a porcelain cup towards the divine lord. The man seated before them, with radiant golden eyes that shone brighter than the midday sun, raised a single hand, effortlessly catching the cup without spilling a drop. The man had cascading white hair that seemed to emit a gentle glow, and his robe, adorned with intricate patterns embroidered in gold thread, exuded an air of majesty and sanctity. This was the divine lord of human faith, Friel. Yuglika explained to Friel the purpose of his visit. As Friel finished the floral elixir in the porcelain cup, he nodded towards Elon. Elon chuckled and summoned a large box, which flew to him, with another wave. The lid opened to reveal it brimming with azure porcelain vials. One vial floated over, filling Friel's cup anew. I know you enjoy this, so I prepared it for you to take back to the temple. Elon and Yuglika exchanged knowing smiles as Friel, appearing impassive, took a sip from the cup, his speed quickening as they shared a smile. Regardless of which Friel it is, he certainly enjoys floral elixirs, Yuglika mused, recalling the previous Friel. Aside from their differing temperaments, their appearance and preferences were identical. Seated together drinking floral elixirs could indeed lead to confusion. Why must the divine lineage continue in such a manner? Yuglika found it difficult to accept. The divine lineage consisted solely of Friel, without a given name, only a surname. It had existed since humans began to gather, embodying the essence of human faith. The divine being lacked a heart, for a heart is biased, yet he treats his devotees with impartiality. Whenever a god develops a heart, it signifies a wavering of human faith, heralding impending chaos within a few years, thus indicating the birth of a new Friel. Yuglika had encountered 2 versions of Friel. He was unaware of the departures of other divine beings, but the fall of the previous divine lord remained an indelible nightmare, rendering him hesitant to step into the temple. Every time he beheld this Friel, a wave of discomfort washed over him. Elon, have you not noticed the energy fluctuations emanating from beside the largest practice room? Friel inquired, lifting his gaze to Elon. The largest practice room is adjacent to the royal couple's chambers. The realization dawned upon the 3. Arendelle's largest and most sturdy practice room was indeed next to Nora's room, as she had relocated there for convenience while engrossed in her magical research. After Eamon and Nora fell in love, he had moved in as well. No, I was entirely unaware. Elon shook his head. I am not familiar with your magic. I previously mentioned that the energy fluctuations there were quite strong, and you indicated that those were your royal chambers, home to the most potent of the bloodline. Elon, lacking red eyes, could not judge based on Carlos and Zeno's rooms. However, it seemed that the energy emanated not from the residual magic of the two royals, but rather from the remnants of a spatial spell, which had now spread across a significant portion of Arendelle. Friel slowly articulated his findings. Friel's hypothesis appeared accurate. Indeed, the two royals had vanished while researching spatial magic. A spell capable of overpowering both royals must possess formidable strength, and Elon's tone grew somber as he mentioned the royals. Can this be resolved? Yuglika expressed concern over the potential impact on more bloodline members, fearing that if it spread to perilous locations, it could spell disaster. That depends on when Elon can master the spell, Friel remarked with a smirk, his gaze sweeping over Elon. Carlos chuckled softly, but was promptly silenced as Elon pressed a firm hand upon his head. Your Highness, it appears we must engage in earnest practice. Elon's ominous tone echoed in Carlos's ears. Teacher Yalowin must strive harder. Carlos removed his hand from Yalowin's head and grasped it firmly, gazing earnestly into Yalowin's eyes. I have heard that His Highness has been diligently practicing of late. Truly impressive. Suddenly, Yalowin recalled the reports from Yugulika and Captain Charlie. Yes, I will surely become a red-eyed. Carlos clenched his small fist, for the first time articulating his aspiration after so many days. Then I too must exert myself. Firil, shall we have a match? Observing the resolute glimmer in Carlos's eyes, Yalowin felt a pang of dissatisfaction with his own failure as a mentor, secretly lamenting his own decline. Yalowin's magical prowess had stagnated for quite some time, leading him to a state of despair, diverting his attention from extensive magical practice to managing household affairs. I am at your service. Firil raised an eyebrow. Chapter 15, A Second Bloom. A pair of deep violet eyes appeared even more enigmatic under the moonlight. This feeling is strangely familiar. Carlos sighed softly. As he traversed the clouds, sensing his body plummeting rapidly, a thought struck him, and in an instant, the moonlight was obscured. A pair of dark wings unfurled behind Carlos. He steadied himself in midair, suddenly perceiving an unfamiliar, yet oddly familiar presence. Intrigued, Carlos soared toward that direction. Breath of flame. First form, unknowing fire. As he drew nearer, Carlos heard a familiar voice. Behind the vanishing specter of ash was a countenance he recognized. Kyojuro. Carlos dove toward Kyojuro Rengoku. The joy of reuniting with an old friend made Carlos oblivious to the strange aura. Kyojuro Rengoku noticed an indistinct figure hurtling toward him, unable to discern if it was a human or a demon, and was knocked back several steps before regaining his balance. The youth in his arms tilted his face upward, and under the moonlight, Kyojuro Rengoku scrutinized the unfamiliar entity. Approximately 15 or 16 years of age, with cascading silver hair and mesmerizing violet eyes akin to wisteria. Adorned with a brilliant yellow gem on his left ear, radiant and striking, with crimson tassels beneath, a pair of pointed ears twitched. Pointed ears. Kyojuro Rengoku also observed a pair of grand wings trailing behind. A demon? Kyojuro Rengoku found it difficult to determine, for the aura was discordant. But humans cannot possess wings. He forcefully shoved Carlos away, employing the breath of flame to launch an assault. Carlos ascended into the air, meticulously observing the man below who had raised his blade, poised for an attack. His bright yellow hair slicked back with fiery red tips, he exuded vitality. The intensity in his eyes resembled a blazing flame, radiating determination, warmth, and fervor. This man is not Kyojuro, Carlos concluded, recognizing that while the appearance was similar, the essence was indeed different. But it resembles him remarkably. Could he be Kyojuro's twin? Carlos recalled Kyojuro Rengoku mentioning that twins could appear indistinguishable. But it has been centuries, hasn't it? Carlos glanced at his own matured hands, and then at Kyojuro Rengoku, pondering, could descendants truly resemble their ancestors so closely? Carlos found himself perplexed, as the offspring of bloodlines often bear little resemblance to their parents, let alone to one whose likeness is uncanny. Might I inquire your name, sir? As both parties held their ground, Carlos broke the silence. Kyojuro Rengoku replied with a hearty and resonant voice, penetrating the air. His voice is similar too. Carlos mused. Kyojuro Rengoku maintained a firm grip on his Nichiren blade, showing no signs of relaxing his vigilance. Rengoku, do you know Kyojuro Rengoku? Carlos heard the familiar surname. I feel as though I have encountered this name before. It must be my ancestor. Kyojuro Rengoku found the name familiar, but could not recall immediately. However, he did not dwell on where he had seen it. his gaze firmly fixed upon Carlos. Is he a demon? This name is not that of my father or grandfather, indicating he has lived for at least a century. Breath of flame, second form, rising flame to heaven. In the next moment, Kyojuro Rengoku lunged toward Carlos. Just as he was about to strike Carlos's neck, Kyojuro Rengoku suddenly found himself immobilized, crashing down toward the ground. Carlos, now capable of casting most of his spells without a wand or incantation, mischievously stirred up chaos in Arendelle. This time, he was summoned back to Arendelle after Yagalika reported his mischief to Yaluan, who had already transformed into a red-eyed and returned to confront Carlos, who, drained of magic, collapsed into a deep slumber. Upon reopening his eyes, he discovered himself in this place once again. Carlos gazed at the face of his old friend. Feeling a twinge of compassion, and with a single flap of his wings, he gently lowered Kyojuro Rengoku to the ground. Mr. Rengoku, my name is Carlos Brand. And Brand is my surname. I am not a demon, but a member of the bloodline. Please do not conflate me with those man-eating demons. Carlos expertly introduced himself, adeptly dissociating from the demons. Kyojuro Rengoku widened his eyes at Carlos, and Carlos, realizing, released the magic binding Kyojuro Rengoku. Carlos, your highness? Upon hearing this name, Kyojuro Rengoku's memories of Kyojuro Rengoku surged back. Every generation of Hashira has kept diaries. He recalled having read Kyojuro Rengoku's journal. The first flame Hashira, who mastered the breath of flame. Within Kyojuro Rengoku's diary, there were entries unrelated to the breath of flame, chronicling a bloodline youth named Carlos Brand. The final entries read, I do not know if Carlos has returned to Arendelle, nor if he will descend from the heavens again on some future day. I am glad to have met you. Please, may you travel safely, my friend. Furthermore, my descendant, if you encounter a bloodline youth named Carlos Brand, please address him as your highness Carlos upon your first meeting, and inform him that Rengoku is still slaying demons, so do not worry. Upon hearing this, Carlos was moved to tears, for it was the first time he truly grasped the insignificance of humanity, merely a fleeting century. His first human friend had long since turned to dust, never to be seen again. With tear-filled eyes, Carlos felt a pair of rough, calloused hands brush against him, and his vision cleared to meet Kyojuro Rengoku's smiling eyes. Your Highness Carlos, would you like to meet him? Yes. Carlos nodded emphatically. Mr. Rengoku, the injured have been settled. Once the Hidden Ones confirmed Carlos was in no danger, they began to tidy up the aftermath. Thank you for your efforts. Kyojuro Rengoku nodded toward the Hidden Ones, who withdrew, casting a glance back at Carlos. So many people, why are all their faces concealed? Carlos observed the orderly group of individuals, with only their eyes visible, and felt a surge of curiosity. These individuals are the Hidden, responsible for reconnaissance and logistics, constituting an essential part of the Demon Slayer Corps. As Kyojuro Rengoku noted that the cleanup was nearly complete, he instructed Kanamori to inform the Lord that he would be taking a group to pay respects to their ancestors before returning to headquarters to report. Understood, Rengoku, travel safely. Kanamori flapped his wings and flew toward the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Kyojuro Rengoku observed Carlos's unwavering gaze until Kanamori was out of sight before speaking. This is Kanamori, responsible for leading, conveying messages, and assigning tasks. What a remarkable transformation, Carlos exclaimed in awe. Everything is for the purpose of slaying evil demons, Kyojuro Rengoku declared, gazing at the rising sun. The extermination of evil demons. Carlos had just glimpsed the inscription on Kyojuro Rengoku's Nichiren blade, Tanjiro Kamadu. Is this what you refer to as the transmission of spirit? Carlos gazed at the resplendent dawn, contemplating the paradox of human existence, both diminutive and grand. Chapter 16, The Serpent Demon. Father. In the courtyard, the exuberant Kyojuro Rengoku, wielding a small wooden sword, joyfully rushed to greet his father, Shinjiro Rengoku, upon his return. Kyojuro, your stance is impeccable. Where is your mother? Shinjiro inquired gently, ruffling his son's hair. She is feeling a bit unwell and is resting in her room. No sooner had Kyojuro spoken than Shinjiro hurried towards the room, leaving Carlos and Kyojuro exchanging wide-eyed glances. Hello, I am Kyojuro Rengoku. Kyojuro broke the silence, extending a small hand towards Carlos. Greetings, I am Carlos Brand. Brand is my surname. Carlos knelt to grasp Kyojuro's tiny hand. At first sight of the child, Carlos perceived the immense potential within him. He would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable Hashira, a being of unwavering strength, akin to an unquenchable flame, fiercely ablaze. Furthermore, the resemblance was striking. It was as if he were carved from the same mold. Unable to resist, Carlos tousled Kyojuro's hair, captivated by the warmth radiating from him. He sensed that Kyojuro was the most radiant and resolute individual he had encountered in the Rengoku household. Carlos, unable to contain himself, pressed his cheek against Kyojuro's. The boy's already large eyes widened further in surprise. Carlos quickly withdrew, watching as Kyojuro's neck flushed a deep crimson, spreading across his face until he was thoroughly blushing. Kyojuro, are you all right? Carlos, somewhat flustered by the boy's sudden color change, recalled that as he grew older, Iglik allowed him to venture outside, and he was acutely aware of human fragility, worrying if this little owl-like child had fallen ill. I'm fine, the diminutive boy exclaimed with a surprisingly robust voice. That's a relief. I shall be staying at your home for a few days, so I hope to rely on your hospitality. Carlos smiled at Kyojuro, who promptly set down his wooden sword, exclaiming, then allow me to show you to your room. Kyojuro led the way, and Carlos observed the familiar layout of the room, evoking nostalgic memories of his time in the home of Kyojuro's older brother, Kyojuro. A wave of melancholy washed over him. Mr. Brand, are you all right? Kyojuro perceptibly sensed the shift in Carlos's mood. It's nothing, merely a recollection of the past. Carlos tilted his head to regard Kyojuro, whose red tassels danced with the motion. Please let me know if there's anything you need. I will assist you. Kyojuro gazed intently at Carlos, the innocent admiration of a child drawn to beauty. Carlos, being a paragon of attractiveness, from his visage to his adornments. Even a single strand of hair was undeniably captivating. This is more than sufficient. Thank you, Kyojuro. Carlos again reached out to ruffle Kyojuro's hair, feeling a sense of fulfillment. No wonder I used to enjoy ruffling the heads of those in the main family. The texture is indeed delightful. Thus, Carlos took residence in the Rengoku household, frequently engaging in playful activities with Kyojuro and his brother, Shinjuro, both of whom grew quite attached to him, especially Shinjuro, who relished being held. By night, he accompanied Shinjuro on missions. During this time, he encountered the ailing Lady Ruka. Carlos discerned that she had not long to live, and gazing at the young Kyojuro and Shinjuro, he felt a stirring thought emerge within him for the first time, a desire to research magic for healing and salvation. Carlos, there may be a fierce battle tonight. The sound of footsteps echoed in the stillness of the night as Shinjuro led the way, with Carlos closely trailing behind. I do not foresee any issues. Carlos remained unfazed, believing that as long as it was not the Demon King, there was little to be concerned about. Ha! A hearty laugh resonated through the air. Indeed, Shinjuro too felt he had been overly anxious, having observed Carlos's prowess over the days. He concluded that he was exceptionally strong, his combat style was unfathomable, and his techniques were enigmatic. Shinjuro felt fortunate that Carlos was not a demon. Shinjuro, you seem quite busy. Have the demons increased in number? Carlos noted that Shinjuro seemed to have missions almost daily, unlike the past when Kyojuro primarily engaged in patrols without many specific demon-slaying tasks. The Demon Slayer Corps has too few Hashira. The members are still maturing. At present, including myself, there are only 2 Hashira, so the majority of the missions fall upon us. Shinjuro's voice turned somber, expressing concern for the under-resourced Demon Slayer Corps. He feared that if he and the Wind Hashira were to perish, the Corps would lack backup, allowing demons to run rampant. Kyojuro will undoubtedly become an exceptional Hashira, Carlos assured Shinjuro confidently. He is indeed a remarkable child, Shinjuro replied, a sense of pride swelling within him. The two soon arrived at a village. Are the demons hiding within the village unnoticed? Carlos was astonished by the size of the village before him. The reconnaissance team reported that the demons are protecting this village, and the villagers provide food offerings to them. Carlos looked quizzically at Shinjuro. Shinjuro immediately comprehended, you are still young. Human nature is quite complex. Although he was aware that Carlos had lived for nearly a millennium, Shinjuro still tended to view him as a child. Carlos pursed his lips, inhaling deeply. Shinjuro chuckled softly, thinking that being able to play with his 2 young sons was indeed a childlike joy. In the context of the eternal life of the bloodline, a millennium rendered Carlos merely an infant. Indeed, they are quite powerful, Carlos remarked, detecting a potent scent of demons. Please, lead the way. Shinjuro admired Carlos's keen senses, which always allowed him to pinpoint the demons' locations with precision. Carlos employed a stealth spell for both of them as they pursued the direction of the demons. Breath of Flames, 4th form, Scorching Cascade. With a single strike, Shinjuro vanquished the serpent woman, who had been obliviously pursuing something. Upon turning, Mitsuri Kanroji, caught in a nightmare that had haunted him, watched as it turned to ash in the glow of the flames. When Shinjuro approached him, he remained momentarily dazed. Are you all right, young man? Shinjuro crouched to meet Mitsuri's gaze, his voice imbued with warmth, offering solace to the boy who had long been deprived of sunlight. I'm fine. Mitsuri, having not spoken to anyone for an extended period, struggled to articulate his words clearly. Shinjuro, is this child all right? Carlos stepped forward, momentarily taken aback by the frail and disheveled appearance of Mitsuri. He had never encountered a child in such poor health. To him, Children deserve tender care and nurturing. Mitsuri, aware of his own age, felt a pang of inferiority as he observed Carlos, who appeared to have been raised in a nurturing environment. He was the cursed lineage, born to be a sacrifice for monsters, and his visage reflected that. Mitsuri's hand trembled slightly as it brushed against the bandages wrapped around his face, while the arrowhead's feather brushed against his palm, offering silent comfort. Come, let us find your family. Shinjuro took Mitsuri's hand and began to lead him back. Mitsuri was uncertain how to refuse, and soon they encountered his cousin. It's all your fault. You didn't want to be the serpent woman as sacrifice, and that is why she killed us. It's all your fault. My mother and sisters are dead. Shinjuro frowned deeply at the outburst, while Carlos swiftly silenced her. The girl was astonished to find herself completely immobilized. Her tears, which had been akin to a broken dam, surged forth uncontrollably. May I accompany you? Ikai Kobain tugged at Kyojuro Rengoku's hand. I can only teach you how to slay demons, much like that serpent demon just now. You may very well perish on this path. Kyojuro Rengoku knelt down, fixating intently on Ikai Kobain's eyes. I can. Kobain's voice resonated louder than before. Very well. I shall take you to find a mentor. Whether you can tread this path depends solely on you. Kyojuro nodded at Carlos, and as the three moved out of the girl's sight, she collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Kyojuro, I wish to go out for a while. The impact that Carlos experienced this night was indeed profound. What, exactly, is a person? Carlos pondered. Within the Blood Clan, he understood that humans were the partners that stirred the hearts of its members, while in the Demon Slayer core, he recognized that humans could be resolute enough to sacrifice their lives for a cause. Yet tonight, he encountered a child who was not cherished, one who betrayed their kin to aid a demon in finding sustenance. Members of the Blood Clan were quite simple. They either devoted their lives to a singular pursuit, traveled the world, or managed their family. They all cherished one another, for the members of the Blood Clan were dwindling in number. I see. Be cautious on your journey. The doors of the Rengoku household shall always remain open for you. Kyojuro said little more, reaching out to ruffle Carlos's hair before bidding him farewell. I know. I'm not a child anymore. Carlos, irritated by being patted on the head, unfurled his wings and took flight without looking back. He, Ikai Kobain, watched as Carlos became merely a small dot in the sky, astonished as he turned to Kyojuro Rengoku. He is not a demon. He belongs to a remarkable race. Perhaps you will have the chance to meet him again in the future, Kyojuro remarked, and once the small dot was no longer visible, he led Ikai Kobain to a nearby wisteria house for some respite. Chapter 17, The Kanroji Brothers. As dawn approached, Carlos flew to a nearby town, concealing his wings in a relatively secluded area. Suddenly, he sensed a faint demonic aura, weak yet formidable for a human. Carlos moved toward the source of the scent. Upon entering, he was immediately overwhelmed by the stench of blood, and the next moment, he beheld numerous lifeless children. Blood burst. Just as a malevolent demon was about to pounce on the last surviving child, Carlos swiftly recited an incantation, and in the next instant, the demon dissolved into a mist of blood. Undead Kanae stared blankly at Carlos, momentarily unable to process the rapid sequence of events. Realizing the scene before him was drenched in crimson, Kanae rubbed his eyes, only to find them growing redder. Are you all right, Kanae? Carlos inquired, just as he was jostled by someone. I just saw something rushing back to our home. Kanae's brother, Shinobu, scrutinized him closely, only to be horrified to discover his brother transformed into a blood-soaked figure, causing him to burst into tears. Carlos quickly cast a cleansing spell, and when Shinobu opened his eyes again, he beheld a clean brother, prompting his cries to cease. He absent-mindedly pinched Kanae's face, as if the previous horrors had merely been an illusion. Wah, brother, there was a monster. The younger siblings Wah, Kanae, finally regaining his composure, trembled as he clung tightly to Shinobu. Shinobu also steadied himself, the pervasive scent of blood filling his nostrils. He comprehended that a calamity had befallen their home, and suddenly recalled, did I just collide with something? Fear gripped him as he turned back and, through the dim light filtering through the window, beheld a luminous figure with white hair smiling at him. A demon. Shinobu sprang to his feet, pulling Kanae behind him, anxiously regarding Carlos. Fear not, young one. I have saved your brother. A demon had just intruded upon your home. Carlos's earlier cleansing spell had a wide radius, and now, the room was free of blood. With dawn still yet to break, Carlos feared the two children would not withstand the sight of such a gruesome scene. Thank you. Shinobu bowed deeply to Carlos, turning his face away from the bodies of his younger siblings. Kanae, we must take care of our younger siblings. Shinobu's voice trembled as he and Kanae carefully gathered the remains of their siblings. Carlos noted that this older child was remarkably capable and resilient. He remained by their side as they buried their siblings. As the final shovel of earth fell upon the small mound, Shinobu knelt before it, tears streaming down his face. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It is my failure to protect you. It is I who am inadequate, not your fault, brother. Kanae recalled the sight of their 5 younger siblings lying in the pit, painfully aware that he had promised his brother to care for them well. Carlos gently patted the backs of the 2 boys. Big brother, what is a demon? Shinobu wiped his tears and looked at Carlos, while Kanae ceased his sobbing. Demons are monstrous beings that consume humans. The more they devour, the stronger they become, Carlos succinctly explained to the brothers. It was a demon that killed my younger siblings. A fierce hatred enveloped Shinobu. Big brother, I too wish to slay demons like you. A fiery resolve ignited within Shinobu. He was determined to eradicate all malevolent demons and protect his remaining brother, ensuring no one else would endure such suffering. Then allow me to take you to a place that will train you to become an exceptional demon hunter. Carlos observed the resolve in the young boy who vowed to vanquish all demons, suddenly realizing that all members of the Demon Slayer Corps must have undergone a similar journey. Indeed, demons truly deserve to perish. Carlos's disdain for demons deepened, recognizing them as the harbingers of ruin and destruction. Brother, I want to go too. I wish to avenge our younger siblings. Kanae tugged at his brother's clothing, gazing eagerly at Shinobu. Kanae, such a perilous endeavor is best suited for me. You must carry the burden of our younger siblings and grow up safely. Shinobu gently ruffled his brother's hair. No, I want to go too. Kanae clung to Carlos's clothing. Big brother, I can slay demons as well. Please take me with you. Carlos met Kanae's pleading gaze. Big brother, do not take my brother. Shinobu grasped another part of Carlos's clothing, looking up at him imploringly. Take me, take me. Kanae clung to Carlos's leg. No, no. Shinobu joined in, grasping Carlos's other leg. Carlos was overwhelmed by their commotion, exclaiming, Stop! The 2 brothers, embarrassed, released their hold and stood obediently before Carlos. Let me introduce myself. I am Carlos Brandt. Unlike you. Brandt is my surname, and you may call me Brother Brandt. Carlos began, then realized he did not know the older brother's name. Brother Brandt, I am Shinobu Kanroji. Brother Brandt, I am Kanae Kanroji. Carlos nodded, placing a hand on one small head as he spoke. Shinobu, your desire to protect your brother is commendable. But Kanae is also the brother of your younger siblings. He too wishes to avenge them. You must not disregard Kanae's intentions as a brother, correct? But Shinobu began, only to have his mouth covered by Kanae's hand. Kanae must also understand that your brother values you. Carlos gently addressed Kanae. Kanae lowered his hand, murmuring, Brother, we are all that remains of our family. You cannot leave me alone. We must always stay together. Mitsumi Nishikawa gazed at the tears welling in his younger brother's eyes and embraced him, saying, I understand, Genya. We shall face this together. During their journey, Genya Nishikawa inquired about their mother. Mitsumi recounted how he had gone to her workplace, only to witness monsters rushing towards their home, prompting his anxious return. Reflecting on the grim state of their household, Mitsumi lamented that their mother had likely been devoured by a demon. Carlos refrained from revealing that the demon was indeed their mother. Upon the demon's transformation into a mist of blood, Carlos sensed a connection between the mist and the blood within the room, a bond of bloodline. He solemnly informed the brothers that the demon had consumed their mother. My senses are acute. When the demon perished, I detected a scent identical to that of the blood in this room. Upon hearing this, the brothers wiped their tears in silence, gathering their resolve to begin digging a grave. Come, I shall lead you to the wisteria house. Carlos decided to entrust the brothers to the nearby wisteria house for assistance. Brother Brand, what is the wisteria house? Genya asked curiously. It is a place where members of the Demon Slayer Corps rest while on missions. Where is it? I want to go too. Chapter 18, Humanity. The revelations the Nishikawa brothers had encountered that day had utterly shattered their worldview. Who could explain why they were now soaring through the air? Genya cried out in alarm. Genya, perhaps you could open your eyes and behold the splendid scenery. Carlos tightened his embrace, fearing the 2 children might fall. Everything began after the trio ascended the mountain. Carlos led the 2 children toward the mountains near the town. Knowing that the wisteria house was typically situated at a mid-mountain elevation, imbued with the rich fragrance of wisteria. The absence of this scent indicated that they were not in the vicinity. Observing the 2 children beside him, Carlos pondered the slow pace they would maintain together and aimed to arrange their safety swiftly so he could continue his journey. Thus, he cast a concealment spell upon them, cradling one in each arm, and spread his wings to ascend into the sky. Genya was utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events, the roaring wind filling his ears. As he momentarily opened his eyes, he saw the towering trees he once perceived as grand transform into a fleeting green ocean. Isn't the wind too strong? Should we fly a bit slower? Carlos turned his face towards Mitsumi. No, it feels wonderful, Mitsumi replied, captivated by the unfamiliar sights before him. Could joining the Demon Slayer Corps grant me wings? How extraordinary. His eyes sparkled at the sight of the magnificent wings. Genya, you're disturbing Brother Brand, Mitsumi remarked, glancing at his younger brother, whose eyes were tightly shut as he squealed in excitement, feeling a twinge of exasperation. Is it truly wise to let Genya join the Demon Slayer Corps? Genya promptly closed his mouth and gradually opened his eyes, the expansive view from above filling him with exhilaration as he immersed himself in this unique experience. I found it. Carlos made a swift left turn and soon alighted before an ancient, grand wooden door. With a creak, the door slowly opened to reveal an elderly man. Are you a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? A gentle voice inquired. Carlos set the brothers down and addressed the elder. I am not a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, but these two wish to join. Could you assist in finding them a mentor? A mentor, you say? I understand. I will notify someone to escort them to a mentor, the elder replied, momentarily taken aback, but quickly regaining composure. Thank you, Carlos expressed, relieved to have fulfilled a task. He squatted before the brothers, assuring them, even if this endeavor does not succeed, your mother undoubtedly wishes for your safety and well-being as you grow. Carlos had developed a fondness for these two children, strong, courageous, and deeply loyal. I understand. I will take good care of myself and my brother. Thank you, Brother Brand. Mitsumi said, tears streaming down his face. Although their acquaintance had lasted only a brief half-day, the young man before him had irrevocably altered the course of his life. He would have otherwise drifted through life alone and aimlessly, yet Carlos had saved his brother, provided them with a purpose, and arranged a place for them to belong. Now, no more tears. Your face is all smeared. Carlos gently wiped away Mitsumi's tears and playfully pinched Genya's face, who was clinging tightly to Carlos due to the impending separation. All right, perhaps we shall meet again in the future, Carlos reassured them, patting their backs and nudging them towards the elder. The brothers watched as Carlos departed, lingering in their farewells until he vanished from sight before stepping inside with the elder. Carlos journeyed through several towns, encountering a diverse array of people. Previously, his excursions primarily took him to jewelry stores, auctions, and mines, or alongside Aelin as part of a merchant caravan. To be frank, his interactions had been limited, as those who recognized his identity treated him with great respect. However, here, without elders to guide him, no one knew what the surname Brand represented. He was merely an ordinary individual, which allowed him to meet a plethora of characters. There were industrious innkeepers bustling with patrons, arrogant servants from powerful families exploiting their status to oppress the common folk, and skilled artisans transforming materials into wondrous creations. And then there were beauties, one of whom commanded, "Come back with me and serve me well, and I shall ensure you live in luxury." Carlos's gaze hardened as he observed the hand reaching toward his face. In the next moment, the man's arm erupted into a mist of blood. With precise control over the spell's range, not a drop fell upon Carlos, who felt quite satisfied. Ignoring the man's shrieks, Carlos continued on his path, unwavering. Giyu had warned that those who offend him would pay a price. His authority was not to be trifled with. On the day Giyu ventured out, Carlos successfully slipped away from the Arendelle estate and strolled through the streets, only to encounter a man attempting to abduct him in broad daylight. Claiming he wanted to play with him, Carlos was bewildered by the meaning behind the man's words. Yet the unsettling gaze directed at him prompted Carlos to manipulate the man back to Arendelle. Upon Giyu's return, the man, upon recognizing him, immediately collapsed, begging for mercy. "My lord, I was mistaken. I failed to recognize this child as a member of the Brand family. I was wrong. Please spare me, I beg you." The businesses of the affluent were intricately tied to the Brand family, and the head of the household was well aware of their unique lineage. Members of the Brand family were not to be trifled with. Even the king had no sway over them. A rumor circulated that centuries ago, the king coveted the Brand family's immense wealth, fabricating a false charge to besiege Arendelle. However, the soldiers were annihilated in an instant, and someone from Arendelle entered the royal palace to negotiate with the king for an extended period. Subsequently, the king decreed the Lord of Arendelle as a hereditary duke, and the Brand family has endured ever since. "My lord, tell me what troubles you," Giyu gently inquired, squatting before Carlos, ignoring the man. The moment the man heard this, he fainted, his mind racing with dread. No one had ever seen the Duke of Arendelle. After all, even during royal meetings, no one visited. Save for the divine and those proposing marriage, the servants and knights of Arendelle were tightly lipped, revealing nothing. Meanwhile, business affairs were managed by Giyu, Lance, and Aelin, leading everyone to believe that they were the true powers of the Arendelle estate. Now, witnessing Giyu address a child as "my lord," there was nothing more to say. They had indeed encountered an immovable obstacle. In the aftermath, Giyu pressed a person to seek out the Anrose family, primarily to confront the family head. The patriarch of the Anrose family gazed upon his wayward youngest son, who had brought great misfortune upon them, and, with a heavy heart, resigned the matter to the adult's discretion. Shortly thereafter, he received the dreadful news of his son's demise, severing the family line. Upon understanding the origin of this calamity, the Anrose patriarch dealt a stinging slap to his most cherished son, exclaiming, "What did I tell you? Do not provoke the Brant family. Are you deaf?" The son, lost in his own vanity, had failed to notice the pointed ears that so unmistakably marked the individual as a member of the Brant lineage. How could you not see such conspicuous ears? The only discernible trait identifying a member of the Brant family, and you overlooked it. Frankly, it's for the best that individual is no longer around. I have long foreseen that your folly would lead to disaster. The Anrose patriarch commanded that his son be kept under strict surveillance before storming away in anger. Meanwhile, Carlos, filled with curiosity, inquired of Angelica what playing entailed. Is it a game of chess? Or perhaps a game of tag? He pondered, reflecting on the two games he enjoyed most. Angelica cradled Carlos in his arms. Feeling a deep sense of sympathy, such vile acts he had only heard of in passing, and now his young prince had encountered them. My prince, humanity is difficult to describe. Take Captain Bacon, for instance. He is a courageous and upright man, but not all knights share his virtues. I understand, even among the blood family. There are those who differ, Angelica continued. You handle matters with prudence and ensure the household is well managed, while Teacher Zeno possesses vast knowledge and treats others with kindness. Teacher Aelin is meticulous and formidable, imbued with a strong sense of duty. Although Lance is mischievous like myself, he is also reliable. Carlos counted the members of the blood family on his fingers, praising them all. Indeed, Angelica said, kissing Carlos on the forehead. My prince, what is the blood family's approach to their partners? Angelica resolved to enlighten Carlos on certain matters. It is characterized by fervent love and unwavering loyalty. Carlos answered with conviction. The spells contained within the forbidden grimoire are not to be disregarded, but rather, they are deemed taboo due to their exorbitant costs. The forbidden grimoire serves as the initial lesson for every blood family member learning magic, as it contains spells and their accompanying tales. Yet, some humans are quite reckless. Angelica struggled to articulate. When I mentioned playing, I referred to activities exclusive to partners. Carlos's eyes widened, though he did not comprehend what activities partners engaged in. The very term indicated something amiss. But I am not yet of age, and besides, I just met him. I do not like him. In the blood family, maturity is determined by the presence of wings, and Carlos still appeared to be but 7 or 8 years old. Yes, I have verified. His family has many beautiful children, both male and female. His abhorrent treatment of children marks him as a human destined for damnation, Angelica lamented, regretting the delayed news that ensured that man would not survive. Perhaps I should ask Aelin to deal with him. A murderous intent ignited within Angelica. Carlos shuddered, and Angelica gently patted his back. Moreover, some human men have many women, while certain princesses in various nations have numerous men, and some individuals of high status maintain both male and female partners. But I also have many men and women, Carlos responded, looking at Angelica. He understood that he was the king of the blood family, and all its members were his subjects. Ha! Angelica's chest quaked with laughter for a while, before he pinched Carlos's cheek and clarified. No, my prince, I meant that men often have multiple female partners, while women may have several male partners, and some individuals possess both male and female partners. Carlos was left in stunned silence. Thus, while humanity may captivate us, one must exercise discernment in choosing a partner. Of course, if you find affection for someone within our kin, there is no cause for concern. Then I shall remain like Teacher Zeno and Teacher Aelin and refrain from seeking a partner, Carlos declared, unable to accept the betrayal of a beloved. My prince, love is a beautiful thing, and I hope you may one day experience it. Angelica expressed his wishes for Carlos's emotional fulfillment. I understand now, Angelica. What has become of that person? Those who offend my prince will pay the price. Angelica's expression turned cold. My prince, if you encounter a similar situation in the future, there is no need to bring it to us. You may handle it yourself. What constitutes an offense? Carlos inquired. Much like today, anything that causes discomfort to you is an offense, Angelica replied, aware that his prince had been well taught. Anything that caused Carlos distress was undoubtedly not worthy of existence and deserved no mercy. I comprehend, Carlos nodded earnestly. Chapter 19, The Silent Child. The tangerine-hued sunset cast a fiery glow across the sky, with the sun's dying rays draping Carlos in a golden sheen. Observing the twilight, Carlos planned to soar towards the next town once nightfall arrived. The girl from the Tomioka family is to be wed tomorrow, is she not? Indeed, poor child. With no parents and a younger brother to care for, she has nonetheless grown up safely and is now to marry, responded two women engaged in conversation, piquing Carlos's interest. A wedding, you say? I wish to witness the customs of this place. Perhaps I shall linger for another day. Carlos resolved to remain for the night. Rubbing his stomach, Carlos noted, I seem to be a bit hungry. Counting on his fingers, he realized he had not eaten for over half a month. He set forth towards a nearby mountain, capturing a rabbit to quench his appetite. While reclining on a branch, gazing at the moon, Carlos sensed the presence of a ghost and swiftly descended the tree, following the scent. In no time, he encountered a ghost cradling a person. The specter abandoned its meal and prepared to attack, only to be dispatched in an instant. What now? Carlos pondered, observing the girl in red attire. He had seen the likes of Taro from Hell's Pit burying bodies and the brothers from the Undying River performing similar acts, and he understood that the deceased must be placed into a pit. However, he lacked the magic to dig a grave, and as an elegant member of the blood family, he would not resort to manual labor. I shall seek her family, Carlos decided, removing the hair ornament from the girl's head. The bewitched ornament suddenly levitated, soaring in a particular direction, prompting Carlos to hasten in pursuit. When Eugelica had gifted Carlos the little sun, Aelin had utilized this very spell to retrieve it from the box. Carlos had mastered the spell upon recovering the lost item, though he had not employed it since. The ornament floated to a small house, and Carlos expertly caught it, completing its mission. As the magical energy dissipated, he stepped inside. Upon entering, he found a small boy sitting on the floor, seemingly in a daze. The boy, upon hearing footsteps, looked up and, spotting the familiar ornament, rushed towards Carlos. Have you seen Sister Nanako? Where is she? Carlos did not respond. Where are the adults in your household? There are no adults. It is just me and Sister Nanako. But just now, a monster took her away. Did you see Sister Nanako? The boy, Tomioka Giyu, became animated, grasping Carlos's pants and gazing up at him. With a sigh, Carlos replied, Come with me. Sister Nanako. Giyu exclaimed upon seeing his sister lying on the ground, launching himself towards her. His small frame enveloped her. As he cried, Sister Nanako, look at me. Sister Nanako. Trembling hands reached for her face, and tears fell upon her countenance, yet she remained unresponsive, eyes closed as if in slumber. Your sister has departed, Carlos gently informed him, fully aware that the child understood yet was reluctant to accept the truth. The tear-streaked face looked up, revealing a strikingly beautiful visage. However, at that moment, the azure depths of his eyes were devoid of life, resembling a still pond. This is not the first time Tomioka has encountered death, but it is the first time he has truly faced it. His sister, Satako, concealed him to protect him, only to be captured by a monster herself. It is all his fault. He feels as though he has caused her demise, questioning why it was not he who perished instead. Such thoughts are misguided. Carlos gazes into Jiyu's eyes and reminds him that it was his sister who sacrificed her life to shield him, urging him to live on in her honor. If he believes he is the one who deserves death, his sister would surely be angered. Giyu recalls the events that transpired not long ago, her words echoing in his mind. Giyu, you must survive. Satako had smiled and gently ruffled his hair before resolutely closing the box. Live on in her honor. Giyu felt as though he had been struck with a jolt of realization. I was wrong, he murmured, bowing his head to wipe away his tears. Satako, I will live well. He whispered softly to the girl in his arms. Big brother, you killed that monster, right? Giyu asked, leveling the mound of earth and placing a bouquet upon it before looking up at Carlos, who stood beside him. Yes, Carlos nodded. What kind of monster was it? Giyu inquired, having never before seen such a terrifying visage. It was a man-eating demon. Carlos felt an eerie familiarity with this conversation and proceeded to explain what a demon was. It was then that Giyu understood just how fortunate he was to see his sister, Satako, in perfect form. Thank you, big brother, he said, clutching her garments tightly and bowing deeply to Carlos. What do you plan to do now? Carlos asked, helping him to his feet. Big brother, I wish to slay demons like you. Giyu's expression turned resolute as he clutched his sister's clothing. Carlos, feeling somewhat exasperated, ran a hand through his hair. How many times have I had this conversation? You might die, he stated solemnly. I am prepared to exchange my life for that of the demons, Giyu declared. And Carlos paused, taken aback. The song of humanity is a song of courage. Even if I perish, I will surely vanquish the demon. Carlos's disdain for demons grew stronger. Recognizing that because of them, children who should have thrived in the warmth of their families were forced to tread a path fraught with hardship. The name is Carlos Brand, and Brand is my surname. You may call me Brother Brand. He introduced himself. I am Giyu Tomioka, Giyu replied, revealing his name. Tomioka, without parents. Two siblings relying on each other. Carlos suddenly sensed a deeper issue. Is your sister to be married tomorrow? Yes, Giyu responded, sorrow casting a shadow over his countenance. His sister would have been so happy. Carlos felt a pang of despair, inhaling deeply to suppress the futile desire to punish the demon. Come, Giyu. I shall take you to the Wisteria house, where they will help you find a mentor to train you as a demon slayer. Giyu remained silent. Following Carlos step by step, Carlos noticed the absence of the scent of wisteria in the vicinity. Initially intending to fly, he hesitated, concerned that Giyu, clutching his sister's clothing and remaining taciturn, might wander aimlessly into despair and become a heartless machine solely focused on slaying demons. Let us continue on foot and perhaps lighten his spirits a bit. Carlos decided against flying, hoping to bond with Giyu during the journey and bring him some cheer. However, silence prevailed. Chapter 20, The Lively Child. Aside from inquiring about demons, Giyu remained quiet throughout their journey. Carlos recounted a few stories he cherished, shared by teacher Zenko. But their reception was tepid. Carlos chose to relent. As they walked, he pondered the approaching mealtime and finally halted, leading Giyu into the woods. When Giyu observed Carlos turning his head from side to side, it was not long before a rabbit suddenly bounded toward them. The rabbit landed at Jiyu's feet. And before he could fully comprehend the situation, he heard Carlos's voice above him. Can you prepare your lunch? Yes, Giyu affirmed. Accustomed to helping his sister with household chores and occasionally venturing into the woods to test his luck, he was adept at handling small animals. Carlos said nothing further. Glancing around before, in the next moment, several twigs fell at Jiyu's feet, forming a small mound. What is this? Giyu marveled at the sight of the unconscious rabbit and the burning twigs before him. It is magic. Carlos thought of the way Giyu handled the rabbit. Reminiscent of Kanae Tsuyuri. Is this what I am to learn? Giyu asked, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, revealing a rare glimpse of youthful exuberance. What you will learn is swordsmanship. I am not human. I am of the bloodline, and magic is exclusive to my kind, Carlos explained. What is the bloodline? Giyu had not realized that there existed beings beyond humans and demons. It is an eternal existence. I am nearly 1,000 years old, Carlos said, observing the shift in Jiyu's expression and suddenly feeling playful. 1,000? Giyu exclaimed, counting on his fingers, unable to fathom it. Then should I call you grandfather? Upon hearing this, a few dark lines crossed Carlos's face. No, Brother Brand is a title I greatly favor. I've just shot myself in the foot. Carlos sighed in resignation. Finally, they arrived at the town, but Carlos did not take Giyu inside. Instead, he paused at the roadside. Giyu watched as Carlos produced a small, exquisite pouch made of golden chains, no larger than his fist. Upon opening it, a multitude of shimmering gemstones was revealed. How much can it hold? Giyu marveled in astonishment. In the next moment, a small black dot flew out, landing in Carlos's palm and transforming into a money pouch. Is this also magic? Giyu found magic truly fascinating. Yes, it can enlarge or diminish objects for convenience, Carlos remarked, eyeing the bulging pouch. I hope it will suffice. He hesitated for a moment. This was given to me by Kyojuro Rengoku when I was to take the Rengoku brothers out. Buy whatever you wish. Kyojuro's cheerful voice echoed in his mind. Carlos had not spent any money in the past half-month, as he had no need. A rabbit could easily provide for his meals. And he did not require an inn for rest at night. Whenever he felt weary, he would find a tree branch or a suitable rooftop to lay upon. Had he not been accompanied by Giyu, he might have forgotten he possessed such a thing. Carlos first led Giyu to a bustling noodle shop. Boss, another bowl. Upon entering, they heard the cheerful voice of a little girl, around 5 or 6, who set down a bowl larger than her face and raised a small hand toward the shopkeeper. They gazed in astonishment at the stack of bowls beside her. Shifting their attention back to the girl, they noted her petite frame, adorned with pink hair and green-tipped ends, with 2 small black moles beneath her eyes. Welcome, the shopkeeper placed a bowl before her, remarking, your child can really eat. He said to the parents seated with the girl. She loves to eat and is quite strong, the girl's mother replied, gazing at her daughter with tenderness. Giyu, you must eat well. This will grant you the strength to train. Without a robust physique, it is impossible to slay demons, Carlos advised. Glancing at the little girl before returning his gaze to Giyu, Carlos had noticed during lunch that Giyu did not eat much. Although he was unsure how much a typical child should consume, it was undeniably far less than what Kyojuro, a few years younger than him, would eat. Carlos surmised that the loss of family had diminished Jiyu's appetite. I will, Giyu responded resolutely. Giyu Tomioka was indeed not particularly inclined to eat, yet upon hearing Carlos's remarks, he dutifully began to consume the noodles in his bowl. Meanwhile, Giyu savored his meal at a leisurely pace. While Carlos's attention was captivated by a young girl at the other end, he observed her devouring bowl after bowl, and eventually, her mother presented her with a plate of sakura machi. Interestingly, the color of her hair bore a striking resemblance to the delicacies she consumed. The more Carlos watched, the more he found her charming, as she perfectly aligned with his aesthetic sensibilities. Watching the little girl incessantly munching away, Carlos transitioned from shock to a state of numbness, his mind racing with thoughts of how voraciously she could eat and whether her stomach was truly all right. In the intervals of her eating, the girl's father engaged in conversation with a man at the adjacent table. Upon discovering that the man was a sumo wrestler, he eagerly inquired if he could arm wrestle with his daughter. The sumo wrestler, taken aback, questioned if it was truly all right. Absolutely, the girl's father affirmed with confidence. After the owner cleared the dining table, the pair clasped hands, one large and one small, at the father's command. Onlookers gasped in surprise as Carlos witnessed the most massive man he had ever encountered being swiftly defeated. Curiosity piqued, Carlos approached the table, asking, "May I challenge you as well?" His eyes twinkled with intrigue. He too wished to discover if the inherent strength of a blood kin could surpass that of the young girl. In his youth, he had once bested a member of the Night Corps in a similar manner. Sure, the little girl nodded enthusiastically. Giyu also gathered at the table. The two locked eyes. And Carlos, gripping her tiny, pudgy hand, marveled at the unexpected strength it possessed. Indeed, humanity is full of surprises. As soon as the girl's father released his grip, Carlos felt the pressure emanating from her small hand, his pale skin revealing bulging veins. They remained locked in a stalemate for a moment, but ultimately, Carlos's hand was pressed down onto the table. "Impressive," Carlos complimented. "You are quite remarkable as well." Kanroji Mitsuri gazed at Carlos with sparkling eyes, having never encountered anyone who could withstand her strength for even a few seconds. "You are so handsome," she exclaimed as she jumped off her chair and rushed to stand before him. "And you are a very beautiful young lady," Carlos replied, gently ruffling Mitsuri's hair, which was also quite lovely. "Really?" Mitsuri beamed, thrilled to be complimented on her hair for the first time by someone outside her family. She twirled joyfully. "Indeed," Carlos affirmed, his violet eyes radiating warmth and sincerity. She bashfully cupped her cheeks with her small hands, giggling. "Mitsuri, it's time to go home," her mother announced, cradling her younger brother, while her father lifted Mitsuri and nodded at Carlos, indicating they were taking their leave. Carlos reciprocated the gesture, watching the family depart. "That little girl is quite extraordinary," Giyu remarked as they walked towards the inn. "Indeed, she possesses remarkable strength. Her physique is brimming with energy," Carlos mused, acknowledging that she was the most formidable human he had ever encountered, small though she was, yet more vigorous than any member of the Night Corps. "I will surely become stronger," Giyu declared, clenching his fists. "Yes," Carlos nodded. "But before that, let us ensure you rest well." He led Giyu into the inn. Chapter 21. The Withered Tree Meets Spring. "Go ahead," Carlos urged Giyu towards the elderly man standing at the entrance of the wisteria-decorated home. "Brother Brand, I am reluctant," Giyu replied. "Whether in life or death, you must learn to accept it. The path of demon slaying is one that no one can accompany you on indefinitely." Carlos watched as Giyu turned back several times before entering, then proceeded to his next destination. On the tranquil mountain path, Carlos heard rustling sounds above him. He looked up to see a man, burdened with a basket, precariously suspended in midair, his right hand clutching a branch for support while his left hand dug into a crevice, striving to climb higher. Carlos observed the man ascend step by step, until suddenly he stepped into thin air, plummeting downwards but swiftly grasping another branch to continue his ascent. How impressive! Carlos marveled at the man's agility, questioning if he could ever react as swiftly. How astonishing! The man was gradually lowered to the ground by a magical enchantment, and even as his feet touched solid ground, he remained perplexed. Scratching his head in confusion, he looked up to see Carlos before him, and he felt as though he had encountered a deity. The youth before him, with violet eyes that seemed to ensnare one's very soul, had pointed ears adorned with a petite ruby that sparkled in the sunlight. His silver hair cascaded down his back, and around his neck hung a silver collar adorned with various small red and yellow gems. Clad in a long black coat with intricate lace trim at the collar and cuffs, embroidered with symmetrical golden patterns, and a half-cape secured to sturdy armor. A gold chain emblazoned with the sun motif draped across his chest. His waist was cinched with a belt, embellished with golden threads that accentuated its opulence. His lower attire was simpler, consisting of black trousers paired with brown boots. The entire figure exuded an air of elegance, dignity, and nobility. "Did you save me?" the man asked, gazing at Carlos in awe. "Are you a divine being?" "It was I who rescued you, yet I am not a divine being," Carlos replied. "I am profoundly grateful." The man bowed deeply, causing herbs from his basket to spill forth. "Are you a doctor?" Carlos used magic to return the herbs to the basket, having seen similar ones in a medical shop he had visited. The man stared in astonishment as the herbs returned to the basket, taking a moment to collect himself before nodding. "Yes, I am Butterfly Ichiro, a physician from the nearby village. May I visit your clinic?" Carlos inquired. Researching new magic as a bloodkin does not come from thin air. Concepts like levitation, enlargement, and reduction require imagination. Thus, Carlos wished to explore healing magic by interacting with patients, as understanding wounds would inspire his thoughts. Previously, he had visited a clinic but was swiftly ejected when the doctors regarded him with suspicion. How could His Highness Carlos endure such indignity? He had since set aside the idea of stepping into any clinic again. No problem at all. I shall take you there, Butterfly Ichiro said. Seeing Carlos as a benefactor rather than a threat, he readily led Carlos onward. As they walked, the two engaged in lively conversation. With Carlos growing fond of the compassionate physician, Ichiro was kind and knowledgeable, generously imparting much wisdom about various ailments, knowing of Carlos's desire to study healing magic. Daddy! Two little girls adorned with butterfly hairpins rushed out to greet them. Who is this? The older girl inquired, eyeing the stranger beside her father. This is Carlos Brand. Brand is his surname. He is your father's savior, Ichiro introduced, gesturing to his daughters. This is my eldest, Butterfly Kanae, and my youngest, Butterfly Shinobu. Daddy, are you alright? The two girls anxiously checked their father for any signs of injury. I am perfectly fine, Ichiro reassured them, squatting down to allow them a closer inspection. Thank you. Brother Brand. Kanae smiled brightly at Carlos, taking his hand. My sister and I made some hagi machi. Please do try it. Shinobu chimed in, grasping Carlos's other hand. Thank you. Thank you for your kindness, but I cannot taste food, Carlos explained as he was led toward the clinic's backyard. Are you unwell? Father can take a look at you, Kanae said, her eyes filled with concern. No, I am not human. I am a bloodkin. And it is simply how I am, Carlos clarified. Bloodkin? What is that? The sisters asked in unison. Carlos commenced his enchanting tale-telling session once more. How marvelous it was. The Butterfly sisters, captivated by the stories while indulging in rice cakes, were so mesmerized that they momentarily forgot to chew. Their cheeks puffed adorably. Be careful not to choke, Carlos advised, with a flick of his wrist, conjuring 2 bowls of water that floated gracefully before the sisters. Their eyes sparkled with delight. When would Brother Rengoku master the magical art of healing? Butterfly Kanae eagerly anticipated that day, wishing for a world free from the suffering of illness. I am uncertain, Carlos replied, shaking his head. Shall we go observe Father as he heals? Butterfly Kanae exclaimed, leaping from her chair and tugging her sister and Carlos towards the clinic. Carlos had spent 3 months in the butterfly household. As he took a deep breath and brandished his wand, he prepared to cast the new spell he had developed upon a man who had succumbed to unconsciousness from a grievous wound inflicted by a beast's claw. The man's injuries began to heal at a visible rate, and his pallid complexion gradually regained its healthy hue. Carlos, you have succeeded, Butterfly Ichiro exclaimed, inspecting the man and gazing at Carlos with excitement. Brother Carlos is remarkable, the Butterfly sisters whispered in awe. Carlos beamed with satisfaction. I am grateful for your hospitality these past months. I must visit a friend of mine whose wife is gravely ill. Be cautious on your journey, Butterfly Ichiro advised, his demeanor dignified. Upon hearing that Carlos would soon depart, the sisters felt a pang of sorrow. The elder sister bit her lip while the younger's tears began to fall. Do not weep. All gatherings eventually conclude. Perhaps we shall meet again, and by then, Kanae and Shinobu will undoubtedly be exceptional doctors, Carlos reassured them, crouching down to gently ruffle their hair. We must meet again, Butterfly Kanae declared as she and Carlos sealed their promise with a pinky swear. I will become an outstanding physician, Butterfly Shinobu affirmed, wiping her tears yet unable to stem the flow as she nodded tearfully at Carlos. Amused by Shinobu's pitiful expression, Carlos produced a handkerchief to dry her face. I eagerly await our reunion. The Butterfly family watched as Carlos ascended higher and higher until he became a mere speck against the vast sky. Carlos extended his hand to catch the falling snowflakes. Hovering in midair, he observed the delicate snowflakes descending upon the starry world below. It is snowing, he mused, flapping his wings to hasten his flight towards the Rengoku residence. As winter set in, Rengoku Ryuko's health deteriorated further. Carlos recalled the anguish in Rengoku Shinjuro's eyes as he gazed upon his ailing wife. The inevitability of life, with its cycle of aging, illness, and death, weighed heavily on humanity. Upon reaching the Rengoku home, Carlos decided to rest on the rooftop for the night. Good morning, Shinjuro, he greeted the next day. Shinjuro, poised with a wooden training sword, looked up in surprise to see Carlos waving at him from the roof. Brother Carlos, you have returned. Rengoku Shinjuro exclaimed joyfully. He had been saddened for days after his father's return with the news of Carlos's departure. Carlos leaped down from the rooftop. Shinjuro, first take me to your mother. I have learned a new spell that should aid in her recovery. Mother, are you awake? Rengoku Shinjuro knocked on the door. Come in. A calm voice responded, and Shinjuro opened the door. Cough, cough. Rengoku Ryuko attempted to greet Carlos, but was interrupted by a fit of coughing. Mother. Shinjuro rushed to pat his mother's back and offered her a glass of water. Thank you, Shinjuro. Ryuko affectionately ruffled her son's hair. Mr. Carlos, it has been a while. I apologize for my condition. She nodded respectfully at Carlos. Madam, I have recently acquired a spell that may assist with your ailment. Would you like to give it a try? Carlos stood at the threshold, gazing attentively at Ryuko. Thank you, Mr. Carlos. I would like to try it, Ryuko replied, recalling the wondrous magic her husband had described. Carlos removed the wand from around his neck, invoking the spell. Ryuko felt a warm sensation coursing through her body. Although her throat still felt scratchy, she sensed a newfound vigor. How do you feel? They asked in unison, their eyes filled with anticipation. I feel rejuvenated. Ryuko smiled at them. Thank you, Mr. Carlos. It is my pleasure, Carlos replied, equally delighted. Carlos. As Rengoku Shinjuro approached the door to check on his wife, he was surprised to find Carlos waiting there. Shinjuro, it's good to see you again, Carlos waved. Welcome back, Ryuko said, emerging from the room. Her gaze tender as it fell upon her husband. Ryuko, what are you doing up? You mustn't catch a chill. Return to bed, Shinjuro urged, anxiously guiding her back inside. I am fine. Mr. Carlos cast a spell for me. Cough, cough. And I feel quite well now, Ryuko reassured him, gently patting his hand. Rengoku Shinjuro held his wife's warm hand, no longer cold as it had been before. Upon seeing her rosy complexion and vibrant spirit, he felt immense gratitude. Thank you, Carlos. Truly, thank you. His voice quivered with emotion as tears streamed down his cheeks. Rengoku Shinjuro stared in disbelief at his father, who was overcome with tears, rubbing his eyes in shock. All right. We are all watching, Ryuko chuckled softly, noticing her husband's sudden stiffness. You two may step outside, she gestured to Carlos, who nodded in understanding, using his magic to guide the still-stunned Shinjuro out of the room. Chapter 22, The Dance of the Fire God. Brother Carlos, father. Rengoku Shinjuro sat beside Carlos, reflecting on the overwhelming scene they had just witnessed. Your father is simply overjoyed because your mother is feeling much better. He loves her dearly. Shinjuro. Yes, father loves me and my brother, but he loves mother even more. Rengoku Shinjuro acknowledged with a nod, grateful for Carlos's intervention. Thank you, brother Carlos, he said sincerely, gazing into Carlos's eyes. No need for thanks, Carlos replied gently, tousling Shinjuro's hair. Ryuko, I am so elated. Even more so than on the day I married you, Rengoku Shinjuro said, embracing his wife and kissing her forehead. I know. I am also very happy. Cough, cough. Ryuko responded, clasping her husband's hand. How do you feel? Shinjuro asked intently. I still cough, but I feel much stronger. It should improve my condition. Though it may not cure me entirely, Ryuko explained candidly. Isn't that wonderful? I can prepare your favorite dishes, take the children out to play, and endure the cold winter without suffering, she added optimistically. Indeed, we are fortunate, Shinjuro reflected, never having felt such gratitude towards another person. Carlos remained with the Rengoku family until after the new year, merging with the harsh snowfall as the family bid him farewell. He soared aimlessly through the sky, suddenly sensing a familiar presence, and followed it. In a dense forest, he beheld a red-clad figure, face obscured, dancing amidst a circle of torches, with fiery hair billowing. Every move resonated with an uncanny familiarity. Is that Sensei Yorichi's technique? Carlos murmured softly, though it felt somewhat different. He absent-mindedly twirled a strand of his hair. As the performance concluded, Kamado Tanjiro prepared to return home with his wife and child. Suddenly, Carlos leaped down from a tree, calling out to him. Tanjiro turned, sensing a presence nearby, yet he did not pay it much heed. However, upon catching sight of the figure before him, a wave of tension washed over him, instinctively shielding his family behind him. The individual appeared shrouded in a haze of white, with ethereal wisps swirling within, converging into a vortex at his chest. You are not human. What manner of being are you? Tanjiro inquired in a low voice. Can you perceive other entities? Carlos affirmed, recognizing that familiar gaze reminiscent of his first encounter with Kagaya Yorichi. Indeed, but what are you? Tanjiro retreated a few steps, still guarding his family, and spoke again. I am not human, but a being of the bloodline. My name is Carlos Brand. Is it true you are a descendant of Kagaya Yorichi? Carlos was aware of the genealogical records held by humans. I am Kamado Tanjiro. My ancestors have been charcoal burners, and we have always borne the surname Kamado. Not a descendant of Yorichi, Tanjiro replied, easing somewhat and removing the mask that obscured his face for an introduction. Upon seeing the earrings revealed, Carlos instantly appeared before Tanjiro, inquiring, where did you acquire those earrings? Carlos, since they belonged to Yorichi. Tanjiro reacted swiftly, seizing a branch in defense as Carlos moved. Weapons fell, immobile. In an instant, Carlos had immobilized Tanjiro, declaring, I bear no ill intent. I can feel that these earrings belong to my mentor. Carlos reached out to touch the earrings, pondering, Yorichi-sensei. Even one as formidable as you cannot escape the passage of time. Memories of Yorichi, a towering figure of strength, surfaced in Carlos's mind. Yet he had vanished amidst the relentless march of time. Tanjiro too regained his composure, realizing he could not overpower this so-called bloodline youth, and sensed no malice from him. Carlos released his magic, and the young boy, clad in a green haori, exclaimed, "Father," as he felt his body regain movement. Rushing to support Tanjiro while gazing intently at Carlos with his crimson eyes, inhaling deeply, a presence of kindness. Tanjiro, his wife, concerned, held their child, glancing between her husband and Carlos. "It's all right," Tanjiro reassured, gently patting his son's head and nodding toward his wife. "These earrings have been passed down from my ancestors for generations. Are you certain you are not mistaken?" Tanjiro regarded the boy before him, seemingly no more than 15 or 16, questioning his certainty. "Passed down from ancestors? But he doesn't bear the surname Kagaya. Can one change their surname? That seems inappropriate." Carlos's mind raced with possibilities. Yet upon closer inspection, there is indeed a resemblance. Observing the frail man before him, with fiery red hair and crimson eyes, coupled with the ability to discern essence, Carlos felt assured. This man was undoubtedly Yurichi's descendant. "I cannot be mistaken," Carlos insisted, shaking his head, then removing his wand. A withered branch blooming anew. Tanjiro felt a surge of vitality course through his weakened body. Lowering his gaze, he clenched his fists, sensing he could easily fell several bears. "Thank you immensely." Tanjiro bowed deeply to Carlos, aware that this transformation was a gift from the youth. His wife and child, noticing Tanjiro's revitalization, promptly expressed their gratitude to Carlos. A mere trifle, Carlos waved his hand dismissively. "It is getting late. Would you care to visit my home?" Tanjiro's sister, Aoi, smiled invitingly at Carlos. "I would not want to intrude," Carlos replied, accompanying the Kamadu family to their wooden abode nestled halfway up the mountain. "So this is how it is. What a wondrous race," Tanjiro remarked as they walked, engaging in conversation with Carlos to learn more about this unfamiliar bloodline. However, the Kamadu surname has existed for centuries, overlapping with the era of your mentor. Yet my father always instructed me to pass down the fire goddess Kagura and these earrings, a legacy bequeathed to us by a benefactor, presumably your mentor. Tanjiro elucidated the origins of the fire goddess Kagura and the earrings to Carlos. "I see." Carlos lowered his head, feeling a tinge of melancholy. "Indeed. Yurichi-sensei joined the Demon Slayer Corps after his wife and unborn child were slain by demons. He left no bloodline behind. As long as you remember him, he shall never truly depart." Tanjiro's gentle voice comforted the despondent youth. "I will," Carlos replied, looking up at the moon, the fiery silhouette of Yurichi seemingly reappearing before him. "For 1,000 years, for eternity, Yurichi-sensei shall remain ever present in my memories." Chapter 23, The Passage of Time in the Mountains. On a spring day filled with blossoming grass and the songs of birds, Carlos bid farewell to the Kamadu family, embarking on his next journey. "Be careful, brother Carlos." Kamadu Tanjiro waved vigorously, bidding farewell to his father's savior. Over the past few months, Carlos had developed a bond with Tanjiro, who particularly relished listening to Carlos recount stories and adventures. Carlos had also used magic to assist the Kamadu family in transporting their freshly produced charcoal, earning Tanjiro's sparkling eyes and a multitude of praises. "Wow, brother Carlos, is this magic? So cool. So amazing, the charcoal just flies. Brother Carlos, you are incredible." The compliments caused even the somewhat narcissistic Carlos to feel bashful. He also witnessed the gentle Aoi, who, with a headbutt, knocked a wild boar unconscious. Carlos was utterly astonished. Those simple, heartwarming days passed in the blink of an eye. "May Tanjiro grow up safe and healthy." Carlos ruffled the boy's hair, nodding to Tanjiro and Aoi before disappearing along the mountain path. Carlos wandered along, stopping intermittently, during which he encountered a boisterous child. "Charge! Charge! Ha ha! I am the mightiest in this mountain." The child could be seen punching wild boars and kicking tigers, creating a ruckus throughout the mountain. What an energetic child! Carlos could not help but exclaim in admiration. On another mountain, Carlos encountered an extraordinary individual. While perched atop a branch, lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a tall youth approaching the stream with a wooden bucket to fetch water. However, he could see a pair of milky white eyes. "Can you see me?" Carlos found it peculiar that this person, lacking pupils, conducted himself without any hindrance. "I cannot see, but I can feel," the tall youth explained, having located Carlos's position. "Impressive." Carlos widened his eyes in awe. The youth said nothing more, filled his bucket, and departed. Carlos followed to observe him entering a modest wooden cabin, where children greeted him with cries of "teacher." The youth tenderly called each child's name, affectionately pinching their cheeks before sharing stories and beginning to prepare a meal. What a gentle and powerful person. Carlos watched for several days, occasionally seeking conversation with the monk, learning that he was a practitioner and that the children were orphans, relying on one another as family, living simply together. "You flatter me." The monk, Baiming Yu Xingming, smiled as he continued to busily prepare lunch for everyone. Baiming Yuxingming harbored a deep fondness for this young boy, who was remarkably knowledgeable and well-versed in many matters, and had indeed lent him considerable assistance. Are you leaving? Baiming Yuxingming perceptively sensed a change in Carlos. Yes, I'm going to explore other places, Carlos replied, pausing momentarily as he adjusted the water bucket. He had initially hesitated to express this, for Baiming Yuxingming was blind, and slipping away quietly seemed the best course, lest he inadvertently add to the sorrow. Much like the way he had visited Baiming Yuxingming to converse over the past few days, appearing and disappearing like a wraith. Wishing you a safe journey, Carlos. Baiming Yuxingming said, his hands pressed together in sincere blessing for his first friend, hoping for smooth sailing ahead. And may all go well for you and the children. Carlos responded, I've collected plenty of water, enough to last several days. The children gathered some branches to use as firewood. They wish to help you, so don't keep stopping them. Baiming Yuxingming had taken in 4 children, of a similar age to Tanjiro Kamado, whom he cherished dearly, often undertaking tasks by himself. With Carlos's company these past few days, the children had found opportunities to venture out. One little girl even wove a garland for Baiming Yuxingming, expressing her intent to make many more to sell. Touched, Baiming Yuxingming gently ruffled the children's hair. He nodded in acknowledgement. As Carlos traversed to another hill, he happened upon a demon that sought to devour him. Dispatching it swiftly. Indeed, there are more demons in the mountains, he mused. Previously, he had traveled to towns without encountering a single one, but since leaving the Kamado residence, he had faced 5 or 6. Carlos found a towering tree, seated himself upon a branch, and began to practice controlling his magical energy. As sunlight filtered through the foliage, casting dappled patterns upon him, he heard voices in the distance. Can you still move? Yuichiru? A man, appearing to be a woodsman, looked down at the 2 small figures. Carlos tilted his head, missing the man's silhouette, but spotting 2 children, approximately 4 or 5 years old, both with black hair and azure-tipped locks. One child lifted his face, azure eyes gazing at his father. Daddy, I can still move. Yuichiru, can you? The other child nodded, looking up at their father. Daddy, I'm fine too. Identical faces. They must be twins, Carlos thought, astonished. He had been in this place for over a year and had never encountered twins before, believing such uniqueness was reserved for chosen individuals like Yuichi. You are both remarkable children. Why don't you gather some branches nearby to take home? The man squatted down to embrace his sons, feeling both guilt and gratitude. Lamenting his inability to provide a better life for his family while being touched by his children's willingness to assist him. He felt immensely fortunate to have such a wonderful family. Don't worry, Daddy. Yuichiru, I'll go over there, and you go over here, Takeda Yuichiru directed his brother, initiating his own task. All right, big brother, Takeda Yuichiru obediently nodded, taking small steps towards Carlos. Carlos watched as the 2 little ones picked up branches nearly their height, his heart melting at the sight. Takeda Yuichiru struggled to carry one branch and, spotting another at his feet, reached for it, losing his balance and landing on his rear. Stunned for a moment, he pouted, covering his mouth to stifle tears, and happened to lock eyes with Carlos perched in the tree. Forgetting his sore bottom, Takeda Yuichiru blinked up at Carlos. Are you a deity? His small mind struggled to find words to describe the person before him, concluding that he must indeed be a divine being. I am not a deity, but if you make a wish to me, I can grant it, Carlos replied, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded the adorable child. Really? Then can you give me some wood? Daddy is working so hard. Takeda Yuichiru's large eyes gleamed with expectation. As you wish, Carlos responded, witnessing the necklace around his neck transform into a straight blade. With a single stroke, the heavens part. An ancient and mysterious voice echoed. In the next moment, Takeda Yuichiru watched as the trees before him were severed cleanly, neatly aligning themselves at his feet. Carlos had learned from fire that all things possess a spirit, and thus, he refrained from excessive cutting, limiting himself to 50 trees. He had also observed the man's tree-cutting speed, deeming this quantity quite sufficient for them. Speaking of fire, this spell was a result of centuries of combat experience between Allron and fire. Their battles were ferocious, and though Allron had weaknesses, avoiding his heart was child's play for fire. Each encounter ended with Allron being cleaved in half by fire's sword. Prior to Allron's discovery of Bloodburst, this had been his favorite attack spell. What's wrong, Yuichiru? Are you okay? Takeda Yuichiru heard the commotion and promptly rushed to his brother's side. Finding him seated on the ground, he knelt to help him up, carefully inspecting him before breathing a sigh of relief upon discovering he was unharmed. His gaze then fell upon the neatly stacked wood. What is this? Takeda Yuichiru looked at the perfectly hewn logs and arranged wood, bewildered. Daddy, it's the deity. Takeda Yuichiru tugged at his father's clothing, pointing at Carlos's position. But when they looked up, they only saw a thicket of branches, no one else in sight. Takeda Yuichiru considered whether his son had merely been dazed from the fall, yet the scene before him left him speechless. Daddy, what's wrong? Takatu Yuichiro, breathless from running, approached. Carlos, having utilized stealth, wore a mischievous grin as he observed the bewildered family encircling the wood. Although Takatu Yuichiro spoke in a disjointed fashion, he managed to recount the events. The three of them gazed at the branch Takatu Yuichiro indicated, their eyes dry and unable to discern anything unusual. Since this is a gift from the deity, let us accept it. We shall bring something to express our gratitude tomorrow, Takatu Muya concluded, attributing the miraculous occurrence to the divine being his son spoke of, though he lamented the difficulty of transporting such a large quantity of wood. No sooner had he spoken than the neatly stacked wood began to levitate, with a small branch floating over to poke Takatu Yuichiro. Are you asking me to lead the way? Takatu Yuichiro stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. The tiny branch wiggled. Thank you, deity. Takatu Yuichiro beamed, setting off with his little legs towards home. Upon arriving with the wood stacked at their doorstep, both Takatu Muya and Takatu Yuichiro were still in a state of disbelief. In the days that followed, Takatu Yuichiro never encountered the deity again, yet whenever he and his brother accompanied their father into the mountains, a floating branch would appear beside them. Moreover, Takatu Yuichiro never again fell due to carrying too many branches, for whenever he began to stumble, the deity would protect him, ensuring he landed softly upon the ground. This idyllic existence continued until the sweltering summer arrived. Ouch! The little child had grown taller over the months, and as he rubbed his bottom, he stood up. Deity? There was no reply, and no sign of a small branch beside him. Takatu Yuichiro pouted, looking for his brother. Not far away, Takatu Yuichiro heard a voice and immediately rushed over. What happened? Lord Deity is missing. Tears streamed down Takatu Yuichiro's face. Takatu Yurichi also realized that there was not a single small branch nearby to poke him, which made him feel quite sad as well. He fought back tears and reached out to wipe his brother's eyes, saying, The Lord Deity is very busy. He must have gone elsewhere. Takatu Yuichiro remained silent, bending down to pick up the fallen branch. Chapter 24, Reunion. As summer arrived, Carlos basked in the warm sunlight and let out a yawn. Summer here is so pleasant. He stretched lazily. For the Blood Clan, the scorching summer is a rare season to truly experience the warmth of the sun, especially for Carlos. As soon as summer comes, he would lie on his beloved garden lounge chair and eventually be picked up by some passing Blood Clan member. Carlos ventured deeper into the woods, seeking out a sturdy branch, and reclined against it. After casting a concealment spell and layering shields upon himself, he closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. The gradually yellowing leaves fell like torn calendar pages, fluttering down to the ground, while the brown branches were covered by nature's thick blanket. Seasons changed, and the trees stood as the measure of time. Another year passed with the shadows of leaves dancing, the breath of flames, first form, unknowing fire. The sounds of a frantic escape echoed through the woods as a demon clashed with Kyojuro Rengoku. Carlos furrowed his brow and opened his deep purple eyes. The demon, realizing it could not defeat Rengoku, began to retreat stealthily towards a nearby cliff, intending to leap into the abyss, counting on its immortality to escape. Ha ha! Farewell, Demon Slayer. The demon laughed wickedly, leaping into the air. Without hesitation, Rengoku swung his sword and leaped after it. The demon's laughter abruptly ceased as it stared down in bewilderment. How could it feel the solid ground beneath its feet when it was supposed to be plunging into a pitch-black abyss? In that moment of dazed confusion, Rengoku's Nichiren blade fell upon its neck, and in the next instant, the demon's head rolled away. Rengoku gazed at the demon turning to ash, then looked down in surprise, even stepping on the ground to confirm its solidity. A soft laugh rang out. Rengoku, it has been a long time. Rengoku turned towards the voice. Before him, what appeared to be a bottomless abyss suddenly revealed lush greenery, blending seamlessly with the surroundings. The beautiful and gentle Carlos he remembered sat on a branch, swinging his legs and smiling at him, just as he had the first time they met. Carlos, brother? Rengoku paused, for the youth before him resembled the memory perfectly, unchanged. Carlos jumped down, and Rengoku instinctively reached out to catch him. However, Carlos landed gracefully, appearing right before Rengoku. You've grown taller than me. Carlos observed the 16 or 17-year-old before him, noting his longer hair with vibrant red tips, his bright eyes still sparkling, a broad chest, and strong arms exuding a fierce warmth. He had transformed into the very image Carlos had envisioned, warm, steadfast, a blazing flame charging forward. Is that your magic, brother Carlos? Rengoku inquired. Carlos, recalling the time he had used magic for Rengoku's special birthday, smiled. Spirit transformation, he intoned, uttering the ancient and mysterious words. Then, Rengoku witnessed the flowers and plants in the yard morph into tiny figures the size of his fist, joyfully surrounding him and wishing him a happy birthday. They even worked together to weave a garland and placed it upon his head. They played for a long while, and the following day, Rengoku felt as though he had dreamt a beautiful fantasy when he saw the quiet yard. Because I have come of age. Carlos reflected on Rengoku's growth with a hint of admiration, noting how humans matured into formidable adults in just a few short years. In contrast, even upon reaching adulthood, the appearance of a blood clan member gradually matures, and height continues to increase until one chooses to stop. Carlos aspired to reach the height of Eureka, slightly over 180 centimeters, the ideal stature of a tall man he admired. He shuddered at the thought of being as tall as Ayato, a towering giant at 2 meters. Rengoku regarded Carlos with suspicion. It's my magic, let me show you. Without further ado, Carlos began to answer another question, casting a concealment spell once more. Rengoku watched in astonishment as the person before him suddenly vanished without a trace, leaving no hint of presence behind. Carlos, the living figure, had disappeared into thin air, causing Rengoku to panic slightly as he reached out. The icy touch confirmed his fingers were brushing against something, yet there was no one in sight. Rengoku squeezed, and in the next moment, he found Carlos's violet eyes wide open, gazing at him. To his shock, Rengoku realized he had been pinching Carlos's face. I am terribly sorry. Rengoku quickly withdrew his hand, bowing in apology for his rudeness, wishing he could sink into the ground. Despite the embarrassment, he spoke loudly, his characteristic smile unwavering. No, it's fine. Carlos was equally taken aback, as no one had ever pinched his face before. In his childhood, the Blood Clan members would tousle his hair, leaving him with a head full of hands. Now, only 2 teachers in Eureka would occasionally ruffle his hair. As for his face, aside from Zeno, who liked to nuzzle against him and poke him occasionally, and the elders who wiped his tears, no one else had touched him in such an intimate manner. Rengoku turned to examine the hand that had just pinched Carlos's face, the cool, soft sensation lingering on his fingertips, causing his ears to redden. Carlos noticed Rengoku's flushed ears and recalled the warmth of his dry, gentle hand, calloused from years of wielding a sword. His own ears twitched, as if trying to dispel the sudden warmth that enveloped him. To the south. There's a demon. Rengoku's crow perched above him, announcing the next task. Brother Carlos, I must take my leave. Rengoku bid farewell. The reunion with a friend was a rare comfort on the demon slayer's perilous path. How wonderful, you're still alive. Such brief reunions would not halt the demon slayers. After wishing each other well, they resolutely set off towards their next destination. There, demons of varying strengths awaited them, and the outcome remained uncertain, whether in life or death. None could ascertain which would arrive first, the dawn or demise. Yet they would not falter. Instead, they pressed forward, unyielding in their pursuit. Rengoku, let us go together. Carlos called out to Rengoku, who was about to turn away. All right. Rengoku replied, excited at the prospect of fighting alongside his brother Carlos, curious about his abilities. Chapter 25, Yuzui Tenjin. The Breath of Flames, Second Form. Rising flame to the heavens. As Carlos observed Rengoku successfully sever the demon's head, he leaped down to join him. Mischievously, Carlos covered Rengoku's ears, declaring, withered trees bloom in spring. As the words left his mouth, Rengoku, unaware, felt the buzzing in his ears settle back to normal, only to find his heartbeat thundering, as if it might leap from his chest. Can you hear it? Carlos laid his hands down, a twinge of concern for Rengoku Kyojuro washing over him. Moments ago, Rengoku had ruptured his own eardrum to shield himself from the demon's blood art. The clarity of his voice resonated loudly, brimming with vitality. He seems to be fine after all. Carlos nodded in acknowledgement. Upon learning that Rengoku had yet to ascend to the rank of Hashira during their journey, Carlos had set aside his intent to slay demons. Rengoku was still not a seasoned demon slayer, and Carlos could not allow him to forfeit the opportunity for growth and experience. Thus, he remained by Rengoku's side, ensuring that he would not perish under his watch, intending to address any injuries after their skirmish had concluded. Consequently, Rengoku had no need to return to the Butterfly Mansion for recuperation, diligently undertaking missions instead. Rengoku, you're awake, Carlos remarked, noticing Rengoku's eyes flutter open as he set down the book he had been perusing and approached Rengoku's side. Aren't we supposed to be on our way? The disoriented Rengoku, still half asleep, bore a stark contrast to his usual spirited demeanor, prompting Carlos to steal a few glances. You've exhausted yourself, dozing off during our travels. You've slept for a full 2 days. Carlos chuckled as he recalled the events from the previous day. As they pursued the path led by Tsujikuni, Rengoku had suddenly collapsed, and Carlos, quick on his feet, had caught him just before he could meet the ground. Kyojuro? Carlos called out, his anxiety mounting as Rengoku remained unresponsive. Do you happen to know the whereabouts of the recent Wisteria family? Carlos had used his ability to summon the withered wood, but to no avail, his thoughts swiftly turning to the Wisteria family. Follow me. Tsujikuni, also anxious, observed as Carlos lifted Rengoku into his arms and prepared to take flight. However, upon witnessing a pair of magnificent wings sprout from Carlos's back, Tsujikuni squawked in fright. Quickly, lead the way. The normally gentle depths of Carlos's violet eyes now glimmered with a chilling resolve, causing Tsujikuni's feathers to bristle in fear. Shaking himself, he flapped his wings and took to the sky. You're flying too slowly. Which direction? Carlos urged. 15 miles south, Tsujikuni replied, and in the blink of an eye, Carlos had soared into the distance, becoming a mere speck. How swift! Tsujikuni marveled, flapping his wings vigorously to catch up. Carlos flew into the Wisteria family estate, leading Rengoku along until he suddenly collapsed. Do you have a doctor here? Please, attend to him, Carlos implored, tucking Rengoku into a blanket while summoning a dozen individuals with a mere thought. I am a doctor, one of them stammered, exchanging bewildered glances with the others, still reeling from the harrowing experience of being pulled through the air by Carlos's wings. The doctor stepped outside to survey the blazing sun, then gazed back at the figure beneath the covers, revealing the uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward. After a thorough examination, amidst a whirlwind of various perplexing diagnoses, he arrived at a rather absurd conclusion. He merely fell asleep. What? Carlos shifted his ears, questioning if he had misheard. He must have been exhausted. Has he not slept recently? The doctor adjusted the pillow and bedding around Rengoku, making him more comfortable. It seems he hasn't slept for over 10 days. What? Over 10 days without rest? That's no way to hunt demons, the doctor exclaimed, his voice rising in shock before quickly lowering it again. Carlos rubbed his ears, a sense of remorse washing over him. It won't happen again, he assured. Sitting up straight, the doctor, both angry and sympathetic, felt frustration for these young hunters who neglected to care for their bodies. Perpetually arriving at the Wisteria estate battered and bruised, often embarking on missions before fully healing. Yet, he also felt pity for them. Burdened with the weight of demon slaying at such a tender age, their hands calloused and bodies marred with scars, all while being no older than children. In the end, his myriad words of advice condensed into a single sentiment. You must take care of yourself to slay demons, do you understand? He realized he could not persuade them otherwise. He could only pray for the hunters' continued success. I understand, Carlos nodded solemnly, recognizing the doctor's concern for their well-being. I apologize, you may return to your duties. He addressed the gathering crowd, who quietly exited the room. Carlos gazed at the peacefully sleeping Rengoku, lost in thought. The doctor's loud voice didn't even wake him. He truly is exhausted. A wave of guilt washed over Carlos. Rengoku is not of the bloodline like me. He requires rest. And I failed to notice. Carlos reached out to smooth the furrowed brow of Rengoku, pondering. Has he been holding on merely by the will to slay demons for so long? Sweet dreams, Kyojuro, Carlos whispered softly, then began to sing a hymn. The hymn served as a blessing, a prayer, and a lament, capable of gracing various moments in a believer's life. From the simple act of falling asleep to the grand milestones such as birth, marriage, and burial, Carlos had learned the hymn over the years. Even though those of the bloodline were not followers of the friar faith. Has that demon sent someone else? Rengoku thought, recalling the mission before his fainting spell. Deeply worried for those he had left behind. With each passing moment, another soul could be lost to the demon's clutches. I have handled it, Carlos replied, noticing Rengoku attempting to rise, and gently pressed him back down. Watching Rengoku sway before him made Carlos increasingly anxious, fearing that the fragile Rengoku might faint again if not careful. Don't rush to get up. Take a moment to rest, he advised, tucking the blanket around Rengoku snugly. Thank you, Carlos. How long have I slept? Rengoku, now restored to his usual spirited self, inquired, his voice robust as he lay back. The demon was weak. It was a trivial matter, Carlos replied, shaking his head. You've slept for 2 days. I instructed the kitchen to prepare your favorite sweet potato rice. It will be delivered shortly. His already gentle voice softened further, making Rengoku's ears tingle with delight. I understand, Rengoku murmured, pulling the covers up to obscure half his face. A memory unbidden surfaced in his mind. His mother, waiting at home after a mission, eliciting a shake of his head to dispel it. What's the matter? Carlos asked, sensing something amiss. Are you unwell? Everything is fine. Rengoku's thunderous voice startled Tsujikuni, who took flight in alarm. What is going on here? Tsujikuni, adorned with a lavish jeweled headpiece, questioned, looking perplexed. I'm not quite sure, but it's truly wonderful that Lord Kyojuro has awakened, Tsujikuni exclaimed, joyfully spiraling in the air. Chapter 26, The Magnificent Individual. 5 ants. Rengoku exclaimed, taking a bite of the sweet potato rice, marveling at the flavor. Carlos, seated nearby with his book, chuckled softly. Despite having heard it countless times, he still found it amusing. Rengoku, you seem quite spirited, Carlos remarked. turning to see the shimmering light reflected from the jewels. As the figure emerged from the shadows, a robust man came into view, adorned with a headscarf encrusted with an array of pink diamonds, with blue gemstone beads cascading down either side. Radiating red patterns adorned the area near his left eye, harmonizing beautifully with his cherry-red gaze. His earlobes wore 2 golden earrings each, and he donned a sleeveless Demon Slayer Corps uniform, his muscular arms accentuated by wide golden armlets and bracelets. What a remarkably extravagant individual, Carlos thought to himself. I adore that headpiece. He felt a stirring of excitement within him. Yuzue, long time no see, exclaimed Rengoku Kyojuro, warmly greeting the newcomer. Would you care to join me for some sweet potato rice? He promptly invited his companion to share a meal. No, I have already eaten, Yuzue Tenjin replied, waving his hand dismissively. Noticing Carlos beside Rengoku, he paid it no mind and continued. I heard from your crow that you fell asleep while running. What happened? Yuzue Tenjin found the situation rather peculiar, but it was as it was reported, causing him some concern. Fortunately, Rengoku Kyojuro had awakened. A slight delay in setting out was inconsequential, as they could simply quicken their pace on the road. He was eager to inquire about the matter directly with Rengoku himself. Over 10 days without sleep. I collapsed from exhaustion while on the road, Rengoku explained, setting down his bowl and chopsticks, alleviating Yuzue's curiosity. Over 10 days without sleep. Yuzue Tenjin was utterly astonished. Coming from a family of ninjas, he knew that even a week without slumber was a great trial. Yet Rengoku had managed to endure for more than 10 days. It must be due to my brother Carlos's magic, Rengoku Kyojuro said, gesturing towards Carlos. This is Carlos Brand. Brand being his surname. Carlos, this is the sound Hashira, Yuzue Tenjin. Carlos, you are the bloodline prince mentioned by the former flame Hashira, aren't you? Quite splendid indeed. Yuzue Tenjin remarked, his interest piqued upon realizing the significance of the young man before him, someone whom Rengoku Kyojuro frequently spoke of. Indeed, that is me, Carlos nodded. What exactly is that magic? Yuzue Tenjin inquired, his curiosity heightened. Carlos's gaze fell upon Yuzue Tenjin's vividly painted red and green fingernails, the striking crimson hue capturing his attention. If you can procure me red nails, I shall divulge the secret, Carlos said, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Not a problem. You enjoy this as well? It is simply fabulous. Yuzue Tenjin responded, casting an admiring glance at Carlos. Yuzue Tenjin whistled towards the outside, and shortly thereafter, Carlos noticed a robust gray mouse approaching, adorned with a jeweled headpiece and carrying a small vial. Isn't it magnificent? This is my ninja beast, my combat partner. Yuzue Tenjin explained as Carlos remained transfixed by the mouse's retreating form. Quite splendid, Carlos agreed, nodding appreciatively. Extend your hand like this, Yuzue Tenjin gestured. And Carlos mimicked the action. Rengoku Kyojuro watched the pair as they began painting their nails, pondering where he had fallen behind in this peculiar interaction. Very nice, very nice. My technique remains as exquisite as ever. Yuzue Tenjin admired his handiwork with satisfaction. Carlos's previously pale hands now showcased the vivid red, making the color all the more striking. Rengoku Kyojuro glanced at those hands, inexplicably wishing to hold them. Carlos, equally pleased with his newly adorned hands, cheerfully retrieved his golden pouch. To Rengoku and Yuzue's astonishment, items that had not been within the pouch suddenly appeared before them, growing in size. For you, Carlos said, presenting Yuzue Tenjin with a brooch adorned with white jade and a deep blue gemstone ring, both exquisite pieces of jewelry. Such magnificent adornments. I truly cherish them, Yuzue Tenjin said, carefully accepting the gifts. I shall wear them on the day when demons no longer roam this world, he added, explaining to Carlos. There will indeed be such a day, Carlos replied, nodding in agreement. So, there are many forms of magic, then? This must not be the same as what Rengoku spoke of, Yuzue Tenjin mused, doubting that any magic could allow a person to forego sleep. Carlos was uncertain, having only used a spell called Kowu Mu Feng Chun on Rengoku Kyojuro, which seemed unrelated to sleep. Both pairs of curious eyes turned towards Rengoku. If I were injured while slaying demons, my brother Carlos would cast a healing spell for me. Not only would my wounds heal, but I would also feel invigorated. In fact, I managed to last several more days than usual without injury, Rengoku Kyojuro elaborated on the matter. I see, Carlos nodded thoughtfully. Such splendid magic. Could you grant me a similar spell? Yuzue Tenjin looked at Carlos, eager to experience it. I am unsure if it would work on someone uninjured, Carlos replied. One way to find out. Yuzue Tenjin insisted on trying. Kowu Mu Feng Chun, Carlos intoned, and as the words faded, Yuzue Tenjin blinked. Is it done? Yes. Carlos affirmed with a nod. It seems it has no effect, Yuzue Tenjin lamented. Brand, would you consider joining the Demon Slayer Corps? Next time I am injured, I shall seek you out. He was determined to experience the wonders of this magic. Not a chance. I only give orders, Carlos replied, disinterested in such an arrangement. While he was fine with slaying demons on his own terms, taking on missions was an entirely different matter. What a shame. I must take my leave. Yuzue Tenjin bid farewell to the duo. Yes, I too shall depart, Rengoku Kyojuro announced as he picked up his Nichiren blade. Carlos, are you coming along? Rengoku asked. Noticing Carlos lost in thought, staring at his wand. Kyojuro, I shall not accompany you. I need to visit your father and see your mother as well, Carlos replied, wishing to learn more about the effects of Kou Mu Feng Chun on the past. Mother, she has passed away, Rengoku Kyojoro's voice fell, the weight of his words evident. His father had been inconsolable since, resigning from his position as Flame Hashira. If Carlos were to visit him, it would surely bring him joy. Rengoku Kyojuro hoped Carlos could help his father regain his spirits. Passed away? How could that be? Carlos was taken aback by the revelation. Throughout their journey, Carlos recounted his experiences over the years, while Rengoku Kyojuro inquired about the events of the last millennium. With time being a distant memory, Carlos recounted the tale of his first encounter with Rengoku Kyojuro. He remained unaware of the upheaval within the Rengoku family. However, your mother did not endure too much suffering. The doctors said it was miraculous she lived as long as she did, Carlos added. Thank you so very much, Carlos, Rengoku Kyojuro said, sitting back in front of Carlos. His gaze unwavering. Ah, I understand now, Kyojuro, Carlos said, looking outside, his expression inscrutable. Let us part ways here. Rengoku Kyojuro watched as Carlos spread his wings and soared homeward, following his crow as he set off. Chapter 27. Those who depart, those who remain. Senjuro. Rengoku Senjuro set down the wooden sword he had been waving, turning towards the voice. He spotted a youthful figure perched on a branch in his yard, gazing at him with a gentle smile. Who are you? Rengoku Senjuro asked, finding the boy strangely familiar, yet unable to recall his identity. I am your brother Carlos. Have you forgotten? You used to love it when I held you as a child, Carlos said, extending a hand to ruffle Rengoku Senjuro's tousled hair. Carlos' brother. Rengoku Senjuro's gaze fell upon Carlos's silvery locks, and a memory surfaced of a small hand clutching a strand of silver hair. Where is your father? Carlos inquired. Please. Follow me, Rengoku Senjuro replied, leading Carlos. My father is not in good spirits at the moment and may not wish to see you. If he does, Carlos' brother, please be cautious, he whispered about Rengoku Kyojoro's situation. I understand, Carlos nodded. They arrived at a door. Father, Carlos' brother has come to see you. Kyojuro Rengoku prepared himself for an unfruitful return, for since his mother departed, his father had not entertained a single guest. The only company for him and his brother consisted of sporadic swordsmanship lessons, with the remainder of their time spent in a melancholic stupor, drowning their sorrows in alcohol. Carlos. The door before him was flung open with a swift motion, a gust of wind tousling Kyojuro Rengoku's hair, revealing the strength of the person who had opened it. It has been quite some time, Masachika. Carlos, gazing at the figure before him, almost failed to recognize the once incandescent man who had illuminated the lives of others, now reduced to a shadow of his former self, smothered in ash and flickering embers. His kimono hung loosely on his frame, hair disheveled, beard unkempt, and his physique had withered considerably. He stood no longer with the proud bearing he once possessed. His spirit seemingly diminished. You have changed remarkably, Carlos remarked, observing Kyojuro Masachika. Since Ruka's departure, life has lost its meaning. Were it not for the two children, I might have followed her into the void, Kyojuro Masachika lamented, handing Carlos a cup of rabbit-esque blood. I apologize for the spectacle. I understand. For our kind, to leave this world with a loved one is the ultimate desire, neither seeking to live nor die alone. Carlos expressed his gratitude. I sincerely appreciate your magic. Thanks to it, Ruka endured little suffering and lived a few extra years. Kyojuro Masachika spoke earnestly. I had hoped to cure her, Carlos said, lowering his gaze to the cup in his hands. Though he had not interacted much with Rengoku Ruka, he knew her to be an exceptional human, an elegant and serene wife, a gentle yet formidable mother. She had instilled in Kyojuro Shinjiro the virtues of exceptional capability and responsibility, dedicating himself to the protection of all beings, embodying a sense of righteousness. Would you wish to see her once more? Carlos lifted his eyes to meet Kyojuro Masachika's gaze. Is that truly possible? Kyojuro Masachika asked, harboring no doubts about Carlos's extraordinary powers. There exists a spell that can extract my memories, rendering them as vivid as the present moment. Though my encounters with the lady were few, Carlos replied, observing the reddened eyes of Kyojuro Masachika. One last glimpse would suffice, Kyojuro Masachika murmured. Visions of the past emerged. Kyojuro Masachika found himself enveloped in a void, which gradually revealed his wife, dining with them. The scene shifted, showcasing her and their children. who were intently watching him practice his martial arts. He caught a glimpse of his former self, brimming with vitality and charm. The tableau transformed once more, revealing his wife seated in the corridor, cradling their youngest son, who gently patted Kyojuro Shinjiro's back, while the elder son leaned against his mother. Melodious notes echoed in his ears, and Kyojuro Masachika hummed along, tears streaming down his cheeks. A teacup appeared in his hands. I must regain my strength. Seeing your reflection in my eyes made me almost unrecognizable. Kyojuro Masachika wiped away his tears, breaking into a cheerful laugh. Indeed, the former Masachika was so radiant that one could hardly bear to look directly at him. Carlos remarked, pleased to witness Kyojuro Masachika's revival. Well, you have yet to see the present Shinjiro. By your description, he must be dazzling beyond measure, Kyojuro Masachika said, pride swelling in his heart as he spoke of his son. I have encountered him. I had the pleasure of sharing over 10 days of missions with him. Carlos teased Kyojuro Masachika. That boy must possess my former flair. Kyojuro Masachika responded, not overly surprised, given the town's size. It was natural for Carlos to cross paths with Shinjiro. Indeed, the student has surpassed the master. What a warm and radiant son he is. The visage of Kyojuro Shinjiro flashed through Carlos' mind. It won't be long before he becomes the flame Hashira, inheriting my legacy and perpetuating the flame-breathing techniques. Time truly does fly, Kyojuro Masachika mused. By the way, Carlos, since you've met my ancestors, have you encountered the progenitor of the breathing techniques? Kyojuro Masachika recalled the knowledge he had gleaned. All breathing styles derived from the sun breathing. During that period, he had been trapped in a spiral of doubt, believing that flame breathing was merely an inferior imitation of the original techniques, undermining his own worth. Seeing himself as an unremarkable being, it was only with his wife's companionship that he had emerged from that darkness. Who is the progenitor of the breathing techniques? Carlos tilted his head, squinting in confusion. That can't be right. You mentioned Rengoku Kyotaka, who lived in the same era as the progenitor of the breathing techniques. Kyojuro Masachika said, equally perplexed. Do you know the name of the progenitor? Carlos surveyed the room, realizing he was only familiar with Rengoku Kyotaka and Ubuyashiki Yorichi, having only met other Demon Slayer Corps members once. Yet Carlos's intuition hinted that the progenitor of the breathing techniques was indeed Ubuyashiki Yorichi, a figure of unparalleled strength and grace, distinct from all others. This is unrecorded. All I know is that the original breathing technique was the sun breathing, and all current styles have derived from it. Kyojuro Masachika shook his head. Sun breathing, indeed, belongs to Yorichi-sensei. Now I understand. He was truly a formidable individual. Would you like to see him? Kyojuro Masachika nodded eagerly. So dazzling. Kyojuro Masachika was utterly captivated by the techniques of the sun breathing. It felt as though he had arrived at the surface of the sun, the fluidity and grace of the techniques, the dazzling brilliance of the blade's flame. All left Kyojuro Masachika in awe. Truly, it was the origin of all breathing styles, and it was a pity that the sun breathing had not been passed down. Kyojuro Masachika pondered. If such a powerful individual were to join the Demon Slayer Corps, their strength would undoubtedly surge. Masachika, will you return to serve as a Hashira? Carlos inquired about Kyojuro Masachika's plans. No, I am too old now. I cannot bear the burden. Kyojuro Masachika shook his head. I will become a mentor, nurturing new recruits. Kyojuro Masachika clenched his fists, resolute in his determination to become an exceptional teacher. Chapter 28, Emotions. Kyojuro Masachika, with remarkable initiative, set his sights on a goal and tidied himself up to visit the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. Yayoi Ubuyashiki was delighted to see Kyojuro Masachika regain his spirits and had a house built on a nearby mountain, suggesting they could arrange training activities there. If he could not return home, he could stay on the mountain, which would provide a place to eat and rest. Suitable candidates would be brought to him. Carlos, do you wish to practice martial arts? Kyojuro Masachika's eyes sparkled as he looked at Carlos, who had just returned from an outing. He believed Carlos to be a promising prospect. I could give it a try. Carlos had learned swordsmanship from several knights of the Brand family and was eager to test this blade as well. Trying could lead to demise. Carlos, your body is not up to it. You must exercise more. Kyojuro Masachika patted Carlos on the shoulder, nearly sending the exhausted boy tumbling to the ground. Masachika, I'm running out of steam. Carlos halted, hands on his hips, panting heavily. His once unremarkable heart was now racing wildly, asserting its existence. At that moment, Carlos only wished to devise a spell for time reversal, to intercept the promise he had made to Kyojuro Masachika. Carlos, how long have we been running? Having noticed Carlos had fallen behind, Kyojuro Masachika turned back, running effortlessly alongside him, lifting his legs high while conversing. We have, huff, run around the base of the mountain, huff, and are almost, huff, at the summit. Carlos struggled to articulate his words. Kyojuro Misachika expressed his desire to assess the environment atop the mountain, contemplating how to arrange the training. First, he led Carlos and Kyojuro Shinjiro in practicing basic sword techniques, and after some foundational training, he took the two of them for a run. Rengoku Kyojuro is still quite young. Rengoku Shinjiro only allowed him to complete a lap at the foot of the mountain before sending him back. Poor Carlos. While a lap at the base was hardly daunting, the ascent proved arduous, especially with Rengoku Shinjiro insisting he carry a basket of stones. Ha ha ha. Reaching the summit was a far-off dream. They had barely reached halfway up. Upon relieving Carlos of the stones, Rengoku Shinjiro observed the exhaustion etched on his face, pondering whether he had misjudged Carlos's capabilities. After all, compared to his own past self, Carlos's strength was not lacking. Rengoku Shinjiro had believed that Carlos possessed formidable physical prowess as well. Yet, this was only halfway up. Gazing at the rugged, steep path ahead, Carlos desperately wished he could fly back to the Rengoku household. However, having made a promise to Rengoku Shinjiro, he pressed on, feeling the burden lifted. The remaining distance seemed manageable. Let us go, Shinjiro, he called as he began to run upward. Rengoku Shinjiro beamed, matching Carlos's pace effortlessly. Through this endeavor, Carlos came to a profound realization of the terrifying physical conditioning of the Demon Slayer core, which could not be measured by ordinary human standards. Seated atop the mountain, Carlos experienced the exhilaration that Zenko-sensei had described, a panoramic view that made all other peaks seem diminutive, stirring within him a sense of vastness and elation, a feeling unlike that of soaring to great heights. The summit brought him closer to the fireworks of the world below. That night, Carlos drank 3 large bowls of blood. Father, I have become a Hashira. Even before his arrival, his voice heralded him. The 3 practicing with their swords turned to see Rengoku Kyojuro materializing in their line of sight. Over the past few months, both Carlos and Rengoku Kyojuro had been subjected to rigorous training under Rengoku Shinjiro's relentless regimen. During this time, Carlos also visited the Kamado household. Discovering that Kamado Tanjiro had departed as well, Kamado Tanjiro informed Carlos that as the new year approached, after completing his dance, Kamado Tanjiro's health had begun to decline once more. This only strengthened Carlos's resolve to improve his magical abilities. In the past few months, Rengoku Kyojuro had returned home only once, coinciding with Rengoku Shinjiro's preparations for the training grounds on the mountain, granting Carlos and Rengoku Kyojuro a rare respite. Upon Kyojuro's return, he found Shinjiro instructing Kyojuro in chopping wooden stakes. Seizing the opportunity, Carlos picked up a wooden sword to seek Kyojuro's guidance. Rengoku Kyojuro adjusted Carlos's arm, correcting his stance, only to find that as soon as one side was fixed, the other fell out of alignment. With a resigned sigh, Rengoku Kyojuro wrapped his arms around Carlos from behind, his warm hands enveloping Carlos's cold ones. Brother Carlos, you must let this fervent breath wash over your ear, he whispered, causing Carlos's ears to twitch. Suddenly realizing the proximity, Rengoku Kyojuro released Carlos's hands and stepped aside, flustered. What a delightful fragrance, he mused, warmth creeping up to his ears. Yes, precisely so. Turning his gaze towards Rengoku Kyojuro, he exclaimed, Kyojuro, you are doing splendidly. Carlos's brother is truly remarkable. Carlos, quick to learn the swordsmanship, astonished Rengoku Shinjiro with his progress. Kyojuro, puzzled, acknowledged his brother's praise and continued his practice with the wooden sword. Observing Kyojuro's reddening ears, Carlos couldn't help but chuckle softly. During these months, Carlos often found his thoughts drifting to Rengoku Kyojuro, gradually realizing his feelings. He was fond of Kyojuro. Carlos Brand had developed feelings for Rengoku Kyojuro. It did not come as a surprise. Kyojuro embodied all that Carlos admired, his preferred colors, his radiant sun. Moreover, Rengoku Kyojuro was inherently a wonderful person, warm, brave, passionate, kind, resolute, and strong. It was impossible not to like him. Truly, my son, Rengoku Shinjiro laughed heartily as he patted Kyojuro's shoulder. Big brother is so impressive. I want to be just like you in the future. Kyojuro looked up, his eyes sparkling with admiration for Rengoku Kyojuro. Kyojuro is truly remarkable. Carlos complimented as their eyes met, sharing a smile. That formidable demon was indeed fearsome. Carlos and Rengoku Kyojuro listened intently as Kyojuro recounted the details of his battle, with Kyojuro's brother gasping in awe, as if he had participated in the harrowing encounter. By the way, big brother Carlos, today I attended the Hashira meeting. Do you know who I met? Kyojuro revealed he had encountered all the Hashira he had only heard of before. Yuzui Tenjin. Carlos was taken aback, as he had only met Yuzui Tenjin among the active Hashira. Rengoku Kyojuro shook his head, listing the others. The stone Hashira, Kanae Tsuyuri. The wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinizugawa. The flower Hashira, Kanae Kocho. The water Hashira, Jutomioka, and the insect Hashira, Shinobu Kocho. Carlos listened, astonished by the familiar names. He had heard of the wind and water Hashira. Both Shinazugawa and Tomioka were incredibly dedicated, and felt joy for their accomplishments as independent Hashira. But what of the remaining three? Had they also endured tragedies? I am unsure about the stone Hashira. But the flower and insect Hashira were brought back by the stone Hashira after their families suffered misfortunes. I see, Carlos recalled the simple, happy lives of Kanae, Tsuyuri, and the kind, gentle Kocho family, clenching his fists in determination. May I visit the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters tomorrow to see them? Carlos inquired of Rengoku Kyojuro. The wind and flower Hashira have missions tonight. After the meeting, they will depart. I have invited Kanroji to our home tomorrow. I will ask the others if they wish to join, Rengoku Kyojuro proposed. Okay, Carlos nodded. Who is Kanroji? He asked, puzzled. Rengoku Kyojuro joyfully introduced. Kanroji is my adopted daughter. She is a remarkable girl. Let us make sweet potato rice tomorrow. His cheerful voice resonated throughout the courtyard. Forgive Carlos for feeling a pang of yearning with his first crush. Such a simple compliment felt more piercing than Master Yalan's techniques. Chapter 29, A Grievous Message. The news of the stone Hashira and water Hashira's arrival, while the insect Hashira was busy tending to the injured, reached Carlos through Rengoku Kyojuro, who relayed the news from the crow. I understand. Carlos felt a surge of anticipation. The handsome big brother I arm wrestled with. Kanroji Mitsuri, brought by Rengoku Kyojuro, gazed at Carlos with heart-shaped eyes, internally squealing at the sight. Such a strong and beautiful girl. Carlos was equally astonished. You two know each other? Rengoku Kyojuro retracted his hand, curious about the duo. We've only met once, but it left a strong impression, Carlos replied, shaking his head. It was at a noodle shop. The handsome big brother even arm wrestled with me. Kanroji Mitsuri animatedly recounted that day's events. Big brother Carlos. The strong girl I mentioned is actually Kanroji? Rengoku Kyojuro's recognition deepened as he recalled Carlos's earlier words, his fist striking his palm. It seems so. Carlos had not anticipated such a coincidence and lowered his gaze. This child, has something happened at her home too? He decided to inquire about Kanroji Mitsuri after she departed. I am Kanroji Mitsuri, and you, big brother? I am Carlos Brand. Brand is my surname. Why is your name like that? Kanroji Mitsuri's large eyes sparkled with curiosity, her cheerful voice ringing out. Big brother Carlos is not human. He is a blood kin, so he is different from us, Rengoku Kyojuro interjected, sensing Carlos's reluctance to explain, and stepped in to clarify what bloodkin meant. How fascinating. Kanroji Mitsuri covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes wide open as she gazed unblinkingly at Carlos. Kanroji. It is time for practice, Rengoku Kyojuro announced, having noticed that the three had been engaged in conversation for quite a while. All right, Mr. Rengoku, Kanroji Mitsuri exclaimed, springing to her feet and mimicking Rengoku Kyojuro's techniques. Carlos watched in a trance as Rengoku Kyojuro guided Kanroji Mitsuri through her training. During lunchtime, Carlos observed as Rengoku Kyojuro and Kanroji Mitsuri devoured an enormous pot of sweet potato rice, leaving it impeccably clean. He recalled how harmonious their training had appeared that morning and could not help but concede that the two seemed exceptionally well matched. Suddenly, Carlos realized that throughout his travels, he had not encountered a single pair of same-sex lovers, not one. In his own country, there were several, and among the bloodkin, multiple couples existed. Thus, Carlos found no fault in his affection for Rengoku Kyojuro. It became evident that in this place, companionship was traditionally constituted by a male and a female. Perhaps I should await Rengoku Kyojoro's reincarnation, just as with Yugurika. Carlos had never experienced romantic feelings before, and during the pursuits of the bloodkin surrounding him, no one had ever sought his youthful counsel. Therefore, his experience in matters of the heart was limited to a singular instance, when Yugurika fell for a girl who had her own affections, ultimately witnessing her marry and have children. He had asked Fair to assist in locating her reincarnation, though to this day, she had yet to materialize. Carlos shook off the melancholy thoughts. But can Fair truly discern reincarnations in this land? Will Kyojuro be reborn as a girl in his next life? A single plan had unfurled into a multitude of questions, causing Carlos to pout. Carlos, are you feeling unwell? Rengoku Kyojuro inquired, concern evident as he seated himself beside Carlos. He had observed Carlos for a while and noticed the drastic change in his complexion, prompting his worry. I'm fine. Carlos managed to divert his gaze from Rengoku Kyojuro, shaking his head at the cup before him. Are you truly all right? Rengoku Kyojuro sensed that something was amiss. Indeed, you and Kanroji should resume your training. Then I shall train with Kanroji, Rengoku Kyojuro replied, his gaze unwavering on Carlos. Carlos nodded, watching the two depart, engaged in jovial conversation. Left alone in the corridor, a wave of despondency washed over Carlos, his heart aching fiercely. Carlos, a voice called, rousing him from his reverie. He looked up to behold a figure resembling a small mountain. All right, Akaza, Carlos stood, circling the imposing figure in astonishment. Were it not for the familiar face, he would have struggled to associate the robust man before him with the tall and handsome youth he once knew. You've changed so much. Taller than Teacher Bailan. I'm delighted to see you unchanged. Akaza clasped his hands together, tears welling in his eyes. Carlos remained the same boy who had not suffered misfortune. May you continue to be this happy. Akaza silently wished. Why are you crying? Carlos stammered, flustered. It's nothing. My eyes were damaged from crying once, so they tear easily now, Akaza explained, joining Carlos at his side. What's wrong? Did those children encounter a demon? Carlos inquired softly. One child disregarded my warnings and did not return home before nightfall. He encountered a demon outside and extinguished the wisteria incense to survive. The demon burst in, and the children, not heeding my advice, fled for their lives, only to be slaughtered. Only one child hid behind me, and in my effort to protect her, I fought the demon. Though I emerged victorious, the demon was reduced to ash, leaving only devastation in its wake. Those who witnessed the aftermath believed me to be the murderer and imprisoned me. Akaza recounted the harrowing tale that had once haunted his dreams. Didn't he, the surviving child, testify on your behalf? Carlos questioned, perplexed. I too wished for her testimony, yet she told others I was a monster. After all, she was only 4 and likely traumatized, her memories muddled. Yet, I longed to hear her say, "Thank you for fighting for me." I believe if I had heard that, I would have died without regrets. But in the end, I was imprisoned without ever hearing those words, and it was during that time my eyes were ruined from crying. Yet it was Lord Muzan who rescued me, allowing me to live and fight demons until my last breath. Akaza clasped his hands once more, tears spilling anew. Carlos felt a pang of emotion, reaching out to grasp the tips of Akaza's clasped fingers. Akaza, you are incredibly brave. As Carlos withdrew his hand, Akaza rubbed his palms together, the beads clattering, tears cascading down. Brother Brand, Akaza, a cold voice emerged from behind. It's Tomioka. Do you know Carlos? Akaza greeted the newcomer. Yes, Brother Brand took me to the Wisteria house, and that is how I came to be under Master Urokodaki. Tomioka Ju sat beside Carlos, who had yet to fully process the situation. I see. Then I shall not disturb you further. Akaza rose to bid farewell. Ju has grown so tall and has become a pillar. How impressive. Carlos scrutinized Tomioka Ju carefully, noting his unchanged expression, though his hair had grown considerably. Carlos sensed the turmoil beneath his calm demeanor. His strength is formidable, Carlos assessed. I am unlike them, Tomioka Ju stated flatly. That is undoubtedly true. No two individuals are alike. Breathing techniques differ, combat styles vary, even the grip on a sword is unique. Yet, what of those who wield swords with their left hands? Carlos did not find fault in his words. No, Brother Brand, it is I who am unworthy of being a pillar, hence my difference from them. Tomioka Ju lowered his head, sadness flickering in his memories. How can that be? I can sense your power. How could you be unworthy of being a pillar? Carlos pondered if Tomioka Ju shared a similar self-doubt as Tsujikuni Yorichi. Ju, can you hear me, Your Highness? Carlos was about to speak when a frantic voice echoed in his mind. I can hear you. What is it? Splendid. We finally made contact. Your Highness, Teacher Bailan has sent word. Yugurika's time is drawing near. Carlos stood abruptly in shock. Ju, there's trouble at home. We'll speak later. Carlos hastily bid farewell to Tomioka Ju, spreading his wings and soaring westward. Before Ju could utter a word, he watched as Carlos became a mere speck on the horizon. Your Highness, fly westward. We shall return together. The voice of Bailey resonated. Anna and I initially intended to head eastward for a while, but shortly after our departure, Teacher Bailan relayed news of Yugurika's impending departure. He inquired who was closest to the east. It seems you are too far away for communication. I also struggled to reach you, so I brought Anna eastward for a while before finally making contact. All bloodkin capable of learning magic are personally taught by the two kings and Teacher Bailan. Thus he is a collective title among a portion of the bloodkin. Zeno has only formally instructed Carlos. The others simply approach him with questions as they arise. For the first time, Carlos flew at such speed, traversing vast distances in a heartbeat. Yugurika could not wait any longer, realizing that his departure would not exceed a decade, a mere blink of an eye for the bloodkin. After the first bloodkin incapable of wielding magic was born, Nora had begun to fret for their safety. To this end, a myriad of preservation spells has been devised, which, when affixed to objects, can summon protective shields and unleash lethal strikes upon activation. However, such magic demands an immense reservoir of magical energy, which can only be harnessed by the two red-eyed beings, Nora and Eamon. Subsequently, Nora discovered that for the vampire kin unable to wield magic, their hearts could be extracted. Thus, Whenever a vampire child was born without the ability to learn magic, Nora and Eamon would remove their heart and encase it within a gemstone necklace, thereby granting them a semblance of immortality. This necklace is stored within the chambers of Nora and Eamon, and after their departure, Yalowin fortified the room with layers of protective shields and closely monitored it. Previously, a spirit in the form of a flower fairy, imbued with half a body's worth of magical power, was left behind to guard this place and report any disturbances concerning the necklaces. Upon becoming a red-eyed being, Yalowin mastered the art of duplication and transformed into a doppelganger of equal strength. Today, the necklace belonging to Yuglika began to tremble violently. Yalowin initiated contact with every vampire, and if any were unreachable, he instructed those outside to relay the message, expanding the search in widening circles, urging all vampires to converge upon the Arendelle estate. Bailey, cease your frowning. It pains me, Anna Brown gently urged, smoothing the furrowed brow of Bailey Brandt, lifting her chin and bestowing a kiss upon her lips. I am fine. Anna, just hold me tightly, lest I fall. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, Bailey pressed a kiss to Anna's forehead. MHM. Anna tightened her embrace around Bailey's neck, nuzzling her head against her shoulder. Anna Brown was the beloved of Bailey Brandt, a relationship that had traversed a rather tumultuous path. In the annals of history, it was well known that the Brandt family was a lineage of immortals, and their lovers shared in this eternal existence. Consequently, the second prince of the empire set his sights upon them. The Brandt family was both easily recognizable and yet, at the same time, elusive, with their distinctive pointed ears revealing their lineage through their hairstyles. Young Bailey Brandt, having just been permitted to leave the estate, soon found herself the target of the fervent courtship of the handsome second prince. The inexperienced young maiden, unfamiliar with such fervor, quickly succumbed to love. The second prince arrived at the Arendelle estate to propose, and progress seemed smooth until, in the presence of all vampire kin, before the ancestral coffin, Nora cast a spell upon the two. An intricate and ancient formation spread from beneath Bailey towards the second prince, only to abruptly halt, dissipating into nothingness. All vampires were left bewildered by this sudden turn of events. How dare you deceive her? Eamon exclaimed, regaining his composure as he extended his hand, causing the second prince to be lifted off the ground, his neck clutched in Eamon's grasp. Your Majesty Eamon, what is happening? Chris is in danger. Bailey, confused, could only comprehend that her beloved was on the verge of being choked to death by her revered king. What? I don't understand. The second prince's face flushed crimson as he struggled, attempting to pry open Eamon's grip. With a cold snort, Eamon tossed the prince aside, who fell to the ground, coughing up blood. As Bailey moved to rush to the prince's side, she found herself suspended in midair, drawn to Nora. My poor child, Nora murmured, kissing the top of Bailey's head and embracing her tightly. Your Majesty Nora, what is happening? Chris, he is in peril. Bailey, bewildered, gazed at the fallen prince, who was weeping uncontrollably, yet she knew that the two monarchs would not act against Chris without just cause. Bailey, do you understand why the spell failed? Nora gently wiped away Bailey's tears, cradling her face with tenderness. And no, I do not. Bailey shook her head. She knew that the only reasons for a spell's failure were a mispronunciation or insufficient magical power, yet she believed that Nora would never make such an error. Because he does not love you. Nora's words struck Bailey like a thunderclap. This spell could only take effect between two individuals who shared a deep love for one another. Bailey held firmly to this belief, trusting in the magic that had accompanied her for nearly a millennium, a spell that captivated her. A wondrous magic that could not possibly falter. Do not kill him. Eamon, observing Bailey's calm demeanor, looked upon the enraged vampires and gestured for them to stand down. All vampire kin either brandished their wands or drew their swords, rushing forth. Ultimately, Bailey herself severed the second prince's limbs, while Nora swiftly encased the wounds in ice, ensuring he would not bleed out. Eamon and Nora manipulated the unconscious form of the prince, boldly transporting him from Arendelle to the palace. Awaiting his son to uncover the secret of why Brandt's beloved could attain immortality, the king was instead met with his son, dismembered. Do not deceive the feelings of Brandt. From that day forth, this phrase echoed throughout the kingdom. After that fateful day, Bailey found herself intolerant of all men, save for her esteemed Eamon and her mentor Yalowin. Any man she encountered was met with aggression. Even the unassuming Zeno was not spared. Whether through magic or hand-to-hand combat, she engaged with the members of the knightly order in swordplay, with Zeno being especially adept in this regard. Everyone indulged her, willing to engage in her spirited bouts, filling the centuries of Arendelle with revelry. As for Anna Brown, she encountered Bailey the day after Carlos's birth. Lot took the newly awakened Bailey out to witness the changes in the human world over the past century. Within the Grand Theater, Anna, resembling a finely crafted doll, sang sweetly, entrancing Bailey. Subsequently, Bailey attended several performances on her own. From the very first day, Anna had noticed Bailey. She confessed to falling in love with her at first sight. However, the front row seats were reserved for the affluent, and Anna knew she was not of their ilk. Especially as Bailey was a noble and beautiful lady. With each subsequent performance, Anna frequently spotted Bailey in attendance, feeling both pride and insecurity. How wonderful, she enjoys my singing. But surely it is merely because I have pleased her. Anna would turn her gaze away, resisting the urge to look at Bailey. Their acquaintance blossomed on the streets when Anna was harassed by a man, and Bailey came to her aid. Hello, I am Anna Brown. Anna offered a sweet smile and extended her hand. Bailey Brandt. Bailey recognized the familiar face, but only realized upon hearing her voice that Miss Brown possessed a melodious voice. Bailey clasped Anna's delicate hand. Indeed, Anna was a finely crafted doll, standing a head shorter than Bailey. Thank you. As Anna withdrew her hand, she inadvertently brushed Bailey's palm, though Bailey remained oblivious to the gesture. From that moment on, whenever Bailey visited the theater, Anna would seek her out for conversation after the performances, and they soon became friends. Anna felt her heart racing, enchanted by Bailey with each encounter, perceiving her as a seemingly cold lady, yet in reality, she was gentle and formidable. One day, Anna invited Bailey to her home to sample her homemade cake. Prior to Bailey's arrival, Anna imbibed some wine to muster her courage, intent on confessing her feelings that day. However, when Bailey sat across from her, she faltered, gazing at Bailey's ever-composed expression as she casually savored the cake, before earnestly remarking on its delightful flavor. Vampires, in the realm of humans, seldom exhibited any differences, for the taste was lost on them, an inconsequential matter for their kind. Utilizing magic to conceal their nature was simple. At that time, Carlos was indeed too young, and the estate had not permitted him to venture out, so he remained uninformed. The Inferno family was well aware of his consumption of blood, thus Carlos comfortably indulged as needed. Oh, divine lord! I am truly destined to love this woman for a lifetime. Perhaps it was the intoxicating effects of alcohol. But after Anna wiped away the cream smudged on Bailey's face with a handkerchief, she passionately kissed Bailey, noticing that Bailey remained unchanged. Her enchanting smoky violet eyes as placid as ever, Anna's heart sank. She averted her gaze, settling into Bailey's embrace and feigning sleep. Yet, inhaling the delicate fragrance that enveloped Bailey, she succumbed to slumber. Anna awoke in her own bed, the room eerily vacant, with Bailey nowhere to be found and no message left behind. During the next performance, Anna refrained from inviting anyone to inform Bailey that they would go out together afterward, believing that Bailey would no longer heed her. Rather than awkwardly retreating from Bailey's presence, she chose to drift apart slowly, like strangers. As Anna mechanically turned her head while changing out of her costume backstage, she was struck by the sight of Bailey, who, unlike her usual opulent gowns, donned knightly attire. Her long, orange curls tied up in a high ponytail, exuding an air of cool elegance. Anna's spirits momentarily lifted, only to dim once more. What troubles you, Bailey? Anna murmured, quietly taking a step back. You are avoiding me. Bailey strode confidently towards Anna, their distance mere inches apart, unaware of the underlying tensions. Bailey sensed Anna's neglect during the performance, where she had not once glanced her way or invited her for a post-show outing. No, I'm just a bit tired today, Anna replied, continuing to retreat until she collided with the makeup table, turning her head to avoid Bailey's gaze. Are you unwell? Bailey asked, her hand instinctively reaching to check Anna's forehead, only to discover tears streaming down her cheeks. What's wrong? Has someone wronged you? I shall confront them, Bailey declared, pulling out a handkerchief to gently wipe Anna's tear-streaked face. It is you who has wronged me. Anna finally broke down, clutching Bailey's waist and weeping uncontrollably. What is it? Bailey felt her shoulder dampening from Anna's tears, overwhelmed by the intensity of Anna's distress. You left without a word yesterday, Anna accused, her voice ringing with hurt. Weren't you asleep? In your own home, where it was safe, Bailey responded, momentarily taken aback by the accusation. Then you didn't leave me even a note. Anna's voice softened. I didn't see any pen or paper, and I assumed you would understand I was returning home, Bailey replied bluntly, not comprehending the depth of Anna's feelings. Well, I kissed you forcefully yesterday, and you showed no reaction, Anna muttered, her voice barely audible, almost lost in the air. Were you not inebriated? Bailey tightened her embrace around Anna. The kiss yesterday had indeed left Bailey momentarily stunned. She understood it was an act reserved for lovers, yet she was uncertain of her own feelings for Anna. For millennia, Anna had only the second prince as a reference, yet she sensed the difference between what she shared with him and what she felt with Bailey, leaving her in a state of confusion. However, seeing Anna asleep in her arms stirred an inexplicable sense of loss within her. She had known Anna had been drinking, though the scent evaded her. The bottles on the table revealed the truth. The blush gracing Anna's cheeks was a sight Bailey had never witnessed before. It was captivating. "How could I dare kiss you if I were not intoxicated, Bailey Brand?" Anna exclaimed, her eyes locked onto Bailey's. "I confess to you. I have liked you since the very first moment I saw you." Bailey's heart raced as if enchanted by a spell of acceleration. "Anna, I do not know. Would you allow me to confirm my feelings?" Bailey grasped Anna's hands, gazing deeply into her eyes. "Forgive me, King Nora." Bailey silently apologized. As she had intended to use the life and death vow to affirm her heart's desire, a ritual traditionally performed by King Nora at weddings. A custom that had been passed down through generations. "Confirm?" Anna placed Bailey's hand against her chest. "It is because of you that my heart races so." Bailey felt the vibrations travel through her palm, quicker than even her own heartbeat. "Thus, my heart beats faster because of you." It appeared that no spell was necessary to validate their feelings. "Anna, I love you. Would you be willing to become my beloved?" Bailey positioned Anna's other hand over her own heart. "I would," Anna beamed, leaping into Bailey's arms for a deep kiss. In truth, Carlos stumbled upon the petite Miss Brown passionately kissing Bailey in the practice room, leaving him utterly astonished. Yet, as Anna's century as a human concluded, aside from her lack of wings, she began to truly embody the essence of a vampire, her height now matching Bailey's, having grown from being significantly shorter. Upon learning this, Anna vowed to herself that she would surpass Bailey in height. "Bailey." Carlos finally spotted the striking waves of orange hair atop Bailey's head. "Tomioka, have you seen Brother Carlos?" The returning Rengoku Kyojuro only noticed Tomioka, just sitting in the corridor, Carlos's absence evident. "Brother Brand said there was a matter at home and has left," Rengoku replied. "Then I shall take my leave as well." Tomioka, concerned that Rengoku might return to an empty house and fret, had waited for him to arrive. "Ah, very well." Rengoku escorted Tomioka to the door before making his way to Carlos's room, sitting there, lost in thought. Chapter 31, The Meaning of Love. "Your Highness." Bailey nodded towards Carlos. "Your Highness," came her lilting voice, as Anna, nestled in Bailey's embrace, extended a hand to wave at Carlos. "Anna." Carlos acknowledged her with a nod. "Shall we depart?" he asked, looking at Bailey. With a single flap of their wings, they soared toward home. As they approached Arendelle, the number of vampire kin they encountered increased. The occasions that unite all vampires are scarce. Weddings, the birth of new life, and the departure of one. Yugurika. Carlos, passing the rose garden, did not see Yugurika, but quickly recalled his office. He burst through the door to find Yugurika still engrossed in his work. "Your Highness." Yugurika set down his pen, regarding Carlos with his usual warmth. Carlos felt a lump in his throat as he hurried to Yugurika's side. "Why are you still busy? Just let Lance handle it. Why do you still burden yourself?" Carlos struggled to articulate his thoughts, unleashing his frustration at the duties that consumed Yugurika's time. The tale began with a vampire who ventured into business, which flourished and attracted others from their kind into various trades. The Brand family earned their reputation this way. But no vampire interested in managing the business emerged for centuries. Several sought to find promising successors among their descendants, but none appeared before their passing. For millennia, Eamon managed affairs, though not particularly adept. He sought guidance from humans. His learning journey was arduous. One teacher after another left in frustration. Yet he persevered for centuries before finally grasping the fundamentals. Until the birth of Yugurika. Yugurika's father was a vampire and his mother a human. Shortly after Yugurika's birth, his father discovered his wife's infidelity. He entrusted Yugurika to the two kings, allowing King Nora to restore his heart to his body before taking a sword and piercing his wife's heart. He then embraced her, one dissipating into the ether. The other laid to rest where they had first met. Thus, Yugurika grew beside the two kings, finding solace in Eamon's company as he observed him manage affairs. In the subsequent years, young Yugurika, still striving to master her wings, exhibited remarkable acumen in accounting, ensnaring her adversaries in a web of confusion. Eamon, delighted by her prowess, took on the role of a carefree overseer. Henceforth, it was Yugurika who single-handedly managed affairs, joined later by Lance, who had developed an infatuation for the first ever female head of the family, a woman of formidable ambition. In a bid to foster common interests, Lance commenced his studies alongside Yugurika, and soon after, they were joined by the perpetually troubled Elon, who struggled with his crimson gaze. The immense commercial empire of the bloodline rested heavily upon the shoulders of these three, yet they were fortunate that the blood clan was immune to fatigue. Moreover, adult vampires could forego sleep indefinitely unless they chose otherwise. Isn't Lance like a father now? Let him take a few days to unwind. Yugurika chuckled as she affectionately tousled Carlos's hair. Moreover, his wife was an adept steward, and perhaps their offspring would share similar inclinations. With Izarin by his side, Yugurika felt reassured. Her capabilities as the sole female head of the family were beyond question. He had enjoyed a respite of 2 or 3 centuries. Yet Carlos could not contain his emotions and burst into tears. Your Highness, I am already so glad to witness your growth. Yugurika understood that Carlos's thoughts extended beyond mere words. He craved the experience of seeing his sovereign wed his beloved. Yugurika, I have encountered someone I hold dear, Carlos proclaimed, his tears ceasing abruptly, replaced by a sudden shyness. Indeed, which lady has captured your heart? I shall dispatch someone to propose, or better yet, I shall go myself. Yugurika placed his hands upon Carlos's shoulders, brimming with excitement. No, it is not a lady but a young man, and he hails from a different realm. I have fallen for the descendant of Inu Kotaro, named Inu Kyojuro. As Carlos spoke of Inu Kyojuro, his eyes sparkled with admiration, yet he added, but he does not harbor feelings for me. At this revelation, Carlos's gaze fell, and disappointment washed over him. Yugurika said nothing, simply holding Carlos close, comforting him with gentle pats on the back. My dear prince, how similar our journeys have been. Yugurika's thoughts drifted back to a few months prior. Yugurika, during your last blessing, I witnessed the reincarnation of Miss Lawrence. Frail's words struck like thunder, causing Yugurika to fumble his pen. Divine One, should you encounter the reincarnation of Miss Lawrence, please inform me. Distracted, Yugurika made one poor move after another in their game. The lady who departed earlier? Frail sighed, gathering the pieces. Indeed. Yugurika came back to himself and assisted in tidying the game. You have feelings for her, Frail discerned astutely, noting Yugurika's unusual distraction. I believe so, Yugurika admitted, pausing momentarily before resuming his task. I perceive she has found her destined partner. Even unfamiliar strangers, if they were his followers, could be seen by Frail, who could discern their names, lives, and everything, including their fated unions. Is he the gentleman who assisted her into the carriage? Yugurika inquired anxiously. A destined partner is considered a match made in heaven, something many spend their lives seeking in vain. Indeed, Frail's radiant golden eyes seemed to penetrate Yugurika's innermost thoughts. Well then, she shall be very happy. Yugurika's fist clenched before relaxing, and he ultimately managed a faint smile. If you are unhappy, do not force a smile, Frail remarked, casting a glance at Yugurika before rising to depart. Do remember to send me some floral water, came Frail's unceremonious voice. How very typical, Yugurika mused softly, arranging for someone to deliver gifts to the temple. Several months ago, on a night beset by torrential rain, a carriage appeared outside Arundel Manor. Seeing the downpour, Senna's heart softened at the sight of a lone lady accompanied by a knight, allowing them entry. The following morning, the pair approached Senna, the knight explaining that they were fleeing danger and requested to allow the lady to stay for a few months while he sought employment. Promising to return for her once he secured accommodations, Senna consented, notifying the blood clan within the manner of the unexpected guest, cautioning them not to frighten her. The knight bid a reluctant farewell to the lady and departed from Arundel. Upon learning of this, Yugurika initiated an investigation into the newcomers. Morin Lawrence, a maiden from a once noble family in the West, was strikingly beautiful, and it caught the eye of a powerful nobleman from that region. Fearing retribution, her family sought to marry her off, but Morin had already formed a profound connection with her knight, prompting her to flee. Having left in haste, she possessed little in the way of funds, her resources dwindling as she traveled eastward. The previous knight's reign had been relentless, and upon discovering the manor, the knight sought refuge from the storm, marveling at the wealth of its owner as he ventured forth, unsure if he would find a welcome. The noblewoman who admitted them exuded an air of superiority, and without prior notification, ushered them inside. The knight surmised she was the mistress of the estate. Perplexed as to why she was awake and personally attending to their arrival at such an hour, yet her commanding presence was unmatched by the nobleman vying for Morin's affection. Thus, the knight resolved to keep Morin safely within the manor, knowing that the benevolent mistress would provide her with security. He could not bear to subject her to hardship. He would handle everything while she remained untouched by the world's burdens. Once Yugurika deemed the situation satisfactory, he set the matter aside. Senna, having dined with Morin for 2 consecutive days, found herself quite fatigued, prompting Morin to inquire with concern, Miss Brand, are you feeling well? Oh, I am perfectly fine. Miss Lawrence, you have not ventured out these past few days, Senna replied, dabbing her mouth with a napkin. Indeed, Morin nodded, cautious in a stranger's home, and upon Senna's approval, arranged for a bouquet to express her gratitude. Miss Lawrence must adore flowers. Indeed, Morin replied with a smile, my mother's dowry included a flower shop, and I often assist there. It is the most profitable of all our establishments. The West boasts vast rose fields, and I suspect Miss Lawrence would find them delightful. Senna encouraged her gently. May I accompany you? Morin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh dear, of course. Arundel is quite expansive. If you tire, simply seek out a servant, and they will guide you to a nearby chamber. Senna's smile brightened further. For those without wings, Arundel could feel overwhelmingly vast. What if I inadvertently disturb someone? Morin expressed her concern. In such a grand estate, encountering other esteemed guests could prove troublesome. Fear not, you will encounter no other guests. Should you spot a golden-haired gentleman in the Rose Gardens gazebo, simply avoid interrupting him at work. Relax, dear, treat it as if you were at home. With this assurance, the members of the Blood Clan unanimously decided to practice combat in the training room, undeterred by the absence of magic. Confident that the lack of magical skill would not preclude them from enjoying the spectacle, they understood that Senna could not confine her guests, for as a matter of etiquette, the host must dine with them. At most, it would last 3 days, and Senna would certainly find a way to usher them elsewhere for exploration. Rather than live in fear of an unexpected encounter with a human while practicing magic, they preferred to spend a few months in the training room, as time was a mere fleeting moment for them. Thank you, Miss Brand. Senna, at last, found relief in no longer needing to dine with Morin. Morin had never anticipated the vast expanse of the flower fields, a sea of red blossoms stretching endlessly before her. Each bloom was meticulously cared for, delicate and bursting forth in vibrant splendor. During her carriage ride, she had glimpsed other flower fields, and Morin felt as though she had stumbled upon paradise. Just as the cloudless sky suddenly unleashed a sun shower, Morin, now amidst the sea of flowers, cast her gaze towards a pavilion several dozen meters away, then glanced at the distant house. With a resolute heart, she began to run towards the dwelling. Come over. Morin turned back to see a golden-haired, blue-eyed man raising his head from the pavilion. Realizing the situation, she hurriedly made her way towards him. Thank you, Lord Brand, she said, standing at the edge, keeping her distance from Yuglika. Even as the raindrops plastered her hair against her face, resembling a drenched chicken, she maintained the grace befitting a lady, elegantly bowing to Yuglika. Indeed, the sun shower shall not last long. The skies will clear shortly, Yuglika replied, lowering his head to continue his tasks. Morin silently awaited the cessation of the rain. Days later, a sudden change in weather brought dark clouds that felt suffocating. Once again, Morin found herself sharing a roof with Yuglika. This downpour persisted far longer than anticipated, and it was hardly gentlemanly to leave a lady awkwardly standing there. Yuglika set down his pen and tidied his desk. Miss Lawrence, please, come and sit. The conversation flowed naturally thereafter. The following day, Morin presented Yuglika with a beautiful bouquet of flowers. From then on, she would occasionally visit to chat with him. 2 months later, a knight arrived to escort the lady away, taking with him a piece of Yuglika's heart. How swiftly time passes, Yuglika mused. Recalling Morin Lawrence's visage, the awkwardness of their first meeting, her joyful smile on her wedding day, her gentle care as a mother, and her serene countenance at the time of her passing. The destined partner she sought had yet to appear. Though Freya had long departed, her voice still resonated across the distance, striking Yuglika with a connection to a conversation from a century ago. I understand now, Yuglika murmured to himself. That day, he had encountered her once more, a 5 or 6-year-old girl, adorably trailing after her mother. Yuglika had intended to wait until she grew older to meet her again. Alas, fate had other plans. He and she were ultimately not meant to be. Chapter 32, The Temple. Yuglika stood before the magnificent and solemn temple, inhaling deeply before stepping inside. He inquired about Carlos's intentions and learned that Carlos wished to witness the life of Kyojuro Rengoku. Yuglika hoped Carlos would allow him to see what manner of person Kyojuro was. As an observer, Yuglika was certain that Kyojuro held affection for his lord. He wanted to inquire of the deity whether their feelings for one another would flourish. A young boy clad in white robes guided Yuglika deeper into the temple, first passing through the grand hall, the place where the deity bestowed blessings upon the faithful. In that sacred space, where many devotees would spend their lives striving to arrive, the sanctity was palpable, free from any defilement. Yet, Yuglika was overwhelmed by a vision of vivid crimson. Blood, so much blood. Yuglika felt a splitting headache, clutching his head before succumbing to unconsciousness. Just before closing his eyes, he seemed to glimpse Freya, the one who had been devoured by her worshippers. Having just been permitted to leave the estate, Yuglika sat in the carriage, fidgeting restlessly, lamenting his lack of wings. He gazed at the bottle of floral essence he held in his hands. Freya would surely be delighted. A smile crept upon his lips. He yearned to see Freya immediately. Every new deity that descended to the mortal realm first visited Arundel, for they could sense the uniqueness of that place and felt compelled to investigate. The subsequent events unfolded like a cycle, as the eternal bloodline repeatedly appeared before Freya in the guise of strangers. Carlos would remain unaware that the composed and mature Yuglika had once experienced a mischievous youth, often causing havoc alongside bloodkin of similar age in Arundel. Ultimately, the other children were sent to bed by their parents, while Aemon, seeing Yuglika alone, summoned various plant spirits to keep him company. Rose, I found you, stop hiding. The young Yuglika called out, cupping his hands around his mouth like a trumpet, stretching out his voice in boredom. His long search for playmates had left him feeling rather dull. As he turned a corner, Yugluka's gaze was drawn to a source of light emanating from a figure with long white hair that nearly brushed the ground. The being radiated a gentle glow, exuding an irresistible allure, seated with their back to him, seemingly engaged in a game of chess with Zeno. Curiosity piqued, Yugluka rushed over, standing beside Zeno, observing their match while discreetly sizing up the unfamiliar figure. The impression presented from the front was entirely different from that of their back. The golden eyes, even when lowered, shone with an undeniable sharpness, exuding an air of authority. Yugluka felt a twinge of fear, inching closer to Zeno. However, the dark aura emanating from Zeno intensified his trepidation, prompting him to shift even closer to the stranger. As the game concluded, Zeno's brow furrowed, his expression capable of squashing a fly. The typically gentle Zeno was visibly displeased as he packed away the chess pieces. Freya, next time, find someone else to play with. Do not seek me out again. With that, he strode away, leaving Yugluka to witness Freya let out a long sigh, resting his head on one hand and murmuring about how difficult it was. How utterly fragmented. Yugluka was taken aback. Hello there, little bloodkin. I don't believe we've met. Freya smiled brightly at Yugluka. So dazzling. Yugluka raised a hand to shield his eyes. I am Yugluka Brand. I've not seen you before. His curiosity piqued. Guests had never graced Arundel. I am Freya, of the divine lineage. I possess no name, only a surname. Freya's golden eyes shone like the blazing sun. Divine lineage? Yugluka inquired, puzzled. I am the embodiment of humanity's faith, the only one of my kind in existence, their deity. Then can you attain immortality? The notion of a god conjured tale Zeno had shared with him. Is he a celestial being? As long as humanity believes in me, I shall endure, Freya replied slowly. Do you also play chess? Freya suddenly switched the topic, having noticed Yugluka's intense focus on the game. If he played poorly, Yugluka would frown and shake his head. Freya now longed to play chess, but was uncertain who else might partake. Believing Yugluka could play, his already brilliant gaze sparkling even more. Today, Freya had initially intended to practice with Aemon, but Aemon had claimed to be busy. Thus, Freya sought to find Aelon. The reason for not seeking Nora was that Aemon, ever the jealous guardian, had strictly prevented Nora from meeting any incarnation of Freya since she had praised the beauty of the first Freya. On the way to find Aelon, Freya had spotted Zeno engaged in a solitary match against himself. Since Zeno introduced Go back into the realm, many curious bloodkin had begun to learn the game. Yet, only Lot could engage Zeno in meaningful exchanges during their matches. However, once Lot had mastered Go, his interest waned, drawn away by other new intrigues. Consequently, Zeno usually played against himself. If one wished to challenge Zeno, they had to be an immature bloodkin like Yugluka. For Zeno would only engage in a few rounds with them amicably, or someone like Freya, who had never played before. Otherwise, one would endure an unforgettable experience of being led on a chaotic journey by Zeno's manipulation. As Freyr observed Yggdrasil standing by, engrossed in the game, he perceived an innate proficiency in the latter. In truth, Yggdrasil yearned to partake as well, yet Zeno departed without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Freyr waved his hand, and a chessboard along with 2 jars of black and white pieces materialized upon the table. You can wield magic as well? Yggdrasil inquired, taking a seat opposite Freyr, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I'm not quite sure what to call it. It's merely a gift I was born with, Freyr replied, arranging the pieces. Born with such talent, how impressive, Yggdrasil exclaimed in astonishment. Oh, it's nothing, Freyr said, shyly brushing aside his fallen hair as he gestured for Yggdrasil to make a move. Both players, rather pleased with their match, found mutual respect in one another, agreeing to continue their games in the future. Thus, they became unlikely friends across the ages. The carriage ambled along the road when suddenly, a fierce wind arose, causing the curtains to flutter wildly. Yggdrasil lifted the curtain to gaze outside, noting how the once clear sky had turned ominous, a heavy gray shroud that pressed down upon him, making it hard to breathe. Excited by the sight of the majestic temple before him, Yggdrasil ventured inside. How noisy! He frowned, hearing distant clamor, men shouting in anger, women screaming, children wailing. Why is there no guide? Yggdrasil felt the temple of Freyr was lacking in some aspects. He moved away from the cacophony, convinced that where Freyr resided, such noise could not exist. As he walked, he contemplated arranging some personnel for Freyr's temple. Suddenly, Yggdrasil caught the scent of Freyr's blood. The bloodline was acutely sensitive to such aromas. Even the slightest crack could be detected, whereas an uninjured human would remain oblivious to the silent presence of a vampire. However, any movement, the rustle of clothing or the faintest footfall, would be perceptible. Only formidable humans, like the Demon Slayer Corps, could exude a distinct aura. As for objects, unless they were extensively covered, akin to the rose fields of Arundel or the wisteria of the family estate, they would remain undetected or only become recognizable through prolonged use. Like the incense in a home that gradually reveals its scent over the years. Yggdrasil, for the first time, detected the unique scent of Freyr's blood after a confrontation with Aemon. It was distinct, crisp, reminiscent of freshly melted snow in the mountains. Imbued with the spirit of the wild and the essence of ice, akin to the frost that condenses on pine needles at dawn, glistening under the azure sky, awakening one with its chill upon touch. How could it be so potent? Who could have harmed Freyr so grievously? Yggdrasil raced towards the source of the scent, which intensified with every fleeting moment. Inside the grand hall, a frenzied crowd had descended upon Freyr, tearing flesh from his body. Yggdrasil watched in horror as the white marble steps became stained with crimson. "Get away," he shouted. But the superior strength of his vampire form could not push through these wretched beings, no longer deserving of the title human. "He is your deity. What are you doing?" Yggdrasil, unable to part the throng, climbed atop their backs, using them as a human ladder to reach the elevated platform. Gazing upon Freyr, whose body bore no unscathed flesh, tears nearly fell from Yggdrasil's eyes. Freyr had always been immaculate. Even rain would shy away from him. How had he come to this state of disarray? Yggdrasil raised his hands to shield Freyr. "Ha ha ha! Deity, how can he save us now?" A bloodied man with a face smeared in gore rolled up his sleeves, revealing dark marks, with white insects crawling amidst them, sending chills down the spine of onlookers. It was a grim time. A disease unlike any seen before swept through the kingdom with alarming speed, claiming lives at a grotesque rate. Only a fraction survived, and the scenes of death were harrowing. In mere months, corpses littered the land. As Yggdrasil opened his mouth to speak, the crowd erupted in excitement. "It's over, it's over. Julie's symptoms have vanished." The throng gazed upon a woman as her horrific afflictions faded, her pale skin igniting hope in their hearts. "It works," driven by the prospect of life. Their eyes glimmered with greed and desire as they looked at Freyr, sending a shiver through Yggdrasil. He sank into a battle stance, prepared to face 100 foes. But in the next moment, Yggdrasil felt light as air, flung across the hall to a distant corner. Chapter 33, The Fall of the Deity. The sound of rain was exceptionally loud. Yggdrasil looked up, only to find the crowd had completely engulfed Freyr. He realized he could not move, glancing down. He found his lower legs petrified. "Yggdrasil, close your eyes," a faint voice of Freyr echoed in his mind. "No." Yggdrasil's eyes widened, witnessing the throng dragging his once-believed deity into the depths of despair. "Why are you stopping me?" Yggdrasil's voice choked. He understood Freyr could never harm his followers, for he loved them so dearly. Yet, how could he stand idly by as Freyr suffered? Yggdrasil had once promised Aemon that he would always be by Freyr's side, thus enjoying several years of companionship. 3 times a week, in the early meetings, Freyr would gently bless his followers, and during the rest of the time, he relished strolling through the streets. The faithful would bow in reverence from afar, their admiration evident. Occasionally, individuals would rush forward, cradling the sick, pleading, "Deity, please save him." Men, women, the young, the old, each one afflicted. Freyr would bend down tenderly, a fingertip hovering over the patient's foreheads, a soft glow enveloping them, visibly restoring their vitality. "Thank you, deity, thank you." Families would weep in gratitude. "Freyr, didn't you say that humans have their fates?" Yggdrasil asked. "Then why save them?" Freyr had once told Yggdrasil that he could not alter human destiny. When one would live or die, everything was predetermined. "But I can alleviate their suffering," Freyr replied softly, watching as families carefully assisted the healed away. "He cannot save lives. If the illness is to claim someone, he can only ease their pain. If it isn't, he can remove the cause, and the patient will heal swiftly." "Freyr, you are a good deity," Yggdrasil affirmed. "Just as King Nora and King Aemon treat everyone with utmost seriousness. I exist because of them." Freyr shook his head, observing the bustling streets, a smile gracing his lips. On one occasion, a young girl approached Freyr, presenting a beautiful garland. "Deity, this is for you." Freyr knelt before her. "I adore it. Could you place it upon my head?" As he bent down, the mother of the girl, initially flustered by her daughter's audacity, was about to pull her away. No one had ever dared approach the deity so boldly. Even those seeking his help did so with utmost respect and distance. Seeing that Freyr bore no grievance and even cooperated gently, the mother nudged her astonished daughter, urging her to proceed. Though bowing his head, the girl still had to tiptoe to place the garland atop Freyr's head. "Deity, you look so beautiful." The blooming flowers adorned the tender green vines. While Freyr's attire remained simple, his radiant golden eyes the sole vivid hue upon him. The layers of floral wreaths were rendered sacred by Freyr's presence. The little girl sang praises, and Freyr playfully pointed at her forehead, declaring, "You are a lovely little girl too." Ygalika understood that this child would experience no ailments throughout her life. Rarely were young children brought to the morning assembly, as the duration was quite long, and there was a fear they might not endure, risking embarrassment before the deity. Most children seen in the temple were over 10 years old. Yet, Fair longed to see younger children, hoping they would grow up safe and healthy. Their fate was intertwined with mine. Fair sighed, pondering why Eugalika should suffer such unwarranted misfortune. After all, I shall not die. Eugalika remained indifferent, for the pain of the bloodline was not particularly intense. I, too, shall not perish. At that moment, Eugalika found half of his body petrified. But you will feel pain. He had witnessed Fair's pallid face after King Eamon severed half of Fair's forearm. Moreover, Fair was now being brutally torn apart. Tears streamed down Eugalika's face as the petrification reached his visage, a single, distinct tear glistening upon the stone figure. I was born for them, thus I willingly share in their suffering. Fair's voice was frail, yet resolute. Though petrified, Eugalika's open eyes could still convey messages. He was uncertain how much time had passed, but it felt like an eternity. Those who had been healed departed swiftly, while the unhealed continued to gnaw at their despair. After realizing it was futile, they turned their hostility towards Fair, striking out in anger, even spitting and cursing as they left. The great hall was empty, and outside, a tempest raged. Truly, they cast him aside like a worn-out shoe. Eugalika felt the fury within his chest threatening to reduce him to ashes. How could they treat Fair in such a manner? Eugalika, I fear I must depart. Fair's voice echoed once more, barely audible even in Eugalika's mind. No, Fair, do not leave. Eugalika felt the petrification lifting and sprinted towards Fair. You haven't even tasted the flower nectar I brought, and we have so many games yet to play. Eugalika helped Fair to his feet. Fair had composed himself, still radiating the same divine aura. Do you hear it? My heartbeat. Fair leaned weakly against Eugalika, his fingers too feeble to lift. Eugalika gazed up at the apex of the hall, where a luminous orb resided, the heart of the deity, which had to be severed upon its emergence, now thudded at a rhythm almost akin to that of a human. This signified the birth of a new Fair. No, Fair, do not leave. I am on the verge of sprouting wings. We promised to journey east together, to see how they craft their games and behold their lanterns, yes, and their emperor. You must not depart. Eugalika's voice grew hoarse with tears. Do not be angered by this. The deity loves humanity. This is my very mission. Fair sensed the blazing wrath within Eugalika and sought to soothe him. They are not worthy. Eugalika shook his head vehemently. How can they treat him thus and still be deserving? Fair existed for humanity, and for humanity, he died. Before the words could fully escape, Fair dissipated within Eugalika's embrace. Eugalika was unaware of how he returned to Arendelle. He only knew that he wandered in a daze for days, ultimately fainting, only to be cradled back to the coffin by Eamon. It was not until the pain of growing wings that he awakened. In the years following Fair's dissolution, a physician discovered a remedy against that strange affliction, restoring order to human society. It was a splendid day under a clear sky. The pillars of the temple soared into the heavens as all knelt on one knee towards the temple, one hand raised to their foreheads and then placed upon their chests. Deity, the new Fair had been born. On the day Eugalika sprouted his wings, he also beheld the new deity. King Eamon. Eugalika, soaring through the skies in a chaotic flurry, felt utterly out of control and began calling out. Eamon, hearing the voice, unhesitatingly abandoned his engagement with Fair to catch Eugalika and gently guide him to the ground. Still not in control, Eamon ruffled Eugalika's hair. It's so difficult. Eugalika felt somewhat disheartened. It's all right, take your time. Eamon patted Eugalika's shoulder. Eamon, we haven't finished our game. A melodious voice resounded, reminiscent of pearls rolling across a jade platter, producing a soft yet vibrant chime that flowed gracefully through the air. It was akin to velvet drenched in morning dew, radiant with sunlight's refracted brilliance, yet enveloped in a warm, rich undertone. As the tone lifted, it seemed as if countless delicate gold flakes fluttered through the air, each reflecting a distinct luster. How could Eugalika forget such a voice? He turned in surprise and, indeed, beheld the familiar figure, Fair. Eugalika shouted and rushed towards Fair, only to find himself halted 3 paces away, unable to advance. Young bloodline, you have mistaken me. Fair's voice was cool and distant. Eugalika met the gaze of those once sparkling golden eyes, now devoid of warmth, and realized, yes, Fair dissolved in my arms. Eugalika's head drooped in desolation. But we can become acquainted anew. I am the new deity, Fair. And you? Fair observed the youth before him, seemingly on the brink of breaking. A wave of sorrow swelling within. Aware of the bond Eugalika had shared with the previous deity, Fair softened his tone. Eugalika Bland, at your service, deity. Eugalika placed his right hand upon his left shoulder and gracefully bowed. There are matters in the guild I must attend to. I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to depart. That child was quite close to the former deity. Perhaps he is deeply grieved. Eamon explained as he observed Fair's gaze lingering on Eugalika's retreating form. I can sense it. Fair did not seem overly concerned. Eugalika was still young. The departure of his first friend had dealt a significant blow to him, which was why he would sneak away to see Fair whenever he visited. He clearly understood that if he encountered others, he would earnestly address Fair as deity, but the name Fair simply would not leave his lips. The other bloodlines did not share a deep bond with Fair. Their memories mostly revolved around Fair's matches with King Eamon. It was the first time Eugalika yearned so intensely to master magic, for then he could summon the incantations of the past. Chapter 34, Before the Throne. Fair. Struggling amidst a nightmare, Eugalika thrashed about, his hands flailing unconsciously. Long fingers brushed against Eugalika's forehead, and he gradually calmed, slowly opening his eyes to the sunlight streaming in, illuminating the ceiling above. He realized he had arrived at the temple. Did I faint? Eugalika propped himself up, gazing at Fair before him. How did you come to the temple? Aelin had said you would never set foot here. Fair watched as Eugalika awakened, curiosity sparking within him. If your followers wish to slay you, would you die for them? Eugalika studied the expressionless deity before him, so unlike the ever-smiling Fair he remembered, as if he had never cared for anything. Would he make the same choice? Naturally. Fair existed for humanity, and for humanity, he died. The intertwining words echoed in Eugalika's mind. After many years, he once again heard Fair's solemnity towards humanity. In that instant, it felt as though Eugalika truly let go. I merely wished to inquire if you could discern the noble's fate in love. Eugalika revealed the purpose of his visit. Though not a follower, Fair could still foresee the outcomes. Fair closed his eyes and moved his fingers. Upon reopening them, he met Eugalika's expectant gaze. Freya chuckled softly. Your Highness's destined love lies far to the east. However, that individual is fated to encounter a calamity, and I cannot foresee the specifics with any greater accuracy. Will they manage to overcome that tribulation? Eugalika inquired with concern. I do not know, Freya replied, shaking her head. It is too distant, beyond my purview, and thus difficult to predict. Eugalika sighed, resigning to pray fervently for the safety of that person. O Divine One, might you preserve a fragment of my consciousness? Eugalika expressed, longing to behold the child with his own eyes. Certainly, but it will affect you, Eugalika. Your lifespan is already waning, Freya remarked, noticing the wrinkles forming at the corners of Eugalika's eyes. For a vampire, such signs of aging were unmistakable. A few less years matter little, do they? I have scarcely a decade left, Eugalika responded indifferently. Carlos has grown under my watchful eye. I shall bestow upon him a token of our meeting. With a gentle hand placed atop Eugalika's head, Freya conjured a searing pain, followed by the emergence of a luminous orb of light. In the next moment, the orb melded into Eugalika's being. Once you encounter Carlos, it will transfer to him. When he meets his beloved and falls asleep, you shall see him. Thank you. Eugalika uttered, feeling additional wrinkles etch into his skin and strands of white interspersed amidst his golden hair. I shall return you now, Freya announced, gesturing with a flick of his finger. Upon opening his eyes again, Eugalika found himself within the training room. Stepping through the door, he fortuitously encountered Zeno, who appeared rarely in the open. Zeno, taken aback by Eugalika's appearance, immediately summoned all vampires to gather in the great hall, leading Eugalika along with him. The ceiling of the hall was adorned with a flowing galaxy, deep and serene. As twilight descended, the suspended crystal decorations illuminated with a soft glow, while various frames lining the walls displayed images of every departed vampire. Atop the dais lay a plain, black coffin, exuding an air of mystery. It was the mother coffin, having witnessed countless vampire weddings and farewells. As the vampires converged in the hall, astonishment was evident on every face upon seeing Eugalika. Eugalika, you. He merely shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Eugalika, Carlos's voice resonated. Unlike usual, he did not rush into Eugalika's embrace but approached cautiously. Gazing at the white strands in Eugalika's hair, his eyes glimmering with concern. Your Highness, everything will be all right. I will forever reside in your memories, never to depart. Eugalika gently ruffled Carlos's hair, noticing a beam of white light merging into Carlos's form, and he exhaled in relief. Carlos remained silent, merely observing him. Your Highness, do you know why, despite your use of concealment magic, I still managed to find you? Eugalika deftly redirected the conversation. Why? Carlos genuinely pondered, perplexed. For even teacher Aelin could not detect his presence. This spell was inspired by the divine, Eugalika replied, a smile of triumph forming as he observed Carlos's bewilderment. Carlos nodded. Freya's presence felt enchanting. Despite his formidable strength, he lacked an imposing aura. Quite the contrary, Freya was akin to a human, imperceptible even when standing directly before one. Yet, unlike humans, Freya moved in complete silence. Apart from his eyes, other senses failed to detect Freya's presence. Carlos leveraged this foundation, employing the refraction of light to render himself entirely invisible. I share a close bond with Freya and have grown accustomed to his aura, Yogarica mused, lowering his gaze. They even share a similar essence. But teacher Aelin is likely even closer to Freya, and he remains oblivious, Carlos thought. Recalling how often he had seen Aelin and Freya in the training room, a hint of disdain creeping into his heart for Aelin, who seemingly neglected his friends. Aelin simply enjoyed sparring with the divine, and I refer to the previous Freya, Yogarica noted, keen to salvage Aelin's grandeur as a teacher in Carlos's eyes. Is that so? What sort of being was the previous Freya? Carlos asked, his curiosity piqued. The Yogarica he knew had always been busy with affairs, and it intrigued him how he had crossed paths with a Freya who seldom visited Arendelle. Allow me to recount that tale, Yogarica began, gradually unveiling a side of himself that Carlos had never witnessed, one that was lively and mischievous. And more than that, we were far more unruly than you, your highness. Often sent to sleep in the coffin by our parents, Yogarica's words had scarcely left his lips when Latte's voice chimed in. Indeed, we would wreak havoc, tormenting the servants. It now feels rather embarrassing to recall, Latte added. Furthermore, when we were listening to Zeno's stories, Yogarica once decided to cut Zeno's hair. Another vampire chimed in. Zeno, rarely irritable, was indeed frightening when angered. Several vampires of similar age to Yogarica began to reveal his past antics, causing the dignified image Yogarica had maintained before Carlos to crumble as he felt the heat rise to his ears under Carlos's amused gaze. Your Highness, didn't you mention wanting to improve a spell? Everyone is here, so go ahead, Yogarica urged, giving Carlos a gentle push on the back. He removed the gemstone brooch from his chest and tossed it towards the mischief maker, Latte. In a frenzy are we? Latte caught the brooch deftly. I shall assist His Highness in the study of magic, ha ha ha, but not too well. Latte made a cheeky face before darting away faster than a rabbit. Vampires skilled in magic gathered in a corner of the hall, while the others congregated to chat. Chapter 35, Departure. The withered tree rejuvenates. Carlos cast the spell, and Aelin quickly imprinted the pattern of the enchantment. When vampires cast spells, the patterns would manifest beneath their feet, allowing them to modify the spells accordingly. Gathered together, a dozen vampires listened as Carlos elaborated on the spell's purpose and the improvements he envisioned. A lively discussion ensued, with each contributing their thoughts to refine the spell. After an enthusiastic round of revisions, the withered tree rejuvenates evolved from a mere incantation capable of healing superficial wounds and invigorating spirits to an advanced version that could revive the deceased and ensure complete healing. With the task accomplished, the chatter resumed, now bolstered by several new members. Upon learning that their prince had found a beloved, the vampires eagerly began sharing their experiences about pursuing romantic interests. Each couple recounted their tales, and suddenly one voice rang out, Teacher Aelin. How did King Aemon win over Queen Nora? As soon as the words left Bailey's mouth, dozens of eyes sparkled with anticipation, fixated on Aelin. A portion of the vampires present had witnessed King Aemon weeping profusely at the wedding. Although Nora and Aemon had existed for millions of years, their marriage had only occurred a few thousand years prior. Before that, many believed that Queen Nora and magic were destined to be together. Aelin felt a prickling sensation. As though a thorn was lodged in his back, he knew that if he dared to speak, King Aemon would surely strike him down. I'm not sure about that. Aelin chuckled nervously, opting to remain silent. Lance, ever observant, caught the smile creeping across Zeno's face. Zeno, do you know? Once again, dozens of eyes turned to Zeno. I don't know how he pursued her, but I did witness the confession, Zeno replied, entirely oblivious to Aelin's twitching eyelid, lost in the memories. It was a rare evening when Nora ventured outside, her silver hair and crimson eyes illuminated by the soft moonlight, appearing as if she had stepped from a painting. At that moment, Zeno was diligently attempting to control his wings in the sky, spotting Nora and intending to greet her, only to notice Aemon emerging from the shadows, prompting him to crouch on the rooftop, curiously watching. With a mere snap of his fingers, Aemon conjured a dazzling array of flames that erupted around the two, vibrant and resplendent, mimicking the descent of a meteor shower, creating an undeniable spectacle of light pollution against the pitch-black night. Zeno was bewildered, profoundly astonished by the display. At that moment, Aemon inhaled deeply, clasping Nora's hand, those very hands he had held countless times. From their birth in desolation to the gradual evolution of humanity from their primal roots. Through the passage of time, with the rise and fall of the sun and moon, they had traversed an interminable journey together. Yet this time felt distinct. Aemon sensed a tremor in his grip. Nora, I adore you. Aemon locked his gaze onto Nora's crystalline red eyes, earnestly articulating his feelings. I adore you too, Aemon. Nora beamed at him, her heart and eyes brimming with magic. Wholly oblivious to the depth of his affection, Eamon tightened his grasp on Nora's hand, conveying a desire to be more than companions. Nora's eyes widened in surprise. Eamon, recognizing her confusion, realized she had never contemplated matters beyond magic. With renewed resolve, Eamon vowed, I shall undoubtedly become your red-eyed partner. In that moment, Eamon, with his pale lavender eyes, was determined to carve out a place in Nora's heart, vying with magic itself. From then on, Eamon remained by Nora's side. Even in the drab practice rooms, he typically found tedious. Carlos, drawing upon Zeno's evocation of the past, saw diverse parental figures and felt a surge of joy. When he returned to the present, he was met with a sea of expectant faces. Mischievous Zeno shook his head. I cannot divulge anything. Zeno. The Blood Clan members gritted their teeth, furious at the one who dug holes without filling them. An egregious offense. The mischievous Zeno was soon overwhelmed. 3 years swiftly passed, and Yuglika had transformed into an elder with white hair and a face etched with wrinkles. Carlos leaned against Yuglika, his eyes reddened. As the Blood Clan members felt the weight of sorrow, we always knew this day would come, came Yuglika's raspy voice, each word deliberate, yet still imbued with a gentle strength. Carlos could no longer contain himself. Tears streamed down his face, feeling the rough hands of Yuglika upon his head. Looking up to see the elder's kind, benevolent smile. May the prince and everyone be blessed with success. As the words left Yuglika's lips, he began to dissolve into a constellation of light, becoming a vessel of luminescence. The radiant orbs surged forth, swirling in the air, gradually obscuring Yuglika's form until he resembled a dandelion scattered by the wind, transforming into countless twinkling star fragments that slowly ascended with the currents. There was no sound, no trace, only the myriad of lights lingering momentarily in the air, as if reflecting on something, before gently merging into the twilight, never to be found again. The hall was filled with weeping. A new frame appeared, extracting memories of Yuglika from each Blood Clan member, which began to play automatically, Yuglika nimbly climbing trees, furrowing his brow while holding a chess piece, smiling like a fox while negotiating, solemnly addressing matters in a pavilion, and then, the elder with a full head of silver hair, with the breath of flames, first form, unknowing fire, Kyojuro Rengoku swiftly severed the head of a demon. With a deft twist of his wrist, the Nichiren blade carved a smooth and sharp arc through the air, accompanied by a crisp click. The blade slid perfectly into its sheath. Was it you who saved me? Twice, no less. The elderly woman gazed at Rengoku's back, her benefactor's image merging with her memories. Tears streaming uncontrollably. I shall never forget that face, that cloak. 20 years ago, you saved me. That must have been my father. Rengoku felt a jolt of surprise as he turned, gently regarding the elderly pair. I have inherited my father's legacy, dedicating myself to the extermination of demons. To the astonished grandmother and granddaughter, Rengoku continued, to protect you, just as my father did, is my honor. The frightened little girl, now seated on the ground, looked apologetically at her grandmother, still struggling to comprehend. I'm sorry, Grandma. I once said demons didn't exist. Hearing this, Rengoku erupted in laughter. No, this is splendid. To live without knowing demons, to pass away peacefully, that is the best life. This was Rengoku's most heartfelt wish. At that moment, the sky behind him brightened, heralding the dawn of a new day. Chapter 36. Infinite Train. Carlos toyed with the small sun Yuglika had gifted him, staring blankly at the array of items amassed on the table, treasures accumulated over the years. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his head, followed by an unsettling discomfort in his heart, as if something were slipping away from him. In a daze, Carlos glimpsed a figure kneeling in a pool of blood. He strained to discern the person. Your Highness. Aelin called him back, and he found himself once more amidst the familiar objects. You know Yuglika will be saddened by this. Aelin expressed concern. Having noticed Carlos had been lost in thought for quite some time, his eyes red and puffy from tears. Aelin, I must step out, Carlos declared abruptly, the image of the bloodied figure stirring unease within him. Inexplicably, he longed to see Kyojuro Rengoku. He desired to meet him, no matter the distance. All right. Aelin's words trailed off as Carlos vanished from sight. As long as he pulls himself together. Aelin shook his head in resignation. Unbeknownst to him, while he dozed, events had unfolded dramatically. Confronted by the menacing tentacles, Kyojuro Rengoku strolled leisurely within the train car. As a Hashira, I am utterly remiss, he proclaimed, raising his Nichiren blade. I truly wish I could dig a hole and hide. With that declaration, Rengoku unleashed a violent tempest, accompanied by searing flames, rapidly traversing the entire train, shredding demons into fragments, thereby slowing their recovery. The train shook violently as a result. Rengoku quickly located the 3 young ones, succinctly assigning them tasks before returning to guard his designated 5 carriages. Even alone, He staunchly suppressed the demon's reaching tendrils, ensuring no passenger fell into their grasp. As the train rocked violently, a decapitated demon, refusing to concede defeat, exerted its final strength to control its tentacles toward the humans. But Rengoku unhesitatingly severed them with his blade. The train derailed, rolling uncontrollably due to inertia. Fortunately, the demon's soft body provided a cushion for the passengers. Rengoku discovered that although injuries had occurred, there were no fatalities. Everyone is alive. This is truly wonderful. Rengoku was satisfied with this outcome. He found Tanjiro Kamado lying injured on the ground, the hero of the battle. Rengoku guided Tanjiro on how to use breathing techniques to staunch the bleeding, assuring him that he would be all right and could rest. With the demon defeated, all passengers safe, and having encountered 3 promising young allies, Rengoku felt a wave of relaxation sweep over him. The night deepened, marking the darkest hour before dawn. With a resounding boom, dust erupted. A pair of orange-yellow eyes shone astonishingly in the night, unmistakably belonging to Upper Moon 3. Akaza immediately spotted the boy adorned with earrings lying on the ground and, without further ado, launched a punch straight for Tanjiro Kamado's face. Breath of Flames, second form, rising flame to the heavens. Yuozu's left arm was severed with a single strike. Thwarted in his attempt, he quickly retreated, and in an instant, his arm had regenerated. With an expression of exhilaration, he licked his left hand, savoring the blade. His gaze was fixed intently upon Kyojuro Rengoku. He noted that Rengoku's fighting spirit was nearing its zenith, truly a formidable opponent, his favorite kind. Regeneration occurs so swiftly. Kyojuro Rengoku felt an overwhelming sense of pressure and a palpable aura of malevolence. Is this what an upper moon is like? Rengoku understood that this would be a fierce battle. After a philosophical exchange that highlighted their opposing ideologies, Yuozu extended an invitation to Rengoku to join him as a demon, seeking a companion of his own choosing, rather than those he deemed unworthy among the upper moons. Without hesitation, Rengoku flatly declined. I can see your strength. You must be a Hashira. Unperturbed by the rejection, Yuozu maintained his resolve. The two stood separated by an insurmountable divide, exchanging names. Kyojuro, allow me to elucidate why you cannot ascend to the highest realm. Yuozu, displaying remarkable patience, continued. It is because you are human, destined to age and die. Embrace the darkness, Kyojuro. Then, you would have centuries to hone your strength. He once more urged Rengoku to join him. To age and die is precisely the beautiful aspect of human existence. It is this very transience that renders humanity so endearing, so sacred. True strength cannot merely be defined by physical prowess. Rengoku realized he harbored a profound disdain for the demon before him. I shall reiterate, our values are vastly different. Regardless of your reasoning, I will never become a demon, Rengoku declared with unwavering conviction. Is that so? Yuozu's eyes narrowed slightly as he stomped the ground, invoking his technique, causing a pattern of blue snowflakes to spread beneath his feet. Destructive kill, Luo Needle. Assuming a combat stance, Yuozu regarded Rengoku. If you refuse to become a demon, then I shall end your life. A smile played at the corners of Yuozu's mouth, brimming with confidence. No sooner had he spoken than Yuozu struck with blinding speed, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, closing the distance to Rengoku in an instant. He unleashed a punch aimed at Rengoku's heart. With remarkable reflexes, Rengoku countered, deftly blocking the blow with his Nichiren blade. The sound of metal clashing resonating through the night. Rengoku retaliated with a swift, fiery slash, yet Yuozu evaded with ease, his movements faster still. The two figures clashed rapidly in the darkness, like phantoms, the sounds of blades and fists colliding echoing through the air. A red and blue blur danced in the shadows, sparks flying as they illuminated a small area around them. Thus far, I have yet to slay a flame Hashira, and none have accepted my invitation. Yuozu's movements were ruthless, his words equally relentless. After several exchanges, Rengoku seized upon a moment of vulnerability, landing a cut on Yuozu's left wrist, blood spilling forth. Why is this? Yuozu, unperturbed, tilted his head toward Rengoku. As a fellow practitioner of martial arts, I fail to comprehend why only the chosen can become demons. As he spoke, his right hand surged with power, striking toward Rengoku's neck. Rengoku reacted with equal speed, his blade flashing as he severed Yuozu's right arm. Yet, Yuozu was unfazed. In an instant, his arm had fully regenerated, and he delivered a fierce punch aimed directly at Rengoku's face. Rengoku narrowly managed to block the blow. Those with exceptional abilities become increasingly grotesque and aged, which saddens me deeply. Yuozu sneered, following up with a left-handed strike that sent blood flying. While you are still young and powerful, Kyojuro, you should hasten your demise. Yuozu's grin was menacing. In response, Rengoku unleashed a blazing slash, but Yuozu nimbly leaped back. executing a somersault in midair, launching destructive kill, void style. Yuozu unleashed a barrage of mighty punches, each one a terrifying gale aimed at Rengoku. The sheer force reminiscent of crashing waves. Rengoku, pressed back by the onslaught, discovered a method to counter. Breath of Flame, fourth form, Rising Flame Serpent. The inferno swirled like a tempest, intercepting Yuozu's punches, and for a moment, the two forces stalemated, the surrounding air seeming to ignite with heat. Observing the situation, Yuozu gracefully descended to the ground. Rengoku gazed at the malevolent demon before him. If I allow him to distance himself, it will be difficult to strike his neck. With this thought, Rengoku surged forward like a blazing meteor, reaching Yuozu in an instant. Let us engage in close combat. Without hesitation, he swung his blade, flames roaring as if to consume all. Yuozu, taken aback by Rengoku's speed, deftly evaded the strike. The two engaged in a fierce melee, their blades and fists intertwining, flames and blood merging, and in the blink of an eye, they collided countless times, plunging into the fervor of battle. Chapter 37, Infinite Train 2. This splendid swordsmanship shall vanish alongside you, Kyojuro. Are you not saddened? Is it not a splendid thing to become a demon? To pursue the pinnacle of martial arts for eternity? Yuozu lamented, his frustration palpable. Is it not desirable to become stronger? Vanish. Rengoku recalled his brother, Carlos, and the tales of Master Zenko, the ancient bloodline elder who had lived for over 1 billion years. Time remains unyielding, never pausing for anyone. It does not kill, merely stands by, coldly witnessing one's demise. It allows flames to caress the halls of wisdom, permits frost to freeze song and memory, and allows the winds to leisurely polish the stones engraved with glory until all raised inscriptions are smoothed, and every sunken story is filled. It bears witness to how one world after another returns to dust in its infinite silence, how complexity fades into emptiness. The ultimate stillness is not marked by a deafening roar, but by an unheard sigh, dissipating into the eternal void. Those once magnificent moments become silent specimens within the geological layers, as if they had never existed, clean enough that not even a sigh remains. It grants the wrinkles of growth to all things, yet will also meticulously smooth all traces, as if all noise were merely dust that fell from its fingertips. Rengoku was profoundly shaken. Time is merciless, and even nations may vanish within its currents, let alone his humble sword techniques, his insignificant existence as a human. Furthermore, once Muzan Kibutsuji is slain, the existence of his sword techniques will matter little. Everyone feels this way. Rengoku roared, asserting, as a human, it is only natural. He swung his blade in defiance. Do not move. Noticing the restless Tanjiro Kamado and Inosuke Hashibara nearby, eager to assist, Rengoku immediately commanded, if your wounds open, they will become fatal. Remain in position. This was not a battle for them to partake in. Their presence would only lead to needless sacrifice. They were promising prospects, and Rengoku wished to protect their lives. Startled by his outburst, the two complied and remained still. Forget about the weaklings, Kyojuro. Utilize all your strength. Seeing Rengoku distracted by the two, Yuozu's mood soured, intensifying his strikes. Focus on me. The two clashed once more with fervor, and Rengoku seized an opening, sending Yuozu flying through the trees, dust billowing around them. Rengoku pursued with his sword raised. In the depths of darkness, Yuozu suddenly reappeared, his movements impressive. A fist lunged towards Kyojuro Rengoku, who deftly evaded the blow and retaliated with his blade. Akaza gracefully dodged and swiftly retaliated with a kick that sent Rengoku sprawling. Become a demon, Kyojuro, Akaza proclaimed, emerging slowly from the haze. He held a deep admiration for Rengoku. If only Rengoku would embrace the darkness, they could unleash their full potential in pursuit of martial prowess. They would engage in endless battles, growing stronger together. Akaza's tone brimmed with excitement. You possess this potential. Rengoku, bracing himself with his sword, gasped for breath, his body battered and bruised from the struggle against the malevolent demon. Ultimately, the limitations of his human form hindered him. I refuse, Rengoku stated firmly, his voice resonating with conviction. I shall reiterate, I loathe you. Rising gradually, he assumed a fighting stance, declaring, I will not become a demon. His fierce gaze, ablaze with determination, seemed capable of incinerating all darkness in the world. Breath of Flame, third form, flame of all things. With a searing strike, he aimed for Akaza, landing a blow that swiftly healed. Akaza charged forward, forcing Rengoku back with a devastating punch aimed at his abdomen. Rengoku defended with his sword, but was still pushed back by the impact. Yet, he quickly closed the distance again. Their clash had conjured a space around them that repelled any onlookers. Do you not understand? Continuing this assault equates to self-destruction, Kyojuro. Akaza was perplexed by Rengoku's stubbornness. only to be met with an even more powerful downward strike. Akaza swiftly retracted his hand and attacked again, grazing Rengoku's scalp. Breath of Flame, First Form, Unknowable Fire. Ignoring his injury, Rengoku advanced once more, evading Akaza's punch and slashing at his defending arms, causing blood to splatter. Akaza's forearms were severed, but they regenerated as if nothing had transpired. It would be a pity to kill you now. Your body has yet to reach its pinnacle, Akaza enthused. Launching a relentless barrage of punches, the final strike crashing against Rengoku's abdomen. The sound of fracturing ribs echoed. Breath of Flame, Second Form, Rising Flame to Heaven. Rengoku steadied himself and retaliated with an upward thrust. In a year or two, your techniques will be even more refined, more precise. Akaza's unyielding fist surged forth, breaking through Rengoku's defensive stance and striking his left cheek, blinding him in that eye. Breath of Flame, Third Form, Flame of All Things. Despite his myriad of wounds, Rengoku charged forward recklessly, executing the fourth form, Serpent of Flame, driving Akaza back with flames ablaze. Destruction Kill Chaos Form. Fifth Form, Flame Tiger. A tiger engulfed in fierce flames lunged at Akaza with ferocious attacks. Once more, they collided. Rengoku narrowly avoided Akaza's punch and met his fiery gaze, which caused Akaza's eyes to widen in shock. What expression lay there, but one of nearly obsessive determination, unwavering and resolute, like a taut bowstring. An arrow released, every emotion distilled into an imperative, driven by an unwavering resolve. Akaza retreated instinctively, but still suffered a cut across his chest, severing part of his arm. Blood dripped to the ground as Rengoku stood there, gripping his sword, relying solely on his indomitable will to slay demons. Continue fighting, but do not perish, Kyojuro. Akaza observed the man before him, his left eye rendered useless, ribs broken, and insides injured, his expression a mixture of uncertainty and anticipation. No matter how painfully you fight, it is futile, Kyojuro. Akaza's hand brushed over the fresh wound, which healed instantaneously. Your exquisite strikes have left naught but superficial wounds on me. Yet you, my friend, are beyond salvation. Were you a demon, these injuries would vanish in an instant. To a demon, they are mere scratches. No matter how desperately you struggle, a human cannot triumph over a demon. Taking a deep breath, Rengoku ignited with a blazing inferno, his overwhelming fighting spirit tearing through the darkness of the night like the sun. I will fulfill my duty. I shall not allow anyone here to perish. Even battered and bruised, Rengoku displayed no sign of retreat against the formidable demon. He vowed to fight until the very last moment. Wielding the divine strength bestowed upon him to protect the weak, bearing the mission of aiding the defenseless, this was his duty. Breath of Flame, Ultimate Technique. Rengoku roared. I am the Flame Hashira, Kyojuro Rengoku. He would not retreat. He could not retreat. Rengoku ignited his spirit, transcending his limits, determined to deliver a final, life-consuming blow to the demon. You truly should become a demon, Kyojuro. Akaza, witnessing Rengoku's incredible spirit even in his grievous state, his unwavering posture illuminated with fervor, felt an insatiable desire for Rengoku to join him in eternal battle. Ninth Form, Purgatory. Rengoku's figure shone resplendently amidst the flames, charging towards Akaza. Destruction Kill Annihilation Form. Akaza countered with his most formidable technique. A tremendous explosion caused the very ground beneath them to collapse, enveloping them in a cloud of smoke. Within the searing flames, Rengoku thrust his blade into Akaza's left abdomen. The flames soared, heat washing over him. As the smoke cleared, the scene revealed Rengoku, with a gaping wound in his abdomen, coughing blood, while Akaza lay mangled, half his body destroyed. You will die, Kyojuro, become a demon. Speak it. You are a rare breed of strength. Akaza realized the gravity of his injury. If Rengoku did not transform into a demon, he would perish, an outcome Akaza had not desired. Clenching his teeth, Rengoku struck at Akaza's neck, unleashing his fury, driving the blade a third of the way in. With his life on the line, Akaza disregarded all caution, launching a direct punch at Rengoku's face, only to be intercepted. Akaza was incredulous. This was the strength a dying man could muster. As dawn approached, dread gripped Akaza. He needed to kill Rengoku and flee. I can't pull my arm out. Akaza found his limb ensnared, unable to withdraw. You shall not escape. Rengoku sensed Akaza's intent, showing no signs of relent, intent on ensuring Akaza met the sun. As the sun began to pierce the clouds, panic overwhelmed Akaza, his singular focus on fleeing. Yet, he could not break free from Rengoku's grip. He would never let go until he severed Akaza's head. Get away. Akaza, once composed, trembled at the sight of the sun. He would die. He would die. Rengoku's blade plunged deeper. Akaza severed his own arms, fleeing into the depths of the woods with Rengoku's Nichiren blade. With his support gone, Rengoku collapsed to the ground. Chapter 38, Red Eyes. Tanjiro Kamado, struggling to retain his grip on the sword, staggered towards the woods from which Akaza had fled, raising the Nichiren blade, having tormented himself with guilt throughout the night. Tanjiro channeled all his fury into this strike. Amidst the fiery glow, he plunged the blade into Akaza's chest. Do not flee. You cowardly scoundrel, do not escape. The Demon Slayer Corps has always fought in the darkness that you exploit. With our human flesh, we battle, wounded and unable to heal swiftly, limbs severed, never to be restored. You shall not escape, you bastard. You vile wretch. Mr. Rengoku is far superior to you. He is immensely stronger. Mr. Rengoku has not been defeated. He has not allowed anyone to perish. He fought until the very end. Tanjiro Kamado cried out hoarsely, his voice laden with indignation, fury, and admiration for Kyojuro Rengoku, tears streaming down his face. From a distance, Carlos sensed the overwhelming aura of Kyojuro Rengoku, as well as the presence of a formidable demon, and internally lamented the dire situation as he rushed toward that direction. All his senses were attuned to that location. His keen hearing allowed him to grasp the distant roars of the Demon Slayer Corps members. Shaking his head, he stifled the haunting image of a figure kneeling in a pool of blood. Hurry faster. Carlos urged himself with growing urgency. Do not shout like that. Your abdominal wound may reopen. Rengoku observed Tanjiro's fervent cries with a gentle expression. Your injuries are grave as well, young Kamado. If you die, it would mean I have lost. Rengoku approached death with a sense of acceptance, having prepared himself for this path, and now, faced with its reality, he could still muster the spirit to jest. Come, let us share a few final words. Kneeling there, Rengoku bore the remnants of Akaza's severed arm embedded in his abdomen. Blood-soaked, yet his demeanor remained serene. Tanjiro, with tear-filled eyes, approached Rengoku, who gradually imparted knowledge about the Hinakami Kagura as sunlight streamed in, causing the arm to dissipate and blood to surge forth. Rengoku, Mr. Rengoku. Tanjiro gasped as he witnessed the blood flowing from Rengoku, darkening his black uniform, his voice trembling. Do not speak. Quickly, use your breathing techniques to staunch the bleeding. Is there no other way to heal? Tanjiro fervently wished for the survival of such a powerful and compassionate individual. No, I shall soon perish. This is my fate. I must convey my thoughts while I still can. Please listen attentively. Rengoku methodically articulated his wishes, urging his brother to follow his convictions, advising his father to take care of himself, accepting Nezuko's identity as a demon, and encouraging Tanjiro to stand tall and live on. Regardless of the overwhelming blows dealt by their own frailty, one must ignite the spirit within. Rengoku's smiling visage mirrored in Tanjiro's clear eyes. Clench your teeth and push forward. Even if you hesitate, time will not pause for you, nor will it share in your sorrow. Therefore, young ones, do not blame yourselves for my demise. This was the choice of a Hashira, to serve as your unwavering support, to protect the budding life from the clutches of demons. This is a duty any Hashira would fulfill. Tanjiro, Inosuke, and the blonde-haired boy, you must continue to grow. In the future, let it be you who becomes the pillars upholding the Demon Slayer Corps. I believe, I have faith in you. Rengoku's vision began to blur, and in his haze, he seemed to glimpse the figure of his mother. Just as he intended to speak, his mother smiled at him, urging him to return. Suddenly, Rengoku's vision sharpened, only to be disrupted by a colossal figure. Kyojuro. Carlos, witnessing Rengoku kneeling in a pool of blood, was overwhelmed with panic. Unsteady in flight, he plummeted to the ground, neglecting to compose himself as he soared toward Rengoku once more, stepping into the realm of a spell, channeling all his magic into the spell of rejuvenation. Carlos arrived before Rengoku, the gust of air sweeping Tanjiro and Inosuke aside. Inosuke, seeing a bird-like figure placing a hand on Rengoku, raised his Nichiren blade to charge forward. Inosuke, no? He is saving Mr. Rengoku. Tanjiro struggled to rise, intercepting Inosuke's advance. Carlos. Tanjiro had not expected to see Carlos again. When Carlos had come to the Kamado household and learned of Tanjiro's demise, it was mere months before they encountered Muzan Kibutsuji. Only Carlos had survived outside, while his sister Nezuko had transformed into a demon. Thus, he transitioned from an ordinary charcoal burner to a disciple of the Mist Hashira, now a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, embarking on a path of demon slaying. Truly, life is unpredictable. Rejuvenation. Carlos's trembling hand rested on Rengoku's leg, tears flowing uncontrollably. Why is there so much blood? Carlos's eyes seemed to be stained crimson by the blood. Kyojuro, you cannot die. I refuse to accept your death. At that moment, no one noticed a beam of light streaming from Carlos's fingertips into Rengoku's body. Carlos had never anticipated that their reunion would unfold in such a dire scenario. He was resolute in his intention to save him. The magic within surged forth. Not enough. Still insufficient. Carlos disregarded everything else, pouring forth his magic. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and his deep violet eyes appeared to swirl like a vortex. The color roiling and culminating into a brilliant, dazzling crimson, much like iron glowing in a furnace, piercing through the pervasive gloom and incinerating it all. Shaking his head, Carlos continued to channel his energy, witnessing the organs in Rengoku's abdomen mend, the gap gradually closing, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Carlos. Rengoku opened his eyes, recognizing the figure before him. He had never seen such a look of urgency and distress on Carlos's face, sweat glistening. Silver strands clinging to his forehead, a picture of disarray, yet those luminous red eyes shone brighter than the ruby on Carlos's left ear. Red eyes? In that fleeting moment of clarity, Rengoku felt a warm sensation envelop him, and he quietly closed his eyes, as if time itself had been suspended. Oblivious to the happenings around him, Rengoku cared not why his eye color had changed. It was a blessing to see Carlos before his end. He had so much to share, yet it seemed he would not have the opportunity. Carlos. As Carlos witnessed Rengoku's eyes flutter open, eager to speak, Rengoku suddenly closed his eyes again, retracting his wings and plummeting. Rengoku swiftly caught him. Rengoku examined his hands, feeling robust, sensing he could engage Akaza once more. He blinked, feeling no pain, able to see clearly, and reached towards his abdomen. There was no wound, only firm muscle. Rengoku recalled the spell Carlos had used to heal his mother. I was saved by Carlos. Rengoku gazed down at the tranquil figure of Carlos, who rested against him, and a smile blossomed on his face. It is truly wonderful to see you again. Rengoku rose, cradling Carlos, oblivious to the tenderness in his gaze. Leave it to me, Flame Hashira. A shadowy figure approached Rengoku, extending a hand toward him. Although the shadowy figure was unaware of the circumstances, he felt it was his duty to assist the injured Flame Hashira. It is fine. I can manage. Strangely, Rengoku was reluctant to allow anyone else to carry Carlos. Are you truly all right, Flame Hashira? The shadowy figure expressed concern. My injuries have healed. Everything is in order. I shall return now. Rengoku noted that preparations were nearly complete, allowing his heart to settle. Channeling his breathing, he held Carlos close, ready to return home for a well-deserved rest. Rengoku understood that Carlos must have been exhausted, having exerted immense effort to save him. Now, all he could do was ensure that Carlos rested peacefully. Chapter 39, Clothing. As Rengoku Shinjuro prepared to step outside, he caught sight of his son emerging from Carlos's room. This sight no longer surprised him. It had become commonplace for Rengoku Kyojuro to spend the night in Carlos's quarters over the past few years. Rengoku Shinjuro pondered whether Carlos's room was simply more comfortable. Regardless, with Carlos absent, Rengoku Shinjuro found himself perplexed yet respectful of his son's choices. Mission accomplished, Kyojuro. Are you all right? Rengoku Shinjuro called out. Kyojuro turned around, revealing his blood-soaked appearance, which sent Rengoku Shinjuro into a state of alarm as he rushed forward to examine his son meticulously. Father, I'm fine. Kyojuro's robust voice alleviated Rengoku Shinjuro's worries. But why so much blood? Was the demon particularly formidable? Indeed, I encountered Upper Moon 3, who was exceptionally strong. I nearly perished, but Brother Carlos saved me. Kyojuro succinctly recounted the events of the night in just a few sentences. Upper Moon 3. Rengoku Shinjuro was taken aback by the revelation. It had been so long since the upper ranks had cast a shadow over the Demon Slayer Corps. Each encounter with the upper moons often resulted in the demise of the swordsman, and countless Hashira had fallen in their battles against them. Kyojuro detailed the appearance and abilities of Akaza, providing invaluable information. Wonderful. Rengoku Shinjuro erupted in laughter, thrilled that the centuries-old stalemate had finally shifted. They had survived an encounter with an upper moon and returned with vital intelligence. All of this owed itself to Carlos. Rengoku Shinjuro had not expected to hear that name again. He walked past Kyojuro into Carlos's room, discovering Carlos peacefully nestled within the bedding. My injuries are severe. Brother Carlos must have exhausted his magic and fainted. Kyojuro's voice softened as he explained to his father. Then let him rest well. Rengoku Shinjuro gently closed the door. You should also tidy yourself up and rest. I will report to the master. Is this Carlos's clothing? Rengoku Shinjuro noticed the unfamiliar garments stacked in his son's hands, surmising they were the ones Carlos had changed out of. Relieved that Kyojuro was unharmed, Rengoku Shinjuro could not overlook his son's disheveled state, bloodied, with a large tear in his clothing, and covered in dirt. Yes, I carried Brother Carlos back. He was stained with my blood, so I changed him. Kyojuro's voice dwindled as he felt his cheeks flush, unable to suppress the memories of changing Carlos's attire. Carlos might appear slender, but when undressed, he revealed a physique honed by centuries of swordsmanship. Though not as impressively muscular as Kyojuro, Carlos possessed a remarkably defined and firm build. His back muscles, in particular, were a sight to behold, smooth and robust lines that resembled nature's finest creation. It was as if he were a taut bow, brimming with latent power, evoking an overwhelming sense of security and awe. Moreover, his complexion was remarkably fair. Aside from his head and hands, which were covered by clothing, not a hint of skin was visible. Kyojuro, aware of Carlos's fairness, was nonetheless astonished by its stark contrast to his own wheat-colored skin. "Are you unwell, Kyojuro?" Rengoku Shinjuro observed the flush on Kyojuro's face, concerned that he might have a fever, and placed a hand on his son's forehead. "No, father, I'm just a bit warm." Kyojuro shook his head. "I'm quite alert now. I can go find the master." He skillfully shifted the topic. "Very well, you'll provide a more detailed account yourself," Rengoku Shinjuro replied, still apprehensive about Kyojuro's ability to withstand the strenuous night of combat. "If all was well, that was even better. Be sure to express our gratitude to Carlos." Kyojuro nodded heavily in acknowledgement. 200 passengers lost not a single life. "Kyojuro, you did exceptionally well," Ubuyashiki Kagaya remarked, his face partially obscured by a curse, yet still able to discern Kyojuro's presence, gazing at him warmly. "This is what I ought to do." Kyojuro responded with a voice like thunder. "That prince of the bloodline, you say?" Ubuyashiki Kagaya murmured, realizing that he had saved Kyojuro and brought back news of Upper Moon 3. Although it was not for the sake of the Demon Slayer Corps, his contributions were undeniably significant. Ubuyashiki Kagaya had known of Carlos's arrival since the day he met Rengoku Shinjuro. He recognized the name from a page in the records passed down within the Ubuyashiki family. Having encountered Kibutsuji Muzan and possessing a method to invoke memories of Muzan from others. Furthermore, he hailed from the same era as the progenitor of the breathing techniques. He was of utmost importance. That day, Ubuyashiki Kagaya was so anxious that he could not even inform Rengoku Shinjuro, rushing to the Rengoku household. However, he arrived to find no one home. "Master, Prince Carlos is still at the graveyard." The next day, upon learning that Carlos and Rengoku Shinjuro were on a mission together, Ubuyashiki Kagaya ceased his search, knowing that Carlos needed to rest during the day. Thus, he remained under the misconception that Carlos was unavailable. The next time he heard news of Carlos was when the Tsujikuni family sent word that a child would be joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Ubuyashiki Kagaya found it curious that it was the Tsujikuni family. As the resting place for Demon Slayer Corps members, no one would know of it besides the members themselves. If it were a child rescued from demons, the Corps would have ensured their safety, making it implausible for them to reach the Tsujikuni family. After some investigation, it became clear that the prince of the bloodline had rescued 2 siblings who had lost their lives to demons. Ubuyashiki Kagaya realized that Carlos had embarked on his journey alone, seeking to slay demons and save others. He is truly a person who despises evil. Later, following the passing of Rengoku Shinjuro's wife, he approached Ubuyashiki Kagaya, radiant with the desire to become a trainer. Ubuyashiki Kagaya felt delighted that he could move forward. All thanks to Carlos. Once again, that name surfaced. At this point, Ubuyashiki Kagaya's health had begun to decline, making the visit to the Rengoku household quite taxing. Yet he still yearned to meet Carlos. Rengoku Shinjuro assisted Ubuyashiki Kagaya back home, only to find the house empty. "Father, Brother Carlos took me out to play. We'll be back later." A note from Rengoku Shinjuro lay on the table. Eventually, Ubuyashiki Kagaya could no longer endure the strain on his body, and Rengoku Shinjuro took him back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. "Master, when Carlos returns, I will ask him if he would be willing to meet you." Rengoku Shinjuro suddenly realized that this was not the first time the master had wished to meet Carlos. "No need," Ubuyashiki Kagaya shook his head. "So many times without meeting means the time is not yet right. I can sense that they will indeed meet in the future. Is it time yet?" Ubuyashiki Kagaya gazed out the window. "Kyojuro, in a few days, a Hashira meeting will be held. Would it be possible for Mr. Brand to join us as well?" Ubuyashiki Kagaya's gaze returned to Rengoku Kyojuro. "I will certainly convey the message." Kyojuro replied respectfully before taking his leave. Chapter 40, Heart's Desire. Upon returning home, Kyojuro decided to take a short nap, determined to avoid a repeat of the previous instance when he had slept for 2 days straight. As a Hashira, he must make the most of his time. Kyojuro first peered into Carlos's room, relieved to see Carlos sleeping soundly, before retreating to his own quarters. Closing his eyes to lie down, before him lay a shroud of white mist, and Kyojuro wandered through it, bewildered. Was he not asleep? Suddenly, the fog dissipated, revealing an endless sea of red flowers. This scent is so familiar. Kyojuro inhaled deeply. In the midst of a sea of flowers, not far away, stood a man with golden short hair, his back turned towards him. Kyojuro Rengoku became alert. An unfamiliar individual. Could he be a blood demon user of Akaza? Kyojuro halted his steps, his gaze fixated on the man. Igurlika turned around, his emerald green eyes locking onto Kyojuro's sharp gaze. You must be the beloved of His Highness, Kyojuro Rengoku. I am Igurlika Brand. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Igurlika approached Kyojuro and gracefully bowed. Kyojuro, momentarily taken aback, was struck dumb by the revelation of being the beloved of His Highness. He had heard Igurlika's name before. He was a relative of Carlos, someone of great significance to him. Beloved, it implies someone cherished, right? Carlos' brother cherishes me? What about my feelings? Kyojuro felt his heart pounding violently, each beat resonating heavily within his chest. It felt as though a heavy hammer was striking a glowing anvil, producing an indescribable, searing sensation. Emotions, fragmented and forcibly rationalized, suddenly surged forth like a switch had been flipped. Kyojuro reflected on the past 3 years, during which even his training had been distracted by thoughts of Carlos. Recalling how he would purchase beautiful earrings, his mind involuntarily conjuring images of Carlos adorning them. He cherished the moments spent sleeping in Carlos's room, instinctively looking up at branches after slaying demons, and reminiscing about the times Carlos had covered his ears. Those deep violet eyes, gleaming with mischievous delight, were fixed upon him, as if he might drown in their depths, reflecting his own image. Amidst the flickering light, there lay an unspoken tenderness, akin to a brook thawing in spring, bright enough to mirror the budding shoots on the banks. The shadows cast by the lashes resembled clouds fleeting across the crests of waves, deftly drawing one's gaze downward. Though their time together had been brief, Kyojuro found himself thinking of Carlos daily, his presence omnipresent. It was as if the fog before him had suddenly parted. Kyojuro stood frozen for a few seconds, belatedly covering his burning ears. So, this is what it means to be in love. The name that rolled off his tongue countless times, the attentiveness that stirred his heart, the innocent touches that made his pulse race, and the glances that frequently fell upon Carlos. I am fond of brother Carlos. Kyojuro Rengoku harbored feelings for Carlos Brand. Suddenly enlightened, Kyojuro stiffened, gazing at Carlos's relative before him, feeling a rush of anxiety. Realization dawned upon him. Indeed, you are fond of my beloved, aren't you? Igurlika's expression was a mixture of joy and slight displeasure. Upon learning that His Highness had affections for someone, Igurlika mused that His Highness had grown up, becoming a prized possession in the eyes of the beloved's family. When Igurlika discovered that Carlos's affections lay with a man, an ominous premonition enveloped him. Upon witnessing Kyojuro through Carlos's memories, Igurlika felt a sudden heartache. It seemed His Highness was indeed the prized possession. Brand Senior, I am Kyojuro Rengoku. 20 years old, standing at 177 centimeters and weighing 72 kilograms, serving as the flame Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. My mother has passed away. I have a father and a younger brother. My father is a trainer for the Demon Slayer Corps, while my brother is an ordinary person. My favorite food is sweet potato rice. Please allow me to pursue Carlos. Kyojuro stood tall, bowing deeply to Igurlika, unsure of what to say, yet speaking earnestly from his heart. Mutual affection, could I truly stand in the way of that? Igurlika urged Kyojuro to stand straight, patting his shoulder. Having encountered many people, Igurlika could discern that this young man before him was truly worthy of lifelong commitment. Take good care of each other, especially you. If you cross paths with that demon king, be cautious. Do not let misfortune befall you. Igurlika was aware of the Demon Slayer Corps' ultimate objective, understanding the perilous path they tread, a fatal trial foretold by the divine. I will. Kyojuro nodded solemnly. Do not inform His Highness of our meeting, it would sadden him. Igurlika waved his hand, allowing Kyojuro to depart. Perhaps sensing Kyojuro's confusion, Igurlika elaborated, I have already passed. This is but a fragment of my consciousness. Upon meeting you, it shall dissipate. As if to affirm his words, Igurlika transformed into flickering starlight before Kyojuro, vanishing from sight. In an instant, the vibrant red sea of flowers shattered, petals scattering. Kyojuro was once again engulfed in fog, gradually succumbing to darkness. Upon awakening, Kyojuro sat up in bewilderment. Was this merely a dream? Yet, the lingering sensation of Igurlika's hand on his shoulder felt real. Did Carlos return due to the departure of Brand Senior? Kyojuro quickly connected the dots to 3 years ago when he vanished without a word. Perhaps it is best to keep this a secret. Kyojuro steadied his mind. As he stepped outside, he was greeted by the softest twilight. The sunset infused the remaining warmth into the clouds, transforming them into cotton-like wisps dyed in orange-red and hints of tipsy purple, resembling a spilled palette of colors gradually spreading across the horizon. The light no longer pierced the eyes but became soft and translucent, slanting through the branches and weaving a tapestry of varying light patterns upon the ground. Each leaf was edged in gold, swaying gently in the breeze like scattered fragments of gold. The distant rooftops and treetops were enveloped in a warm filter from the afterglow, and even the air carried a touch of languid warmth. Carlos would surely appreciate today's sky. I ought to see if he has awakened. Kyojuro felt a surge of joy. Recalling how Carlos once embraced him while identifying colors with Kyojuro's younger brother, Shinjuro, as he made his way to Carlos's room. Knock, knock. Kyojuro tapped on the door. Carlos. No response. Is he still asleep? Kyojuro quietly pushed the door open, finding Carlos still lying there, just as he had been in the morning. I once slept for 2 days myself. Without further thought, Kyojuro sat beside Carlos, tracing the peaceful contours of his sleeping face. As the sky grew darker, he finally rose to leave. Chapter 41, Slumber. After returning from slaying demons, Kyojuro discovered that Carlos had yet to awaken. Is everything truly alright? Kyojuro felt a pang of concern. He believed Carlos's physical constitution to be superior to his own, given that he hardly needed sleep and never seemed fatigued. Kyojuro grasped Carlos's hand, noting that the once crimson polish, stained by Mitsuri Kanroji, had faded, revealing a pale pink beneath. Carlos's hand felt cold, reminiscent of the chill Kyojuro experienced when gripping his training sword. Perhaps I should consult a doctor. Kyojuro stood and exited. Please accept my condolences. The doctor shook his head, lifting his medical bag to leave. Kyojuro intercepted the doctor, inquiring about the cause. Such a low body temperature. An exceedingly slow heartbeat. It appears to be a near-death state, the doctor replied, shaking his head with a sense of sorrow for the young child on the verge of passing. But he has always been this way since childhood, Kyojuro immediately interjected. The doctor hurried back to Carlos's side, conducting a thorough examination. Strange, how could he have grown up in such a condition? The doctor marveled at the miracle of life's resilience. There seems to be no issue. He will awaken once he feels hunger. As for when that will be, it is uncertain. In his state, he likely has enough reserves to remain in slumber for another 3 or 4 days. The doctor provided Kyojuro with detailed instructions before taking his leave. Just then, the newly awakened Kyojuro bumped into the departing doctor. Kyojuro, has Shinjuro fallen ill? As Rengoku Shinjuro felt a surge of concern, he swiftly made his way towards his younger son's room, suspecting that the doctor had been summoned due to Kyojuro's illness. After all, Rengoku Kyojuro would tend to his wounds at the Butterfly Mansion, and Carlos, with his self-healing abilities, was hardly prone to sickness. On one occasion, while on a mission with Carlos, they encountered a blood demon with the ability to create illusions. Rengoku Shinjuro managed to extricate himself quickly, yet Carlos found himself ensnared within the mirage, unable to escape. Witnessing Carlos' body marred by numerous injuries, Shinjuro promptly severed the demon's head. Just as he intended to carry Carlos off to tend to his wounds, he noticed that Carlos' injuries were gradually healing on their own, not with the swift recovery of a demon, but at a visible pace. The entirety of Shinjuro's experience led him to draw a parallel with demons, yet Carlos abhorred being compared to them. Choosing silence, Shinjuro escorted him home. Carlos, that demon was not particularly strong. How could you have been ensnared? Shinjuro pondered, perplexed. I saw my parents practicing magic. Carlos replied, his gaze cast downwards, a shadow of sorrow crossing his features. It felt so real, as though it had truly transpired. He longed for Nora and Eamon, whom he had never met yet felt an inexplicable familiarity with. The memories of the bloodkin allowed him to piece together their visages in Zeno's eyes. Nora was gentle and serene, while Eamon was lively and spirited. In Yalan's perspective, Nora was a formidable force, and though Eamon was slightly less powerful, he was still strong. In Bailey's eyes, Nora was akin to a compendium of magic, and Eamon was a devoted husband. Although the scene had been illusory, Carlos fervently wished to preserve that vision. They would return. Rengoku Shinjuro reached out to tousle Carlos' hair, only to have Carlos swat his hand away in irritation, fixing his disheveled locks and rolling his eyes. Shinjuro erupted into hearty laughter. Well aware that Carlos' parents were missing and any attempt at consolation would be futile, he merely sought to interrupt Carlos' melancholy thoughts. Not Kyojuro. He sprinted towards Rengoku Kyujuro's Nichiren blade, which remained untainted, yet he did not abandon his training, resolving to run and practice as usual the following day. It's Carlos. He hasn't awakened yet, and I'm somewhat worried, Shinjuro conveyed as he intercepted his anxious father, who began to explain. Carlos. Oh, that has nothing to fret over. He often sleeps for more than 10 days at a time, Kyojuro reassured him. Relieved, Shinjuro allowed Kyojuro to accompany him to the study, where he retrieved a book and handed it to Kyojuro. Take a good look. Noticing the perplexed expression on Kyojuro's face, Shinjuro pointed to the book's cover without further comment and turned to leave. Kyojuro gazed down at the crimson-covered book, titled The Book of the 21st Flame Pillar. Its edges worn, suggesting frequent perusal. He settled down to examine it. It turned out that Carlos was friends with the first flame pillar to master the breath of flames. Arendelle Manor, Carlos' home. How far could it be? Kyojuro mused, and soon he found himself chuckling at Rengoku Gitaru's meticulous descriptions of Carlos' culinary preferences. So he truly sleeps for over 10 days, or perhaps even decades. Kyojuro found himself lost in thought, wondering if he would ever see the day Carlos awakened. Shaking his head, he admonished himself for lingering over such uncertain matters. Does the breath of the sun relate to the dance of the fire god? Kyojuro rapped his fingers against the words inscribed as Dance of the Fire God. Perhaps I should show it to Tanjiro Kamado. With determination, Kyojuro rose and set off towards the butterfly mansion. Rengoku-sama. Just as he arrived, Tanjiro Kamado, having recently awakened, was heartily enjoying a meal. Observing his hearty appetite, Kyojuro felt his worries dissipate. As long as he could eat, everything would be fine. How are your wounds, Tanjiro? Kyojuro inquired as he approached Tanjiro's bedside. The bleeding has stopped, Tanjiro replied. Rengoku-sama, is Carlos Onizen okay? Carlos would undoubtedly come to Kyojuro's aid. Thus, they surely knew each other. Tanjiro had not anticipated that Kyojuro was also acquainted with Carlos, and his concern for the unconscious Carlos grew. He is still asleep, showing no signs of awakening, Kyojuro murmured. Recalling the possibility of a slumber lasting decades, his voice growing somber. I came to show you this. He placed the book on the small table. Tanjiro glanced at the book of the 21st Flame Pillar, quickly recalling Kyojuro's last words. The Dance of the Fire God. His eyes sparkled with excitement. If he could master the Dance of the Fire God, he would no longer be a mere bystander, helplessly watching as the pillars engaged in fierce battles to protect him and others. He could fight alongside them. The book contained the origins of the breathing techniques, and Kyojuro believed that the breath of the sun was connected to the Dance of the Fire God. You should take a look, he urged. Anticipation bubbling within him at the thought of how far Tanjiro might grow if the Dance of the Fire God indeed aligned with the breath of the sun. Thank you, Rengoku-sama, Tanjiro exclaimed, his crimson eyes gleaming with determination. Kyojuro simply shook his head and patted Tanjiro on the shoulder. Recover swiftly and grow stronger. Do not perish easily. That is what matters. I will. Tanjiro nodded emphatically. He vowed to grow stronger, to restore Nezuko to her human form, and to vanquish Muzan Kibutsuji. He would accomplish it all. Once you've recovered, consider becoming my adopted son, Kyojuro said, his gaze gentle as he regarded Tanjiro. Absolutely. Tanjiro's eyes shone brightly. I will strive to be exceptional. He promised to become powerful, to stand tall alongside Rengoku-sama. Kyojuro also inquired about Zenitsu Agatsuma and Inosuke Hashibara, asking if they would be willing to become his adopted sons. The two gazed at him in awe and readily agreed. Satisfied, Kyojuro found himself with more sons. Chapter 42. The Pillar Assembly. Lord Kyojuro, the Pillar Assembly will convene tomorrow. The notification from Ubuyashiki Yoya circled above Kyojuro's head. I understand, Kyojuro nodded, returning to his training. I am delighted to see everyone gathered once more. I trust you have all heard of Kyojuro's encounter with the Upper Moon 3. This will be the primary focus of today's meeting, Ubuyashiki Yoya stated as he sat across from the 9 pillars. Despite the horrific curse that marred much of his face, he exuded a refreshing aura. Remarkably unscathed, Rengoku, your resilience grows ever more splendid, Yuzui Tenjin remarked. Observing Kyojuro's vigorous spirit, seemingly untouched by injury, which took him by surprise. All the pillars turned their attention to Kyojuro, eager to learn the details. They had merely received word that Flame Pillar Rengoku Kyojuro had faced off against Upper Moon 3 and that a pillar assembly was to be held. But the specifics remained unclear. No, I was on the brink of death. It was Carlos who saved me, Kyojuro clarified, shaking his head, revealing the reason for his presence. He was aware that everyone present was familiar with Carlos, although the Mist Pillar, Takedo Machiro, regarded him as a divine being, unaware of his name. Brandt. Carlos. Carlos Onizen. Mr. Brandt. Brother Brandt. As anticipated, various exclamations regarding Carlos echoed throughout the room, with everyone staring in astonishment at Kyojuro. It seemed that all present were acquainted with the esteemed Carlos, including those who had known him from their time at the Rengoku household before heading to the Hashira training, such as the reserved Iguro Abanai and the oblivious Takedo Machiro, who was unsure of his identity. It appeared that everyone recognized Prince Carlos. To Yoya Kanroji's astonishment, the developments unfolded in such an unexpected manner. Aside from being escorted to the Wisteria house by the Wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, and the Water Hashira, Ju Tomioka, he was taken aback to discover that his other children were also acquainted with Carlos. He had initially intended to make introductions. What a remarkable twist of fate. The Hashira exchanged incredulous glances with one another. Surely, the master would have summoned Carlos to attend the Hashira meeting. Shinobu Kocho quickly realized that the master must have arranged for Carlos to meet them, yet his absence raised concerns. Carlos saved my life with his magic. But he remains unconscious, Kyojuro Rengoku murmured, a rare note of melancholy in his voice as he recalled the sleeping Carlos. How is brother Carlos? Shinobu inquired, her face once perpetually adorned with the same gentle smile as her sister Kanae, now etched with urgency and worry, her brow furrowed and lips pressed tightly together, revealing traces of the little girl who once followed her sister everywhere. I will become an exceptional doctor. The echoes of her childhood innocence lingered in her ears, and now, the one person connected to her most cherished early memories was in peril. Brother Carlos, may I learn magic? The enchanting notion of such wondrous abilities captivated Kanae, as she gazed up at Carlos with wide, twinkling eyes brimming with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Shinobu grasped the hem of Carlos's garment, looking up at him with hope. Carlos, charmed by the lovely butterfly sisters, chuckled softly. Kneeling, he placed a hand atop one of their little heads. Only those of the bloodline can learn magic. A collective sigh of disappointment escaped them. Why is that? Shinobu yearned to understand. Because only those of the bloodline possess magical power, which is essential for the study of magic. Just as your father needs specific herbs to save a life, what is the prerequisite for healing? Carlos posed the question back to them. Herbs, Shinobu quickly deduced. And father knows how to treat this illness. Kanae chimed in with her perspective. Precisely. Without the right herbs or knowledge of the ailment, saving a life becomes exceedingly difficult. Thus, prerequisites are of utmost importance, Carlos said, affectionately ruffling the soft hair of the two girls, his demeanor light and cheerful. Therefore, every time I use magic, Brother Carlos expends magical energy, Shinobu concluded, piecing together a crucial understanding. Are you all right, Brother Carlos? We can stop playing, Kanae urged, anxiously inspecting Carlos from various angles. The two sisters frequently insisted on playing with Carlos, who utilized magic daily. They particularly adored the spell that allowed them to float, insisting on experiencing it several times each day. I assure you, I possess an abundance of magical energy. The likelihood of it being depleted is nearly impossible, Carlos reassured Kanae, gently patting her hand to alleviate her worries. But what happens if your magic is exhausted? Kanae pressed, still visibly anxious. Then I shall fall asleep, only to awaken when you have become elderly, he teased, observing the startled expressions on the faces of the two frightened girls. Fear not, bloodline members typically sleep for decades. Thus, depleting magical energy is akin to you merely needing rest after a long day. There's nothing to fret about. Carlos pulled the two little girls close to his shoulder, gently patting their backs in a soothing manner. During the 3 months Carlos spent at the butterfly house, Shinobu had never witnessed him asleep. He remained awake when she went to bed and still awake when she rose. Although she had heard Carlos mention that he would sleep if his magic was exhausted, the first realization of his slumber filled her with unease. It should be fine. Records from the Rengoku family indicate that Carlos once slept for over 10 days. But upon awakening, he claimed he usually sleeps for decades. What? The other Hashira were taken aback, realizing that Carlos had visited here before and had known the ancestors of the Rengoku family, and that he could potentially sleep for decades. Indeed, His Highness Carlos visited this place centuries ago, encountering the flame Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, only to mysteriously vanish during a subsequent meeting. He re-emerged over a decade ago, meeting with the previous flame Hashira, Kyojuro Rengoku. He not only vanquished numerous demons, but also saved Sanemi and delivered Giyu to the Wisteria house. Giyu glanced in surprise at Sanemi, who merely cast a sidelong glance before redirecting his attention to Yue Kanroji. Suppressing his own disappointment, Giyu turned his gaze back to Yue Kanroji, who began to recount the connection between Carlos and the Demon Slayer Corps. It appeared that, judging by everyone's expressions, His Highness Carlos had indeed shared a story with them. How splendidly extravagant, Tenjin Yuzui remarked, stroking his chin in admiration. Let us first discuss the Upper Moon 3, Michiro Takedo suggested, turning his attention to Kyojuro Rengoku. Very well. Kyojuro nodded, carefully detailing his battle with Akaza and the various skills he possessed. As the Hashira meeting concluded, the group gathered around Kyojuro, expressing their desire to see Carlos. When Mitsuri Kanroji noticed Kaneo Tsuyuri was also eager to go, she resolutely followed suit. Michiro, on the other hand, was intrigued by this so-called bloodline individual. Chapter 43, Rescue. Carlos was surrounded by people, with Shinobu and Kyojuro positioned closest. How is he? Kyojuro inquired as he observed Shinobu gently returning Carlos's hand to the covers. All is well. She sighed in relief. She and her sister had frequently examined Carlos during their childhood, given that his condition was unlike that of humans, which always sparked concern. Carlos won't truly awaken decades later, will he? Tenjin mused, raising an eyebrow as he gazed at the peacefully resting Carlos. There's nothing we can do about it, Shinobu interjected, breaking the silence. If you remain silent, no one will consider you mute. Sanemi shot a displeased glance at Giyu. All right. Let us not disturb Brother Carlos's rest any longer, Shinobu said, placing a hand on Jiyu's back and gently urging him away. The Hashira bid their farewells, and Kyojuro knelt beside Carlos, gazing at his sleeping face, thinking, if decades must pass. I only hope to see Carlos once more when I am old and gray. For months later, on a particular night. Support. Requesting support. The sound Hashira has encountered Upper Moon 6. Two of them. Tenjin Yuzui's messenger crow, Karasu, located Kyojuro, who was on a nearby mission. To inform him of the situation in the entertainment district. Karasu, let us depart. Kyojuro gripped the hilt of his sword, channeling his breathing techniques. Launching himself like a shooting star. As Tenjin descended from the rooftop, having unleashed his blood demon art, a blazing figure streaked across the sky, plummeting towards the battlefield, none other than Kyojuro Rengoku. Flame-breathing, first form, unknowing fire. Kyojuro's blade came to rest against Kibutsuji's neck. Kibutsuji's gaze sharpened as he parried Kyojuro's strike with a blood scythe and simultaneously blocked Tengen's dual blades. As Kyojuro's attack faltered, he exchanged a glance with Tenjin before both decisively retreated. Kyojuro landed beside Tenjin, sword drawn, facing Kibutsuji. What a spectacular entrance, Rengoku, Tenjin remarked, relieved to see reinforcements arrive. Upper Moon 6 is destined to perish tonight. Be cautious, his blade is poisoned. Additionally, both demons must be decapitated simultaneously to defeat them. Tenjin succinctly conveyed the critical points. Understood. Kyojuro nodded, his body tense as he fixated on the gaunt and grotesque figure of the demon not far away. Another Hashira, huh? What a handsome man. You must be quite popular with the ladies. How envious I am, truly. He is just like that bothersome sunlight. The sinister figure of Jotaro, his hands gripping a scythe, bore ghastly bloodstains upon his face and body. You two shall perish together. The more gruesome the demise, the better. Jotaro continued to inflict wounds upon himself, the marks multiplying, rendering his ghastly form even more terrifying. No, I prefer boys. To be precise, I have a fondness for Carlos. Rengoku Kyojuro's declaration left the enemy momentarily dumbfounded, causing Jotaro to freeze, a vacant expression overtaking him. What is he even saying? Rengoku, meanwhile, caught the eye of Yuzui Tenjin, who covered his face with a hand, bemused. He was the only one in the Demon Slayer Corps aware of Rengoku's affection for Carlos. After all, as the sole member with 3 wives, Rengoku humbly sought Yuzui's counsel on matters of courtship, albeit with less than satisfactory results. I had a wife at 15, and I never pursued anyone. The flamboyant deity of celebration required no effort. Merely standing there attracted a throng of admirers. Rengoku-sensei, Tanjiro Kamado, having broken free from the bindings of Daki's attire, was dazzled by the radiant flames. After their injuries from the Infinity Train battle healed, the trio formally became Rengoku's surrogate sons. Training under a senior was a markedly different experience. They no longer practiced solely on their own, but learned to wield their breathing techniques more adeptly, receiving guidance on their mistakes and combat strategies from Rengoku. Through his every action and word, he imparted the virtues of a Hashira: kindness, strength, responsibility, and resilience. Despite the arduous nature of the training, Tanjiro and Inosuke committed themselves wholeheartedly, while Zenitsu shed many tears yet persevered through the rigors. The 3 were determined to overcome their previous inadequacies, vowing to achieve what they had once failed to do. With such resolve, they underwent a profound transformation. Tanjiro, you all have done exceedingly well. With those words, Rengoku and Yuzui surged forward. Blood demon art, Baku, leaping and bounding. Flame breathing, 4th form, blooming flame. Sound breathing, 4th form, resonant slash. The 3 figures intertwined, the crimson of Jotaro, the yellow and blue of Yuzui, and the blazing fire of Rengoku clashing in a spectacular display. Water breathing, 3rd form, flowing dance. Lightning breathing, 1st form, thunderclap and flash. Tanjiro and Zenitsu coordinated seamlessly, clearing a path for Inosuke. Beast breathing, 6th form, rending bite. Tanjiro and Zenitsu effectively intercepted Daki's attacks, allowing Inosuke to charge towards her, his dual blades sawing at her neck. Not good. In the next moment, Daki's head soared into the air. Inosuke leaped, clutching Daki's head and retreating from the battlefield. Tanjiro and Zenitsu held off her flailing body, facilitating Inosuke's escape. Cursed brat! How dare you sever my beloved sister's head? Jotaro found himself entangled with Rengoku and Yuzui, unable to free his hands. Blood demon art, circular slash of blood scythes. Jotaro manipulated his blood into sharp blades, launching a relentless assault towards Rengoku, Yuzui, and the distant Inosuke. Though their power waned, Tanjiro and Zenitsu fought valiantly against the chaotic onslaught of Daki's clothing. Don't let that worm woman's body near. I can handle this. Inosuke called out, halting his concerned comrades with determination. Beast breathing, 5th form, frenzied rending. Inosuke felt the upcoming attack, unhesitatingly tossing Daki's head away. where it collided with the barrage of blood scythes. Though he sustained injuries, as he prepared to dash towards the direction of the discarded head, he noticed Daki's head being lifted by several blood scythes, gravitating back towards her body, the two reuniting. Damn it! Inosuke grasped his blades, racing back to the fray. Chapter 44, The Upper Six Siblings. How dare you, hideous wretch, sever my head? Daki glared at Tanjiro and Zenitsu, who were locked in combat with her garments. Her brother, distracted by the need to assist her, had just suffered a stab from one of the Hashira, while another was poised to strike at his neck. Blood Demon Art, eightfold binding slash. Sensing her brother's surge of energy, Daki smirked, her vast garments descending like a net, overwhelming the duo. Lightning breathing. First form, thunderclap, and flash. Zenitsu swiftly led Tanjiro away from the impending attack. Not only was Daki unleashing her blood demon arts, but Jotaro was also directing the remaining garments against Rengoku and Yuzui. Their assault remained unbroken, even at the cost of injury, as they sought to behead Jotaro. In the next instant, buildings crumbled, and dust filled the air. Rengoku-sensei, Yuzui-sensei. Tanjiro anxiously surveyed the obscured scene, the dust swirling, rendering visibility poor. As the murky haze gradually settled, the world transformed from a blur of gray to clarity, revealing the desolate ruins. Jotaro, with a terrifyingly slender waist, was ensnared by Daki's garments, while she perched upon his sturdy shoulder, her body leaning toward his head, one hand languidly draped over his broad shoulder, while the other playfully teased his tousled hair, her legs dangling as she provocatively regarded the two beleaguered Hashira. Rengoku-sensei, Yuzui-sensei. As Tanjiro discerned the dire state of the two Hashira, his eyes widened in horror. The poison had spread to Yuzui's ears, and his exposed arms bore numerous lacerations from the garments. Rengoku, who had been poised to strike Jotaro, had borne the brunt of Daki's blood demon arts due to his elevated position. The most grievous wound was a gash that nearly traversed his entire shoulder blade, exposing bone. The trio rushed to the side of the two Hashira, glaring fiercely at the upper six demons. Truly useless, a hideous wretch dares to sever my head. Soon, my brother will slay you all, Daki scoffed at the tense demon slayers. In an instant, Rengoku surged before the two, his speed leaving them momentarily stunned. Flame breathing. Second form, rising flame. Jotaro, wounded in the chest, and having lost an arm, leapt back, creating distance from Rengoku. Yuzui seized the opportunity to kick Daki toward the trio. I leave her to you, he said, before pursuing Jotaro with his dual blades. Daki faced a fate of decapitation, only to be embraced by Inosuke as he carried her head away from the battlefield. This time, Jotaro could not assist her. With Yuzui's exultant shout, the score was completed. Jotaro's blood blades were deftly deflected. Rengoku retaliated fiercely, flame breathing, fourth form, blooming flame. Several blood blades were engulfed in the searing vortex of flames. Jotaro's blood demon techniques were fierce, while Yuzui's dual blades traced radiant arcs. And Rengoku's flames seemed capable of incinerating all in their path. Each clash between the three erupted in a dazzling spectacle. The explosive sounds of techniques being deflected to the ground, the cracking of collapsing structures, and the fervent roars of exertion filled the air. An arc streaked across the night sky, and Jotaro's head rolled to the ground. In a frantic dash, Inosuke Hashibara clutched the head of Daki, never anticipating that the trio would battle their way from one end to the other. Upon witnessing the demise of the mantis demon, he let out a jubilant cheer, discarding Daki's head and rushing towards his comrades. The heads of the upper six siblings rolled together, casting glances at one another. Something was amiss. Kyojuro Rengoku frowned at the beheaded form of Jotaro. This is bad. Without delay, he hoisted the somewhat weakened Tengen Yuzui, whose body was half enshrouded in poison, with one arm, while swiftly guiding the exuberant Inosuke away from Jotaro's remains. In the next instant, a torrent of blood blades erupted from Jotaro's body, launching a relentless assault. All of Jotaro's energy was concentrated in this attack. Its vast range and formidable power were self-evident. Realizing they could not escape the onslaught, Rengoku shielded the two behind him. Breath of Flame, fifth form, Flame Tiger. With a sweeping strike, he cleared a significant portion of the blood blades before Inosuke sprang into action, intercepting the remaining threats. Breath of Flame, fourth form, Rising Flame. Rengoku followed suit, drawing away the nearby blood blades. Yet, the onslaught continued unabated, and the three began to show signs of fatigue. Suddenly, a deep pink flame ignited, ruthlessly consuming and dismantling the blood blades. Yuzui, are you alright? Rengoku observed the gruesome purple hue that had overtaken half of Yuzui's face and the toxic markings that marred his robust arms. I should be able to endure until we reach the butterfly mansion. Yuzui gasped, managing a smile towards Rengoku. Rengoku, the upper six has fallen. Indeed. Rengoku felt a surge of exhilaration, It had been far too long since an upper moon was slain, and the stalemate between the Demon Slayer Corps and the upper moons had finally been shattered. Lord Tengen, Yuzui's 3 wives rushed towards him, their eyes glistening with tears as they beheld his injuries, with Samaire and Maki visibly distressed. I'm fine, Yuzui reassured one of his wives, gently patting her head while offering a comforting smile to Hinetsuru. Inosuke, how are you? Rengoku turned his gaze to Inosuke. Teacher, I'm perfectly fine, Inosuke exclaimed, opting to call him teacher directly, fully aware of his tendency to mispronounce names. He idolized Rengoku too much to allow himself such a blunder. Let us hasten back to the Butterfly Mansion. This poison must be addressed promptly. Everyone had sustained some degree of injury from the blood blades, with Yuzui being the most severely affected. As the others sent their crow to find Tanjiro Kamado and Zenitsu Agitsuma in preparation for their return, Nezuko suddenly appeared beside Yuzui, placing her small hand on his arm. In the next moment, Yuzui was engulfed in flames. Rengoku-sensei, Inosuke, Nezuko's fire can purge the poison. Just as Samaire was about to scold Nezuko, Zenitsu's voice rang out. Samaire turned around, and there stood the pale-skinned and still magnificent Yuzui, despite his battle scars. She immediately abandoned Nezuko and lunged at Yuzui, sobbing uncontrollably. Seizing the opportunity, Nezuko also set Rengoku and Inosuke ablaze, and Zenitsu rejoined the group. It seems we arrived late. Hiss. Following the sound, a man with black hair and heterochromatic eyes, his lower face wrapped in bandages and a white snake coiling around his neck, approached. Humph. The 6th upper moon, in such a pitiful state, requiring Rengoku's assistance. Very well. I suppose I shall commend you. After listening to the events, Iguro Abanai began to critique Yuzui. Abanai, speak with care, or you might find Kanroji displeased with you. Yuzui replied, his expression one of exasperation. Abanai fell silent. Zenitsu, where is Tanjiro? Rengoku realized that only Zenitsu had returned, and Tanjiro was nowhere to be seen. He went to check if the demon was dead. Zenitsu gestured toward the direction he had come from, where he and Tanjiro had parted ways. Tanjiro Kamado pressed his hand against Jitaro's mouth, saying, do not lie. You never truly felt that way. It was merely anger speaking. Make amends. You are each other's only kin. No one will forgive your actions. The countless lives you have taken will curse you, and no one will speak well of you. Therefore, at the very least, do not hurl insults at one another. Tanjiro gazed pityingly at the siblings' fading heads, understanding that Jitaro, much like himself, harbored deep affection for his sister. Though the siblings were detestable, he wished they would not depart burdened with hatred for one another. Watching them, Tanjiro contemplated how, had he been home that night, had he not perished, he and Nezuko might have become like the upper 6 siblings, a pair of flesh-eating demon siblings, deeply in love yet steeped in sin. Had they reconciled? Tanjiro pondered, observing the dissipating starlight with uncertainty. They must reconcile. He rose and hurried back. As he saw everyone looking at him, Nezuko waved vigorously. And Tanjiro couldn't help but feel, it's wonderful that everyone is here. We won. How splendid. Thus, the entertainment district arc came to a successful conclusion. Chapter 45, Awakening. With Jitaro's poison eradicated, the other injuries sustained by the group were rendered trivial. Although Daki's slashing wounds were numerous and varied, and Rengoku bore a deep gash that exposed bone, these were of little concern to the Demon Slayer Corps, especially for Hashira. 3 days after the events of the entertainment district, Rengoku returned home from the Butterfly Mansion. Noting that Carlos showed no signs of awakening, he sighed. First heading to the mountains to observe Kyojuro Shinjuro's training. After dining, he spent some time reading books authored by other Flame Hashira before retiring to his room for rest. I must take the opportunity to recuperate. I've informed the master that I won't be assigned any missions this week. The displeased expression of Shinobu regarding his request to leave the Butterfly Mansion for rest lingered in his mind. Then I shall rest well. Rengoku relaxed and closed his eyes. The following day, Rengoku, after a long absence, trained alongside Kyojuro Shinjuro, and after breakfast, approached Carlos, chattering about the events of the past few days. This was Rengoku's favorite pastime. He found it immensely peaceful. Carlos, the 6th upper moon has been slain. This is a momentous occasion for the Demon Slayer Corps. Yet, Yuzui mentioned he intends to retire, as his wives are quite concerned for him. However, it's all right. Our seedlings are thriving. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke are maturing swiftly, he said with immense pride. Yuzui plans to visit the swordsmith village in a few days. His sword has dulled, and he intends to have it reforged while enjoying the hot springs there, which are truly delightful. Regrettably, Carlos, you cannot partake. It is genuinely soothing. Rengoku sighed, regretfully pulling away Carlos's hand that rested beneath the blanket. His hands were pale and slender, adorned with calluses from sword training, unmarred by scars. Truly beautiful hands. Yet these hands had once vanished from his sight. It was on the second day after Carlos arrived at the Rengoku household, when a small Rengoku, brimming with excitement, held a steaming roasted sweet potato, eager to share his beloved food with Carlos, the person he felt a strong affinity for. Mr. Brand, what is it? Carlos suddenly appeared before Rengoku, causing him to lose his footing and collide with Carlos, inadvertently pressing the roasted sweet potato into Carlos's hand. In a moment of stark realization, Kyojuro Rengoku watched in disbelief as Carlos's hand ignited like burning paper, the flames licking outward from his palm, consuming his fingers and wrist bit by bit. Carlos maintained a stoic expression, sidestepping Rengoku with a swift motion to sever the small forearm, a new hand sprouting forth almost instantaneously. With a deft application of magic, Carlos cooled the roasted sweet potatoes and knelt down to embrace the startled Rengoku, his voice imbued with a gentle warmth akin to a spring breeze. What troubles you, Kyojuro? Rengoku pulled away from the embrace, lifting Carlos's newly formed hand, his gaze fixated in bewilderment upon its completeness. He pinched the fingers, moving them in tandem with Carlos's hand. What is this? He inquired, astonished. Carlos smiled back at him. Nothing to worry about. Rengoku, doubting his own eyes, shook his head and offered, Mr. Brand. These roasted sweet potatoes are quite delicious, presenting them to Carlos as if bestowing a treasured gift. Thank you, I truly appreciate it. Carlos received the sweet potatoes with gratitude. Yet, Rengoku was still enveloped in confusion, unable to comprehend the miraculous event before him, and sought his father for answers. Upon learning that Carlos could not touch hot objects, Rengoku realized he had not been mistaken. Witnessing the wonders of magic only solidified his belief that Carlos had indeed employed sorcery to regenerate his hand. Burdened by guilt, Rengoku diligently tidied Carlos's room each day. Carlos, when will you awaken? He mused, placing Carlos's hand back down and gazing intently at his face. I am going to train. You should rest well. Rengoku gently tucked Carlos's blanket around him, preparing to rise. Yet, as he withdrew his hand, he was met with a pair of hazy crimson eyes. Carlos, you're awake, he exclaimed, but before he could finish, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and he found himself staring at the ceiling, blinking in confusion. Carlos lay atop him, silvery strands of hair cascading from his ear, brushing against Rengoku's neck, causing a ticklish sensation. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his neck, and Rengoku felt the warmth of his blood ebbing away. You awaken when you are hungry, he recalled the doctor's words, concerned that his taut muscles might harm Carlos's teeth. Rengoku relaxed his body, wrapping an arm around Carlos's waist. He's finally awake, what a relief. He felt the weight of Carlos upon him, the lost blood, and couldn't help but smile. Carlos, feeling ravenous, perceived a blurred figure before him and caught the scent of blood. So hungry, blood. I crave blood. His fangs emerged uncontrollably as he pinned the person before him down, piercing the skin and instinctively beginning to suckle. Before long, Carlos's vision sharpened, and realizing he was atop someone, he panicked and attempted to pull away. However, the hand on his waist tightened, trapping him momentarily, leaving Carlos unable to free himself. Kyojuro? He stammered, locking eyes with Rengoku's fiery gaze. Instantly, Carlos ceased his struggles and, as if drawn by an unseen force, lay back down. Are you all right? Carlos asked, touching the two puncture wounds he had just inflicted, feeling a pang of remorse. In the next heartbeat, the wounds vanished, and Rengoku felt the healing of his own injuries. I'm fine, Rengoku reassured, lifting a hand to pat Carlos's back. For a moment, silence enveloped them. Carlos studied Rengoku's chin, recalling the face he had just seen. He appeared more mature and resolute than before, embodying the essence of a steadfast man. It's wonderful that he has returned. Carlos nestled against Rengoku's neck, savoring the warmth of his presence. After all, this was perhaps his first, and likely last, opportunity for such intimate contact with Rengoku. Realizing Carlos was nuzzling against him, Rengoku's face flushed instantly, and the hand around Carlos's waist unconsciously tightened. Carlos turned his head to gaze at the silvery locks. He inquired, lifting his gaze to meet Rengoku's. I love you. Would you be willing to be my partner? Rengoku declared earnestly, locking eyes with Carlos. Startled, Carlos sprang up, breaking free from Rengoku's embrace and retreating to a safe distance. Chapter 46, A Declaration of Affection. Kyojuro, I believe you may have misunderstood, Carlos frowned. He had heard tales of those rescued mistaking their savior for a romantic interest. It was merely a cognitive distortion born from the act of rescue. I saved you. But that does not equate to love. You simply feel gratitude towards me. Despite his own feelings for Rengoku, Carlos could not stoop to falsely agree. Understanding Carlos's misconception, Rengoku turned and retrieved a large box from the cabinet, settling down before Carlos. Let us see if you like this, he said, tilting his head up to meet Carlos's gaze. Carlos hesitated momentarily, but curiosity ultimately prevailed, and he sat down beside Rengoku, maintaining a distance of 2 people apart. What is it? Carlos leaned forward to inspect. Rengoku was charmed by the sight and smiled as he opened the simple wooden box. Within, it revealed a treasure trove of various earrings, predominantly adorned with rubies, alongside other colored gems, pearls, jade, and silver. Carlos's eyes sparkled with delight as he beheld the collection. Are these for me? He asked, his voice filled with surprise. Rengoku nodded, closing the lid again. Do you know why I am giving you these? He inquired softly. To express your gratitude towards me, Carlos confidently replied. However, I have spent 3 years preparing these earrings. Rengoku caressed the wooden box. For a moment, Carlos's mind went blank. After you left, I thought of you every day, during training, while eating, even in my sleep, Rengoku confessed, now seated across from Carlos. One sat casually with legs crossed, while the other knelt upright, their knees barely a hand's breadth apart. Whenever I saw these earrings, I couldn't help but buy them, envisioning how you would look wearing them. Rengoku offered the box to Carlos, who numbly accepted it. Know this, Carlos. I do not love you merely because you saved me, but because my feelings for you are genuine. Rengoku gazed deeply into Carlos's eyes, his unwavering stare as intense as fire. Will you be my partner? He asked, clenching his fists, a hint of nervousness evident. Carlos set the box aside, leaping onto Rengoku, wrapping his arms around his neck, their lips nearly touching. I will, he declared, pulling back slightly to beam at Rengoku with a bright smile. Rengoku's hands rested on Carlos's waist, and under Carlos's gaze, he felt a warmth envelop him, as though the heat from his body were radiating in waves. Kyojuro? Carlos touched Rengoku's forehead, exclaiming, You're so hot. The warmth from Rengoku's forehead rendered Carlos's already cold hands warm. I'm fine, Rengoku replied, taking hold of Carlos's hand. Would you like to try on those earrings? He averted his gaze, suddenly feeling shy. Sure, Carlos replied, dismounting Rengoku and picking up the wooden box to sit nearby. Rengoku lay back on the floor, shielding his eyes with his right arm while extending his left hand toward his lips, startled by the sensation, quickly withdrawing as if struck by electricity. What a moment this is. Rengoku lay there, calming the tumult of emotions swirling within him. Kyojuro, how does it look? Carlos's voice broke through, and as Rengoku lowered his hand, he found himself staring into Carlos's enlarged face. Kyojuro Rengoku found himself captivated by Carlos, though he scarcely registered what the latter was wearing. His gaze inadvertently drifted to Carlos's lips, which were a delicate hue, perhaps stained from a recent feeding, now appearing crimson as blood. The coolness and softness of them sent a shiver down Rengoku's spine, compelling him to redirect his attention to Carlos's earlobes. Upon discerning the earrings adorning Carlos's ears, Rengoku's eyes widened slightly. They were a pair of simple ruby studs, devoid of any embellishments, standing out as rather unremarkable amidst a collection of extravagant jewelry. These earrings were crafted by Rengoku himself, every step from polishing to setting executed with meticulous care. During a mission, he had rescued a craftsman specializing in earrings, who warmly invited Rengoku to his home for a meal. As the man introduced Rengoku to the unfamiliar tools scattered about the workshop, a sudden inspiration struck him to learn the art of earring making. Could you teach me to make earrings? Rengoku had inquired earnestly. The craftsman, taken aback but reminiscing fondly, had agreed with a smile. Conveniently, Rengoku was assigned nearby, and after a day of recuperation, he would rush to the craftsman's abode to learn. Just before heading to his next mission, Rengoku successfully fashioned the earrings. Kyojuro, may you find happiness, the craftsman had said as he bid Rengoku farewell. At that moment, Rengoku had been puzzled by the sentiment, believing the man was merely reminiscing about his late wife. Do not be sad, he had shouted back, waving to the craftsman as he joined the crow, setting off for his next destination. Upon returning home and glancing at the other dazzling earrings in the box, Rengoku looked at his own creation and ultimately placed it in a corner. He had never imagined that Carlos would choose to wear it, considering the earrings Carlos had previously adorned were always more extravagant. Indeed, I too find it beautiful, Kyojuro. I adore it, Carlos remarked, lying beside Rengoku, his gaze instantly drawn to the stud, which radiated Rengoku's essence, rendering all others insignificant in comparison. Thus, he comprehended immediately that it was a creation of Rengoku's own hands. As long as you like it, Rengoku replied, tilting his head to meet Carlos's gaze, his smile radiant. Kyojuro, how long have I been asleep? Carlos asked, also tilting his head towards Rengoku. For months and 11 days, Rengoku replied without a second thought, having kept count every single day. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Carlos exhaled, relieved that it had not been decades. Otherwise, he might never have reunited with Rengoku. Carlos, why have your eyes turned red? Rengoku inquired, gazing into Carlos's luminous crimson eyes, which seemed even more dazzling than the rubies adorning his ears. Oh, This is because I have grown stronger, Carlos replied, a hint of pride in his voice. Among our kind, the eyes of the magical bloodline manifest in 3 colors: blue, purple, and red. The deeper the hue, the greater the strength. He had noticed this when he donned the earring, already envisioning the astonished reactions of his kin. I too must strive harder, Rengoku declared, springing to his feet. Will you train with me? He extended his hand towards Carlos. Of course, Carlos replied, clasping Rengoku's hand as he was pulled up. This marked the first time Rengoku beheld Carlos's combat prowess, and soon enough, Rengoku found himself bested. Chapter 47, News. Carlos. The Lord wishes to see you, and everyone is quite concerned for you. Will you visit the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters tomorrow? Rengoku inquired, glancing at Carlos, who lay relaxed atop the roof with his hands behind his head. The two had been practicing and remained on the rooftop to chat, with Rengoku recounting events from the past few years as the sun dipped below the horizon. Very well, Carlos said, rising to his feet. After gently lowering Rengoku to the ground, he cradled Rengoku's face and placed a kiss upon his lips. Good night, sweet dreams, Kyojuro, he said, departing with grace, leaving Rengoku standing there in a daze. The following morning, Rengoku arrived with disheveled hair and a weary countenance. Kyojuro, did you not sleep well last night? Rengoku's father, Shinjiro, observed, surprised to see his son looking so lackluster. I did not rest well, Rengoku nodded, stiffening slightly when meeting Carlos's gaze, quickly averting his eyes to his meal. No matter, let us eat first, he said, diving into his food. Kyojuro, why did you not rest properly? Carlos asked as they walked together, moving backwards to face Rengoku. It's nothing, really, Rengoku replied, concerned about Carlos bumping into something. He grasped Carlos's wrist and did not release it, walking hand in hand. Noticing how Rengoku held his wrist, Carlos unhesitatingly took Rengoku's hand, intertwining their fingers, and was satisfied by the connection. Suddenly, he caught sight of Rengoku's flushed ears, causing him to smirk mischievously and beckon with his finger. Feeling a tingling sensation in his palm, Rengoku froze in place. Carlos, I believe we must hasten, Rengoku declared loudly enough for the entire street to hear, quickening their pace. He led Carlos to meet the Lord. Lord, Lady Kenroji, Rengoku said respectfully as he bowed toward the two figures. The man was marred by purple scars covering much of his face. Even his visible hands bore the marks, rendering him a fearsome sight. The woman, with her white hair elegantly styled in a traditional kimono, exuded grace and poise. Her eyes captivated attention first. Reminiscent of the unfathomable night, with pupils rippling like waves, her gaze both gentle and resolute. Thank you for your efforts, Kyojuro, Muzan Kibutsuji said, his tone soothing, imbued with a magic that eased tensions. It is my duty. Rengoku shook his head, settling beside Carlos. Prince Carlos, it is a pleasure to meet you, Muzan said earnestly, greeting Carlos with respect. Hello, Lord Muzan, Lady Kenroji, Carlos nodded in acknowledgement. Prince Carlos, it is written in the records of the Kenroji family that you have encountered Muzan Kibutsuji, have you not? The mention of his adversary sent a tremor through Muzan, while Kenroji placed her hand over her husband's tightly clenched fist, offering him strength. Indeed, Carlos recalled the unpleasant memory, furrowing his brow. Your magic can restore the scene from that time. Muzan's voice trembled, his eyes reflecting a deep concern. Lord Muzan, Kenroji supported her husband, and Rengoku felt a pang of worry for Muzan's condition. Yes, Carlos replied, observing Muzan's distress, and quickly performed a healing spell. Your curse cannot be undone by my magic, Carlos noted, grimacing at the horrid purple scars still clinging to Muzan's visage. Yet, Muzan felt considerably better now, smiling gently at Carlos. Thank you. Kenroji also offered Carlos a faint smile, expressing her gratitude. Carlos waved his hand dismissively. You seek to meet the Demon King. Muzan shook his head. I can no longer see him. I wish for my children to meet him. The Kenroji family had battled Muzan for a millennium, the very monster responsible for their curse. And though he could no longer witness the confrontation, he hoped that Carlos's recollections would be of use to his children. He harbored a premonition that the long-standing enmity with Muzan Kibutsuji would culminate in his generation. He fervently wished for his children to survive the impending confrontation with Muzan. Very well, Carlos nodded. Is it possible that he cannot see? Carlos observed that Yose Kenroji was able to accurately pinpoint his location. He had assumed that, although the curse had ravaged much of his face, it had not impaired his sight. A remarkable individual. Indeed worthy of respect. With the pillar assembly scheduled to convene in 5 days, it was a burden for His Highness Carlos and Kyojuro Rengoku to attend. Having alleviated a concern, Yose Kenroji exhaled in relief. Dear Lord, please rest well. After bidding farewell to the Kenroji couple, Rengoku took Carlos to the Butterfly Mansion, where only Shinobu Kocho and the still recovering Tenjin Yuzui were present at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Shinobu, you are injured. Busy with her tasks. Shinobu Kocho noticed the two and hastily set aside her vials to approach them. Before she could speak, Carlos's words halted her in her tracks, as she had not anticipated that such a minor wound would be perceptible to him, thus reshaping her understanding of his perceptive abilities. One day during their childhood, the Butterfly sisters had spent an entire day frolicking outside, resulting in a scraped elbow for Shinobu. Not particularly severe. The two had intended to treat it discreetly upon returning home, fearing their mother's worry would prevent them from enjoying their freedom and dreading their father's incessant nagging. Yet, as they entered, Carlos, who had been learning to read with Kanae Tsuri, glanced over. Shinobu, you are hurt. Upon hearing this, Kanae immediately set down her book and moved to Shinobu's side. Under the intense gaze of Kanae, Shinobu obediently rolled up her sleeve, revealing the scraped elbow. The faint traces of blood stood out starkly against her fair skin. Kanae was distraught, gently tending to Shinobu's injury while chattering incessantly. The sisters cast wistful glances at Carlos as he silently picked up a book to shield them from his gaze. Shinobu quickly caught on, maintaining her smile as she rolled up her sleeve, claiming she had merely pricked herself with a needle. She extended her arm towards Carlos, revealing a small puncture mark. Do you require treatment? Carlos inquired, his eyes settling on the red spot on her otherwise flawless skin. I'm fine, brother Carlos. It will heal on its own shortly. Shinobu replied, lowering her sleeve with a smile, unaware of whether Carlos's magic could counteract toxins. For safety's sake, she decided against it. Very well. Carlos acquiesced without further insistence. Brother Carlos, it is truly wonderful to see you awake. Standing before him, Shinobu felt a surge of emotions welling up, nearly bringing her to tears. Shinobu, you have become an exceptional doctor. Carlos observed the young woman before him. Everything had transformed, yet remained achingly familiar. Rengoku informed Carlos that Kanae Kocho had perished in battle, and Shinobu had taken up the mantle of the Butterfly Mansion, caring for the wounded and employing poison to vanquish demons, compensating for her own weaknesses. A remarkable individual indeed. Shinobu's tears flowed freely, as if a dam had burst. In the span of a single night, her heaven had turned to hell. With her parents gone, she and her sister had relied on one another, fueled by a thirst for vengeance against demons, training relentlessly day after day. Then, her sister had also fallen, leaving her utterly alone. She often felt as if she were adrift, tethered only by Kanae's spirit, and now, another hand had joined in support. A handkerchief appeared before her, and Shinobu accepted it, its texture reminiscent of her childhood, smooth and soft. Watching the two depart, she clutched the handkerchief tightly, glancing at her Haori. Sister, how I wish you were here too. Rengoku, you haven't been captured by the butterfly, have you? That would be rather unceremonious. Tenjin Yuzui greeted Rengoku with a radiant smile upon spotting him at the Butterfly Mansion. He felt his health had returned. Yet Shinobu insisted he remain for a few more days. Those three young ones had treated their wounds at the mansion and left within a day, but his sole companion, Rengoku, had abandoned him, a grievance he harbored throughout the day. Not at all glamorous, Yuzui thought disdainfully. I brought Carlos with me. Yuzui, how are you? Rengoku entered the sick room, and Yuzui noticed Carlos behind him. Brand, you are awake. Yuzui exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Carlos. Please, cast a spell for me. I want to go home. He hurried to Carlos, urgency in his every step. A withered tree finds spring, he mused, feeling invigorated enough to confront Upper Six again. Thank you, Brand. The effect is remarkable. Do visit my home sometime. I must find Shinobu now. With his mind set on leaving the Butterfly Mansion, Yuzui rushed off. Then let us return home, Rengoku said, glancing at Carlos, who nodded in agreement as they proceeded in the direction of their residence. Chapter 48, Memories. Kanata. You have arrived quite early. Rengoku greeted Kanata Tsuyuri with enthusiasm. Good morning, Kanata. Carlos followed suit, waving to him. Good morning, Rengoku, Carlos, Kanata replied, his gaze shifting to the two seated before him. It is truly wonderful that both of you are unharmed. Tears brimmed in his eyes. With Upper Six vanquished and Carlos awakened, Rengoku beamed with joy. Soon, the other Hashira arrived in succession, and Rengoku exchanged greetings with them, inviting Carlos to visit their estates after the meeting. As Tenjin Yuzui had already retired, he was absent from this gathering. Rengoku and Carlos were joined by Mitsuri Kenroji and Abanai Iguro, who had just returned from a mission. Their eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing the two. Rengoku is particularly dashing today, and Bran looks quite handsome as well. Abanai nodded towards Rengoku. Good morning, Mitsuri. Rengoku and Carlos chimed in unison. Good morning, Mitsuri. Rengoku also warmly greeted Abanai. Once seated, Yose Kenroji entered, supported by his wife, Tamayo. Dear Lord, Lady Tamayo, the Hashira bowed respectfully to the Kenroji couple. I am delighted to see everyone gathered once more. Yose smiled warmly at his unscathed children, his heart swelling with happiness. Kyojuro, Yu, Tenjin, Tanjiro, Nezuko, Zenitsu, and Inosuke have successfully slain Upper 6. Well done. He looked at Rengoku with a gentle smile. It is what we ought to do. Rengoku's resonant voice filled the room. This time, we have slain Upper 6, altering a century-old stalemate. Muzan Kibutsuji will undoubtedly respond. Everyone must exercise caution. Yose's voice was measured and soothing. The Hashira nodded in agreement. His Highness Carlos has encountered Muzan Kibutsuji before. He possesses the ability to unveil memories for others. We have invited him today to allow everyone to witness Muzan Kibutsuji. Like a bomb dropped into tranquil waters, all eyes turned to Carlos. Without uttering a word, Carlos raised his hand, summoning the past to manifest. The magic directed at Tamayo allowed her to see without feeling the pressure. Yose had stated that his wife was his eyes. What she beheld was what he saw. An overwhelming sense of suffocation washed over the Hashira as they beheld Muzan Kibutsuji. He stood at a distance, the air thick as if laden with ink, oppressive enough to constrict their throats, making even the act of breathing a burden. The ambient temperature seemed to plummet suddenly, not into coldness, but into a viscous oppression imbued with a fishy sweetness that penetrated to the marrow. It felt as though countless invisible threads were entwining, constricting ever tighter. A shift in perspective revealed the bamboo groves on either side, retreating rapidly, sensing an impending strike. In an instant, a sidestep was executed, and following the slender whip-like weapon, the sight of a man emerged, his back resembling a clawing octopus. As the whip lashed out menacingly, despair enveloped the gathered souls as death loomed, and in the next moment, through the shimmering golden sparks, they beheld the dismembered form of Kibutsuji Muzan, as if glimpsing a deity. The pitch-black Nicaran blade still bore the glimmer of fading crimson, while his flamboyant red hair billowed. A deep scarlet flame-like marking adorned his left temple, stretching from his brow to his cheek, resembling a genuine fire ablaze upon his visage, with cherry-red eyes radiating compassion. Standing there, he appeared as a blade of light cleaving through the mundane world. The memory concluded with that extraordinary swordsmanship. The assembly sat in stunned silence, each face etched with disbelief. Kanae Tsuyuri quickly regained her composure and softly conveyed the contents of the memory to the others, along with their reactions. Remarkable, she murmured amidst the silence. Why does that person seem somewhat familiar? What breathing style is this? It resembles the breath of flame, yet it diverges, Rengoku Kyojuro pondered. Is he a practitioner of the breath of the sun? He glanced at Carlos, and upon hearing the connection to the origins of breathing techniques, the others turned their attention to him as well. Indeed, he is Yoriichi Tsujikoni, the progenitor of breathing techniques, Carlos affirmed with a nod. Rengoku Kyojuro keenly sensed Carlos's somber mood and, uncertain of the cause, reached out to pat the back of Carlos's hand. When Carlos looked at him, he returned a brilliant smile, so formidable that it leaves no opportunity for surpassing him. Mitsuri Kanroji recalled the moment when 1,500 pieces of flesh were severed. Chills creeping up her spine. Even in the brilliance of Carlos's gaze, she felt a sense of inadequacy, if it were her. She feared she could only catch a fleeting glimpse of the blade's light. Such a powerful individual could not slay Kibutsuji Muzan. It seems only the sun can bring about his demise, Shinobu Kocho stated gravely. The stench of Kibutsuji Muzan is truly nauseating, Iguro Abanai remarked, maintaining a steady output. Indeed, he is terrifyingly strong and exceedingly dangerous, Ju Tomioka added casually. Do not let others' prowess extinguish your own spirit, Mitsuri Kanroji admonished, casting a glare at Ju Tomioka. Abanai's snake-like companion hissed, eyeing Ju with suspicion. Everyone looks so striking, Mitsuri Kanroji mused, glancing about with her hands cradling her face in wonder. All right, so now we know that Kibutsuji Muzan can only be defeated by sunlight, and his attack style involves that whipping weapon, Shinobu stated, raising an index finger to summarize the information. That is the current understanding. Michiro Takedo nodded in agreement. Yoriichi Tsujikoni noted that his wife mentioned the Hashira were all somewhat perspiring, and as he touched her dry hand, he realized that Carlos had been somewhat reserved with the magic he employed on Kanae. Such fine control, his strength is remarkable, Yoriichi affirmed. Hearing that the strongest member of the Demon Slayer Corps, Shinobu Kocho, was also sweating, he felt reassured, trusting in his children as comrades who could rely on one another. Possessing unwavering conviction and immense strength, unafraid. After summarizing and assigning tasks, the meeting concluded, and Yoriichi departed with his wife's assistance. Carlos, let us engage in combat, Michiro said. Addressing Carlos, training oneself was a continual pursuit, and if the once small Carlos could inflict damage upon Kibutsuji Muzan, what might his current strength entail? Carlos, glancing at the expressionless youth, felt a pang of sorrow. The once cheerful child had been marred by demons, and without the exaggerated features, he might not have associated the two. Very well, Carlos replied, nodding in agreement. Chapter 49. Combat. Upon hearing this, the Hashira followed the two to the training ground. Seated in an orderly manner, observing the standoff between the two, Michiro raised his Nichiren blade, which was only slightly shorter than himself, revealing his youth. The loose-fitting uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps concealed his minor movements, rendering his attack intentions inscrutable. A clever child, Carlos mused. But I am not a close combatant. Michiro regarded his opponent with a calm demeanor, thinking, that peculiar magic seems to require incantation. I can anticipate it. With this thought, the blade emanated a bluish-green glow. Breath of mist, fourth form, obscured slash. The blade suddenly shimmered with a semi-transparent mist, transforming the battlefield into a watercolored ink wash. As his figure dissolved within the thickening fog, moving with astonishing speed. Yet, midway, he abruptly revealed himself, halting just a meter from Carlos. Michiro exerted force upon his legs. But curiously, he found himself unable to budge. It felt as though his legs had become two immovable mountains, steadfast against the winds. There's no sound. And I had no forewarning. How strange. Michiro furrowed his brow. What is happening? Mitsuri Kenroji observed as Michiro inexplicably halted, body leaning forward, brows knit tightly. Carlos had employed a spell that rendered the target immobile, Rengoku explained from the sidelines. Michiro can still move. He is not doing well either, Abanai remarked, intently watching the unfolding situation. The distance is sufficient. I should be able to strike and regain my mobility. Michiro's gaze remained fixed on Carlos. Breath of mist, second form, eightfold mist. Carlos, in turn, dispelled the immobilizing magic on Michiro, steadfastly facing the incoming attack. Currently, there were two versions of his protective spell. The one he was using was not a close-fitting protective charm, but one capable of precisely countering based on the attack's direction and force. Although this required more magical energy, it mattered little as long as the opponent posed no threat. This technique was far more impressive than before. Imagine a blade striking you without breaching your skin versus one halting just half a meter away, smirking at the foe behind the blade. Undoubtedly, the latter was far more stylish. With the attack slicing through an invisible barrier, an explosion erupted half a meter before Carlos. From a distance, he smirked at Michiro. Mr. Brand looks so dashing. Mitsuri blushed, her eyes sparkling at Carlos. Not good. Michiro realized he could move again, retreating sharply while raising his blade against the sudden onslaught of blades appearing from all directions. Breath of mist, second form, eightfold mist. Michiro unleashed a flurry of strikes, mitigating a portion of the assault. Breath of mist, fifth form, sea of mist clouds. Without hesitation, even exposing his back, he charged toward Carlos. Carlos did not withdraw from the assault directed at Michiro's back. Instead, he altered his direction and intensity in response. This was the battlefield, and this was Michiro's choice. A resonant and ancient voice echoed, Knight Summon. A towering figure clad in heavy armor materialized before Carlos, wielding a massive sword. The knight not only blocked Michiro's strike, but also sent him soaring with a single swing, immediately launching an offensive in midair. The towering knight displayed an agility that was anything but sluggish. On the contrary, he moved with remarkable fluidity, rendering Tomoyuri Yunora's techniques ineffective against him. Carlos, observing the back-and-forth exchange between the two, found himself thoroughly engrossed in the spectacle of battle. So this was the feeling Latte experienced when watching me duel with the knight. Carlos could sense Latte's joy radiating from him. The knight's summoning was a common practice for Latte and Carlos during their training sessions. Your Highness, strive to defeat him. Give it your all. Latte exclaimed before playfully seating himself nearby, producing a novel trinket that Carlos had never encountered before, likely a curious item brought back from the recent merchant gathering. Latte began to examine and play with it, thoroughly engrossed. Meanwhile, Carlos endured a thorough thrashing at the hands of the knight, until he eventually grew stronger and was able to utterly demolish the knight. In a surprising turn, he cast a transformation spell on Latte, delighting in the sight of him morphing into a vibrant, multicolored kitten, a wicked grin spreading across his face at his success. Ultimately, the knight was dispelled by Tomoyuri Yunoro, who himself lacked the strength to rise, kneeling on one knee with his sword for support. In the next moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief and, upon glancing at his hands, discovered that all his wounds had been healed. As the battle concluded, the Hashira surrounded Tomoyuri Yunoro, inquiring about the peculiar nature of the combat. Unraveling the enigma of the battle style proved elusive. Through the gaps in the crowd, Tomoyuri Yunoro caught sight of Carlos engaged in conversation with Rengoku Kyojuro. Sensing the gaze, Carlos met Tomoyuri Yunoro's eyes and offered a gentle smile. Hey, Bloodline Prince, how about a match? Ihei Shido also expressed a desire to experience this unusual combat style. Very well, Carlos nodded, turning to Nishikawa Sanemi. Sanemi, do you wish to join as well? Sanemi nodded in agreement. Can you both handle it together? Carlos inquired. Looking at the two, Ihei Shido and Nishikawa Sanemi exchanged a glance before dashing forward, swords drawn. Remarkably swift, Sanemi charged in like a tempest. And together they executed a synchrony that yielded results greater than the sum of their parts. The conclusion saw Carlos with a slightly soiled hem, while the two lay incapacitated on the ground. Chapter 50, The Fierce Wind. Brother Brand, would you care to join me for a meal? Nishikawa Sanemi invited Carlos. Certainly, Kyojuro. You may head home first, Carlos replied, nodding, eager to learn how Sanemi had fared over the years, waving goodbye to Rengoku Kyojuro. The two made their way to the residence of the Wind Hashira, though Sanemi hesitated, contemplating speaking, but ultimately said nothing. Sanemi, do you regret taking this path? Carlos broke the silence. Sanemi, clad in his uniform with an open collar, bore gruesome scars across his chest and a horizontal one spanning his abdomen, each a testament to harrowing battles fought. His white hair stood defiantly, bloodshot eyes presenting a fearsome visage. Yet, when one gazed into his smoky violet eyes, the tenderness buried within became apparent. I do not regret it. Those scoundrels deserve their fate, he said, looking ahead, nervously ruffling his hair. Brother Brand, it is a pleasure to see you again. After being sent to the trainers, he had found his days filled with purpose. Learning alongside Himejima Gyomii and receiving care from his senior brothers and sisters, all of which he cherished deeply. Despite enduring countless farewells, losing his seniors and loved ones, he transformed his anger into resolve, vowing to fight until every demon was vanquished. I too am delighted to reunite with you all, Carlos remarked, surprised at the deep bonds he shared with this nation and the Demon Slayer Corps. How has Gyomii been recently? Carlos inquired, recalling Rengoku Kaijuro's mention of a rift between the Nishikawa brothers, piquing his curiosity about the circumstances. I have no such brother. Sanemi huffed indignantly. You two have had a falling out. Carlos mused, unable to fathom Sanemi severing ties with his only kin, suspecting an injury had occurred, akin to the scars marring Sanemi's own body. The elder brother, filled with concern, tenderly touched the wounds, harshly admonishing him to abandon the fight and lead a normal life. How can he fight without mastering the breathing techniques? Staying in the Demon Slayer Corps is tantamount to courting death. Sanemi bemoaned, striking the wall with his fist, leaving an indented mark. Isn't that just reckless? Carlos felt a headache coming on. How can he slay demons if he cannot use the breathing techniques? Will he simply hold out until dawn? I can no longer manage him. The last time I broke his leg, he lay in the butterfly mansion for months, only to return to duty after healing. Sanemi slammed his fist against the wall again. Sanemi, this behavior is not advisable, Carlos replied, a frown gracing his features upon hearing of Sanemi's violent treatment of his brother. You must communicate. You haven't spoken, have you? Carlos pressed, turning his gaze to Sanemi. It has been ages since we last met. The last time he sought me out to talk, I didn't listen and ended up sending him to the butterfly mansion. Sanemi admitted, his guilt palpable as he avoided Carlos's gaze, staring at the wall instead. Is Gyomii around? Let us invite him to join us for dinner, Carlos proposed. I will send my crow to inquire, Sanemi instructed, dispatching his crow to locate Gyomii's brother. Nishikawa Gyomii entered, cheerful and exuberant, his eyes fixated on his elder brother, only to discover that another person sat across from him. Brother Brand? Nishikawa Gyomii looked at Carlos, recognizing the face from his memories. Though puzzled by the change in eye color, was this truly the same person? Gyomii, it has been a long while. You've grown even taller than Sanemi, Carlos remarked, gazing up at the tall youth who had entered, realizing that Gyomii had indeed surpassed Sanemi in height. This kid is just growing taller, Sanemi scoffed. Why are you dawdling? Come sit down. Seeing his brother standing there in a daze, Sanemi sighed. How can he slay demons like this? All right, brother, Gyomii beamed at him. It has been ages since we shared a meal together. The joy of youth radiated clearly from his face. Brother Brand, why have your eyes turned red? They seem unchanged compared to before, Gyomii observed, astonished by Carlos's transformation. Both he and his brother had changed significantly, especially Carlos, who had evolved from a seemingly powerless figure into the formidable Wind Hashira capable of shouldering great burdens. The gentle brother of his memories, whose smile warmed like the winter sun, seemed to fade into the distance, replaced by this fierce man. Yet, he understood that deep down, his brother remained that gentle soul, just less adept at expressing it. His concern for his comrades manifested as irritation, telling them they were a nuisance and to go away. Much like how his worry for Gyomii turned into sending him off on dangerous missions. Reflecting on this, Gyomii's spirits dampened. If only I could have a proper conversation with my brother. Stealing a quick glance at Carlos, he quickly shifted his gaze back to him, pretending as if nothing had transpired. Before him, Carlos seemed suspended in time, as if time had passed him by and moved on. It is because my strength has increased that my eyes have turned red, Carlos explained, gesturing to his eyes with a soft smile. Is that so? Brother Brand is truly impressive, Giyomi sincerely praised, wishing to become as formidable as his brother. Giyomi, how do you feel about life in the Demon Slayer Corps? Carlos gazed at Shinazugawa Genya, his eyes brimming with youthful ambition. I feel great. Every day I strive to become stronger, to slay more demons, and to ascend to the rank of Hashira just like my elder brother. His voice resonated with fervent hopes. The words of Shinazugawa Sanemi lodged in his throat, unable to escape, ultimately retreating into a tumult of unexpressed emotions swirling within his gaze, gradually sinking into an inexplicable depth. I eagerly await the day Genya becomes a Hashira, Carlos remarked, his anticipation palpable. Shinazugawa Genya looked upon Carlos in astonishment, never expecting such encouragement. I will, he affirmed, nodding vigorously, while Sanemi rolled his eyes in exasperation. Is Genya also a practitioner of the breath of wind? Carlos inquired casually. I cannot use the breathing techniques, Genya confessed, his voice tinged with melancholy as he lowered his gaze. May I ask how you managed to slay demons? Carlos's face reflected a mix of curiosity and hesitation. There's nothing to hide. I can consume demons to gain their powers, Genya began, but before he could finish, Sanemi had already snapped the chopsticks in his hand, aiming the jagged end toward Genya's eyes. Chapter 51. The gentle breeze. Carlos swiftly invoked a binding spell, immobilizing Genya and pulling him away from danger. Don't stop me. I'm going to kill him. Sanemi's rage surged, veins bulging as fury consumed him. Genya flinched under Sanemi's fierce gaze, retreating behind Carlos, who stood a mere 5 centimeters shorter. The biting cold pierced the air, and Carlos contemplated the efficacy of his spell, recalling how it had often calmed those of the bloodline who were in distress. He promptly released the spell, directing his magic towards Sanemi. The chill he conjured felt 1,000 times colder than winter, as if icy daggers were piercing his lungs, causing him to arch his back in agony. The air he inhaled transformed into shards of ice that seared him deeply. He felt as though encased in a block of ice, first suffering pain, then descending into numbness. As his vision blurred, he caught a glimpse of Carlos's dazed expression and his brother rushing toward him in a panic. Carlos quickly dispelled the spell, tossing a revitalizing charm toward Genya, who felt warmth returning to his body, allowing him to exhale in relief. The fright had truly unnerved him. Even a mere touch from Sanemi had inflicted harm. Sanemi, are you all right? Carlos asked, concern etched upon his face as he observed Sanemi's confused state. I'm fine, Sanemi replied, regaining his composure and meeting the worried gaze of his brother, whose eyes mirrored his own in hue. Brother, perhaps we should visit the butterfly mansion, Genya suggested, wary of Sanemi's stubbornness. He had observed that as long as it did not interfere with demon slaying, Sanemi would avoid the butterfly mansion. Is there truly nothing wrong? What is this about consuming demons? Does the butterfly mansion know? Sanemi questioned, sitting up and scrutinizing Genya intently. By consuming demon flesh, I can temporarily acquire their powers. Even the teacher is unaware, Genya answered obediently. Does it affect your health? Sanemi pressed, his concern deepening. Not at all. Once the time is up, I revert to being an ordinary person, and my recovery abilities have even improved, Genya quickly reassured him. Then how do you kill demons if both sides are demons? Sanemi's inquiries continued. I possess a Nichiren blade, Genya exclaimed, frustration bubbling over. Just because he couldn't master the breathing techniques didn't mean he was incapable of wielding a Nichiren blade. And I have a firearm, he boasted, describing its impressive capabilities as if a child showcasing a prized toy. Is the gun made from Nichiren blade materials? Carlos asked, intrigued by the mention of firearms, a rarity that had once sparked interest in Lot's mind. When Lot first encountered a gun, his curiosity about its power led him to recklessly fire one, nearly compromising his own defenses. This ignited a passion in him for firearms, leading to extensive research on better materials, precision designs, and enhanced power and range. Carlos pondered why the Demon Slayer Corps had not widely adopted such a potent weapon. Well, Genya nodded, it's just not as effective as the breathing techniques. As Sanemi summoned a green aura around him, he remarked, Brother, the power of the firearm is immense. I'll fetch it for you to inspect later. Genya was eager to defend his weapon, recalling the astonishment he felt upon first using it. Upon seeing the determination in his brother's eyes, Sanemi experienced a fleeting moment of introspection. He realized it had been quite some time since he had truly seen Genya's face. Their encounters often ended in discord, and he had previously supported Genya's endeavors. He had thought that perhaps they could undertake missions together, ensuring Genya's safety. However, learning that Genya could not master the breathing techniques had propelled him to devise ways to distance his brother from the Demon Slayer Corps, wishing for him to lead a mundane life, marry, and age gracefully. Why must he be so obstinate? Sanemi thought. Recalling a moment when he had nearly forced Genya into the butterfly mansion, watching helplessly as he lay on the bed, filled with guilt and frustration. He could perish out there. He fumed internally. Yet, it was he who had continually sought updates on Genya's recovery. And he who had urged others to gather intelligence on the strength of the demons they faced. Understood, Sanemi finally softened his tone. Why do you insist on remaining in the Demon Slayer Corps? With a rare opportunity to speak amicably, Sanemi awkwardly raked his fingers through his hair. Because I want to be just like you. I aspire to be as formidable as you, to become a Hashira, to fight alongside you, and to never be left behind. Genya's eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed up at Sanemi, who had always been his role model. In his youth, he had dreamed of being the pillar of the family like Sanemi. Now, he yearned to be as strong as his brother, who he believed to be the most gentle and powerful person in the world. Sanemi felt a swell of warmth at Genya's unfiltered admiration. Carlos turned away, chuckling softly. Brother, what's wrong? Let us head to the butterfly mansion, Genya suggested, concerned that Sanemi had been affected by the cold, his complexion reddened and steam rising from his head. I'm truly fine, Sanemi exclaimed, startling Genya with the volume of his voice. Genya, he said, looking at his youngest brother, you must survive. He resolved not to prevent Genya from slaying demons, but hoped fervently that he would endure. I will. Genya nodded earnestly. It seems we've reconciled, Carlos observed with satisfaction. Genya, not many use firearms, do they? Carlos probed, curious about the lack of widespread adoption of such powerful ranged weaponry. Only I possess one. As they are difficult to manufacture, Genya replied, nodding. Brother Brand, what's wrong with the firearm? Sanemi felt a surge of anxiety. If Carlos was inquiring about it, there must be something amiss. The firearm is incredible. When I first encountered it, it shattered my defenses, Carlos recounted, having endured many bullets himself. Acutely aware of a firearm's might. What? Sanemi exclaimed, astonished. It broke through your defenses? You and Kyojuro couldn't penetrate each other's defenses. Yet this firearm managed to breach them. Carlos nodded, recognizing the formidable weapon's prowess. Humanity truly possesses remarkable capabilities, if sufficiently abundant. Distributing them to the weaker members of the team could drastically reduce casualties. Shinazugawa Sanemi clenched his fists and regrettably struck the ground. Carlos recalled a spell he had hardly utilized, which he planned to experiment with. Ever since being struck by Muzan Kibutsuji, Carlos had immersed himself in learning various forms of magic, from lethal techniques to spells that enhance floral growth, encompassing an extensive repertoire, albeit many had remained untested. Sanemi, I must take my leave, Carlos said. Genya, train diligently. I have no doubt you will ascend to the rank of Hashira. He bid farewell to the two. With tear-filled eyes, Shinazugawa Genya waved. Brother Brand, see you next time. Shielded by the blinding sunlight, Carlos made his way toward the Rengoku residence. Chapter 52. The turbulent waters beneath Rengoku. Kyojuro had now grown accustomed to receiving Carlos's affectionate kiss with a sense of calm. Kyojuro, may your martial fortunes flourish, Carlos said, observing the prepared Rengoku Kyojuro as he waved goodbye. I shall. Carlos, anticipating his visit to Tomioka, noted that Kanamori would lead him there. Although he was aging and might take a wrong turn, Carlos had arranged to visit Tomioka the very next day. Hence he did not accompany Rengoku Kyojuro on a mission. It's no issue. As long as we don't deviate too far, I can sense the way, Carlos reassured himself, believing it to be a minor concern. Until Tanjiro. Carlos noticed a familiar figure strolling ahead, puzzled. Hadn't Kyojuro mentioned that Tanjiro had been injured on a mission and was recuperating at the Butterfly Mansion? He had initially intended to visit Tanjiro after meeting Giyu. Yet here they crossed paths. Brother Carlos, it's wonderful to see you awake, Tanjiro Kamadu exclaimed, surprised to encounter Carlos. After the conclusion of the Hashira meeting the previous day, Shinobu Kochu had informed Rengoku Kyojuro that Tanjiro had been injured and was at the Butterfly Mansion. After parting ways with Kyojuro, Rengoku had gone to visit Tanjiro and share the news of Carlos's awakening, which Tanjiro found immensely uplifting. Weren't you injured? What brings you here? Carlos casually cast a spell, reviving Tanjiro's vitality. Tanjiro pointed to his bandaged left hand, explaining that his bone was fractured, but he couldn't bear to lie in bed and felt compelled to take a stroll. He rubbed his face, suddenly realizing the pain in his hand had vanished. Hey, Brother Carlos, have you healed me? Tanjiro's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Carlos. Carlos nodded in affirmation. Thank you so much. Tanjiro performed a deep bow. What brings you here, Brother Carlos? The back mountain of the Butterfly Mansion is usually devoid of visitors except for those in recovery. I'm on my way to Giyu. It seems Kanamori has led me astray, Carlos lamented, glancing at the aged crow perched upon the branch, which had arrived quite late that morning. It appeared they were indeed off course. You're headed to Giyu? That's an entirely different path. Tanjiro pondered the distance between the butterfly mansion's back mountain and the water house, perplexed by the absurdity of it all. He stared dumbfounded at Kanamori. I'll guide Brother Carlos. Tanjiro volunteered, now that his injury had healed. Very well. Kanamori, let us follow Tanjiro, Carlos said, looking up at the elderly crow gazing into the distance. With a raspy caw, Kanamori seemed to understand, vigorously flapping its wings to take flight. Brother Brand, Tanjiro, Ju Tomioka, training in the courtyard, spotted the two at the entrance. What brings Tanjiro here? Ju inquired, slightly bemused. Kanamori led us astray, and I happened to meet Brother Carlos at the butterfly mansion's back mountain, so I offered to assist, Tanjiro explained. Excuse me, Ju, Brother Carlos. I must take my leave. He waved goodbye, preparing to depart. Tanjiro, I have something to discuss with you, Ju interjected, halting Tanjiro's steps. Sensing a hint of anger emanating from Ju, Tanjiro began to sweat nervously. The three entered the room, forming a triangular arrangement. Brother Brand, let me have a word with Tanjiro first, Ju stated, directing his attention toward Carlos. Carlos nodded in agreement, indicating his willingness to step aside. Are you angry, Ju? Tanjiro asked cautiously. I am upset that you have not mastered the water-breathing techniques to their fullest potential. You must become a water Hashira. Ju's eyes, devoid of ripples, resembled a tranquil, unfathomable sea, absorbing the chaos of the world and rendering it irrelevant. Upon hearing of Tanjiro's rapid progress, Ju felt a surge of joy, knowing that the vacancy for a water Hashira would soon be filled. Yet, upon learning that Tanjiro excelled in the Hinakami Kagura, Ju found himself momentarily dumbfounded. Ju had longed for an opportunity to converse with Tanjiro, yet he was not adept at initiating dialogue, making it challenging for him to reach out. Today presented a good opportunity, he mused. I apologize for this matter, Tanjiro said, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. After all, he was initially brought to Mr. Urokodaki by Ju, learning the water-breathing techniques first, and now, it seemed he was letting Ju down. Mr. Urokodaki had mentioned that altering one's breathing technique or developing a new one was not an uncommon occurrence. Tanjiro's eyes darted around, and he nervously scratched his face. His voice tinged with uncertainty. That is not what I meant. Ju's expression grew serious. The position of water Hashira is currently vacant, and we must promptly have someone take on that role. The position of water Hashira is vacant? Both Carlos and Tanjiro, who had been absent-mindedly fiddling with his earrings, looked at Ju with astonishment. But you are here, aren't you? They questioned, bewildered. I am not a Hashira, Ju replied flatly. Tanjiro was about to inquire further, but Ju cut him off. You should leave. You need to become the water Hashira. I am unworthy of being a Hashira. Ju, why did you say that before? Carlos noted the topic mirrored a previous conversation that had been interrupted, securing his earrings and rejoining the discussion. Because you are unworthy, Ju stated, reluctant to divulge the underlying reasons. Kyojuro mentioned that Ju had developed the 11th form of water breathing, Nagi, an exceptionally powerful technique, making him a formidable Hashira. Carlos gestured subtly to Tanjiro. Tanjiro quickly grasped the implication, recalling Mr. Urokodaki had also deemed Ju the most gifted practitioner of water breathing. I am not. It is Sabito who deserves that title, Ju said, lowering his gaze in melancholy. Is Sabito your fellow student? Carlos inquired gently. I failed to pass the final selection. Ju answered cryptically, but Carlos sensed he was about to reveal the reason behind his sorrow. Are you referring to the final selection held on Fujikase Mountain? Tanjiro had not anticipated such a distant event. Indeed, that year, Ju slowly recounted his experiences from when he was trapped at the age of 13. The two could envision the righteous and extraordinarily skilled Sabito, who saved everyone but himself, leaving behind a deep-seated bond of regret for Ju. I am unworthy of being a water Hashira. One could even say I do not deserve to stand alongside the Hashira. I am different from them. My place is not among the Demon Slayer Corps. Ju's voice fell to a whisper, devoid of emotion or weight. Each word floated lightly, yet it carried an emptiness that sank deep into the chest, echoing with a haunting resonance. Tanjiro Kamido's eyes brimmed with tears as he reflected upon himself, recalling the fiery battles fought by his mentor, Rengoku, for the sake of everyone. If it weren't for Brother Carlos. Tanjiro shook his head and turned to Ju Tomioka. Mr. Ju, do you not wish to pass on the legacy entrusted to you by Kanae? Ju's pupils constricted momentarily. A breeze stirred, carrying the fragrance of wisteria and tousling Ju's hair, unearthing memories he had long sought to evade. His hand instinctively brushed against his cheek, as if the sting from Kanae's slap lingered still. Although Carlos had tried to console him, Ju was still young and easily trapped in a labyrinth of despair. It was Kanae's sharp rebuke that had jolted him awake. You should not entertain such thoughts of death. Do not utter it again. If you do, we shall sever our ties. The fury of the young boy's words echoed in his ears. Your sister was meant to marry the following day. Fully aware of her impending demise, Yet she chose to hide you from the demon's grasp. To think otherwise is to dishonor her memory. You must not entertain such thoughts. You absolutely cannot die. This life, which your sister sacrificed everything for, is entrusted to you. You must carry it forward, Giyu. Sister Kaneo. I am so immature. Giyu recalled their smiling faces, a wave of guilt washing over him. I have misjudged the situation. He gazed at the worried expressions of the two before him, a slight smile gracing his lips. I appreciate your concern. It is good to have clarity. Giyu has always been an exceptional individual. Carlos beamed with delight. Indeed. Tanjiro nodded fervently from the side. Brother Brand, I too wish to spar with you. Giyu thought back to the previous day's events. Curiosity piqued. Very well, Carlos replied with enthusiasm. Chapter 53. Breath of the Sun. Carlos's victories increased by 1. Giyu lay on the ground, staring blankly at the sky. So powerful. Carlos healed Giyu's wounds and lifted him up. The 11th form is impressive. It deflected all my attacks. It is merely the application of breathing techniques, Giyu replied nonchalantly. Impressive is still impressive. Carlos playfully ruffled Giyu's hair. Tanjiro, still processing, was taken aback. Is brother Carlos really so gentle, yet so ruthless in practice? Tanjiro's eyes widened. Tanjiro, do you wish to give it a try? Carlos extended the invitation. Me? All right. Once he regained his composure, Tanjiro eagerly accepted, gripping his Nichiren blade and standing before Carlos. Water breathing, 7th form, drop ripple thrust. Without hesitation, Tanjiro aimed to close the distance. Carlos nimbly evaded, and Tanjiro swiftly transitioned to the 2nd form, water wheel. Earth spike. The once smooth ground suddenly erupted with sharp, spiked rocks, hurtling towards Tanjiro's face. Water breathing, 3rd form, flowing dance. As Tanjiro shattered the stones, he advanced towards Carlos. Gale. A violent gust of wind struck Tanjiro, sending him hurtling backward, spinning in a vortex. A water tornado surged upwards, entwining with the ferocious winds released by Carlos. Soaring high into the clouds. Ice spear. Just before landing, Tanjiro was met with a barrage of icy spikes from all directions. The biting chill seeping through the seams of his clothing. Dance of the Fire God, blazing bone sun. The searing flames instantly evaporated the ice. Amidst the swirling mist, Tanjiro descended, executing Dance of the Fire God, Crimson Sky. His blade hovered dangerously close to the stunned Carlos's neck, as if thwarted by an unseen force, unable to advance. Tanjiro, startled, dropped his sword. Brother Carlos, are you all right? Yurichi-sensei, I witnessed your flames. Carlos gazed at Tanjiro, and through those crimson eyes, he seemed to meet the emotionless cherry-red gaze once more. Rengoku had told him that Tanjiro's Dance of the Fire God might be akin to the sun breathing. But he had refuted, asserting that it was not completely the same. The techniques had transformed into a dance. How could they be identical? Yet now he pondered. It was indeed the sun breathing of Yurichi Tsujikuni, the legacy carried forth, albeit in its nascent form. Heritage, a truly poignant word, Carlos mused. I am unscathed. Carlos tousled Tanjiro's hair. Tanjiro, would you like to witness the pinnacle of sun breathing? Huh, really? Tanjiro's eyes sparkled with excitement, for that was the primal breath. As the sword rested against Carlos's neck, Giyu, who had approached to ascertain the situation, fixed his deep blue eyes on Carlos, betraying no emotion. Yet it was evident he too wished to see. The two bore witness to a pure exhibition of sun breathing. Without warning, a brilliant white light erupted from the blade. Not the flicker of flames, but a torrent from the sun itself, a radiance capable of dimming the stars. At the center of the storm stood Yurichi Tsujikuni amidst a sea of light, his crimson hair aglow, the transparent cherry red of his eyes reflecting a myriad of luminous blades, undisturbed by any turbulence. In the instant the blade returned to its sheath, all brilliance vanished as if it had never existed, leaving only a lingering warmth in the air akin to the sun's residual heat, a testament that what transpired was no mere illusion. It was a breath of sun that could only be wielded by one who had faced the core of the sun. The two were left in a state of profound shock, unable to collect their thoughts. Could I truly achieve such a feat? Tanjiro pondered, awed by the radiance and strength. Can I really do it? He had just confirmed that the Dance of the Fire God was indeed the sun breathing, the very origin of all breathing techniques. A breath unparalleled in history. Yet, standing before the template of sun breathing, the ever-optimistic Tanjiro found himself faltering. If such a powerful sun breathing could not vanquish Muzan Kibutsuji, then what hope did he have? Tanjiro's gaze gradually steadied. Tanjiro, what you witnessed was the seamless transition from the first form to the final technique of sun breathing. I will attempt to slow down the memory, or even pause it, allowing you to observe and learn more effectively. Rengoku had praised Carlos's three protégés countless times, and after their recent battle, Carlos recognized Tanjiro as a promising talent, instilling great confidence in his abilities. I will strive with all my might, Tanjiro declared, fists clenched in determination. Indeed, Carlos patted the young man's head, gazing at the clear sky. Everyone must grow stronger, lest they fall to the demons and perish before the day we vanquish the Demon King. Carlos realized he truly cherished this group of individuals. They wielded rusted Nicaran blades, yet severed a millennium of darkness. They were survivors, their homes torn apart by vicious demons. Yet they held aloft the roofs for many. They licked their wounds in despair, yet stitched warmth into the garments of their comrades. They were mere mortals of flesh and blood, yet dared to strike at the immortal demons. They bore scars, staggered yet rose time and again amidst pools of blood. They burned through their fleeting lives, yet illuminated countless long nights. They were not just sword-wielding mortals, they were true heroes. Chapter 54, Transition. Carlos, I am ready. Rengoku hugged Carlos tightly around the neck, as Carlos spread his wings, cradling him as they set forth towards their next mission. Kyojuro Rengoku, despite having grown accustomed to the vastness of the landscape, found himself unable to resist glancing at the expansive scenery. 3 miles to the southeast, 3 miles to the southeast. To revel in the comfort of Kyojuro Rengoku's embrace, he opened his mouth to lead the way. This scenario had become a daily occurrence over the past month. With Carlos, who possessed the ability to fly, Kyojuro could even reach the mission site by day, relying on Carlos's keen nose to unearth lurking demons and expose them to the sun's light. The efficiency was nothing short of remarkable. And when other team members required support at night, one could always witness the flame Hashira descending from the heavens, exclaiming, "Are you all right?" The cheerful and warm-hearted flame Hashira not only vanquished the demons, but also seemed to mysteriously heal their wounds. One team member with a severed leg even found his limb restored. The flame Hashira is a deity, the demon slayer core echoed, although later refuted by their leader. The belief persisted among them. Is it time for a meal? There happens to be a town ahead. Kyojuro, let us dine, Carlos suggested as they journeyed toward the next mission site, observing the sun. Very well. The two of them, like a pair of crows, descended not far from the town. Carlos, let us go. Kyojuro extended his hand toward Carlos. Carlos placed his hand in Kyojuro's, feeling the warmth of his palm, akin to grasping a small bundle of sun-kissed cotton, comforting and reassuring. The tips of his fingers grazed the calluses left by years of wielding a sword, stirring a gentle warmth that crept up his fingertips and nestled in his heart. Raising his gaze, he met Kyojuro's smiling eyes. Let us proceed, Carlos replied, his eyes crinkling with mirth. Kyojuro, look over there. Could that be Kanroji and Iguro? As they walked, Carlos suddenly leaned closer to Kyojuro and whispered. Following Carlos's line of sight, Kyojuro beheld Mitsuri Kanroji joyfully feasting, with a stack of bowls already piled high on the table, while Iguro Abanai watched her with an expression that, though obscured, conveyed unmistakable happiness. Indeed, Mitsuri is enjoying her meal. Iguro still has no love for food. Kyojuro remarked with a hint of exasperation. Let us dine at that establishment. It must be delightful if Mitsuri likes it. Kyojuro seized Carlos's hand and strode toward the restaurant. Wait. Carlos interjected, halting Kyojuro, who was eager to greet the restaurant staff. It seems Iguro has something to say to Mitsuri. Carlos sensed he was on the verge of witnessing something extraordinary and cast an invisibility spell upon the two of them, positioning himself by the window to observe unabashedly. You must not speak, Carlos cautioned Kyojuro, whose voice was notably loud and would surely attract attention. Understood. Kyojuro nodded, leaning against Carlos's back as he too peered in. Iguro Abanai, gazing out the window, held out a pair of long socks to Mitsuri Kanroji. Here, take these. His voice, devoid of its usual sharpness, resonated in a rich and soothing tone. What? Mr. Iguro, what are these? Mitsuri exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise at the sight of the socks. These are for you, he replied, the ribbon around his neck twisting to look at her. For me? Mitsuri blushed, her voice a mix of anxiety and excitement as she inquired. Iguro merely nodded, unable to meet her gaze. Oh, I'm so happy. I will treasure these. Mitsuri beamed, her eyes sparkling as she held the socks aloft. You need not worry about cherishing them. Simply accepting them is more than sufficient. Iguro thought to himself. That cannot be. It would be too wasteful. Mitsuri's tone dipped, glancing down at the socks. Recognizing their uniqueness, these were a gift from the beloved Mr. Iguro. Fear not. If they wear out, I shall gift you another pair. Iguro mustered the courage to turn toward her, his gaze finally resting on Mitsuri. Yes, she replied with a smile, her eyes filled with crushed sunlight, infusing the air with a sweet warmth that was utterly captivating. Iguro felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Iguro harbors feelings for Mitsuri. Let us move on to another establishment, Carlos decided, opting not to intrude upon the tender moment and guiding Kyojuro away from the restaurant. dispelling the invisibility spell, which inadvertently startled a passerby. So, Iguro likes Mitsuri. Kyojuro suddenly comprehended, recalling how Iguro had frequently volunteered to train with him when Mitsuri was still his stepchild. It all makes sense now. Time flowed seamlessly through the cycle of slaying demons, training, dining, and resting. Requesting support. Requesting support. 6 miles south, 6 miles south. The demon possesses peculiar abilities. As Kyojuro sheathed his sword, the call for aid resonated. Carlos led their comrades toward the source, only to discover it was Kyojuro's stepchildren. The 3 young ones stood back to back, vigilant, with Tanjiro Kamado clutching a half-broken Nichiren blade. Damn it! Show yourself! Inosuke Hashibara bellowed. Are you all alright? Kyojuro descended from above. Flame Hashira, we're fine. The trio exclaimed with brightened eyes. Kyojuro, this demon moves with incredible speed. It's hard to discern. Its scent is also strange, appearing and disappearing. Its method of attack seems to be devouring. It has consumed half my sword. However, it doesn't seem strong. I managed to push it back with a single blow. Tanjiro reported. And it keeps moving, Zenitsu Agatsuma added. Moreover, it moves without causing any airflow. I can only feel it when it attacks us. Inosuke pondered, baffled by the lack of air movement. How could it move without displacing the air? Damn it. So, it appears it cannot overpower you, yet you cannot locate it. Kyojuro deduced, recognizing the peculiar nature of the demon. Suddenly, Carlos sensed a demonic presence emanating from the tree upon which he stood. In an instant, a tongue-like appendage emerged from the branch beneath his feet, licking at his shoe, poised to bite down. What the? Carlos exclaimed, leaping down from the tree. Clutching Kyojuro's shoulder as he cursed and hastily changed his shoes. It can blend into the trees, which is why it's undetectable, Carlos realized. Recalling the earlier scene as he hurled the discarded shoes far away. What do we do? Attack the trees? Zenitsu gazed at the vast expanse of forest, dazed. We'll force it out. Carlos ascended into the sky. Hellfire, he invoked, a forbidden magic not due to any price of use, but because it could inadvertently harm the bloodkin. In an instant, flames engulfed the area surrounding the four, transforming the entire forest into a blazing inferno. Thunderstorm, he continued, with bolts of lightning striking each tree with equal ferocity. The next moment, a shadow rushed toward Kyojuro. Breath of flames, first form, unknowing fire. His blade, ablaze with flames, swung toward the demon's neck, but merely grazed past, severing the sword in two. No, a segment of the blade was consumed by its neck. Kyojuro realized. Noticing that the broken sword and the blade on the ground could not form a complete weapon, one segment was missing. Breath of flames, third form, flame phoenix. Dance of the fire god, first form, round dance. Beast breathing, fourth form, shattering slash. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap. Due to the rarity of gatherings at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, most training sessions for the Hashira and their disciples occurred during missions or at night, with strategically arranged locations for tasks, enabling daytime training at the Wisteria House. Over the past 6 months, the four had developed an exceptional synergy. After the collision concluded, the demon bore 3 wounds, with Tanjiro Kamado having shortened his blade further while attacking its neck. Tanjiro, which part did you strike first? Kyojuro Rengoku seemed to have discovered the key to their victory. It must be the chest. Tanjiro Kamado realized as well. The demon's ability to devour should be limited to a small area, yet it could move. In a moment, Tanjiro and I will attack the demon's neck, Zenitsu and Inosuke. You provide cover. After assigning the roles, the four surged forward once more. With 2 blades poised against its neck, the demon had no opportunity to evade its devouring capability, and its neck was severed. Seeing the battle's end, Carlos used magic to restore the forest to its previous state, even more lush than before. Kyojuro Rengoku smiled at Carlos, who approached, the dust stirred by his descent, not daring to mar him. Amidst the haze, his beloved shone brilliantly and powerfully. How terrifying, truly terrifying. Brand is formidable. Zenitsu Agatsuma shrank behind Tanjiro Kamado, the pain from the magical strike resurfacing. The trio had sparred extensively with Carlos, with Inosuke Sayuri facing defeat repeatedly, yet always returning to fight. After healing, he flipped over, a brave warrior once more, brandishing his dual blades and shouting, I will surely defeat him. Inosuke exclaimed, gazing at Carlos. My blade is broken. Let's head to the swordsmith village. Tanjiro, you should come too. Kyojuro Rengoku remarked, eyeing the broken swords of the two. Swordsmith village? For pairs of eyes looked at him with confusion. It is the village where swords for the Demon Slayer Corps are forged. The smiths there are exceptionally skilled. Kyojuro explained to Carlos. However, Tanjiro, if you wish to go, you must seek permission from Lord Muzan. Kyojuro turned to Tanjiro Kamado. All right, I will ask Lord Muzan. Tanjiro, intrigued, thought about the swordsmith village, having only met Mr. steel grave, and yearning to visit. Chapter 55, Departure. Carlos, Lord Muzan has granted you permission to go to the swordsmith village. Kyojuro Rengoku beamed, pleased that he would not have to part from Carlos. Even if Ubuyashiki disagrees, I can still go. Carlos stepped forward, pressing his forehead against Kyojuro's. What wonderful news, he said, then withdrew, ruffling Kyojuro's hair. Is there anything we need to prepare? Carlos chuckled at the sight of Kyojuro's ears turning crimson. Nothing. However, we must avoid being seen while heading to the swordsmith village. Carlos, can you manage that? Kyojuro expressed concern about Carlos's comfort. Can I not be carried? Carlos preferred not to be borne by a stranger. The location of the swordsmith village is crucial. Even the Hashira do not know its whereabouts. We will be guided by the crows. Everyone will carry a portion of the journey, and the personnel will rotate along the route. I see. Then I will stay close to you. Carlos devised a solution. Stay close to me. Kyojuro was momentarily baffled. If I carry Carlos, will the crows carry me? That won't do. The next instant, Carlos transformed into a small bird, entirely silver white, flapping his wings and landing on Kyojuro's shoulder. What do you think, Kyojuro? Carlos's tiny claws danced on Kyojuro's shoulder. So marvelous. Kyojuro reached out to stroke Carlos's feathers, fluffy yet cool to the touch. Kyojuro sat by the corridor's edge, extending his hands to form a small platform, and Carlos eagerly hopped onto it. Aren't I impressive? The little bird with crimson eyes radiated pride, his entire being beckoning for praise. Kyojuro tenderly cradled his precious treasure, planting a gentle kiss upon the bird's sharp, short beak. Carlos truly was remarkable. The silver feathers of the little bird visibly shifted to red, marking Kyojuro's first proactive kiss towards Carlos, albeit in avian form. It was nonetheless a significant milestone. In the next moment, Kyojuro felt a weight on his lap as the boy wrapped his arms around his neck, astonishment painted across his flushed face. Kyojuro, you just kissed me, didn't you? Right? Carlos leaned in closely, their noses nearly touching, breaths mingling. Under this interrogation, Kyojuro grasped the back of Carlos's head, silencing the mouth that intended to tease him further. Yes, I kissed you first. Kyojuro conveyed his answer through action. Rengoku's mentor rushed over, joyous to share that Lord Muzan had permitted him to go to the swordsmith village, but abruptly halted his steps. I apologize for interrupting. Upon witnessing the scene, Tanjiro Kamido's face flushed as he swiftly turned away. The Hashira and the trio were well aware of the bond forming between them, as the two often walked hand in hand, a sight that could not be mistaken. Kyojuro, you and Carlos. Mitsuri Kanroji invited everyone to her place to indulge in her newly devised sweets. Kyojuro and Carlos arrived a tad late, hand in hand, and as they sat down, their shoulders nearly touched. The Hashira exchanged glances, ultimately turning to Giyomi Hamijima, who pondered for a moment before speaking. Yet before he could choose his words, Kyojuro declared, Carlos and I are together. Clatter. The plate of sweets held by Mitsuri Kanroji shattered upon the floor, startled by the revelation. Mitsuri, exclaimed Kaneo Tsuyuri, swiftly pulling her away from the shards. Cough. Jutomioka choked on his tea. Oh dear, Shinobu Kocho gasped, covering her mouth as she stared at the two. Hey, Kyojuro and Carlos are now lovers. Mitsuri exclaimed, fluttering her eyes at Kyojuro. Indeed, echoed the room's resonance. Yes, Carlos nodded with a smile. How wonderful. Kyojuro and Carlos. May you find happiness. Mitsuri sincerely wished. When will I find my own beloved? The love-struck girl twirled her fingers, casting a quick glance at Kaneo before lowering her head. To find a beloved partner, to cherish and support one another, is a great fortune in life. Kyojuro, Carlos, I wish you happiness. Giyomi intoned a prayer. Everyone congratulated the pair, sensing no discord in the air. The Hashira only knew that their friend was with the one he cherished, hoping for their happiness. The trio's discovery came from Zenitsu Agitsuma. Kyojuro-sensei and that demon are definitely in a relationship. Zenitsu pointed at the couple not far off. Don't you think their atmosphere is strange? It completely excludes a third person. They are definitely together. What do we do? What do we do? That demon and Kyojuro-sensei are together. Zenitsu began to scream. Where? They are just close friends, right? Aren't we close too? Tanjiro looked around, asserting that he saw nothing amiss. Charge! Inosuke was busy attacking a wooden post, completely oblivious to Zenitsu's concerns. They are both hopeless. Zenitsu's eyes had lost their sparkle. Sensei, are you and that person together? Inosuke, who had been lured by Zenitsu's tempura, asked directly. Yes. Oh. Inosuke sprinted back. They are together. Hurry. Give me your tempura. He happily devoured 3 servings of tempura. See, I told you, didn't Tanjiro? Zenitsu basked in his triumph. As Tanjiro Kamido's right fist struck his left palm, a sudden clarity washed over him. Realizing what he had done, Kyojuro Rengoku buried his head in Carlos's shoulder. listening to the laughter that danced around him, feeling as though he might ignite in flames. Flame Hashira. We are here to escort you all to the hidden village of the swordsmiths. The presence of the hidden alleviated Rengoku's embarrassment. The Flame Hashira is as dependable as ever. But why is his face so flushed? Is it too hot? Carlos mused. And what of His Highness Carlos? Observing that his teammates were already carrying someone on their backs, he glanced around for their target. Yes, on my shoulder. Rengoku pointed to the small bird perched atop him. Carlos performed a transformation from bird to human and back again, vanishing into the cascade of Rengoku's hair, leaving 3 astonished individuals behind. Watching his 2 companions depart, the lone figure of the hidden, transformed into a bird, set off on his own. The Flame Hashira was undoubtedly a divine presence, once more stirring chaos within the Demon Slayer Corps. Chapter 56, The Swordsmith Village. The hidden instructed that Carlos should not emerge from Rengoku's hair, yet Carlos was not particularly curious. He simply wished to remain close to Rengoku. Thus, he comfortably nestled in the nape of Rengoku's neck, feeling the warmth envelop him, nearly succumbing to slumber. Rengoku, why haven't we arrived yet? Carlos initiated an encrypted communication with Rengoku using magic. We switched 10 people. We should be nearing our destination. Rengoku still found this magic astonishing. He had first encountered it the night he confessed his feelings to Carlos. Rengoku, unable to sleep due to thoughts of that kiss, suddenly heard Carlos's voice. Startled, Rengoku sat upright, scanning the room but finding Carlos absent. Is he outside? He opened the door, only to be met with impenetrable darkness. Rengoku, the voice resounded again, employing a telepathic spell. Just reply in your heart. I'm here, what's the matter? Rengoku, still unaccustomed to the situation, sat up straight. I can't calm my mind. The moment Carlos recalled Rengoku earnestly declaring, I like you, he found it impossible to concentrate on controlling his magical energy. Considering reading a book he adored, yet the words blurred before him. I wish to find Rengoku, but he must be asleep by now. Carlos pursed his lips. I've got it. The telepathic magic doesn't connect with those who are asleep. Without hesitation, Carlos began to cast the spell. Once connected, he felt elation. Though it took a while for a response to come through, and he realized that Rengoku was likely unfamiliar with this magic and unaware of what was happening. I just miss you. Why aren't you asleep yet? Rengoku was a man who strictly adhered to time, meticulously scheduling his activities. It was indeed unusual for him to be awake at such an hour. I miss you too. In the darkness, Rengoku felt a warmth spread across his face. It was his first time so openly expressing that he was thinking of someone. Carlos smiled with his eyes squinted, suddenly realizing that perhaps it was best not to continue the conversation. You should get some rest. He thought to himself that continuing the conversation would only make him long for Rengoku more, so he resolved to let the matter rest. Then let us not chat. Silence fell once more, and Rengoku, lying in his bed, found sleep even more elusive. You need to remove the blindfold, the voice of the hidden echoed. And Carlos poked his head out from the fluffy strands of hair. It feels like we are deep in the mountains. Carlos leaped down, reverting to his human form. What an impressive structure, Tanjiro Kamado exclaimed. The craftsmanship of the swordsmiths is truly remarkable. Rengoku gazed at the village before him, filled with admiration for the skilled artisans. After expressing his gratitude to the hidden, the two ventured into the village. Rengoku-sensei, I think I smell hot springs. Tanjiro sniffed the air. Indeed. The hot springs here are quite pleasant and have numerous benefits. We can indulge shortly. But first, we must pay a visit to the village chief. Speaking of hot springs, Rengoku felt a thrill of anticipation. As they stepped into the village, the sounds of hammering filled the air. Passing the blacksmith shop and workshops, waves of heat washed over them, prompting Rengoku and Tanjiro to instinctively sandwich Carlos between them, both aware that their companion could not tolerate intense heat. Carlos, are you feeling unwell? Rengoku asked with concern. Don't worry, I'm fine. Carlos reassured him with a comforting smile, though the surroundings unsettled him. As long as he didn't come into contact with anything hot, he would be all right. Through a wide-open door, Tanjiro glimpsed the forging scene not far away. The glowing red iron was relentlessly pounded by the craftsman, impurities gradually being removed, and the shape slowly taking form. With a sizzling sound, the red-hot blade transformed into a dark hue, and after meticulous polishing, the sharp edge was finally revealed. Thanks to these swordsmiths, we can wield blades to vanquish demons. This was Tanjiro's first encounter with the birth of a Nichiren blade, leaving a profound impression on him. They are truly deserving of respect. It is utterly disrespectful to break a blade like that. Rengoku recalled his own shattered sword, feeling a pang of guilt. After visiting the village chief, Tanjiro headed straight for the hot springs, while Rengoku led Carlos to their room. Carlos, you absolutely cannot go to the hot springs. It's too hot. I'll be back shortly. No sooner had Rengoku stepped outside than Carlos morphed into a small bird and, using a concealment spell, followed closely behind. It is indeed a bit warm. Carlos perched on a high branch, observing the happenings in the hot springs. Amidst the rising steam, "Hello, I'm Tanjiro Kamado. I believe I've seen you during the final selection," Tanjiro exclaimed as he shed his clothing and plunged into the water. "Genya, Tsujikuni." The unfamiliar figure, Genya, responded with indifference. "Genya is here too." Carlos, perched high, struggled to see clearly through the thick mist. "Tsujikuni? You must be the Wind Hashira's younger brother. I dislike your brother," Tanjiro declared earnestly. "You bastard. My older brother is the best person in the world. How dare you dislike him?" Genya exploded, pushing Tanjiro's head under the water. "Your brother bullied my sister. I detest him." Tanjiro took the opportunity to dive underwater, resurfacing beside Genya. "Huh. How could my brother possibly bully a girl?" As Genya approached, intent on submerging Tanjiro again to refresh his memory, Nezuko swam past. "Wait, Tanjiro Kamado. You're that demon slayer who carries a demon." Genya suddenly recalled having heard that name. "That's because your sister is a demon. Demon Slayer Corps members with demons. My brother will surely slay the demon." "Nezuko doesn't eat people. She is a demon." The two plunged into a chaotic scuffle. What a lively scene. "Hey, I can't see Rengoku anymore." It was far too quiet where Rengoku was. The mist swirled, obscuring Carlos's view of him. "Let us give it a try. If it doesn't work, I'll return." Carlos carefully controlled his magic, condensing the mist around Rengoku into ice crystals and then casting them far away. As a result, visibility in Rengoku's vicinity improved significantly. Kyojuro Rengoku was submerged in the ethereal warmth of the hot spring, with only his head, neck, and shoulders exposed. His arms were comfortably extended, resting on the dark blue rocks at the edge of the pool, his expression one of utter contentment. "Such robust arms," Carlos remarked, admiring Rengoku's bare limbs. After experiencing the hot spring and learning the proper way to enjoy it, Carlos returned with a sense of satisfaction. As he entered, enveloped in a cloud of steam, Rengoku plopped down beside Carlos. "So delightful to soak in the hot spring," he exclaimed, feeling as if his bones had melted away. Sensing the warmth radiating from Rengoku, Carlos wrapped his arms around his waist, nuzzling his left cheek and then his right against him. Rengoku's collar was pulled apart by the affectionate gestures. "It is indeed very comfortable," Carlos wholeheartedly agreed. Catching sight of Rengoku's prominent Adam's apple, Carlos leaned in to plant a kiss upon it. "See, Carlos," Rengoku exclaimed, abruptly lifting Carlos and carrying him to the door, hastily shutting it behind them. "I need to change clothes. Do not come in." A hoarse voice came from behind the door, followed by the hurried sound of retreating footsteps. Carlos gazed at the wooden-framed door, pondering, what just happened? "Rengoku, it's time for dinner," Carlos called out from the doorway, growing impatient as he counted the stones in the courtyard. Yet Rengoku had not emerged. When the door finally opened, Carlos turned to see Rengoku reaching out to him, pulling him up. "Carlos, you know we cannot kiss here." He pointed to his Adam's apple. "Why not? Is there a wound? Did I hurt you?" Carlos inquired, leaning in closely to inspect, but found nothing amiss. "There is no wound. It's just that, we can only kiss later," Rengoku stammered, an unusual hesitance in his voice. "Why can we only kiss later? How long later?" Carlos pressed, determined to uncover the truth. "After we get married." Rengoku's face flushed with embarrassment. "No more questions, and do not ask Shinobu or the others. You will know in due time." It became evident to Rengoku that Carlos was blissfully unaware of many things. As the youngest among the adult bloodkin, Carlos was still perceived as the beloved young prince. Although he was aware of Carlos's affections for someone and had even offered guidance on pursuing love, the consensus was that there was still ample time before a wedding could be discussed. "All right, the entire blood clan will be present," Carlos exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. A grand ceremony before the mother coffin. After their discussion, which naturally included wedding plans, Rengoku had shared several suggestions. The foremost condition was to eliminate Muzan Kibutsuji, to which both agreed. On the day they solidified their feelings, Rengoku knew it was true. Rengoku had been the one to draw Carlos close and confess his love in front of Rengoku's father. Rengoku's father was momentarily taken aback. "What? My old friend and my son are together?" After a difficult adjustment to this revelation, he took Rengoku aside for a thorough discussion, ensuring he genuinely cared for Carlos and had recognized his own feelings before finally feeling at ease. His hands enveloped theirs, a silent promise of support. This was his greatest wish. "Well, I must see your gemstone collection in your room," Rengoku chuckled. Their future was bright, and many adventures awaited them. Chapter 57, Night Falls. "Kanroji, you've come too." Upon entering, they found Mitsuri Kanroji and Tanjiro Kamado already deep into their meal, with Mitsuri having amassed an impressive stack of over 20 bowls and plates. "Hello." Mitsuri greeted them with enthusiasm. Rengoku soon joined the ranks of the ravenous diners, while Tanjiro resolved to eat more to grow stronger. Carlos leisurely sipped his blood, startled by Tanjiro's ambition, and instinctively recoiled. If there are 3 gluttons, this room will be overrun with dishes. Observing the towering stacks of bowls around the table, Carlos managed to convey them to the kitchen, also bringing back their meals. Though the villagers of the swordsmith village were anxious due to the Lord's special instructions, they maintained a level of calm. This energy-refreshing feast continued for quite some time until a message arrived from Mitsuri, indicating her sword was nearing completion and required her final adjustments. "Kenroji, be careful," Rengoku urged, his gaze fixed intently on her. "Yes." Mitsuri nodded earnestly. "Here, this is for you." Carlos presented her with a bracelet, the only one he had found that would fit her wrist after sifting through his small pouch. Most of its contents were earrings, with only a few rings and brooches remaining, making this bracelet a true find. "For me?" Mitsuri accepted the bracelet, puzzled. "It has a protective spell. It will shield you from danger, but can only be used once." Carlos had researched this magic upon discovering his crimson eyes, enduring the loss of several earrings in the process, yet he had finally succeeded in crafting this one. "Thank you, Mr. Brandt," Mitsuri exclaimed, fully aware of its value. "Will it affect you?" "Not at all." Carlos shook his head. He understood why only his red eyes could wield such magic, as the energy required for a single use was nearly equivalent to all he had possessed in his violet state. Upon becoming a red-eyed entity, he realized the disparity between his previous and current magical capabilities. If someone could see through the veil of reality now, they would witness a once blank haze within Carlos, transformed into a thick, white substance, a profound metamorphosis. "Try it on, I'll adjust the size." Noticing the bracelet was significantly too large for Mitsuri, Carlos focused as it gradually shrank, fitting snugly around her left wrist. "Will it be comfortable?" he questioned, considering her lack of familiarity with adornments. Mitsuri moved her hand, and the bracelet remained securely in place. "It doesn't hinder me at all, and since I wield my sword with my right hand, it's perfect." She waved goodbye to the two. Tanjiro had filled up during their meal and excused himself to find the absent Genya, intending to bring him some rice balls. "Carlos, you did it." Rengoku beamed with pride, fully aware of Carlos's recent struggles with the spell. He had even declared that if all his earrings had shattered without success, he would give up entirely. "Indeed, I did not expect it to work so effortlessly." Carlos shared in the joy, knowing that this success enhanced everyone's safety. "Shall we take a stroll?" Rengoku extended his hand to Carlos. "Certainly," Carlos replied, placing his hand in Rengoku's. In the tranquil night, the indigo canvas was speckled with stars, while the moon hung like a jade disk glistening with dew, silently perched upon the dark green mountain ridges. The mountain stream flows nearby, its sound filtered by the night, rendering it exceptionally clear. Plink, plink, like someone striking a jade chime upon the stones, the tempo just languid enough to harmonize with the rhythmic chirping of insects in the grass, creating a tender melody. Fireflies flit about in pairs, carrying fragments of stars, their glow flickering in and out of existence amidst the nocturnal embrace. Occasionally, a bird flutters through the trees, its wings stirring a few fallen leaves that rustle softly to the ground. The wind drifts closer, imbued with the coolness of moss and night dew, caressing the leaves in the forest, transforming the moonlight into a scattering of twinkling shards. The two walk hand in hand through this tranquil night. As they venture further, the sounds around them multiply. The clattering and clanging rise and fall, each sound vying for attention, a wave of warmth washing over the two. "Having come this far, perhaps we should turn back," Kyojuro Rengoku suggested, releasing Carlos's hand and positioning himself protectively behind him. After a few steps inward, Carlos suddenly halted, turning to face Kyojuro. "Kyojuro, would you carry me?" The moonlight enveloped Carlos, bestowing a gentle radiance upon him. His long eyelashes resembled two butterflies poised to take flight, while his bright eyes held within them a singular Kyojuro Rengoku. The elegant line of his nose caught the moonlight, which pooled at the tip, forming a delicate point of brightness. In that moment, even the surrounding breeze softened. "Certainly," Kyojuro Rengoku replied, crouching before Carlos. His silver hair cascaded down, brushing against his ears, then falling in front of him, entwining with the strands at his temples as the wind swirled. Feeling the weight on his back, Kyojuro rose steadily, cradling Carlos's knees as he walked forward with a steady gait. Carlos's arms encircled Kyojuro's neck, and he leaned in to plant a kiss on his resolute profile. "I truly adore you, Kyojuro," Carlos whispered into his ear. "I cherish you deeply as well, Carlos." The echo of the flame Hashira's words resonated in the forest. "Kyojuro?" Tanjiro Kamado, who was folding paper with Nezuko, glanced out the window. "Is that Rengoku's voice?" Michiro Takedo pushed open the door, peering out. A dreamless night passed. Chapter 58, Fate 10. "Well done, Tanjiro." Kyojuro praised as he accepted Tanjiro's sword. The morning sun poured down, heralding the commencement of their training session. Carlos, meanwhile, had found a branch to sit on, engaging in his own activities while occasionally glancing at the two training. The dance of the fire god, a waltz. After successfully slowing down his memories, Tanjiro would often look to Carlos during breaks in their training. The long-lost sun breathing had transformed into the fire god dance. Celebrated by the Kamadu family, now radiant in Tanjiro's hands once more. Their morning practice continued until the villagers called them for breakfast. Following a sumptuous meal, the trio dispersed in different directions. Carlos remained in his room, attempting once more to craft earrings and bracelets, but met with failure, which soured his spirits. Kyojuro sought out his swordsmith to discuss the forging of his blade, while Tanjiro set off in search of the legendary secret weapon said to enhance one's strength. During dinner the previous night, Mitsuri Kanroji had mentioned this very topic, and Kyojuro had confirmed hearing the same rumor, encouraging Tanjiro to investigate further. Excitement sparkled in Mitsuri's eyes. As Tanjiro ascended the mountain path with Nezuko on his back, he too felt a surge of anticipation. What could this secret weapon be? Surely a sword. It felt akin to a treasure hunt, stirring exhilaration within him. At 15, the age for play, Tanjiro relished this rare moment of relaxation. How annoying, can you stop already? A boy's angry voice broke through, prompting Tanjiro to approach and discover a small boy standing defiantly against Michiro Takedo, seemingly embroiled in a dispute. You should be the one to stop. Bickering is merely a waste of time. Michiro spoke with an expressionless demeanor, his voice devoid of emotion. Like a beautiful doll devoid of a soul. I won't give it. Go away. Why must I comply with you? I don't care if you're a Hashira. Don't presume. The boy stubbornly blocked Michiro's path. Observing Michiro lift the boy effortlessly, Tanjiro instinctively rushed forward to reclaim him. They engaged in a debate regarding the significance of the swordsmith. But with little interest in further conversation, Michiro unexpectedly struck Tanjiro, resulting in him collapsing to the ground. The debate unresolved. When Tanjiro regained consciousness, both Michiro and the boy resembling Yurichi Tsujikuni had vanished. A mechanical puppet designed for combat training, Little Iron informed Tanjiro. It possesses strength beyond that of ordinary beings, which is why the Hashira requires it. The sound of clashing weapons echoed as the two arrived to witness Michiro engaged in a back-and-forth battle with the mechanical puppet. Upon seeing its face, albeit damaged, Tanjiro immediately recognized it as Yurichi's. Yet, why did it have 6 arms? Each arm wielded a sword, alternating in a display reminiscent of a single action dissected into parts. Are you referring to its arms? Little Iron inquired, looking at Tanjiro. My father said that the puppet's prototype was based on a real swordsman from the past, who had 6 arms to replicate his movements. It must be a swordsman from the Warring States period, Tanjiro concluded, observing the battle with the puppet. Yurichi truly is formidable. Tanjiro's ancestors were friends with Yurichi, and the Kamadu family had preserved the sun-breathing technique, which deepened his connection to the legendary figure. His admiration for the god like Yurichi flowed like an unending river. How do you know? Little Iron was taken aback, while Tanjiro simply smiled and refrained from explaining. That puppet hasn't broken down in all this time. How impressive. Tanjiro marveled at the exquisite craftsmanship. It is extraordinarily intricate. We still cannot match it even now. If it breaks, it cannot be repaired. Little Iron lamented, feeling disheartened. Lacking talent, he bore the weight of the family legacy alone. Tanjiro understood why Little Iron was reluctant to relinquish the key. If it were to break, this exquisite mechanical puppet would be lost forever. Though Tanjiro had not interacted with Michiro, he observed the youth who was nearly his age, agile, and already a powerful, dependable Hashira. Tanjiro felt a profound respect for Michiro's prowess. Of course, he is a genius, from a different world than yours. The crows accompanying Michiro proclaimed proudly. Their child is the most extraordinary genius in the world. No one can compare. Indeed, he is quite remarkable, Tanjiro wholeheartedly agreed. You have good taste, the crow boasted, flapping its wings. With a clang, the puppet's armor shattered. Little Iron lost the courage to continue watching and turned to flee. Amidst the chaos, Carlos, who had been soaring above, heard the commotion. What is Michiro fighting against? He wondered, intrigued as he flew towards the source of the noise. I think I saw multiple hands. Carlos questioned his own vision. As he emerged from the dense foliage, the mysterious figure engaged with Michiro gradually came into view, causing Carlos's pupils to constrict. Yurichi-sensei, Tanjiro, concerned for Little Iron, hurried after him, guided by his sense of smell until he discovered the boy, seated on a branch, weeping openly. Tanjiro Kamadu consoled the sorrowful child, yet little Tanjiro believed himself to be utterly worthless, incapable of restoring the exquisite automaton. Burdened by self-reproach, he lamented his inadequacies. Silently, Tanjiro ascended a nearby tree, grasping a branch with his right hand while gently lifting Tanjiro's chin with his left, urging him not to succumb to despair. Do not speak of yourself in such a manner, he reassured with a tender voice. Even if you cannot achieve it, others will undoubtedly carry on the legacy. You must toil relentlessly for the sake of those who will follow. He reflected on the Demon Slayer Corps, which had persisted for millennia, driven by the unwavering belief in vanquishing demons, passed down through generations. I yearn to eliminate Muzan Kibutsuji and rescue my sister, who has been transformed into a demon. Yet, I may perish before realizing my dreams. Nevertheless, I have faith that someone will accomplish this. The lives we continue will surely obliterate Muzan Kibutsuji. Let us strive together. The boy's resolute gaze pierced Tanjiro's heart, and the strength transmitted through their clasped hands invigorated him. Little Tanjiro, too, found his resolve fortified. He would prepare for the challenges ahead. Upon witnessing the half-severed arm in the possession of Michiro Takedo, Tanjiro felt a pang of panic. He dashed back to the practice area, only to discover a fully intact automaton, missing neither limb nor armor, its previous damage seemingly restored. Had it not been for the 6 hands, one might have mistaken it for a mere human. It still looks so pleasing, Carlos mused as he retrieved his wand. I almost forgot I could also repair with magic. I can fix the sword when it breaks in the future. Carlos gazed at the automaton, reminiscent of the craftsmanship of his mentor, Yorichi Tsujikuni. He chuckled as he observed little Tanjiro, who was busy pinching his own cheeks and inspecting every arm of the automaton. What a delightful child. It must be his automaton. When Tanjiro arrived, he found Tanjiro circling the automaton, climbing on it, and examining every detail. Brother Tanjiro, it's in good condition, right? Tanjiro tugged at Tanjiro's sleeve, suspecting he was dreaming. Indeed, it is, Tanjiro replied, astonished by the seemingly newly repaired automaton. Didn't that little brat take away half an arm? Tanjiro pondered, bemused by the 6 pristine limbs. Of course, it must have been Carlos. Tanjiro suddenly realized. Who is Carlos? Tanjiro asked, confusion etched on his face. Carlos, are you there? Tanjiro sensed that Carlos had not departed and was likely perched on a nearby branch, observing the automaton. He recognized that this was Yorichi Tsujikuni's work, and Carlos must be aware of it too. What's the matter? Tanjiro turned to the voice, spotting an extraordinarily handsome young man sitting on an empty branch, leaving him momentarily speechless. Little Tanjiro clenched Tanjiro's garment nervously. Where did he come from? Carlos can use magic, so he must have repaired the automaton, Tanjiro reassured, patting Tanjiro's back and introducing him to Carlos. Thank you so very much. Tanjiro bowed sincerely. It's merely because I know him, Carlos replied, shaking his head gently while regarding the automaton with a soft expression. Brother Tanjiro, since the automaton is unharmed, you should train with it. The thought of the automaton being damaged by that little brat ignited Tanjiro's anger. You must become stronger than that little brat. Thus began Tanjiro's training with the automaton. Chapter 59, Training. Tanjiro landed squarely in Tanjiro's grasp. Kyojuro Rengoku had also sparred with the automaton and deemed it an excellent opportunity for Tanjiro's training, thus entrusting him to Tanjiro while he and Carlos sparred against Michiro. During this time, the two Hashira grew increasingly in sync. Everyone reaped rewards, and joy abounded. Among them, Tanjiro was likely to gain the most. With a dull thud, Tanjiro was knocked to the ground as the automaton swung 6 wooden sticks, each as thick as his arms. In an assault, he rolled away to Tanjiro's side, exclaiming, I'm going to die? I can't withstand this. His expression contorted in panic. He feared for his life. No, brother Tanjiro, you must grow stronger. The automaton is repaired, and its performance surpasses its previous state. Pressure generates power. This way, you will progress even more. Tanjiro whispered fervently, determined to see Tanjiro train diligently. Once you become strong, you can tell that little brat, is this all you've got? Worthless trash. Cut your hair. You look like a seaweed head. Short, ugly little legs. Go ahead and commit seppuku, you shameless fool. As Tanjiro grew increasingly animated, he envisioned the little brat bowing in apology, prompting a laugh. No, I won't say that, Tanjiro firmly rejected, brandishing his weapon against the automaton. Aside from eating and sleeping, Tanjiro devoted every moment to training with the automaton. Tanjiro even considered withholding food and water from Tanjiro until he successfully struck the automaton, a notion swiftly quashed by Kyojuro, who had come to observe Tanjiro's training. You must eat well to train effectively. Tanjiro, feeling as though the weight of the world had lifted, was revived by Kyojuro's words, gazing at his mentor with gratitude. Oh, right, and humans are fragile. If you don't eat or drink, you will perish. Carlos chimed in, urging caution. Tanjiro nodded vigorously. All right, I understand, Tanjiro replied, disappointment evident in his expression. Hooray, brother Tanjiro is a true warrior. Tanjiro's hellish plans were abruptly shattered, congratulating Tanjiro for escaping a dire fate. After days of training, Tanjiro had become adept at avoiding the automaton's attacks. On the 6th day, Tanjiro replaced the automaton's wooden sticks with swords. The pressure intensified as Tanjiro detected a scent unlike any he had encountered before. Utilizing this aroma, he could discern the automaton's movements. He prepared to evade and attack, yet hesitated when he aimed for the automaton's neck, worrying about the consequences of damaging it and the trouble it would cause Carlos. Strike, Tanjiro's voice urged. I will certainly repair it. During these days, Tanjiro had not been idle. He had perused books on automaton craftsmanship and even attempted to create a small automaton himself, though it had only taken a few steps before breaking. Brother Tanjiro, you are far too kind. You must not hesitate when striking. As the automaton's blade swung towards Tanjiro's heart raced. Clang. A sharp sound echoed as Tanjiro's sword shattered, the automaton's head cracking open to reveal a long-buried katana within. What is that? Tanjiro, there's something inside. What is it? Tanjiro huddled together in a panic, startled by the sudden emergence of the object. No, I don't know either. The automaton wobbled and knelt, allowing Tanjiro to see it clearly. What on earth is this? This sword has to be over 300 years old. It was a katana, quietly residing within the automaton's body, sealed away for centuries. Indeed, this blade is undoubtedly extraordinary. What should we do? The two were filled with fervor and excitement. For a blade over 300 years old, concealed within such intricate mechanisms, could hardly be deemed ordinary. Their hearts raced, breathless as they gazed upon the sword. Tanjiro, weren't you lamenting the lack of a blacksmith to forge your sword? Why not simply take this one for your use? Tanjiro Kamido's swordsmith, Sakanji Urokadaki, had been elusive in the mountains, leaving the village head unable to locate him, resulting in Tanjiro's sword still uncrafted, a source of considerable distress for him. No, that simply won't do. Although Tanjiro felt a strong temptation, he ultimately declined. After much back and forth between them, one suggested, why not draw it out for a moment? Seeing Tanjiro still reluctant to accept it, the little iron spirit had a sudden inspiration. Indeed, I am eager to see it. Tanjiro's excitement ignited. With a pounding heart and trembling hands, he anxiously drew the sword from its sheath. The blade reflected their faces, capturing even the minuscule particles of dust floating in the air, revealing intricate shadows upon its surface. A chill enveloped the surroundings, as if the metal were not mere steel but a piece of frosty jade polished countless times. A magnificent sword. Even without the talent for smithing, the young iron spirit, having grown up in a village of swordsmiths, recognized its exceptional quality. Tanjiro, having wielded swords for years, could also sense the superiority of this blade. Suddenly, the ground shook violently as a burly man, bare-chested, appeared before them and snatched the sword away. Mr. Urokadaki, what are you doing? The two of them grappled with Sakanji for the sword. Give it to me. Sakanji swung forcefully, sending the two children sprawling, and raised the sword high, laughing heartily. You act so unrefined. The children exclaimed in indignation. Boys, Sakanji's weakness lies in his armpits. Tickle him there, and he'll be incapacitated for a while. The unexpectedly appearing Tenjin Yuzi demonstrated to them how to disable Sakanji. Sure enough, Sakanji lost all strength and collapsed to the ground. Tenjin explained to Tanjiro why Sakanji had retreated to the mountains for training, revealing that he aimed to forge even mightier swords to prevent himself from perishing in battle. Tanjiro was deeply moved by this revelation. Please give me the sword. I wish to study it thoroughly and create an even more formidable blade. Once recovered, Sakanji finally communicated the reason for his earlier actions. Until I craft a new one, you may use this. He handed Tanjiro a sword he had already forged and retreated into the depths of the forest. Thank you. Tanjiro was taken aback that his sword was ready. And knowing that Sakanji would forge him an even greater weapon, he gripped the sword tightly. I must not disappoint Mr. Urokadaki. He vowed to slay more demons. To vanquish Muzan Kibutsuji, I must train diligently. With the automaton now broken, Tanjiro resolved to seek out Kyojuro Rengoku for practice. Chapter 60, The Enemy Strikes. The moon hung high in the sky. Carlos listened as Kyojuro Rengoku conversed with Michiro Takedo, occasionally interjecting, though mostly it was Kyojuro doing the talking while Michiro listened intently. How would I know? Get out of here. Carlos heard the voice of Genya Shinazugawa and curiously turned an ear to discern the situation. What? Are we not friends? Tanjiro's puzzled voice echoed. Certainly not. We are hardly acquainted. Genya had never encountered someone so overly familiar. Genya has been ensnared by Tanjiro. Carlos chuckled, recalling Tanjiro's somewhat terrifying social prowess. In his youth, Tanjiro would accompany his father to sell charcoal, and he knew everyone in the village at the foot of the mountain, from the elderly with gray hair to the neighborhood dogs. Once, curious to see the charcoal seller, Carlos was astonished as he watched Tanjiro greet everyone with politeness and even pet a little dog that came running to him. Carlos knew then that this boy was quite formidable. These crispy snacks are delicious. Genya, do give them a try. Tanjiro launched his friendly assault. You scoundrel. Do not call me that. Genya's anger flared. How could someone be so brazen? I don't want any. Go away. Genya swatted the crispy snack from Tanjiro's hand and began to usher him out. Oh, I recall you lost a tooth, a front one, when you were in the hot spring. Tanjiro stared at Genya as perfectly aligned, beautiful teeth, bewildered. You must be mistaken. Genya paused, momentarily dumbfounded, before responding coolly. I am not mistaken. I still have that tooth. Tanjiro produced the tooth he had collected and offered it to Genya. Why keep it? How disgusting. Genya was drenched in sweat. What kind of person is this? This is yours. After all, I merely wish to return it to you. Tanjiro displayed an innocent expression. Are you out of your mind? Go throw it away. Get out. Genya flung open the door and kicked Tanjiro out. Ha ha ha. Carlos could not contain his laughter, leaning against Kyojuro's shoulder in amusement. What is so funny, Carlos? Kyojuro patted his back, while Michiro also turned to look. Carlos recounted the sorrowful tale of the lost tooth, stating that Tanjiro was a genuinely sincere child. Kyojuro expressed his fondness for his stepson, while Michiro gazed blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. As night fell, the two bid farewell to Michiro and prepared to retire for the evening. Carlos and Kyojuro's rooms were adjacent, with Carlos arriving first at his door. At the threshold, Carlos skillfully cupped Kyojuro's face and bestowed a kiss. However, Kyojuro was no longer the same Kyojuro he once was. Over the past 2 months, he had transformed from being bewildered and unsure to accepting his circumstances with calm, and now, Carlos found himself embraced tightly, a new arm around his waist, deepening their kiss as a hand at the back of his head guided him. Good night, sweet dreams. Carlos released the hand that had unconsciously wrapped around Kyojuro's neck, wishing him a pleasant night as always. Kyojuro replied, his cheeks flushed, stepping forward to embrace Carlos for a moment before turning to leave. How has Kyojuro progressed so swiftly? Carlos touched his slightly swollen lips, staring blankly at Kyojuro, who waved goodbye before entering. Perhaps it is a gift. Carlos nodded, deciding to set aside his thoughts, retrieving his ear ornaments to continue his explosive earring project, oblivious to how long it would take. Before he had detonated many, he sensed a movement at his nose. He rushed to Kyojuro's room, waking him. Kyojuro, there are demons, 2 of them. Kyojuro instantly awoke, alert and ready.